Chapter 237. The Escape of Qingcheng Guard. What on earth is Mu Qing up to? Ding Wang furrowed his brow. Ever since Mu Qing sent him the warning about the cautious steward, there had been no further contact. Even when Ding Wang reached out to the Qingcheng Guard, he discovered they were oblivious to Mu Qing's whereabouts, assuming he had fallen to Mu Qing Shu's hand. Regardless, he decided to head to Beijing. The plans of the insectoid race must not succeed. Ding Wang took a deep breath, steadying himself. Meanwhile, in a certain part of Beijing, a young man was chasing after a mouse. "Don't run. My pizza," the youth exclaimed, but the mouse was too swift, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, he lamented how, after just purchasing a slice of pizza, it had been stolen by a large rodent. Though he was a fourth-tier martial artist, he found that his speed paled in comparison to that of the mouse. "Good job, mouse," Zhou Siyu cheered, holding a large slice of pizza. The mouse, affectionately named Mouse No. 3, carried Zhou Siyu like a steed, galloping through the streets and alleys with remarkable agility. During this time, Wang Sheng and his family had turned Beijing upside down in their pursuit of Zhou Siyu. To evade the Wang family's pursuit, Mouse No. 3 and Zhou Siyu had scoured the entire city. They could not even access Mu Qing's personal account, for the Wang family had allied with the federal branch. Any activity detected in Mu Qing's account would immediately reveal their location. This was why Mouse No. 3 had resorted to pilfering someone else's pizza. "By the way, do you think Mu Qing is dead?" Mouse No. 3 inquired, munching on pizza. "I don't know," Zhou Siyu replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed despite the rumors circulating about Mu Qing's demise. "If everyone believes Mu Qing is dead, then why should we bother heading to the federal branch?" Mouse No. 3 recoiled slightly. Zhou Siyu urged it to go to the federal branch to rescue Ji Jia and the others. However, Mouse No. 3 trembled. The federal branch was home to numerous martial sovereigns and kings, although it had recently broken through to the 7th tier. Facing those 9th-tier martial sovereigns and even kings would provide no chance of resistance whatsoever. Yet, if you acquire a drop of Ji Jia's blood, it could fully awaken the dragon bloodline within you. Zhou Siyu wiped her mouth with her chubby little hand. Her words tantalized Mouse No. 3. She had previously informed it that obtaining a drop of Ji Jia's blood would allow her to permanently awaken the dragon bloodline within, rather than just temporarily. Mouse No. 3's eyes flickered with determination, and with a resolute bite, it accelerated, dashing toward the federal branch. It was indeed swayed. Ever since leaving the Kunlun secret realm, Mouse No. 3 had realized just how vast this world was. Even now, its 7th-tier martial sovereign cultivation felt utterly inadequate. Though aware of the slim chances, Mouse 3 still wished to take a gamble, having gleaned some intelligence suggesting that certain forces would intervene at the moment the death sentence was enacted. In a clandestine chamber of the Yanhuang organization, 2 8th-tier martial sovereigns stood guard at the entrance, while a few others patrolled nearby. Suddenly, a group surged forward, each member possessing the formidable strength of 9th-tier martial sovereigns. "Who are you?" The patrolling guards were taken aback, unable to fathom that one of the 2 dominant forces within Huaxia, the Yanhuang organization, could be so brazenly infiltrated. "Take action," commanded the 2 leaders. With a single shout, dozens of 9th-tier martial sovereigns sprang into action. However, they did not resort to lethal force. Rather, they incapacitated the guards of the chamber and the patrollers. Bang! One of the leaders forcefully kicked open the chamber door, stepping inside with a grin. Within the chamber were 5 individuals, members of the Qingcheng Guard. Ling Fei smiled, while the others looked on in confusion, uncertain of the unfolding events. Ever since the federal branch had accused Mu Qing of collusion with the insectoid race and the assassination of Councilman Liu, the Qingcheng Guard had been under strict surveillance, akin to house arrest. "Master Ling Fei, the Ling family is prepared," one of the leaders announced. It was revealed that he was affiliated with the Ling family. Following the discovery of Ling Fei, possessor of the mutated blood spirit, by the Ling family, their attitude toward him had mirrored that of the Yang family towards Yang Shanshan. Once the Qingcheng Guard was placed under house arrest, Ling Fei had sought every means to alert the Ling family for his rescue. "Are you all right?" A graceful figure appeared. It was Yang Shanshan. Her aura was formidable, evidently heightened from her training within the Yang family during this period. This operation was a joint effort between the Yang and Ling families, each dispatching a leader to forcibly infiltrate the Yanhuang organization and rescue the members of the Qingcheng Guard. "We must rescue Ji Jia. Mu Qing has met with misfortune. I must avenge him," Ling Fei declared as he exited the chamber, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Jiang Yuanjie naturally chose to accompany Ling Fei. They all believed Mu Qing had been slain by Mu Qing Shu, including Yang Shanshan, who was only informed by Ding Wang that Mu Qing was still alive. Mu Qing is also one of us in the Qingcheng Guard. Should he be in peril, we must seek vengeance. Ping Yi took a deep breath, suddenly resolute in his decision to aid Ling Fei and confront the formidable federal branch. Indeed, I shall join as well. Yang Kai-jin thumped his chest, his heart ablaze with indignation after being confined within the chamber by the Yanhuang organization. In the northern district of Leixi City, atop a building now reduced to ruins, two figures emanated an intimidating aura, embodying the essence of kings. These two were the quack doctor and Ku Fei. That Councilman Zhang possesses remarkable cunning, advancing the death sentence. Has he sensed that Mu Qing still lives? Ku Fei's brow furrowed in concern. The quack doctor shook his head, replying, "The transformation technique of the Yang family's matriarch is extraordinary. It would be virtually undetectable. Since he has moved the timeline forward, we shall also advance the timing of our conflict." In Ku Fei's eyes flickered a glint of murderous intent. Their elaborate efforts were not merely aimed at rescuing Ji Jia and the others or assisting Principal Ku Zheng in avenging his grievances. Following the emergence of the insect race, the major factions had become increasingly aware of the situation. The high-ranking officials within Huaxiao were far from foolish, each possessing their own means of investigation and had uncovered certain information. The battle with the federal branch could be described as humanity's true confrontation with the insect race. Regardless of whether that young man would awaken in time, once the execution commenced, we must set our plans in motion. The quack nodded, and the two of them gazed toward the towering building. Eerie sounds emanated from within its heights. Chapter 238. The Thunder Pillar in the northern district of Thunder Serpent City. Once teeming with ferocious beasts, now lay a scene of carnage, littered with the corpses of these savage creatures. The once dilapidated structures had crumbled into ruins. This devastation was the handiwork of the quack and Ku Fei, who had brought Mu Qing to Thunder Serpent City, eradicating all the ferocious beasts in the process. Within the building where the quack and Ku Fei resided, strange sounds continued to resonate. At that moment, Mu Qing was seated cross-legged within a pool of blood, beside which lay a corpse stretching over 100 meters. The once mighty ruler of Thunder Serpent City, the colossal Thunder Serpent. Ku Fei sought to elevate Mu Qing's cultivation. Thus he had slain the Thunder Serpent, intending to use its blood, imbued with a faint dragon lineage, and the pure energy of its star core to facilitate Mu Qing's breakthrough. Mu Qing had been in seclusion for an extended period. Tendrils of lightning energy were being absorbed into him, and in his hand rested a transparent star core. This star core, derived from the Thunder Serpent, was infused with an exceptionally rich energy, being a beast of the 9th tier bloodline, and would greatly assist Mu Qing in his advancement. In a fleeting motion, Ku Fei appeared before Mu Qing, his brow furrowed. His intention was to enable Mu Qing to directly ascend to the level of a 7th tier martial sovereign. With Mu Qing's formidable physique, he could easily accommodate the energy of a 9th tier bloodline, although the process would take time. Uncertain if that young man could achieve the breakthrough in due time, Ku Fei sighed and turned to depart. However, unbeknownst to him, peculiar transformations were occurring within Mu Qing's body. His physique was undergoing continuous enhancement, and the energy within him surged dramatically. The lightning energy swirling through his limbs and bones like a celestial dragon. He had already reached the 6th tier bloodline as a martial artist, his aura reaching its zenith, poised to break through to the 7th tier martial sovereign at any moment. The following day, the federal branch assembled an uncountable number of formidable warriors, their energies chaotic, each sovereign bearing a solemn countenance. Ji Jia and the others were increasingly haggard within the glass column. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the glass column possessed a peculiar force, gradually siphoning their original power. Meanwhile, surrounding Ziyu and the others were several individuals, both young and old, members of Councilman Lu's family. Xiang's eyes were a fiery red as he glared at the council leader, unable to fathom the depths of his cruelty in deciding to execute Councilman Lu's family as well. As Ziyu surveyed her surroundings and discovered the absence of Ding Wang, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She had heard the news and even witnessed Mu Qing Shu bringing back Mu Qing's lifeless body. Mu Qing had already sacrificed herself, and she wished for Ding Wang to refrain from making any reckless decisions. The sudden emergence of the insect clan posed a significant threat to humanity, yet among us, there existed some traitorous elements. Today, a formidable figure from the Federation stood forth, reciting a proclamation that essentially called for the use of lightning strikes to eliminate Ziyue and the other human traitors who had allied with the insect clan. As the sun ascended in the sky, it was already midday. Various forces gathered within the Federation branch, including the 5 great families of Beijing, the Xin family, Kunlun, the Sun and Moon Group, and the Yanhuang organization, all present. Even the Western Church made an appearance, with the stunningly beautiful Ailey from the West in attendance. Her alluring form seemingly enveloped in a gentle glow, her strength markedly enhanced from the past. Surrounding Jijia were 8 golden columns, crafted from metal, alongside which stood several figures who were alchemy masters. Each of the 8 columns was entwined with the power of lightning, expertly manipulated by the 8 alchemists. These lightning rods, a treasure forged by the alchemists, could forcibly draw down lightning from the heavens. The 8 alchemy masters skillfully wielded their mental powers, conjuring forth fierce bolts of lightning. Simultaneously, the sky erupted with golden flashes, forming a serpentine dragon of lightning. The energies entwined around the lightning rods converged above, giving rise to a lightning dragon that continually expanded. This was one of the Federation branch's trump cards, poised to unleash its might capable of obliterating seasoned monarchs. In the Shun family, Shun Yi was also present, his brow furrowed in concentration. Beside him stood Yang Jie, Kuan Shan, and other prodigies, gathered together. "Shall we take action now?" Yu Hua inquired, his robust figure standing out amidst the crowd. He represented the Tianyu Palace, which had also sent representatives, and behind the scenes, Tianyu Palace had formed alliances with the Shin family, the Yang family, and various other factions. "No, someone will act first. We will follow closely thereafter," Shun Yi replied. Shaking his head, he was aware that his master, the mediocre doctor, would surely take action. In the sky, the lightning dragon grew ever larger, now reaching 100 meters in size. The terrifying energy contained within the lightning dragon, at this scale, would be beyond the resistance of even a 9th-tier martial lord. Ensuring their annihilation, the lightning dragon continued to accumulate power, swelling to an impressive 500 meters. This colossal dragon of lightning spiraled across the sky, reminiscent of a true dragon, occasionally emitting a resonant roar. Descend. The 500-meter lightning dragon surged forward, unleashing its ferocious power of lightning towards Jijia and the others. Within the glass pillars, neither Jijia nor the Ziyue siblings displayed much fluctuation in their expressions, for they had long prepared themselves for the embrace of death. As for Jijia, her crimson hair cascaded down to her waist, and her fair visage bore no expression. The betrayal of her father, who chose to ally with the insectoid race against humanity, struck her profoundly. All present focused their attention on the thunder dragon, aware that unforeseen events were imminent. Suddenly, a cry erupted from Xiang as he discerned a familiar figure within the crowd. Individuals began to step forward, members of the Ding family, among whom emanated the aura of sovereigns. At the forefront stood Ding Wang. Ding Wang had come accompanied by the formidable members of the Ding clan, his eyes gleaming with frost as he gazed at the speaker. "The one I await is not you," the speaker retorted, dismissing the Ding family as a mere minor faction. A flurry of figures emerged, all of whom were sovereign-level beings. In the federal division, each congressman was a sovereign, including many seasoned veterans of great strength. "You of the Ding family should not be here," several congressmen interjected, some sighing in resignation, while a few maintained neutrality. The speaker wielded immense power and manipulated them through the insectoid methods, leaving them powerless to resist his commands. Chapter 239. The convergence of sovereigns. The fabric of space began to distort as the congressmen of the Federal Division launched an offensive against the sovereigns of the Ding family, an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. The moment the Ding family's forces appeared, they were swiftly subdued. Even Ding Wang faced a formidable adversary in a 9th-tier martial sovereign. "Life or death, it matters not," the speaker commanded, and the congressmen along with the federal warriors unleashed their most terrifying techniques, resulting in the immediate downfall of several Ding sovereigns. Ding Wang, too, coughed blood, confronted with a 9th-tier martial sovereign of great prowess. Yet, his gaze revealed no intent to retreat. A wine bottle materialized in his hand. His inner power surged forth, transforming into mysterious runes. With a crack, the bottle shattered, and droplets of liquid fell to the ground, morphing into numerous armored ancient soldiers wielding long spears and swords. Kill! The ancient soldiers roared thunderously, numbering in the hundreds, unleashing unparalleled strength, sufficient to contend with the ninth-tier martial sovereign. What kind of technique is that? The speaker's gaze fixed upon Ding Wang. Although to him, Ding Wang was merely an insignificant insect, worthy only of disdain among sovereigns, the technique now displayed piqued his curiosity. Indeed, all the powerful beings present recognized the uniqueness of Ding Wang's technique, conjuring over 100 formidable ancient soldiers from a mere wine bottle, each possessing considerable strength. It was noteworthy that Ding Wang's cultivation was only at the 7th-tier martial sovereign, yet through this special technique, he could contend with a 9th-tier martial sovereign, a remarkable leap of 2 tiers. However, the disparity between the sides was insurmountable, and the Ding family's warriors were swiftly overwhelmed. Ding family, you have chosen the path to your own demise, the speaker intoned in a low voice. He no longer paid attention to Ding Wang and the others, but instead cast his gaze among the prominent families present. The counselor understood that the Ding family was merely the first. Soon there would be a second and a third. However, after a considerable period, it was still only the Ding family engaged in combat, while the other families remained passive observers, seemingly unwilling to intervene. The counselor furrowed his brow, convinced that some of these families would eventually take action, yet they remained remarkably composed, even as the majority of the Ding family lay grievously wounded. Ultimately, the counselor could no longer contain himself. He took matters into his own hands, unleashing torrents of wild energy. If no other force would intervene, he would annihilate the Ding family before dealing with the others. With his intervention, a tremendous surge of primal power erupted from his being, illuminating the surroundings with a resplendent glow. A colossal hand of energy materialized, hurtling toward Ding Wang. A fearsome pressure enveloped the area, causing those nearby to feel a stifling sensation. Expressions of astonishment crossed their faces as they realized the counselor's strength had significantly amplified. Ding Wang's body tensed instantaneously. He found himself immobilized, as if a great mountain had descended upon him. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, mirroring the counselor's actions with a giant hand that effortlessly shattered the counselor's attack. Li Chao. The counselor's expression darkened immediately. Fury surged within him. He had always regarded Li Chao as his confidant, someone who had obeyed him from the very beginning. Yet here he was, unexpectedly opposing him. Are you certain you wish to stand against me? The counselor's countenance turned grim. He had anticipated that powerful families might rise against him, but never did he imagine that his own trusted aide would take such a stand. Li Chao, a formidable peak warrior, possessed strength sufficient to contend with multiple kings. For reasons unbeknownst to you, I have uncovered your true identity, which is why I have chosen to reveal myself, Li Chao said gravely, his gaze fixed on the counselor. His expression was complex. He had not anticipated the counselor's ties to the insect race. Had it not been for the upper echelons of the Ding family revealing this information, he might have found himself aligned with the counselor, who was now in league with the insect race, despite having opposed Mu Qing and his allies on Kunlun Mountain. Upon learning that the true conspirators with the insect race were the counselor and his ilk, he chose to side with humanity. Damn that old Lu. The counselor gritted his teeth, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He knew his identity had been compromised due to Lu's investigations, which had progressed too swiftly and provided other factions with critical clues. This meant that even if the counselor were to eliminate Lu, certain factions would still glean insight into his true identity from the remnants of Lu's inquiries. Though the power of the federal division was substantial, the prominent families would not permit the influence of the insect race to proliferate unchecked. Leave this to me. Wang Rong from the Wang family stepped forward, allying with another warrior from his family to confront Li Chao. Wang Rong, adept in barrier martial techniques, was formidable in his own right, and with the assistance of another warrior, he could hold his ground against a peak warrior like Li Chao. The chief member of the council nodded, once again taking aim at Ding Wang. Sweat beaded on Ding Wang's forehead. Many members of the Ding family were already gravely injured, and the 4 sovereigns had been held at bay. Anxiety gnawed at him, as he had contacted the federal headquarters, yet aid had yet to arrive. Die? The chief member's face contorted with murderous intent as he struck down with a fierce slap. The ancient soldiers, conjured from wine, shattered into fragments. The chief member summoned an enormous hand of energy, stretching dozens of meters. Divine would spear. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a colossal tree surged upward, resembling a long spear. Sharp and formidable, piercing through the chief member's energy hand. With a thud, the chief member, caught off guard, felt a tremendous force slam into him, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He turned to find Mu Qing Shu gazing at him with a peculiar expression, a towering tree materializing behind him. Simultaneously, Mu Qing Shu leaned slightly on a cane, his posture somewhat hunched. The assailant who had launched the sudden attack on the chief member was none other than Mu Qing Shu. "You are not Mu Qing Shu. Who are you really?" The chief member barked as the Wang and Mu families grew wary. Mu Qing Shu chuckled, a mist of light enveloping him. And soon his form underwent a dramatic transformation. Ultimately, the original Mu Qing Shu morphed into an elderly woman, the matriarch of the Yang family, renowned for her shape-shifting skills. The chief member's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep breath, realizing that Mu Qing Shu had long met with misfortune. The individual who had been by his side was merely the disguise of the Yang matriarch. We haven't arrived too late, have we? Two figures suddenly burst onto the scene, both sovereigns. Chapter 240. The anomaly of the Thunder Dragon within the federal branch. The chief member's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that those who sought to thwart him had yet to strike, and instead, it was several of his own who had taken action. Moreover, one of these individuals was an imposter, and no one had discovered the ruse over so many days. "Take action. Subdue them all," the chief member roared. Instantly, the council members of the federal branch sprang into action. They were all sovereigns, numbering over a dozen, far outnumbering the Ding family. Simultaneously, the chief member unleashed a terrifying force, a lion materializing behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Fueled by rage, he targeted the Yang matriarch with lethal intent. The chief member was seething with fury, realizing he had been deceived for so long. The Yang matriarch, her expression grave, stomped her foot, causing countless trees to rise from the ground to shield her. She understood that the chief member's strength surpassed even Li Chao, marking him as a top-tier sovereign. She could not afford to be careless. With a thunderous crash, the chief member's fist descended, unleashing a dazzling surge of energy. The brilliance of this punch radiated outward, showering down like a torrent of stars. To her astonishment, the Yang matriarch coughed up blood, unable to withstand even a single strike from the chief member, and was sent flying. "It seems resisting age is futile," she thought, shaking her head with a wry smile. The strength of the council leader is formidable, matched only by the likes of Li Chao, a fellow apex warrior capable of challenging him. With a countenance etched in fury, the council leader summoned the stars once more and unleashed a powerful punch. Suddenly, a figure emerged, one of the two intruders who had previously stormed the federal division. It was none other than Ku Fei. Enveloped in an incomprehensible tempest, Ku Fei boldly confronted the council leader. In an instant, an invisible force swept through the air, coalescing into violent storms as Ku Fei and the council leader stood in a terrifying standoff, their auras radiating overwhelming power. Another figure approached, old Madame Yang. Clad in a white coat, it was the quack doctor. He promptly set to work, employing his exceptional medical skills to alleviate her injuries, managing to restore a significant portion of her vitality within mere minutes. "You cannot thwart me," the council leader declared, his eyes glimmering with a faint green light. Surrounding him were a dozen or more warriors, their terrifying strength astonishing the various factions present. The Shaolin, Wudong, the Sun and Moon Group, and the Western Holy See were taken aback, recognizing numerous formidable individuals who had chosen to aid the council leader. "It is time for us to take action," declared an elder, stroking his beard. He was the Grand Elder of Tianyu Palace, donned in a flowing white robe, exuding immense power. "Grandmother," a delicate voice called out as a throng burst into the federal division, none other than Yang Shanshan and her entourage. The Yang family's forces had also arrived, with several warriors in attendance. Simultaneously, the Ling family's faction and the Qingcheng Guard made their entrance. Strangely, not a single elder from the Yanhuang organization had appeared. Jiang Yuanjie scanned the surroundings, noting that only a handful of ninth-tier martial sovereigns from Yanhuang were present. Though their prowess was considerable, they appeared diminutive in such an overwhelming spectacle. Nonetheless, the crowd's attention remained fixed on the thunderous dragon coiling in the sky. The lightning dragon continued to expand, its golden bolts infused with an unbridled ferocity capable of obliterating even the mightiest of warriors. The council leader's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He awaited the lightning dragon to amass energy until it reached a kilometer before launching a devastating strike. At that moment, even the most elite warriors would be annihilated. It must be noted that the 8 Thunder Pillars were among the Federal Division's trump cards. Once activated, they would channel the forces of heaven and earth, impossible to disrupt. The council leader intended to wait for all opposing factions to emerge before striking with overwhelming force. "Attack!" shouted a warrior clad in a Taoist robe, leading the charge against the council's representatives. The might of Kunlun Mountain had joined the fray. Concurrently, other factions sprang into action, unwilling to witness the Ding family's annihilation. The Shun family, Yang family, Kunlun, and Ling family, powerful clans and factions surged forth, warriors ascending to the heavens to engage in an utterly terrifying battle. Ku Fei unleashed his barrier martial technique, engulfing the surroundings in a tempest of storms, an astounding display. The council leader's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized that the forces that had stepped forward were far more numerous than he had anticipated. In a fleeting moment, the united forces of various factions found themselves on par with the sovereigns of the Federal Division. Yet, in the end, they remained on a path leading only to their demise. The eyes of the speaker gleamed with a fierce, murderous intent. His visage contorted into a grimace as a star core materialized in his hand. This particular star core was extraordinary. The instant it appeared, a tempestuous force surged forth, sending shivers of trepidation through the assembled sovereigns. What could it be? A sovereign from the Shun clan gasped in astonishment, despite being a seasoned ruler. The sight of the star core instilled within him a profound sense of insignificance. Ku Fei furrowed his brow, realizing that a star core capable of inducing such anxiety among sovereigns must belong to a ferocious beast that surpassed their ranks. An ominous premonition enveloped the crowd. Ha! A bald sovereign erupted in laughter, a glimmer of green light flashing in his eyes. He recognized the star core in the speaker's grasp. It was a remnant of a fallen beast from the divine lineage, originally meant to reside within the Elder Council of the Yan Huang organization. It was now inexplicably in the hands of the speaker. As the speaker raised the lightning star core high, a ferocious tempest of electrical energy erupted, transforming into a river of lightning that surged skyward. This river of lightning coiled into a thunderous dragon, and although it was merely a fraction of the star core's immense power, it caused the lightning dragon to swell dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the dragon expanded to over 900 meters, continuing its rapid growth until it loomed at an astonishing 1,400 meters in the sky, its colossal form plummeting toward the ground. The speaker's eyes gleamed with madness. He intended to obliterate everyone in his path. "Have you all lost your minds?" thundered the sovereign from Kunlun Mountain, for the energy contained within that lightning dragon was sufficient to devastate the entire Federal Division. A peculiar smile danced upon the speaker's lips as he opened his mouth, releasing a small insect that fluttered into the air, followed by a gentle green light that coalesced into a protective barrier. Standing within this shield, they exuded confidence, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Seemingly eager to witness the annihilation of all, Ku Fei and the others exchanged alarmed glances. The might of the lightning dragon was formidable enough to annihilate them. "We must retreat for now," bellowed the quack doctor. Though the lightning dragon descended rapidly, for the sovereigns, it felt as if time had slowed. Yet, at that moment, the entire Federal Division became enveloped in enigmatic ruins. From the Earth's depths, worms emerged, their bodies radiating dazzling light. When combined, they generated a binding force that ensnared the very fabric of the Federal Division's space, as if an invisible wall had rendered them captive. Countless storms coalesced in Ku Fei's hands as he delivered a powerful punch, yet the binding force proved insurmountable. The expressions of the gathered sovereigns darkened. They were trapped, unable to breach the spatial barrier, even someone of Ku Fei's caliber. "You have indeed conspired with the insectoid race." Li Chao glared at the speaker. He reprimanded those legislators who, despite being the sovereigns of humanity, conspired alongside the leader of the legislators to assist the insectoid race. A bitter smile flickered across the faces of several legislators. They were ensnared by the leader's manipulations and had no choice but to side with him. Was there truly no way out? Fear was etched upon the faces of many sovereigns. They combined their efforts to assault the spatial barrier, yet their endeavors bore no fruit. Most crucially, the 4 formidable insects lingered just beyond the barrier. Roar! The thunderous dragon of lightning in the sky let out a bellow as it descended, excitement gleaming on the leader's face. He envisioned the scene of Ku Fei and his companions being annihilated. However, at that moment, the colossal lightning dragon suddenly halted mid-flight, its electric power becoming chaotic. What was happening? The leader furrowed his brow and gazed skyward. The lightning dragon spiraled momentarily before inexplicably racing towards the distance, its claw tearing through the spatial barrier with ease. Chapter 241. Thunderpool. What was happening? This turn of events had completely caught the leader off guard. As the lightning dragon was poised to descend and obliterate all who opposed him, he believed his connection with the insectoid race would remain concealed, with no one beyond his inner circle ever discovering his alliance. Yet now, the lightning dragon was acting beyond his control, charging outward. Meanwhile, far from the federal branch in Thunder Snake City, electric energies surged into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Some ferocious beasts sensed an ominous aura and cowered in the shadows, trembling. In a tall building within the northern district of Thunder Snake City, the corpse of the lightning giant serpent lay shriveled, its blood pool completely dried up, all its power absorbed by Mu Qing. Having assimilated the strength of this 9th-tier martial sovereign beast, Mu Qing's cultivation had ascended to 7th-tier martial sovereign. Yet, he did not cease his training. Rather, he found himself unable to halt it at this moment. Behind him, a towering purple bamboo rose, shrouded in violet mist akin to dark clouds, crackling with menacing bolts of lightning. The entire Thunder Snake City was enveloped in a tempest of electricity, resembling a sea of thunder that drowned the area. Mu Qing stood within a thunder pool, a potent current of electric energy coursing through his body, his aura surging dramatically. This thunder pool, forged from concentrated lightning power, radiated a blinding white light, emanating an inexplicable force of attraction. Suddenly, in the skies above the northern district of Thunder Snake City, a golden lightning dragon materialized, seemingly drawn by some enigmatic force, or perhaps forcibly summoned by a powerful presence. This dragon stretched over 1,000 meters in length, dwarfing even some sovereign-level beasts, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The elder mentioned that Mu Qing is in Thunder Snake City, yet we have scoured most of the area without sighting him, one among the group remarked, their aura formidable, signifying their status as a 9th-tier martial sovereign. There are unusual occurrences in the northern district. It could very well be the work of Mu Qing. Let us delve deeper to investigate. This group consists of 6 individuals, all of whom are 9th-tier martial sovereigns, forming the foremost team on the points leaderboard of the Yanhuang organization. They have received an order from Elder Mu to eliminate Mu Qing. Suddenly, one of the martial sovereigns gasps in horror, pointing towards the sky. The others are equally astonished as they behold a thunderous dragon, over 1,000 meters long, racing towards the depths of the northern district of Thunder Snake City, where lightning crackles and pulses with extraordinary vitality. Roar! The thunder dragon coils atop a towering building, from which golden lightning bolts emanate, infusing Mu Qing with their power. Enveloped in the might of the thunder, the once bright white lightning pool begins to transform into a brilliant gold. The thunder dragon is drawn to Mu Qing's lightning pool, channeling all its electric energy into it. At this moment, the group arrives at the building where Mu Qing resides. Upon entering, they are met with the sight of Mu Qing. How is this possible? One martial sovereign gasps, struggling to comprehend that the massive thunder dragon is being absorbed piece by piece into Mu Qing's body. The 6 martial sovereigns exchange glances, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Ultimately, they share a silent agreement, each coming to a decision. One martial sovereign strikes first, unleashing a sea of flames, scorching and intense. Simultaneously, another swings a radiant long sword downwards, a breathtaking sight. They recognize Mu Qing's extraordinary nature. Despite being merely a 7th-tier martial sovereign, he exudes an unimaginable pressure upon them. At that moment, Mu Qing's eyes suddenly snap open, and brilliant electric light bursts forth from his gaze. The colossal thunder dragon in the sky transforms into a torrent of lightning, cascading downwards. Boom! Flames are extinguished, and the long sword shatters, forcing the 2 attacking martial sovereigns to cough up blood and retreat. All the electric power is absorbed by the lightning pool beneath Mu Qing. A dazzling golden lightning radiance manifests, solidifying the pool entirely. Have you been sent by Elder Mu to silence me? Mu Qing, surrounded by crackling electricity, has astonishingly reached the level of an 8th-tier martial sovereign. This retreat was the longest he had ever undertaken, yet the rewards were unfathomable, propelling him directly from a martial apprentice to an 8th-tier martial sovereign. His strength has undergone a seismic transformation, and the two blood spirits have once again gained new abilities. In truth, Mu Qing should have halted his cultivation after absorbing the energy of the thunderous serpent and breaking through to 7th-tier martial sovereign. However, he suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance from the purple lightning bamboo, drawing forth a distant surge of pure lightning power, enabling him to break through once more. His gaze, sharp as lightning, sweeps over the 6 before him. 9th-tier martial sovereigns were once beyond my reach, but now, I should be able to dispatch them with ease. Mu Qing murmurs to himself. He has learned the true identity of Elder Mu from Counselor Liu, who undoubtedly seeks to eliminate him. Attack! A 9th-tier martial sovereign bellows. Charging forward. The other 5 individuals immediately sprang into action, unleashing torrents of ferocious energy with the intent to slay Mu Qing. Although Mu Qing appeared outwardly unperturbed, they held little faith in his ability to withstand the combined force of 6 9th-tier martial lords. Humph! A glint of cold fury flickered in Mu Qing's eyes as he let out a thunderous roar, his body suddenly swelling to a height of 10 meters. The 6 opponents were taken aback. They had witnessed a myriad of martial techniques, including barrier techniques. Yet they had never encountered a skill that could so dramatically alter a person's physique. What manner of being are you? One of the 9th-tier martial lords bellowed, swinging a long blade that sliced through the air, nearly ensnaring Mu Qing entirely. However, Mu Qing was enveloped in crackling lightning, forming a suit of electric armor. He unleashed a devastating punch, releasing an unfathomable force that shattered the tempest of blade energy. Seizing the long blade from the man's grip, Mu Qing effortlessly crushed the once razor-sharp weapon as if it were mere paper. Prepare to meet your end, he declared, raising the thunder pool. A cascade of golden radiance erupting forth, crashing down with thunderous fury. With a resounding boom, the man was obliterated by the thunder pool, blood spraying several meters away. The remaining 5 were struck with disbelief, unable to fathom how Mu Qing had so swiftly dispatched one of their own. Together, let us confront him, one shouted, and the 5 9th-tier martial lords clustered together, preparing to strike simultaneously. Yet, at that moment, a ferocious wind howled through, wrapping them in swirling clouds, accompanied by the distant roar of a true dragon. The inner energies within the 5 were suddenly suppressed by an inexplicable force. Though not completely stifled, they felt its profound impact. A deluge surged forth, each droplet weighing hundreds of pounds, as a colossal shadow soared into the sky. Chapter 242, The Gateway of Space Boom. Surrounding Mu Qing was a realm of marshes, geysers erupting skyward. As the enormous shadow descended, it was a black fish. This creature measured 50 meters in length. Adorned with barbed spines along its back, its body entwined with mysterious runes, and its mouth gaping wide like a void. Roar! The black fish, a sovereign of the waters, wielded the power to manipulate Mu Qing's aquatic barrier, conjuring titanic waves. This was the manifestation of the black fish's abilities following Mu Qing's ascension to martial lord. It could command all water, even surging with the water-based energies within their foes. The colossal fish leapt from the ocean, swallowing 1 9th-tier martial lord whole. What monstrous beast is that? The others gasped in horror. From their original 6, less than 10 minutes had passed, and now only 4 remained. A smirk of disdain curled at Mu Qing's lips as he transformed into a giant, his form crackling with electricity, the bloodline of the titans surging vehemently within him. With a pointed finger, a water dragon roared forth. Puff! 1 9th-tier martial lord coughed blood, wielding a sharp sword, unleashing a powerful sword beam that pierced through the air. Another 9th-tier martial lord joined the fray, executing a terrifying palm technique, the energy exploding forth. The two united against Mu Qing. However, Mu Qing unleashed 2 powerful palm strikes, causing the sword radiance and palm technique to explode with ferocity. What kind of bizarre technique is this? One individual gasped in astonishment, as Mu Qing appeared to casually deliver 2 palms that shattered the void, releasing a terrifying force. He strode forward, his body entwined with lightning, transforming into a colossal figure of 10 meters, imbued with immense strength. Once again, he executed the heart lightning technique, eluding detection even from 9th-tier martial masters. Boom! The void ruptured, and the arm of a 9th-tier martial master was obliterated, eliciting a cry of anguish from him, his face contorted in agony. Mu Qing advanced relentlessly, raising the thunder pool and crashing it down. A fearsome torrent of golden lightning erupted, utterly annihilating the unfortunate individual. His power had grown immensely after absorbing the lightning dragon. The energies of the purple lightning bamboo had manifested in two forms. The first was a ghostly blue lightning that could vanish into the void, leaving no trace, while the second was this domineering golden lightning, possessing formidable offensive capabilities, derived from the star core of a ferocious beast clan deity. The Thunder Pool's attack method involved manifesting various forms of lightning to obliterate foes. However, Mu Qing discovered that the essence of the Thunder Pool possessed extraordinary strength, though heavy. He could lift it in his giant form. His combat style was remarkably ferocious, swinging the Thunder Pool down with devastating force, raining down a deluge of thunder that obliterated another adversary. He glanced to the other side, where the remaining two ninth-tier martial masters had also perished, becoming fodder for the black fish, consumed by its cavernous mouth. Mu Qing smiled, feeling immense satisfaction with the mutated blood spirit, the little black fish, whose power was nearly on par with his own, capable of swallowing even ninth-tier martial masters whole. Moreover, the black fish's devouring ability had grown increasingly potent, having consumed a total of 3 ninth-tier martial masters and completely absorbed their energies, crystallizing them into transparent gems. Subsequently, the black fish leaped fiercely, creating a splash as it shrank to the size of a palm and returned to Mu Qing's dantian. Mu Qing acquired 3 transparent crystals, which were the result of the black fish's consumption of the 3 ninth-tier martial masters, pulsating with energy that made his heart race. He understood that should these crystals explode, their power would rival that of a ninth-tier martial master's self-detonation, a truly terrifying prospect. Mu Qing reigned in his aura, and with a stomp of his foot, he soared through the clouds, racing toward Beijing. Having already ascended to the 8th tier of martial mastery, his speed was astounding. And with the mastery of the dragon leap technique, he could command the winds, achieving an astonishing velocity. Meanwhile, in the federal branch, the expression of the speaker was exceedingly grim, while Wang Rong stood beside him, dumbfounded. "Speaker, where is the lightning dragon headed?" Wang Rong inquired, his mouth agape, as they witnessed Ku Fei and his companions on the brink of being obliterated by the lightning dragon. They had even prepared various insectoid tactics to construct an immensely powerful shield. Yet, the lightning dragon not only spared Ku Fei and the others, but also tore through the spatial wall. "Ha! Will your insectoid clan ever succeed? Every operation is fraught with mishaps." Ling Fei laughed heartily. The expression on the speaker's face was one of profound gloom, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Indeed, as Ling Fei had asserted, the swarm had lurked for many years, with numerous plans thwarted, nearly each time involving Mu Qing. Their sole successful endeavor occurred in the west, where they seized a colossal city. "We shall not falter this time." The speaker inhaled deeply, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. He must eliminate everyone present, otherwise, once the matter was reported to the federal headquarters, he would undoubtedly face global manhunt. "Kill!" the speaker bellowed. Various factions resumed their assaults, as titans clashed in the skies, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that nearly obliterated the buildings within the federal branch. Shun Yi and his companions also engaged, having not seen one another for some time. They had ascended to the rank of martial sovereigns, their strength formidable enough to contend with the speaker's forces. A roar erupted as swarms of insects emerged from the depths, revealing the swarm. Deep within the federal branch, a spherical nest materialized, identical to the maternal nest that had once appeared in Hangzhou. However, this time, the maternal nest was significantly larger, with grotesque insects crawling out, each possessing the power of a martial sovereign, effectively forming an army of elite warriors. This formidable force was dreadfully terrifying, capable of overwhelming even the mightiest of kings. Shun Yi and his allies were astonished. While the rulers of various factions battled against the speaker, it was now their responsibility to confront these martial sovereign insects. Fortunately, the majority of these creatures were at the 7th tier of martial sovereignty. Had they all been 9th tier, they would likely have been annihilated in an instant. Ku Fei also took note of the maternal nest's emergence, feeling a twinge of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated the speaker's audacity in placing a maternal nest directly within the federal branch. No wonder Counselor Liu had been able to discern the true identity of the adversary. It was evident that the speaker had left numerous clues, leading to his discovery. Taking a deep breath, Kufei commanded the tempest, conjuring swirling gales to aid Shun-Yi and the others in vanquishing the insects. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of golden light darted past as an adversary from Shaolin struck at Kufei. This Shaolin warrior was equally formidable, a top-tier ruler who unleashed the flower finger technique, causing golden blossoms to dissipate in the void, extinguishing all the storms. Kufei's expression turned grave. He could not divert his attention to the swarm with the potent Shaolin warrior before him. At that moment, Yang Shanshan suddenly closed her eyes, a look of solemn reverence gracing her exquisitely pale face. Her lips parted slightly, and a melodic chant resonated forth. Behind her, a colossal spatial portal materialized. Chapter 243, Summoning Armies from Another World. Adorned in a flowing gown, Yang Shanshan emanated an aura of unsullied sanctity. Within the immense portal behind her, silhouettes began to materialize. A vast horde of verdant goblins emerged, wielding spiked clubs, numbering an astonishing 1,000, all at the formidable 7th rank of martial prowess. The onlookers stood in sheer astonishment, while the members of the Yang family exhibited an expression of exhilaration, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. It was as though they foresaw the resurgence of the Yang family's former glory. A revered ancestor of the Yang clan had similarly summoned countless allies without ever needing to engage in battle personally. Yang Shanshan, a 7th-rank martial artist herself, summoned goblins of equal prowess, their sheer numbers overwhelming to behold. But the spectacle did not end there. The goblins armed with spiked clubs were merely the beginning. Yang Shanshan, in her capacity as a martial practitioner, could conjure beings from another realm. She began to chant once more, and from the portal behind her, more goblins materialized. Unlike the previous goblins, these were emaciated, clad in ragged cloth, each clutching a staff adorned with magical gems. This new batch comprised 100 goblin mages, adept in various elemental spells. The army of goblin warriors, over 1,000 in number, surged forward, their clubs striking down upon the swarming insects, sending blood splattering in every direction. Concurrently, the 100 goblin mages uttered eerie incantations, conjuring fireballs the size of basketballs that coalesced into a colossal orb, reminiscent of the sun, plummeting downwards. With a thunderous explosion, the immense fireball detonated, engulfing hundreds of insects in a fiery inferno. Following this, the goblin mages chanted once again, their combined might generating a tempest that swept through, annihilating swathes of the insect horde. Suddenly, an 8th-rank bloodline crimson scorpion lunged at Yang Shanshan. However, in the next moment, a colossal hand emerged from the portal behind her, sending the creature hurtling away. Dark energy surged forth, revealing a creature towering over 20 meters, adorned with a pair of wings and skin of a deep copper hue etched with arcane patterns. Its hair flickered with green flames, its grotesque visage displaying elongated fangs as it soared into the fray. "Yasha, rise," commanded Yang Shanshan, standing with an air of triumph. "At your command," roared Yasha, a being of higher order from another realm, far surpassing the goblins in might. Though also a 7th-rank martial artist, Yasha possessed the strength to contend with the 8th-rank Crimson Scorpion. Yasha charged forth, immense power coursing through its form, hands enveloped in green flames as it engaged in battle with the scorpion. The creature bit at Yasha, only to find its skin remarkably resilient, causing no harm whatsoever. Yasha, wreathed in emerald flames, fought fiercely, ultimately overpowering the scorpion, tearing it asunder. Yet, the most terrifying aspect of the insect race lay in their seemingly endless numbers. From the depths of their mother nest, swarms of 7th and 8th rank insects continuously emerged, and on occasion, fearsome 9th rank creatures could be heard roaring in the distance. Fortunately, several families, including Shun-Yi's, possessed numerous 9th-level martial sovereigns. They all took action against the 9th-level insects. "No, I must eliminate those 3 in the family of Counselor Liu." A figure approached the center of the arena. It was Fang Shan. He held a pitch-black pistol, a specially crafted weapon with bullets made from star cores. Fang Shan drew near to Ji Jia, a sinister expression etched on his face as he aimed at Ji Jia's temple, ready to pull the trigger. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly dashed out, a dragon's claw striking him and leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes on his arm. What on earth? Fang Shan, wincing in pain, realized that a grotesque creature, half human and half mouse, had appeared before him. "I am your Uncle Mouse." With a swift kick, Mouse Lao sent Fang Shan flying several dozen meters. Fang Shan spat blood, and before he could comprehend the situation, Mouse Lao Sen was already in front of him. Howl! Dragon breath technique. Mouse Lao Sen opened his mouth wide, unleashing an incredibly intense flame that incinerated Fang Shan into cinders. Well done. Zhou Siyu appeared above Mouse Lao San, applauding. They had actually arrived at this federal branch long ago, but had been hiding in the shadows, waiting as various forces confronted the counselor. However, upon witnessing the attempt to harm Ji Jia, even without Zhou Siyu's urging, Mouse Lao Sen could not contain himself. Ji Jia was crucial for his future success and must not be harmed. Mouse Lao Sen stepped forward and shattered 3 glass columns, freeing Ji Jia and the Ziyu siblings, who emerged looking pale and exhausted, devoid of strength. Halt! At that moment, a 9th-level martial sovereign suddenly appeared, delivering a mighty punch that sent Mouse Lao Sen flying. This individual was Song Ji, a powerful subordinate of the counselor. He glanced at Fang Shan's corpse, inhaling deeply, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a furious shout, Song Ji manifested a suit of deep blue armor, his blood spirit. He unleashed a punch, chilling air surging forth, sending Mouse Lao Sen crashing back, his body stiffening, frost coating his fur. Song Ji charged forward, striking Mouse Lao Sen again. As the disparity in their levels, a 9th level against a 7th level, was significant, Mouse Lao Sen, bloodied, had not anticipated facing a 9th level martial sovereign at this moment. Die, foul rodent. Song Ji conjured a spear in his hand, aiming to pierce Mouse Lao Sen's skull. It is you who shall perish. A voice filled with fury echoed from the sky. Shun Yi, Yang Jie, and the others, engaged in battle with the insect race, paused momentarily, recognizing the voice as familiar. The severely injured Mouse Lao Sen immediately recognized the voice of none other than Mu Qing. Song Ji's expression turned wary, but at that moment, the golden gaze of Mouse Lao Sen suddenly turned pitch black, unfathomably deep, as if 2 swirling vortices were spinning within. Ah! Song Ji let out a painful cry, feeling as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at his mind, his mental energy being devoured, resulting in excruciating pain. However, he soon regained his composure. The cultivation level of Mouse Lao Sen was still somewhat inferior to his own, allowing only a fleeting impact. Yet, this brief disturbance rendered Song Ji utterly devoid of any chance of survival. With a thunderous roar, a strikingly handsome young man suddenly appeared in the sky, soaring through the clouds, surrounded by a howling gale, resembling a true dragon in flight. Chapter 244. The terrifying power of Mu Qing. A mysterious gust of wind swept through, diverting the attention of many towards the heavens. There, Mu Qing's form transformed into a towering figure of 10 meters, adorned in armor forged from condensed lightning, exuding an extraordinary majesty as he stood upon clouds. His eyes sparked with electric brilliance, and with both hands raised high, he wielded a thunderous pool of energy, bringing it down with tremendous force. Boom! The terrifying lightning erupted, striking the dazed Song Ji with overwhelming might. An unparalleled force surged forth, accompanied by the explosive sound of thunder, as Song Ji's body shattered into a mist of blood. Shun Yi and the others were left speechless, gazing at the familiar yet somewhat alien figure with mouths agape. Mu Qing. The crowd looked up at the figure in the sky, realizing it was indeed Mu Qing. They were astounded, completely unprepared for the revelation of Mu Qing's formidable power, capable of effortlessly vanquishing even a 9th-tier martial sovereign. What manner of creature is this? Yang Jie was astonished, acutely aware that he was no match for Mu Qing. Whoosh! At that moment, a brilliant ray of light pierced through the air, taking the form of an arrow. This arrow transformed into a water dragon, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he pointed a finger, summoning forth a water dragon of his own, resulting in a deafening explosion as violent energies detonated in midair. Had I known back in the Kunlun secret realm, I should have sought to annihilate you completely. Mu Lin appeared, treading upon the void. He positioned himself beside the council leader, wielding a golden longbow, a treasure acquired from the Kunlun secret realm. Mu Qing sneered, saying, "Unfortunately, what's missed is missed. You are no longer my adversary." The overwhelming might emanating from Mu Qing was simply too formidable, towering at 10 meters, clad in divine thunder, lifting the thunderous pool. He seemed akin to a god of thunder descending upon the realm. Mu Lin's cultivation had progressed rapidly, now a 7th-tier martial sovereign. and he possessed the prowess of a prodigy, capable of defeating ordinary 8th-tier martial sovereigns. Yet, for Mu Qing, Mu Lin was no longer a contender. Mu Qing's current cultivation had reached the 8th-tier bloodline. His original force surged like a vast ocean. Suddenly, Mu Qing made his move, a golden scythe manifesting in his grasp. A relic obtained from the Kunlun secret realm. With his enhanced cultivation, Mu Qing discovered that this golden tier relic was exceptionally extraordinary, capable of unleashing its full potential regardless of the amount of original force infused. Standing 10 meters tall, he swung the golden scythe down with great ferocity. A semicircular beam of golden light, stretching 50 meters in length, swept forth with astonishing might, harboring an immensely powerful cutting force. Mu Lin's expression shifted dramatically as the golden longbow in his grasp radiated a dazzling brilliance, unleashing 9 arrows that surged forth like the sun's rays. Although 9 suns illuminated the sky, they exuded an intensely frigid aura. Boom. However, as the golden light swept across, the arrows, akin to suns, shattered into fragments, rendering Mu Lin's assault utterly ineffectual. The beam of golden light continued its relentless advance, intent on cleaving Mu Lin in two. Suddenly, a grand taiji diagram materialized in midair, embodying 2 extreme forces that countered the golden light, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Wang Sheng. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as it fell upon a figure on the opposite side, where the sun and moon shone in unison. Wang Sheng had also joined the fray, his prowess even more formidable, having reached the 8th-tier martial honor, just like Mu Qing. He employed a technique of simultaneous combat, condensing the power of the sun and moon in his left hand to form the taiji diagram, while his right hand executed a delicate gesture, causing golden lotus flowers to dissipate into the void. With a roar, Mu Qing transformed into a thunder god, wielding a golden sickle that descended with unparalleled brilliance, sweeping the battlefield like an ocean of gold. The sky erupted with the sound of thunder as Wang Sheng and Mu Lin coordinated their efforts seamlessly, one engaging in close combat, while the other launched ranged attacks, leaving Mu Qing feeling somewhat at a loss. Thunder. Mu Qing uttered an ancient incantation, summoning ominous purple clouds to gather above. With a resounding crash, bolts of ethereal blue lightning flickered, vanishing from sight before detonating in the void. Wang Sheng and Mu Lin's eyes widened, despite their inability to perceive the phenomenon with their naked eyes or mental acuity. They could sense the onslaught of invisible, fearsome lightning approaching. Coughing up blood, Wang Sheng's nascent taiji diagram was shattered by the intangible blue lightning. Mu Lin fared even worse. His chest stained crimson. Saint Feather. A delicate voice rang out, and countless pristine white feathers materialized around Wang Sheng and Mu Lin. These feathers were remarkably resilient. Although Mu Qing's ethereal blue lightning incessantly shattered them, it could not truly penetrate. It was her. Mu Qing's brow furrowed as he recognized a familiar presence, the prodigy of the Western Church. Ailey. Hee, I didn't expect you to become this powerful. A graceful figure appeared, clad in a pink blouse and fitted pants, her figure captivating and enchanting. Ailey chuckled, casting the sacred feather barrier to shield Wang Sheng and Mu Lin from Mu Qing's lightning assault. Her aura was also formidable, ranking as an 8th-tier martial honor. After establishing the sacred feather barrier, Ailey effectively countered Mu Qing's onslaught. Her barrier possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, proving exceptionally robust. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Mu Qing's eyes as he unleashed a terrifying surge of lightning power, raising his hands high to conjure a thunder pool from thin air. Boom! A torrent of violent golden lightning rained down, as the immense thunder pool was hefted into the air by Mu Qing, hurtling toward Ailey and her companions. The thunderous roar reverberated through the air, shattering feathers that filled the sky. A look of horror emerged on Ailey's delicate face as her body trembled, a mouthful of blood escaping her lips. The fragmented feathers cascaded to the ground, and the sacred feather barrier was torn asunder. Mu Qing unleashed the thunder pool. Striking down once more, golden lightning surged throughout the heavens. Though it was not a barrier technique, the unleashed power was formidable. With a resounding crash, Mu Qing raised the thunder pool again, its overwhelming force unleashing countless bolts of golden lightning, leaving Wang Sheng and the others in a state of shock. They realized that Mu Qing had transcended their previous understanding of him, his strength now unfathomable. Mu Lin gritted his teeth, his injuries worsening as a bolt of golden lightning struck him, leaving his left hand charred and devoid of sensation. He could hardly fathom that the once weak Mu Qing had evolved to such heights. This boy had, incredibly, broken through to the 8th tier of martial sovereign. Ku Fei, engaged in battle with a top-tier warrior from Shaolin, stole a glance at Mu Qing, astonished. Chapter 245, The Slaying of Mu Lin. Ku Fei understood that after defeating the Thunder Serpent and preparing a blood pool, it would only allow Mu Qing to reach the 7th tier of martial sovereign at most. Could it be that the lightning? Suddenly, Ku Fei sensed a familiar electric energy emanating from the thunder pool held aloft by Mu Qing, reminiscent of the power contained within the earlier Thunder Dragon. Initially, the council leader had infused a fragment of lightning star core energy into the Thunder Dragon to expedite its formation. Now, Ku Fei realized that Mu Qing had undoubtedly utilized some method to absorb the power of the Thunder Dragon, particularly the energy of the lightning star core. It appeared that this boy had indeed saved one of us. Ku Fei smiled faintly. Boom. Mu Qing, entwined in lightning, once again raised the thunder pool, unleashing a torrent of domineering golden lightning that directly wounded Wang Sheng and his companions. Such strength. Ali's eyes reflected her astonishment, her arm tingling as the golden lightning invaded her energy, causing chaos within. Buzz. Wang Sheng summoned a colossal Tai Chi diagram, the formidable powers of the sun and moon converging. He was the only one capable of posing a threat to Mu Qing. The fusion of the sun and moon blood spirits was astonishing. Had Mu Qing not practiced the Titan bloodline technique, he would undoubtedly have been no match for Wang Sheng. Yet now, transformed into Titan form, Mu Qing stood 10 meters tall, imbued with boundless divine strength, and his body crackled with electric energy, resembling a descending thunder god. Mu Qing struck forth, an invisible azure lightning exploding in the void, shattering Wang Sheng's Tai Chi diagram. Ultimately, Mu Qing once more lifted the thunder pool and brought it down with great force, sending Wang Sheng flying, blood spurting forth. He was no match for Mu Qing. Wind. Mu Qing suddenly bellowed, causing the entire realm to shift. Winds howled and clouds roiled. Even those battling in the skies sensed an eerie change. Barrier technique? No. It was something different. The quack furrowed his brow as he regarded Mu Qing, realizing that the latter seemed to harbor some secrets. As the ethereal dragon shadow emerged around Mu Qing, fierce winds entwined, and mist enveloped the area, exuding an aura of celestial energy. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the expressions of the kings aligned with the council to shift dramatically, for they realized their innate powers were being suppressed. Although the suppression was not overwhelming, it undoubtedly had some impact, particularly in a battle of kingly stature, where it could be the decisive factor. Thunder. Mu Qing raised the thunder pool high, casting it into the sky, and suddenly, a vast expanse of dark clouds materialized, unleashing bolts of eerie blue and golden lightning, accompanied by resounding roars. With a crack, a brilliant golden flash cleaved the heavens, and torrential rain began to pour from the clouds, each drop weighing hundreds of pounds. As the deluge fell from the sky, the insects on the ground were pierced through by the falling droplets, leaving gory wounds on their bodies. With a tremendous splash, a vast ocean surged forth, from which an enormous shadow emerged, a gigantic black fish leaping several dozen meters into the air, creating towering waves. What manner of technique is this? The three kings, including Wang Sheng, were utterly astonished. Even the figures of kingly rank were taken aback. Compared to the barrier techniques, Mu Qing's methods appeared far more formidable. He commanded the wind, summoned lightning, and conjured rain. With a mere gesture, a tempest surged forth, sending Wang Sheng and his companions flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Simultaneously, he condensed the clouds, each wisp resembling a sword's edge, piercing through and inflicting a gaping wound in Wang Sheng's arm. The Dragon Leap technique granted Mu Qing complete dominion over the elements, with minimal consumption of his innate energy. As he unleashed his powers, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation, surpassing even the barrier techniques in potency. Mu Qing delivered a punch, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy, akin to golden thunder piercing through the void. With a thud, Mu Lin suffered grievous injuries, violently coughing blood, his golden longbow slipping from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qing pursued relentlessly, executing the Dragon Leap technique, gathering a multitude of winds in his palm. Stop! Two 9th-tier martial masters rushed forth, members of the Mu clan. As Mu Lin was their prodigy, The Mu clan would naturally not permit his demise. Just then, a shadow shot into the sky. One of the 9th-tier masters had yet to react before encountering a black void before him. Roar. The colossal black fish let out a fierce roar, its gaping maw exuding an immense devouring force, swallowing one of the 9th-tier martial masters whole. Those witnessing the scene were left in shock. As a 9th-tier martial master had been consumed so effortlessly, Mu Qing's fist collided with the other 9th-tier martial master, unleashing a tempestuous wind accompanied by enveloping mists. The 9th-tier martial master was grievously wounded, blood erupting from his mouth, staining the sky crimson. Mu Qing swiftly followed up with another punch, the golden thunder erupting and obliterating the opponent entirely. A cloud of blood mist rained down from the heavens, and many onlookers, observing Mu Qing's combat prowess, swallowed hard, realizing he had effortlessly attained the power to slay 9th-tier martial masters. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Mu Qing conjured a whirlwind, drawing Mu Lin's golden longbow into his grasp. He knocked an arrow, and a tempest of fierce winds and swirling clouds converged, intertwined with ethereal blue lightning and golden thunder. With a swift whoosh, a formidable energy arrow shot forth, imbued with an array of potent forces, cascading like an ocean of radiant light. Suddenly, with a chilling gasp, Mu Lin's pupils constricted as his chest was completely pierced, a gaping wound erupting with torrents of blood. After vanquishing Mu Lin, Mu Qing turned his attention to Wang Sheng and Ai Li, wielding the power of the storm as he charged forth. The golden thunder from the heavens descended, striking with terrifying might. Confronted by the overwhelming presence of Mu Qing, even Wang Sheng and his companion chose to retreat. Yet Mu Qing would not allow their escape. He drew back his golden longbow once more, unleashing arrows forged from 2 bolts of golden lightning. Thud! Ai Li's thigh was struck, her barrier shattered, while Wang Sheng suffered a grievous wound to his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Embrace your demise. Mu Qing summoned the thunder pool, aiming to obliterate Ai Li and Wang Sheng in one fell swoop. At that moment, a figure emerged, exuding a terrifying aura, a sovereign. Behind this ruler appeared a radiant sun, hailing from the Wang family, as they unleashed a scorching palm of light. With a resounding crash, Mu Qing's thunder pool was repelled, sending him flying backward. Soon after, another figure appeared, also a sovereign, clad in a pristine white robe from the Western Holy See, wielding a colossal 10-meter sacred spear that pierced toward Mu Qing. A sharp gasp escaped Mu Qing as he coughed up blood. After all, he was merely an 8th-tier martial sovereign, no match for a king. And the lightning armor encasing his body shattered. Chapter 246. Visitors from Headquarters. The sovereign of the Western Holy See had struck Mu Qing. However, despite the bloodshed, Mu Qing did not sustain grievous injuries. The might of the sacred spear had merely breached the lightning-infused armor. He returned to his normal form, retrieving a garment from his spatial ring. In truth, even Mu Qing had not anticipated that his actions would draw the attention of a sovereign. As he wiped the blood from his lips, he realized that today he could not slay Wang Sheng and Ai Li. Unlike Mu Lin, the two were under the protection of their own sovereign, rendering Mu Qing utterly outmatched. The two sovereigns, witnessing Mu Qing's decision to abandon the pursuit of Wang Sheng and Ai Li, breathed sighs of relief. Each of them had their own adversaries, risking injury to save the pair during battle. Destroy the mother bug's nest. Ku Fei suddenly shouted at Mu Qing. He had unleashed his full power, defeating the top sovereign of Shaolin. It was evident that Ku Fei was employing barrier techniques, consolidating the forces of the storm. Each punch and palm strike contained terrifying might. He and Li Chao joined forces, 2 top sovereigns confronting the chief counselor. The current situation was turning dire for the chief counselor and his allies, as their sovereigns began to falter, adversely affected by Mu Qing's dragon leap technique, which hindered their ability to wield their primal forces effectively. In this contemporary era, the speaker has completely lost all semblance of humanity. His once normal eyes have transformed into a ghastly green. Protrusions resembling bone spurs erupt along his spine, and a pair of insect wings unfurl from his shoulders, emitting a chilling roar. Ku Fei is acutely aware of the pivotal point. If the maternal insect's lair is destroyed, the forces aligned with the speaker will collapse like a house of cards, utterly disbanding. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing nods in agreement. He possesses the capability to effortlessly eliminate formidable foes such as 9th-tier martial sovereigns, rendering him one of the most potent warriors beneath the monarchs. With a commanding shout, he ascends into the clouds, conjuring tempestuous winds that sweep through the swarming insects. This spectacle mirrors the barrier techniques previously employed by Kufei. Yet Mu Qing's prowess lies in the dragon leap technique, commanding the formidable forces of wind and storm. With a mere flick of his hand, dark clouds gather in the sky, illuminated by ethereal blue lightning and golden thunderbolts that incessantly manifest. It is evident that the dragon leap technique significantly amplifies Mu Qing's strength, granting him the extraordinary ability to summon storms. However, given his current cultivation level, his dominion extends only to half of the federal division. Beyond that, its efficacy diminishes considerably. How astonishing! Exclaims Ji Jia, standing beside Ziyu and Ziyang, her delicate features alight with amazement. Her crimson locks are slightly disheveled as she gazes skyward, where Mu Qing resembles a deity, wielding lightning and commanding the tempest with an awe-inspiring presence. Truly formidable. The Z siblings share in the shock, pondering how, in such a brief span of time, Mu Qing has attained such incredible power. They are well aware of his potential, having witnessed a significant figure from the federal headquarters extend aid to him, yet they never anticipated that he could reach such heights so swiftly. The winds summoned by Mu Qing slice through the air like blades, while the raindrops from the clouds fall like bullets from a machine gun, imbued with tremendous force. Under this relentless assault, the insect horde suffers catastrophic losses, as the ominous clouds above unleash two types of lightning. Although the ethereal blue lightning lacks sheer power, its invisible and elusive nature inflicts substantial harm on the insects, some of which explode into clouds of crimson mist before they even comprehend the danger. In contrast, the golden lightning is exceptionally domineering, akin to a mighty dragon. A single bolt strikes the earth with such ferocity that it creates a gaping crater, obliterating any insect caught in its path. Suddenly, a surge of waves erupts as black fish leap from the water, their formidable aquatic energy entwined around them as they crush hundreds of insects. With a gaping maw, a colossal black void appears, consuming the hapless insects. Mu Qing approaches the maternal insect's lair, raising the thunder pool and bringing it down with great force. Boom! The ground quakes violently, golden lightning detonating in a brilliant display, resulting in numerous insects perishing near the maternal lair. Yet, astonishingly, the lair merely trembles slightly before falling silent. Such formidable defenses! Mu Qing exclaims in astonishment. For the thunder pool wields immense power capable of vanquishing even ninth-tier martial sovereigns. Yet, this maternal lair withstands his assault without sustaining even a scratch. Its defensive capabilities must rival those of a monarch. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, repeatedly employing his abilities. Yet, he was still unable to affect the mother bug's nest. Give up. Only beings of the king's level can inflict substantial damage upon the mother bug's lair. The once human, now grotesque counselor bellowed. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, for he sensed a formidable energy brewing within the mother bug's nest. It would not be long before swarms of king-level insects began to emerge. Although king-level insects could not compare to the might of human sovereigns, it is essential to understand that the true terror of the insect race lies in their sheer numbers. Once the energy within the mother bug's nest coalesces, an overwhelming multitude of king-level insects would descend, and the tide would inevitably turn. Mu Qing's expression darkened, but in the next moment, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, numerous transparent crystals materialized in his hands. These crystals, formed from the energy consumed by the little black fish, each contained unimaginable power, yet could not be absorbed. Shun Yi and the others shuddered slightly, aware of the potency of the transparent crystals in Mu Qing's possession. The severely injured Wang Sheng's pupils contracted as he urgently shouted for someone to stop Mu Qing. However, it was too late. Mu Qing swiftly produced 20 transparent crystals and hurled them toward the mother bug's nest. With his rising cultivation, the power of the transparent crystals had become increasingly terrifying, augmented by the considerable energy the black fish had devoured during this time, resulting in an abundance of these crystals in Mu Qing's grasp. Mu Qing hurriedly retreated, for even he was uncertain of the destructive power that would be unleashed upon the detonation of the 20 crystals. Commanding the winds and clouds, he soared several hundred meters away in an instant. Surrounding the mother bug's nest, the 20 transparent crystals suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, releasing waves of potent energy that distorted the very fabric of space. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, a resplendent mushroom cloud shooting towards the heavens, its radiant light flooding the entire area. Sensing such a powerful surge of energy, even the kings paused their battles to gaze in that direction. "Well done," Kufei exclaimed with a grin. Waves of energy surged outward in all directions, sending countless insects spiraling into the air, their bodies obliterated. Centered around the mother bug's nest, the brilliant energy waves engulfed the surroundings, annihilating nearly all the insects. Even Mu Qing was struck by a powerful shockwave, spitting blood as he was propelled backward. He squinted against the blinding brilliance of the transparent crystal's explosion. Yet, he could still discern that within the magnificent mushroom cloud, the mother bug's nest had been utterly shattered. Minutes later, the residual energy finally dissipated, leaving behind a deep crater where the mother bug's nest once stood. The ground was riddled with cracks. The explosive force of the 20 transparent crystals was astonishing, decimating the majority of the insect race. How could this be? The counselor's face turned ashen. His last glimmer of hope extinguished. His confidence stemmed from the maternal worm's nest, a gift bestowed upon him by the king worm. Far superior in quality to that of the maternal worm's nest in Hangzhou, sufficient to give birth to king worms. "We must retreat," Wang Rong shouted. As the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation, the senator's eyes flickered. Although he was reluctant, he ultimately chose to withdraw. "Since you have arrived, do not leave." A figure suddenly appeared, followed by a group of federal personnel racing in from a distance. They were all kings. "The headquarters personnel have arrived." Ding Wang, already bearing numerous injuries, exhaled in relief upon seeing the figures in the sky. The Ding family had long since established contact with the federal headquarters, yet they had not anticipated their arrival would be so delayed. There were over a dozen personnel from the federal headquarters, each a king, led by a stern-faced middle-aged man. "A top-tier king. Attack!" The man bellowed, and they joined the fray, demonstrating formidable power. The senator's faction could no longer hold out. After more than half an hour, one by one, the kings fell, and the senator was captured, along with the Wang family and other forces that had aided him, all subdued by the federal headquarters. At last, the curtain fell on the affair. Mu Qing and his companions rescued the siblings Ji Jia and Ziyu, while the federal division's forces were reorganized. "You must be Mu Qing, indeed worthy of the esteemed one's attention." A representative from the federal headquarters approached Mu Qing, seemingly familiar with him, a warm smile gracing his face. Through their conversation, Mu Qing learned that this individual was an exceptionally powerful top-tier king, even stronger than Kufei, holding a highly esteemed position within the federal headquarters, named Qingcheng. Qingcheng was the speaker of the federal headquarters, arguably the most powerful figure therein. Unlike the representatives of various regional federal divisions, the members of the federal headquarters were predominantly top-tier kings, and Qingcheng, as speaker, possessed terrifying strength. "I apologize. We encountered some obstacles on our way." Qingcheng later expressed his regrets to Ding Wang. He should have arrived much earlier, but had faced an interception by the insect race en route. "The insect race?" Mu Qing was taken aback. Qingcheng nodded, his expression grave, stating, "It is the king worms that appeared in Hangzhou, along with the mysterious figures, and Ji Xiangfeng. Weren't they in the west?" Mu Qing furrowed his brow, recalling previous reports that indicated the main forces of the king worms and other insect races had ventured westward to seize a colossal city. Qingcheng sighed. "The insect race has fully matured. Despite their various plans failing on the surface, their hidden strength is exceedingly formidable." He informed Mu Qing that, according to investigations by the federal headquarters, the insect race had already begun to establish roots in the west, to the extent that even the powers of the Western Church could not eradicate them. Furthermore, the insect race had constructed a wormhole akin to a spatial passage, allowing them to traverse from the west to the east at will. But didn't the insect race just begin to develop? Why doesn't the federal headquarters dispatch powerful forces to eliminate them in one fell swoop? Ding Wang questioned, puzzled. Although the Zerg currently appear formidable, the Federation headquarters should, in fact, be even more powerful. Qingcheng shook his head, his expression slightly altered as he remarked, "You must be aware of the events transpiring on Mars, correct? Previously, there were rumors circulating online that Mars has been completely seized by the Zerg. Moreover, according to Zhou Siyu's revelations, the Zerg intend to use Mars as a stronghold to invade Earth." He continued, "In reality, we recently discovered that the Zerg on Mars are also constructing wormholes. Most of the formidable warriors from our Federation headquarters have gone to oversee the wormholes. The wormholes created by the Zerg are exceptionally robust. Even a coalition of several top-tier kings is incapable of inflicting any damage upon them. The majority of our powerful warriors stationed at the wormholes are there to prevent the more terrifying Zerg from reaching Earth. The remaining warriors are stationed at headquarters to guard against sudden assaults from the savage beast tribe. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, transforming the clouds into a vivid crimson hue, while dark mists began to spread ominously. "Did you do this?" Qingcheng Guard inquired, directing his gaze towards Mu Qing. Recalling that Mu Qing had previously demonstrated extraordinary abilities to summon winds and rain. However, Mu Qing furrowed his brow and shook his head, asserting that this phenomenon was not of his doing. "For some reason, since just now, I felt as though someone is hiding in the sky," remarked Jiang Yuanjia, who approached with a perplexed expression. With his extraordinary sensory abilities, it was the first time he felt such uncertainty. As Jiang Yuanjia finished speaking, a dreadful aura unexpectedly swept through the air, causing the faces of all present to change dramatically. Mu Qing and the others looked up to see several figures appearing in the sky, with the foremost figure clad in a blood-red robe and possessing blood-red eyes. Indeed, it was the King Bug. Behind him were Ji Xiangfeng and a mysterious individual enshrouded in dark energy. "It's you." Qingcheng's expression turned grave. They had previously encountered the trio of the King Bug, whose strength was formidable. All three were at the pinnacle of power. However, the King Bug had previously obstructed their pursuit and left, yet they had not anticipated their sudden reappearance at this moment. "What do you intend to do?" Qingcheng's face was marked with gravity, fully aware of the terrifying power the adversaries possessed. Particularly alarming was the blood bead in the King Bug's hand, which wielded extraordinary might. Some kings speculated that it might be a treasure exceeding the realm of kings. "Naturally, I intend to capture all of you," the King Bug laughed, having always presented himself in human form, leaving none the wiser about his true nature. Lord King Bug, the subdued head of the council, suddenly expressed overwhelming joy, as if he had found a pillar of support, his face brimming with sycophancy. This display elicited feelings of revulsion among the others. Witnessing a top-tier human king reduce himself to a lackey of the Zerg in such a disgraceful manner. However, the King Bug did not respond to him. Instead, he raised his exquisitely pale finger and pointed. Boom! The council head's body suddenly erupted, disintegrating into a mist of blood. The King Bug waved his hand, absorbing the blood from the council head's demise, and then summoned forth a blood bead. The crimson orb suddenly swelled, suspended high in the sky, resembling a sanguine sun. A cascade of bloodlight descended, causing a dramatic shift in the countenance of all present. They realized their powers had been severely diminished. Those beneath the rank of martial sovereign found themselves utterly powerless, unable to wield their primal force. While those above the sovereign rank had at least half of their strength curtailed, only the monarchs retained a mere fraction of their abilities. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, recognizing this ability as akin to his dragon leap technique, albeit with notable differences. His own technique could not render those beneath the sovereign rank completely devoid of power. Had the esteemed Ning Feng, the true monarch, employed the dragon leap, even the mightiest monarch would be left powerless. "You can perish." A sinister grin twisted upon the visage of the King Bug as a blood blade materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he cleaved a member of the Ding clan in twain. Despite the overwhelming number of monarchs on Mu Qing's side, they appeared somewhat disadvantaged before the formidable presence of the three adversaries. Unless those ancient anomalies, surpassing the monarch rank, emerged from their seclusion, death was assured. Ji Xiangfeng sneered coldly. A green glimmer flickered in his eyes. Once tinged with a hint of familial affection towards Ji Jia, he now bore an icy indifference. The enigmatic figure was direct, raising a hand to unleash a dark sword light that pierced the heavens and the earth. The sanguine sun above rotated, showering down streams of bloodlight, which manifested as insect-like creatures, each possessing the strength of a monarch. Qingcheng and Ku Fei, along with several other monarchs, charged forth to confront the King Bug. However, with a sweep of his blood blade, a terrifying force erupted, rending the very fabric of space and creating ominous black fissures. Qingcheng and Ku Fei sustained injuries, blood spilling forth. Ji Xiangfeng wielded an ancient bronze sword, proficient in the art of the blade, unleashing terrifying sword lights, each extending dozens of meters. The mysterious figure wielded a massive black sword, producing a 100-meter dark sword light that simultaneously dispatched two monarchs. Their power had escalated beyond measure. Cheng Jigua's brow furrowed deeply, finding the confrontation increasingly arduous. It was evident that the trio had not unleashed their true might when they initially obstructed them. Ha! All of you shall perish. You will become my nourishment. The king bug roared with arrogant laughter. Blood-red runes cascaded from his form, reminiscent of the blood sacrifice array that had once appeared at Shihu Academy. The king bug's true strength transcended that of a monarch. He required immense energy to restore himself. A heaviness settled in the hearts of the onlookers as they sensed their own blood surging, as if eager to escape their veins. Buzz. At that moment, a resplendent column of white light surged skyward, emanating a terrifying aura that even hinted at powers surpassing that of a monarch. The king bug sensed an immediate threat, whirling to gaze in its direction. Not far off, Mu Qing and Ding Wang stood beside Ping Yi, their expressions a mixture of amusement in stark contrast to Ping Yi's astonishment. Before them lay a jade pendant radiating a dazzling light, with a drop of blood upon it. The white beam of light erupted forth from this very pendant. Chapter 248. The Woodsman Strikes, Surpassing the Power of Kings. In a certain part of Beijing, a brilliant white beam connected heaven and earth. Simultaneously, within the verdant realm of Qingcheng Mountain in Chengdu, an elderly man, who had been chopping wood, abruptly halted his actions. A look of exhilaration spreading across his face. The Ping family. Truly, it is a member of the Ping family. The woodsman reached out, and to his astonishment, the very fabric of space before him was torn asunder. He plunged into the rift, vanishing from sight. However, a trace of blood began to trickle from the corner of his eye. What is happening? The expression of the king insect shifted as he sensed an unimaginable aura of threat. This presence was terrifying, having entirely transcended the realm of kings. Crack! A rift appeared in midair, and to the astonishment of all, a stooped figure forcibly tore through the void, stepping forth with great strides. It was none other than the woodsman from Qingcheng Mountain. Indeed, it is the bloodline of our Ping family. The woodsman suddenly turned to gaze at the jade pendant emitting the soaring beam of light. His expression was one of profound excitement. It was known that the ordinary blood of a Ping family member would merely cause the pendant to emit a faint glow. The radiant beam before him was so intense that even if the woodsman were to drip his blood upon it, such an extraordinary phenomenon could not occur. It was evident how potent the Ping blood flowing within Ping Yi truly was. Overwhelmed with joy, the woodsman had lived alone for countless years. Witnessing the once thriving Qingcheng Mountain fade into obscurity, he had intended to guard the Heavenly Master's cave until his life force waned completely, never anticipating that there were still members of the Ping family in the outside world. Splendid, splendid. The woodsman laughed heartily, his aura intensifying with emotion, surging forth like waves. All the kings were taken aback. Before this elder, they felt a sense of insignificance, as if gazing up at a titan. The woodsman approached Ping Yi, brimming with excitement, gripping Ping Yi's shoulders, surveying him with evident satisfaction. Ping Yi, however, was somewhat bewildered, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. In this battle, he ought to have been the least noticeable, although he was the captain of the Qingcheng Guards and had now ascended to the 7th tier of martial respect. He could barely contend with an 8th tier martial respect. Yet, he had not anticipated that a being seemingly surpassing all kings would suddenly appear by his side. He understood that these changes seemed connected to Mu Qing and Ding Wang, as the king insect unleashed a tremendous aura, exuding arrogance. Mu Qing and Ding Wang suddenly arrived beside Ping Yi. Without a word, they cut a wound upon his fingertip and allowed the blood to drip onto the pendant. Where are your parents? Where are they? The woodsman inquired of Ping Yi, disregarding the insect faction. Though the king insect was formidable, he was but a trifling opponent to the woodsman. The king insect and his companions furrowed their brows, realizing that a significant upheaval had occurred, even attempting to harness the power of the blood orb in a bid to annihilate the woodsman. However, in the next moment, a look of horror appeared in the blood-red eyes of the king bug, for he realized that his body had been ensnared by some mysterious force, rendering him utterly immobile. A tempest of fear surged within him. He could not ascertain when he had been bound, and the nature of this binding power was remarkably peculiar. Imbued with an ethereal essence reminiscent of immortals, the techniques of the celestial beings. The blood-eyed king bug was profoundly shocked, for the celestial race was one of the great races of the universe, standing alongside the titans and dragons. Not only he, but also Ji Xiangfeng, the enigmatic figure behind him, and all the forces of the insect tribe were simultaneously ensnared by this unseen power. In Ji Xiangfeng's eyes, a green light erupted, and he emitted a roar. Having acquired the resources and secret techniques of the insect tribe, he had attained the prowess of a top-tier sovereign. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the binding force. My parents are within the city of Beijing, Ping Yi remarked somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, the woodcutter's face lit up with joy. A person of such rich Ping lineage must surely have parents who were direct relatives of the Ping family. The woodcutter's countenance gleamed with delight, and he soon learned from Ping Yi that the reason he established the Yanwang organization as Qingcheng Guard was due to frequently seeing the 3 characters of Qingcheng Guard at home. Excellent. With such a rich lineage, under my personal guidance, you will undoubtedly reach the level of a sovereign within a year. The woodcutter was thoroughly satisfied with Ping Yi, growing increasingly fond of him. Ping Yi, however, stood there in a daze, unable to process the situation. Old Master Ping, there is still a group of insect tribe individuals over there. Ding Wang interjected, gesturing towards the distance. The woodcutter's joyful expression finally waned. He turned his gaze towards the king bug, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. It was the celestial master who had led the Qingcheng Guard to confront extraterrestrial foes in the universe, which was indeed connected to the insect tribe. The woodcutter finally took action. Clad in coarse cloth and bearing a bundle of firewood on his back, he was not to be underestimated by the numerous sovereigns present. With a radiant palm, he summoned a talisman, which swiftly transformed into a massive axe. It resembled the very axe he used for chopping trees, shimmering as it swung with ferocity. With a resounding crash, a black thread appeared in the sky, a manifestation of space being torn asunder, creating a long and narrow opening. With a crack, the blood-red runes on the ground shattered completely, an invisible ripple sweeping across, cleaving the crimson light in twain. The king bug howled in fury as the blood beads in the sky automatically returned, enveloping the 3 of them in a crimson glow, only to vanish without a trace. This time, it was the woodcutter who was taken aback. Although he did not mind, he had exerted all his strength. Yet he did not expect the binding force to be directly disrupted by the blood beads. Those blood beads were no ordinary treasure. The woodcutter furrowed his brow. Despite his prowess surpassing that of a sovereign, he could not intercept the power of the blood beads. Ultimately, matters concerning the insect tribe faded into obscurity, and as a being transcending the sovereign level, the woodcutter naturally garnered the favor of various factions. However, it was evident that he held little regard for these forces. In his heart, the primary concern was to locate Ping Yi's parents. He eagerly anticipated meeting the other members of the Ping family. A ray of dawn light flashed as the woodcutter departed with tranquility. The entire faction of the long-standing counselor had been apprehended, and the personnel from the federal headquarters took the opportunity to reorganize the Beijing branch, simultaneously appointing Ku Fei as the new counselor of the federal division. This unexpected turn of events left Ku Fei astounded, once a fugitive due to his dual personality. He never imagined he would rise to such a position within the federal branch. The quack doctor, laughing heartily, chose to join the federal division as a counselor. Given his close relationship with Ku Fei, siblings Ji Jia and Ziyu also opted to remain with the federal division, while families such as the Shun, Yang, and Ding clans departed. Uncle Mu Qing, I need your assistance. At this moment, Rat Old 3 climbed onto Mu Qing's shoulder. Chapter 249. The transformation of Rat Old 3. Rat Old 3 gazed at Mu Qing with anticipation. Simultaneously, Zhou Siyu leaped atop Mu Qing's head, revealing that if they could obtain a drop of Ji Jia's blood, she possessed the means to fully awaken the dragon lineage within Rat Old 3. Mu Qing was astonished. He had witnessed Rat Old 3 transform into a dragon-rat hybrid before, a metamorphosis that significantly enhanced its power. Furthermore, since Zhou Siyu had imparted some dragon martial techniques to Rat Old 3, it was now capable of rapid cultivation, achieving speeds comparable to Mu Qing during the fusion of heaven and earth. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qing ultimately consented to assist Rat Old 3 in obtaining the precious blood from Ji Jia. Presently, Rat Old 3 had already attained the level of a 7th-tier martial sovereign, and when its full power erupted, it could contend with an 8th-tier martial sovereign. This strength was indeed formidable. In the past, even within the federal division of Hangzhou, it would be regarded as a master. However, in comparison to Mu Qing's current prowess, it was scarcely noteworthy. It is essential to acknowledge that Mu Qing himself had reached the 8th tier of martial sovereignty, and when he unleashed his true capabilities, he could rival those on the cusp of kingship. Mu Qing believed that upon achieving the 9th tier bloodline, his power would undergo a qualitative leap, rendering even kings no match for him. He was confident in his combat prowess and felt immense satisfaction with his capabilities. During his time on Kunlun Mountain, Ku Fei had triumphed over Mu Qing Shu, who had reached the kingly realm, using barrier techniques. Mu Qing was convinced that upon reaching this level of cultivation, he would surpass even Ku Fei. A week later, the federal headquarters took decisive action to eradicate those factions that had previously aided them. However, during this process, unexpected occurrences arose. Cheng Zhigua personally intervened, intent on completely eliminating those who had assisted the insectoid faction. However, every member of the Wang family, including Wang Sheng, inexplicably vanished. This was exceedingly peculiar, and Cheng Zhigua speculated that they might have utilized the insect faction's wormholes for large-scale spatial displacement. Furthermore, the Mu family also disappeared entirely, along with members from the Western Church and Elder Mu of the Yan Huang organization. Both the Western Church and Yan Huang organization issued wanted notices. Yet no further actions were taken. Particularly, the Yan Huang organization, having regained the Thunderstar Corps with the federal headquarters assistance, did not even extend a word of gratitude. In other words, the loss suffered by the Zerg this time is not substantial. They possess a wormhole ability that allows for large-scale spatial relocation at any moment, minimizing their damages. Mu Qing harbored skepticism, although the upper echelons of the Yan Huang organization claimed that Elder Mu had single-handedly pilfered the Thunderstar Corps. It was known that this core was a remnant left behind after the demise of a beast god. How could it be so easily stolen? According to the intelligence he had gathered, the Thunderstar Corps was secured within a hidden chamber, overseen collectively by all members of the Elder Council. Elder Mu had only recently joined the council. If he had taken the Thunderstar Corps, the other elders of the Yan Huang organization would undoubtedly be aware of it. Frowning, Mu Qing felt that this incident had not dealt a severe blow to the Zerg, as most had already utilized the miraculous wormholes for spatial relocation and had vanished without a trace. The situation was as it stood. Primarily due to the disunity among the various factions on Earth, it was not merely a matter of China, but the West faced similar discord. Cheng Zhigua sighed deeply. The major factions in the East maintained a semblance of cordial relations, whereas in the West, the Church and the Blood Clan were perpetually at odds, engaging in fierce conflicts that resulted in countless casualties. Ultimately, Mu Qing procured a drop of blood from Jijia. Her current state was somewhat peculiar. She seemed to have emerged from the shock of her father's betrayal of the human race, and the power of the dragon within her had significantly deepened. Even when Mu Qing stood before her, he could sense an oppressive force emanating from her, akin to a spiritual pressure that was quite formidable. The fact that this sensation could instill a sense of trepidation within Mu Qing's very soul attested to the immense strength of the dragon power she possessed. During their time in the Kunlun secret realm, Jijia had already proven to be exceptionally formidable. Now, she had truly entered a phase of unparalleled strength. Particularly when Jijia sliced her fingertip and offered Mu Qing that singular drop of blood, even Zhou Siyu was taken aback. The dragon essence contained within that drop of blood was overwhelmingly potent, almost transforming into a small, blood-colored dragon, imbued with a sense of spirit. Zhou Siyu employed a certain technique to inject this transformed dragon blood into the body of Radold III. Her cultivation had surpassed that of Radold III, reaching the 8th tier of martial sovereign, akin to Mu Qing. Zhou Siyu's origin was exceptionally unique. She was neither human nor of the Titan race, nor did she belong to any of the myriad species within the universe. She was a fusion of the memories of the cursed god and some cursed powers, born unexpectedly. According to her own account, it was the special powers of the purple lightning bamboo within Mu Qing's mind that granted her a sliver of vitality. Moreover, Zhou Siyu did not need to engage in deliberate cultivation. Her realm surged dramatically on its own, quickly surpassing Radold III. A series of black patterns coiled around Radold III's body, emanating painful cries from its mouth. Subsequently, a multitude of dragon scales emerged, entirely replacing its fur. Mu Qing felt a sense of anticipation as he sensed the pure dragon power coursing through Radold III, its strength rising abruptly. It is evident that the transformation of Rat III has become increasingly pronounced. to the point where it is nearly unrecognizable from its former identity as a beast of the Ratman tribe. Mu, my young brother, this beast you have tamed is rather extraordinary, Cheng Zhigua remarked in astonishment as he observed Rat 3 undergoing its metamorphosis. He had encountered the Ratman species of fierce beasts before, which typically could only attain the 6th tier of martial artists due to the limitations of their bloodline. However, what was peculiar about Rat 3 was the latent dragon blood coursing within it, a phenomenon that coincidentally aligned with Jia's own dragon blood, enabling her to catalyze its awakening. With a fierce roar, Zhou Siyu conjured a series of incantations, weaving intricate black patterns into a grand formation, thereby unleashing the potent energy contained within Jia's drop of essence blood. Another roar erupted from Rat 3 as it tilted its head skyward, its physique morphing dramatically, shedding all rodent-like characteristics. Instead, it emitted a series of dragon roars, its aura escalating to the 8th tier of martial honor, embodying the essence of a prodigy. Its body became adorned with a plethora of golden scales, resembling a majestic suit of armor, while horns sprouted from its head, transforming its visage to that of a dragon. Its claws were wreathed in golden flames, exuding a divine majesty. Behind it, the formerly bare rat tail thickened and became encrusted with scales. It had utterly transformed into a dragon man. Chapter 250. The arena competition. I, Rat 3, have finally risen to prominence. Rat 3 bellowed with pride, reveling in the unimaginable power surging within. In that moment, it felt as though it could effortlessly rend a 9th-tier martial honor adept in twain. The air around Rat 3 crackled with dragon-shaped primal energy, and all present recognized that they were not facing a mere Ratman beast, but a true dragon. With a ferocious roar, Rat 3 unleashed its fury, reaching the apex of its bloodline tier. After a prolonged bout of exhilaration, it gradually reigned in its primal energy. Suddenly, Rat 3's expression shifted in bewilderment as it realized that all its dragon scales had vanished, retreating beneath its skin, and its original rat fur had reemerged. Where have my dragon scales gone? What of my horns and tail? Rat 3 lamented, not anticipating that its glorious form would dissipate along with its aura. Nevertheless, Zhou Siyu had successfully awakened the dragon blood within. Henceforth, every time Rat 3 engaged in battle, it would manifest the power of the dragon. That evening, Cheng Zhigua departed with the personnel from the Federation headquarters. In his chamber, Mu Qing inhaled deeply, aware of the fall of the Thunderstar Corps. Yet, he understood that this treasure was invaluable to the Yanhuang organization and would never afford him an opportunity to acquire it. 3 months later, in the northern district of Thundersnake City, a group was navigating through a sea of fierce beast carcasses. This party was none other than the Qingcheng Guard. Ever since Pingyi was taken away by the woodsman, the captain of the Qingcheng Guard had become Mu Qing, a decision made by Pingyi himself, who had witnessed Mu Qing's formidable prowess and acknowledged his strength. Captain, do you think Ling Fei can truly break through? Yang Kaijin inquired curiously, observing Ling Fei being besieged by dozens of fierce beasts not far away. At this moment, Ling Fei was drenched in blood, surrounded by formidable beasts of the 7th rank, with several even of the 8th rank. Jiang Yuanjie and Cheng Mei could hardly bear to watch, as the battle was exceedingly fierce, and Ling Fei's life hung by a thread. Despite having ascended to the 6th rank of martial artist through rigorous training, he now faced the daunting challenge of these 7th and 8th rank beasts. Mu Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes narrowed. He understood the peril of the situation, yet it was Ling Fei's own proposal to engage in such brutal combat to elevate himself, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his capabilities. Furthermore, Ling Fei's unique mutated blood spirit empowered him to break through in dire circumstances. Over the past 3 months, with Mu Qing's assistance, the Qingcheng Guard had accomplished an innumerable number of missions, sweeping through the entire Leishi city and ascending to 16th place on the Yanhuang organization's leaderboard. Today, their task was to clear the northern district, perfectly timed with Ling Fei's moment of breakthrough, allowing the others to refrain from intervening. A terrifying roar erupted from Ling Fei's mouth. As a golden light surged into the sky, he had successfully advanced to the 7th rank of martial artist. Behind him, a golden lion with 7 heads unleashed a roar, sending shockwaves through the air, accompanied by golden flames that engulfed the surrounding 7th rank beasts in a cataclysm of destruction. Upon witnessing Ling Fei's breakthrough, Mu Qing swiftly took action. He summoned a mass of dark clouds, from which ethereal blue lightning and golden thunder descended, causing the beasts to emit anguished cries as their bodies exploded. In less than half an hour, all the beasts were annihilated, leaving Jiang Yuanjie and Cheng Mei utterly astonished. Mu Qing's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Anyone below the 9th rank of martial artist stood no chance against him. Ling Fei collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Yuanjie hurried to assist him, while the others collected the beasts' corpses, acquiring numerous star cores that could fetch a substantial amount of money. Upon returning to the Yanhuang organization, they were greeted by various martial artists and martial masters, all acknowledging the Qingcheng Guard, a dark horse team that had surged from the potential rankings to the forefront of the leaderboard. Ding. After Mu Qing submitted their mission, the Qingcheng Guard's points rose again, reaching 14th place. Tomorrow, the organization's higher-ups would host a tournament, rumored to offer abundant resources to all participants. Cheng Mei conveyed the recent news to Mu Qing. This tournament was abruptly announced by the upper echelons of the Yanhuang organization, and what particularly caught Mu Qing's attention was the reward for the first place, a precious stone known as the Xuanwu Stone. The Xuanwu Stone, derived from cosmic meteors, contained an immense reservoir of energy. Mu Qing had previously inquired about this stone and was confident that absorbing its energy would allow him to break through to the 9th rank of martial artist. The tournament was open to all martial artists below the 9th rank, with lucrative rewards awaiting those who emerged victorious in their matches. Though the reasons behind the sudden decision of the Yanhuang organization's higher-ups to hold this competition remain unclear, the prospect of substantial rewards for each victory has undoubtedly sparked joy among all participants. The following day, within a grand arena constructed within the Yanhuang organization, the stage was set. Presiding over the contest were two elders, one clad in yellow robes and the other in azure. Both were masters of the highest caliber. Observing the assembly with cheerful expressions, as nearly the entire membership of the organization had gathered. In this competition, each combatant would have 1 minute of reprieve after their battle. If no challengers emerged within that time, they would be declared the champion. It is assumed that everyone is already acquainted with the details regarding the rewards and rules of the contest, so I shall refrain from reiterating them. The elder in yellow stepped forward, proclaiming, "The contest officially begins." No sooner had his words resonated than a flurry of figures surged onto the stage, all being 4th or 5th rank martial artists. The earlier one ascended the platform, the weaker their opponents, as those of greater strength would naturally reserve their efforts for the final confrontation, vying for the coveted top position. The contest does not feature specific rankings. Only a singular champion, who alone would be awarded the coveted Xuanwu Stone. The truly formidable fighters would prefer to bide their time until the end to seize the title in one decisive strike. Those of a martial artist caliber, however, were eager to secure a victory, as even a single win would yield considerable benefits, and 2 victories would be an outright boon. Beside Mu Qing, Jiang Yuanjie, Cheng Wei, and Yang Kaijin also ascended the stage. All were 6th rank martial artists, likely capable of achieving multiple victories. Are those members of the Qingcheng Guard? Some teams speculated upon seeing Jiang Yuanjie and his companions. They were taken aback to discover that these were merely 6th rank martial artists. Many teams, particularly those ranked in the top 20, scrutinized the sudden emergence of the Qingcheng Guard, deeming it unjust. They were acutely aware that their own ascent to the top 20 on the scoreboard had been earned through blood and sweat. While the capabilities of the Qingcheng Guard seemed insufficient to undertake perilous missions, the teams within the top 30 were predominantly composed of martial artists of the 7th rank or higher, with the leaders of the top 20 all being 9th rank martial artists, and many team members boasting ranks of 7th and 8th. In contrast, the Qingcheng Guard, with a mere 8th rank martial artist as their leader and the majority being 6th rank, naturally garnered little respect. Many regarded the Qingcheng Guard as having gained an unfair advantage, leading to a palpable disdain toward them. Make sure to inform me when that Mu Qing takes the stage. I intend to teach him a lesson about why the flowers bloom so vividly, declared a stern 9th rank martial artist, the captain of the 15th ranked team, clearly irked by Mu Qing's presence above him. It seemed that the Qingcheng Guard was destined to face humiliation. A stunningly beautiful woman laughed, her movements graceful and vibrant, flanked by 2 9th rank martial artists, eliciting awe and reverence from those around her. The woman in question is none other than the captain of the team currently ranked 2nd on the leaderboard, known as the Poison Rose. Her ostentatious demeanor led to her downfall. A burly man shook his head beside her, flanked by 3 formidable 9th-tier martial sovereigns. He is the captain of the team ranked first, the indomitable Diamond. Nearby, a group of 9th-tier martial sovereigns radiated an aura of unparalleled menace. Remaining utterly indifferent to Mu Qing, their focus solely on their own ambitions. All of them are captains of the top 10 teams, each having reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, a mere step away from becoming true kings. This crucial step hinges upon the Xuanwu Stone, awarded to the victor of the arena competition. The 10 captains awaited the final moment to seize the opportunity for first place, dismissing all others as inconsequential, including the currently resplendent Mu Qing. Boom. At this moment, the arena, once bustling with a dozen combatants, now featured only one remaining contender, Yang Kaijin. Although adept at healing through his blood spirit, Yang also proved effective in combat, having secured victory in 3 matches before ultimately succumbing to a 6th-tier martial master. Renowned for his offensive prowess. Is this what a player from the 10th tier looks like? Pathetic. The victor, brimming with arrogance, showed no fear of Yang Kaijin, brazenly mocking the Qingcheng Guards. Ha ha ha. What a fine jest. A contestant from the lower ranks unable to best even a potential list contender. Truly laughable. The crowd erupted in derision. Yang Caijin's face flushed with embarrassment as he returned to Mu Qing's side, nursing his wounds. I'm sorry for bringing shame to Qingcheng Guards. The swift ascent of the Qingcheng Guards in the rankings can be attributed primarily to Mu Qing's terrifying strength and extensive range of attack methods, enabling him to complete tasks with maximum efficiency. In comparison, the strength of the others paled. 6th-tier martial masters were numerous on the potential list, and the one who had just bested Yang Kaijin was the captain ranked second on that list. With a smile, Mu Qing gestured for Yang Kaijin to rest beside him, his gaze flashing with intensity as he regarded the teams that had mocked the Qingcheng Guards, a cold glimmer flickering in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yuanjie and Chang Wei descended, their spirits dampened. The opposition they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Cheng Wei was directly defeated by a 7th-tier martial sovereign. Moreover, both Cheng Wei and Jiang Yuanjie bore the distinction of being part of a team ranked within the top 20, inciting considerable animosity. Almost everyone yearned to defeat a member of the Qingcheng Guards, relishing the prospect of triumph over a team of such standing. At that moment, Ling Fei stepped forward, making his way towards the arena. Others scoffed, viewing Ling Fei as nothing more than a target for their mockery, believing the Qingcheng Guards to be utterly at their mercy. Present on the arena was a 7th-tier martial sovereign from a team ranked quite low, yet he was exuberant, convinced that Ling Fei could not possibly match his strength. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a brilliant golden light erupted from Ling Fei, and with a single, powerful punch, the man was sent reeling, blood spewing forth as he was hurled back. The arena now belonged to Ling Fei. Finally, a truly formidable contender had emerged from the Qingcheng Guards, prompting some spectators to retract their mocking smiles. They could discern that Ling Fei possessed the capability to vanquish a 7th-rank martial sovereign with a single strike, indicating that his prowess was indeed exceptional among his peers. However, for the teams ranked within the top 50 on the leaderboard, Ling Fei remained insufficient. No matter how formidable he was still merely a 7th-rank martial sovereign. Ling Fei relentlessly engaged in battle, securing victories in 5 consecutive matches, each concluded with a decisive punch. I shall deal with you. A figure materialized before him, revealing an 8th-rank martial sovereign. Ling Fei's expression turned grave as he clashed with his opponent. Ultimately, Ling Fei unleashed the Golden Lion's roar, a visible wave of sound reverberating through the air, intertwined with indomitable golden flames. The 8th-rank martial sovereign retreated, wary, and leaped off the stage. Is it the Qingcheng Guards? Allow me to confront you. Another imposing 8th-rank martial sovereign emerged, his stature formidable, and his countenance fierce, emanating an extraordinary aura. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, recognizing that this individual hailed from the team ranked 5th on the leaderboard and had fully attained the strength of a 9th-rank martial sovereign. He glanced at a nearby man with a hooked nose, who smirked at him insidiously. The animosity in the man's eyes was unmistakable to Mu Qing. Brother Wang, you are meddling in such trivial matters? The Poison Rose expressed her surprise at the hooked-nosed man. The Qingcheng Guards regarded the top 10 teams as mere ants, unworthy of their attention. Ha. I merely harbor a grudge against the captain of the Qingcheng Guards. The hooked-nosed man's eyes glinted with fervor. Chapter 251. A single palm. The strength of that man is formidable. A flicker of seriousness crossed Mu Qing's gaze. Although Ling Fei was powerful, he remained a 7th-rank bloodline, capable of defeating an 8th-rank martial sovereign. Yet against the apex of 8th-rank martial sovereigns, he was likely to be outmatched. As Mu Qing had anticipated, Ling Fei battled with the 8th-rank martial sovereign on the stage for a full half-hour before ultimately facing defeat. Ha! The Qingcheng Guards are nothing exceptional. The man bellowed with laughter. Ling Fei was sent flying, grievously injured. The force exerted by his opponent was overwhelming, even beyond his capacity to withstand. He conceals even greater strength. Ling Fei returned to Mu Qing's side, speaking in a low tone. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow and subsequently inquired with Yang Kai, discovering that the individual on the stage was Ding Li, a member of one of the top 5 teams on the leaderboard, who had long possessed the might of an 8th-rank bloodline. He is likely now a 9th-rank martial sovereign. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, sensing the terrifying power emanating from within Ding Li. Ding Li showcased his prowess on the stage, winning 5 subsequent matches, his strength drawing the attention of many. Captain of the Qingcheng Guards. Ding Li's gaze suddenly fixed on Mu Qing, his face alight with provocation as he laughed. Mu Qing, as the captain of the Qingcheng Guards, do you not wish to step forward and avenge your comrade who has just fallen before me? Or is it that you lack the strength to confront me, fearing embarrassment? Ha! Ding Li taunted Mu Qing fiercely, while the others murmured in discontent regarding the Qingcheng Guards, who had unexpectedly surged into the rankings of the top 10 teams. In their eyes, Mu Qing, the captain, was merely an 8th-level martial master, accompanied by a handful of martial artists. How could he possibly accomplish so many tasks? Despite the Qingcheng Guard's high ranking on the leaderboard, others remained unconvinced. Oh, are you certain you want me to intervene? A subtle smirk played on Mu Qing's lips, his gaze flickering with a hint of mockery. However, Ding Li was utterly oblivious, consumed by arrogance, convinced that his recently attained 9th-level bloodline strength would easily overpower Mu Qing. Go on. Don't hesitate. Charge. The members of other teams began to incite one another, their faces adorned with scorn, already envisioning the scenario of Mu Qing being ruthlessly brought down by Ding Li. They eagerly anticipated this spectacle, as many felt disgruntled by the seemingly inferior strength of the Qingcheng Guard, which had nonetheless risen above the rest. Do you dare to step up when I call you? Ding Li shouted, garnering the support of many teams around him. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing finally stood up. He appeared slender as he leisurely approached the arena, moving with grace. Jiang Yuanjie and the others exhibited no signs of concern, for they were well aware of Mu Qing's prowess, recalling his formidable presence against the Zerg during their time in the Federation's branch. Ha! What's wrong? Are you too frightened to move? Ding Li laughed boisterously. To the onlookers, Mu Qing's actions seemed to be driven by fear. One palm, Mu Qing uttered softly. Ding Li was taken aback. What do you mean by one palm? I mean, to deal with you, I only require one palm. A flicker of lightning danced in Mu Qing's eyes. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, all present momentarily stunned, only to erupt into a cacophony of derisive laughter. Ha! You, a mere 8th-level bloodline, might not even stand a chance against a team ranked around 50. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can defeat Ding Li with a single palm. I dare say it will be Ding Li who defeats you with one blow. Having climbed the ranks through connections, Ding Li's expression darkened, his voice dripping with menace. You've gone too far, brat. He felt utterly insulted. Ding Li, a member of the team ranked 5th on the leaderboard, had publicly displayed his strength at the 8th level, while secretly having broken through to the 9th level. This was the reason he could easily vanquish Ling Fei, whose mutated blood spirit was formidable enough to defeat an 8th-level martial master, but faltered against Ding Li's concealed power. Watching Mu Qing, Ding Li was seething with rage, as he discerned no signs of submission on Mu Qing's face, which irritated him further. What are you so calm about? Do you genuinely believe you can defeat me with a single palm? Ding Li roared. A torrent of profound primal energy erupted from him, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the 8th level. In Ding Li's eyes, Mu Qing was merely at this level, and he was confident that by secretly tapping into the power of his 9th-level bloodline, he could easily defeat Mu Qing and humiliate him before everyone. At that moment, regardless of Qingcheng Wei's high standing on the leaderboard, they would be subjected to the derision of countless spectators. Mu Qing, indeed, seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The poison rose cast a fleeting glance at Mu Qing before averting her gaze. She recognized that Mu Qing was truly an 8th-level martial sovereign. Yet he audaciously claimed he could deal with Ding Li with a mere palm strike. Witnessing Mu Qing's brazen arrogance, the captains of the top 10 teams ceased to pay him any mind. In contrast to Poison Rose and her companions, others grew increasingly eager, anticipating the moment when Ding Li would deliver a severe thrashing to Mu Qing, the captain of Qingcheng Guard. Prepare to meet your doom. Ding Li's blood spirit manifested as a pristine white leopard, unleashing a tempest of snow that cloaked the arena in a layer of ice. Mu Qing's expression remained unchanged as the frost power encroached upon him. In less than 10 seconds, he was enveloped in a shroud of ice. It seems you are frightened. Young lad, best stand still and allow me to defeat you. The white leopard behind Ding Li let out a fearsome roar, releasing a wave of chilling air. It was evident that this frigid aura harbored tremendous power, transforming the ground into a slick sheet of ice. The chilling force surged violently, morphing into a leopard that lunged toward Mu Qing with a roar. At that pivotal moment, Mu Qing suddenly extended his hand, striking the void with a forceful slap. Ding Li was momentarily stunned, sensing an inexplicable, lethal threat of death, only for that sensation to vanish in an instant. He found this peculiar but chose not to dwell on it, especially upon witnessing Mu Qing make no use of his powers and merely strike the air, prompting a chuckle from Ding Li. Come on. Everyone knows that Qingcheng Guard is all show and no substance, akin to a decorative vase. At least put on a decent performance, considering you rank in the teens. Ding Li adopted a tone of feigned sincerity. He even perceived Mu Qing as somewhat neurotic, exaggerating his ability to defeat him with a single strike, which was nothing more than a slap against thin air. The surrounding crowd felt a wave of disappointment. They had anticipated Mu Qing to at least put up a fight, ultimately succumbing to Ding Li with a look of despair rather than this apparent surrender. The frost on Mu Qing continued to accumulate, and after a minute, he had transformed into a frozen statue, his posture permanently capturing the moment of his futile strike against the air. TCH, this is dull. Even as an 8th-level martial sovereign, he behaves like a mere martial artist. Someone remarked, shaking their head. Ding Li, too, found the spectacle tiresome. When Mu Qing had boasted earlier, he had contemplated how to exact his revenge. Suddenly, a sense of unease surged within Ding Li, growing more intense by the second, causing goosebumps to rise along his skin. A chill ran down his spine as he felt as though he were face to face with death itself. Boom. Abruptly, the snow leopard formed from the chilling air was obliterated by an inexplicable force. With a resounding crash, an invisible power surged toward Ding Li. A flash of blood erupted as Ding Li's chest caved in, charred and blackened, while he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his expression one of utter disbelief as he was hurled off the stage. Everyone was taken aback, utterly bewildered, as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. They witnessed Mu Qing encased in ice, only to see Ding Li inexplicably defeated, his injuries severe. Crack! The ice sculpture that was Mu Qing suddenly shattered, and he emerged from the remnants, his expression devoid of emotion. I said with one palm, just one palm, Mu Qing declared, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the crowd. Who else dares to challenge me? Chapter 252. Defeating the enemy standing alone on the arena, Mu Qing gazed down upon all. Yet no one dared to approach him at that moment. The spectators were still lost in contemplation of the recent spectacle. Their expressions were blank, immersed in confusion, unable to grasp what had transpired. How had Ding Li been vanquished? It truly was a single palm strike. Yet, there had been no discernible energy fluctuation accompanying it. A gasp escaped someone's lips, the realization dawning that Mu Qing was indeed formidable. He had proclaimed beforehand that a single palm would suffice to defeat Ding Li. And the reality had proven him right. A seemingly aimless strike had left Ding Li gravely injured and unconscious. Poison Rose, with her delicate brows furrowed, found herself equally perplexed. Unable to discern the secret behind Mu Qing's strike, she cast a glance at King Kong, the revered champion of the Yan Huang organization. However, he too wore a frown, deep in thought, clearly unable to uncover any clues. It was instead the captain with the hawk-like nose, ranked 5th on the leaderboard, who clenched his fists tightly, his eyes igniting with a fearsome flame, a murderous intent radiating from him gradually. I shall take my turn. A figure leaped onto the arena, a captain ranked 61st. whose cultivation had reached the 8th tier of martial sovereignty. Is it you? Mu Qing regarded him with disdain, noting the insignificance of an 8th tier martial sovereign. It was known that Ding Li, despite appearing to be of the same rank, possessed the bloodline prowess of the 9th tier. This challenger was evidently weaker in comparison. What? Are you afraid? The man, undeterred by the atmosphere, sought to challenge Mu Qing. To the onlookers, Mu Qing seemed merely an ordinary 8th tier martial sovereign. However, Mu Qing had no intention of wasting time on such trivial opponents. He swiftly unleashed a palm strike. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the man was flung backward, his body erupting in a spray of blood, suffering a fate far worse than Ding Li. He lay on the brink of death, and had it not been for the timely intervention of 2 elders present, he would not have survived much longer. What a peculiar strength! Even the 2 elders were astonished. Yet, they paid little heed, for they were aware of Mu Qing's true capabilities. Once again, that enigmatic palm strike. The surrounding crowd gasped, their attention fully captured. Yet they still failed to discern anything amiss. Mu Qing's actions appeared as though he were striking at the air, while his opponent, as if performing in a play, spewed blood and was sent flying. Yet everyone understood that Mu Qing's adversaries were no mere actors. Both Ding Li and the recent challenger had indeed been struck by a terrifying force. Is there anyone else? Mu Qing spoke softly, his voice, tinged with a magnetic quality, resonating throughout the space. Those who had previously harbored disdain for the Qingcheng Guard fell silent. Dai Lao Air, it's your turn. The hawk-nosed man commanded, his expression somewhat grim, calling forth the second-ranked member of the team to ascend the stage. Dai Lao Air, a young man already possessing the strength of a 9th-tier bloodline, was a trusted confidant of the hawk-nosed man. Rising to his feet, he immediately set off toward Mu Qing upon receiving the command. A flicker of wariness crossed Dai Lao Air's heart, for he had witnessed Mu Qing's 2 strikes aimed at the air, yet had failed to discern their essence. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state to its optimal moment, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing right before Mu Qing. You are stronger than the previous 2, Mu Qing remarked, his eyes shimmering with electric sparks. Yet, the following words from Mu Qing caused Dai Lao Air's countenance to shift dramatically. However, you are only marginally stronger, if you can withstand one of my strikes. Consider it a victory. This statement ignited a murderous intent within Dai Lao Air. As a dignified 9th-tier martial master, he found himself profoundly disdained. I shall end you. Dai Lao Air charged forward, his blood spirit erupting into a 6-tiered pagoda entwined with starlight. He activated the pagoda, conjuring a star, imbued with an overwhelming aura, that hurtled toward Mu Qing. Though this was not a genuine star, the power it emanated was formidable. Should it strike, even Mu Qing's robust physique would sustain damage. A flicker of seriousness crossed Mu Qing's face. He understood it was time to unleash his true strength. His eyes radiated with a mysterious energy, and as his pupils contracted, the world around him seemed to slow, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations of spatial rules. His focus remained steadfastly on Dai Lao Air. In midair, the star descended upon Mu Qing, but at that moment, he too initiated his movement. He directed another strike at the air, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Identical to his previous actions, almost casual in demeanor. Dai Lao Air's expression turned wary, having observed Mu Qing in 2 earlier battles. He noted how each confrontation concluded with a single strike, leaving his opponents inexplicably injured. Yet, a smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Mu Qing's lips. In this encounter with Dai Lao Air, while he employed the palm thunder technique, he had actually summoned the majority of his internal power. Moreover, utilizing the perceptive ability of the purple lightning bamboo to identify weaknesses, he thoroughly comprehended Dai Lao Air's vulnerabilities. This strike, though seemingly akin to the previous 2, bore an exponentially greater potency. Dai Lao Air, alert and cautious, suddenly felt a tremor in his body, experiencing an unsettling sense of foreboding. Before he could react, a thunderous roar erupted. A dazzling explosion of energy rained down from the heavens, and he looked up in horror, realizing that the star attack he had conjured had inexplicably shattered. This is bad. Dai Lao Air's scalp prickled. He could see nothing, yet the sensation of impending doom was unmistakable. His back suddenly turned pitch black, smoke billowing forth, and he was hurled backwards. With a resounding thud, Dai Lao Air fell to the ground. Although his injuries were not severe, and he still possessed the strength to fight again, he had already left the arena. Departing from the arena signified Dai Lao Heir's failure to challenge the champion, thus granting Mu Qing victory in the third bout. How could this be? Even Dai Lao Heir, a ninth-tier martial artist, was no match for him. The spectators erupted in excitement, screams filling the air. At that moment, they finally comprehended that Mu Qing was far from the weakling they had previously imagined. While the other members of the Qingcheng Guard might not rival other teams, Mu Qing, as the captain of the Qingcheng Guard, was indeed qualified to rank among the top 20 captains. After all, if even Dai Lao Heir was defeated by Mu Qing with a single strike, how terrifying would his true power be? The captains ranked in the top 10 rose to their feet, their expressions grave, as they felt the pressure emanating from Mu Qing for the first time. Mu Qing had struck 3 times, each time concluding the battle with an exceptionally peculiar palm strike. Even the 2 elders from the Yanhuang organization failed to discern the nuances. Is there anyone else? The simple 3 words echoed from Mu Qing's lips, resonating around them, silencing those who had been eager for action. Mu Qing's 3 strikes, each resulting in an effortless victory, had indeed left most in shock. I shall. Half a minute later, a robust figure leaped onto the arena. Chapter 253. A stunning palm before Mu Qing stood a figure, also a 9th-tier martial artist, a muscular man clad in a tank top. Had the captain ranked in the top 10 finally lost his composure? Someone exclaimed. They realized that the muscular man who had just entered the arena was indeed the 10th-ranked captain. The strength of this captain of the Qingcheng Guard conformed to his rank. Yet he was overly arrogant, challenging everyone. Surely, with the arrival of a top 10 captain, defeat was inevitable. Indeed, the top 10 captains possessed strength that far surpassed others, representing the pinnacle of 9th-tier martial artists. As the crowd witnessed the muscular man take action, a wave of cheers erupted, despite Mu Qing's previous strikes being exceedingly bizarre, each leading to victory with a single palm. Even now, some remained skeptical of Mu Qing's prowess, bolstered by the well-known strength of the muscular man. They believed Mu Qing might indeed possess the ability to match someone ranked in the teens, but against a captain from the top 10, he would surely be outmatched. Kid, you are indeed formidable. To defeat a 9th-tier martial artist with the strength of an 8th tier is truly a mark of genius. The muscular man looked down upon Mu Qing, towering above him. However, no matter how peculiar your techniques may be, they will falter before overwhelming power. With that, the muscular man charged forward, his blood spirit manifesting in a strange form, a golden paper that instantaneously erupted into a dazzling golden light. The muscular man transformed, becoming a 3-meter-tall golden giant. As if cast from gold. It's the 9 transformation golden body. Someone shouted. The 9 transformations of the golden body is a formidable martial technique acquired by the muscular man from the Yanhuang organization. When unleashed, his entire being transforms into a colossal golden titan, strikingly similar to the Arhut golden body of Shaolin, showcasing immense power. As he gazed upon the towering 3-meter golden giant, Mu Qing remained remarkably composed, uttering just 2 words. This provoked an uproar among the onlookers, even causing the captains of the top 10 teams to change expression slightly. Could it be that the captain of the Qingcheng Guard was merely boasting? He was merely an 8th-rank martial sovereign. How could he possibly withstand the assault of the 9 transformations of the golden body? The crowd immediately lost faith in Mu Qing. It must be noted that this muscular man was the captain ranked 10th on the leaderboard, and in the state of the 9 transformations of the golden body. Even an average 9th-rank martial sovereign would struggle to endure a single punch from him. Many believed Mu Qing was destined to be defeated by the muscular man's strike. However, the expressions of several captains in the top 10 gradually grew grave. From previous encounters, they had discerned the true might of Mu Qing. Realizing he was far from being an arrogant fool, observing Mu Qing's demeanor, the likes of Poison Rose perceived his unwavering confidence, as if he truly believed he could vanquish the muscular man with a single blow. Yet even the Golden Titan was perplexed. He too had practiced the 9 transformations of the golden body and had become the foremost under the king within the Yanhuang organization. While his comprehension of the technique might surpass that of the muscular man, the explosive power he could muster was sufficient to defeat an ordinary 9th-rank martial sovereign. Golden Titan could not fathom what means Mu Qing possessed to potentially strike down the muscular man, who had mastered the 9 transformations of the golden body, with a single blow. After observing Mu Qing's previous strikes, they had come to understand the peculiar force behind his palm. Although powerful enough to directly overpower a common 9th-rank martial sovereign, it seemed trivial against those of their formidable caliber. Having cultivated the 9 transformations of the Golden Body, one would expect to easily withstand Mu Qing's assault. Golden Titan fixed his gaze intently on Mu Qing. "Prepare to meet your end," roared the muscular man, launching a punch that erupted in golden light. As he transformed into the Golden Giant, his aura surged dramatically. The golden light emanating from his muscles became razor-sharp, piercing forth like flying swords. A flicker of gravity crossed Mu Qing's eyes as he unleashed a surge of profound primal energy from within. Finally, many observers' expressions shifted, for it was the first time they sensed the fluctuations of primal energy emanating from Mu Qing. This indicated that the muscular man had indeed exerted pressure on him, preventing Mu Qing from relying on his previous enigmatic palm techniques to secure victory. At that moment, arcs of golden lightning began to manifest around Mu Qing's form. To the astonishment of all, Mu Qing's stature swelled, reaching a height of 5 meters, his body enveloped in a dense shroud of golden lightning, forming an electrifying armor. The towering Mu Qing, now a giant of lightning, surpassed the muscular man by an additional 2 meters. The muscular man struggled to suppress the profound shock within him as he gazed up at Mu Qing. The once imposing figure of the 9-turned golden body now seemed diminutive. Forced to confront Mu Qing. What kind of martial skill is this? The muscular man swallowed hard. Despite the overwhelming sense of dread emanating from Mu Qing's transformed form as a colossal being of lightning, he remained defiant. Having cultivated the 9-turned golden body to the 3rd level, he stood at a towering 3 meters tall, earning his position as the 10th-ranked captain on the leaderboard. A testament to the formidable nature of this martial art. He held confidence in the 9-turned golden body, especially since the mightiest of the Yanhuang organization, the king, also specialized in this technique. With a powerful fist, he launched an attack, conjuring a golden fist imbued with earth-shattering force. This punch represented the culmination of all his strength, distorting the very fabric of space. In the outside world, such a blow could easily topple a skyscraper. Mu Qing slowly extended his hand, fingers splayed wide, and let his palm descend at an excruciatingly slow pace. Boom! A mysterious rumble of thunder echoed as ethereal clouds enveloped Mu Qing, imbuing him with an otherworldly aura. Simultaneously, a fierce wind swept through, revealing a colossal hand formed entirely of golden lightning. The hand was intertwined with azure bolts of electricity, and as the tempestuous winds howled, the muscular man found himself momentarily frozen in place. A look of terror spread across his face as he sensed an invisible force constricting the flow of his internal energy. With a resounding crash, Mu Qing's palm struck down, unleashing a torrent of thick golden lightning that surged forth, shattering the golden fist and delivering a cataclysmic blow to the muscular man's body. With a sickening thud, he was sent hurtling backward, unconscious on the ground. His bones shattered beyond repair. Medical personnel rushed forward to carry him away. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Figures like Poison Rose and King Kong sprang to their feet, their eyes now filled with apprehension. This strike was unlike the previous peculiar palm technique Mu Qing had demonstrated. It was sheer, unyielding power that decisively vanquished the muscular man. Everyone remained engulfed in the aftermath of Mu Qing's staggering display of strength. Poison Rose bit her lip in contemplation, her expression turning pale with realization. She understood that even with her utmost effort, she could not deliver a single blow strong enough to defeat the muscular man, let alone inflict such grievous injuries. Is there more? Mu Qing's calm voice reverberated through the air, met with a profound silence in response. They were all awestruck by Mu Qing's prowess. Compared to his previous enigmatic technique, this display of sheer dominance was overwhelmingly shocking. At that moment, it became evident to everyone present that Mu Qing's true strength surpassed that of an ordinary 9th-level martial sovereign. How terrifying! No wonder the Qingcheng Guards could effortlessly ascend the ranks. They had such a formidable captain leading them. The members of the Yanhuang organization voiced their astonishment, and it became clear why the Qingcheng Guards, despite their overall weakness, could still secure a position within the top 20. Thanks to the presence of a captain as powerful as Mu Qing, with a single strike capable of defeating the captain ranked 10th. It is likely that Mu Qing's true prowess could place him within the top 5. This prompted speculation about Mu Qing's abilities. The captain ranked 5th, Wang Yunkai, is reputed to be a pinnacle 9th-level martial sovereign. His mastery over the art of fire manipulation has garnered admiration even from the elders. I believe Mu Qing can at most be ranked 6th. Someone shook their head in disagreement. Clap, clap, clap. A man with a hawk-like nose approached, his hands applauding. Although he wore a smile, those around him could distinctly sense the chilling aura emanating from within him. It was Wang Yunkai. Was he about to make his move? How strange. Why did I sense an inexplicable murderous intent directed at Mu Qing from him? The poison rose, with her delicate brows furrowed, detected something amiss. While they had previously looked down upon Mu Qing, only Wang Yunkai harbored such animosity towards him, and now he radiated an unmistakable aura of hostility. Chapter 254. Defeating Wang Yunkai, Mu Qing stood calmly on the arena, his hands clasped behind his back, observing the man who approached him, still applauding. The hawk-nosed man exuded a formidable presence, each step causing the primal energy within him to surge. Finally, he stood before Mu Qing, gradually lowering his hands, the cold smile on his face dissipating. Mu Qing, you truly astonish me, Wang Yunkai remarked, flames bursting forth from his body. I doubt my brother, resting in the underworld, could have ever anticipated that you would ascend to such heights. His gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing an unimaginable killing intent. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, finding Wang Yunkai's words rather perplexing, while he too felt the intense murderous aura emanating from him. Then, he was taken aback, noticing a radiance erupting from Wang Yunkai's back. It was an ancient hunting rifle, a terrifying crimson flame surging forth. This blood spirit appeared remarkably familiar. Mu Qing recalled that during his time at Shihu Academy, Wang Haishuan's blood spirit was also an ancient hunting rifle, adept in fire-based attacks. Ah, it seems you remember. Wang Yunkai advanced step by step, the murderous intent in his eyes growing ever more pronounced. His face contorted as he declared, my dear brother was meant to cultivate alongside me within the Yanhuang organization. Yet you took his life? Mu Qing finally grasped the situation. Wang Haishuan, whom he had slain in the Kunlun secret realm, was indeed Wang Yunkai's brother. Your strength is formidable, and the Wang family in Hangzhou has suffered greatly due to the insectoid threat, but I am still here. Wang Yunkai bellowed, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Qing. I will reclaim everything for my brother. Today, you shall surely fall. Wang Yunkai did not intend to eliminate Mu Qing immediately. He sought to gradually erode Mu Qing's confidence, leaving him in utter despair. Each of Mu Qing's victories was a boon for him. He aimed to elevate Mu Qing high, only to let him crash down with devastating force. Sunblaze, Wang Yunkai roared, and suddenly, a sea of crimson flames surged in the air, sweeping towards him. Within this fiery expanse, each flicker of flame harbored mysterious symbols, exuding an extraordinary might. Even a single flame from this inferno could incite a catastrophic blaze. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the immense pressure bearing down upon him. Wang Yunkai was indeed formidable. The very essence of his fiery power ignited a sensation within Mu Qing's core, as if his primal force was on the verge of being consumed. Yet, in the face of this tumultuous sea of flames, Mu Qing calmly uttered 2 words, one palm. In an instant, the crowd erupted with fervor. Even the expressions of the poison rose and her companions shifted, revealing their unease. Wang Yunkai was not to be compared with the earlier muscle-bound adversary. His prowess had transcended that of an ordinary 9th-level martial sovereign. And what of Mu Qing's cultivation? Merely an 8th-level martial sovereign, audaciously claiming he could vanquish Wang Yunkai with a single strike. What could he possibly possess in terms of capabilities? Jin Gang and the poison rose furrowed their brows. Scrutinizing Mu Qing, they could not discern the source of his confidence. While the strength he had previously wielded against the muscle man was indeed formidable, it was utterly inconceivable that he could defeat Wang Yunkai with a single blow. Jin Gang gazed at Mu Qing with a penetrating gaze. If Mu Qing could indeed replicate his prior might and strike down Wang Yunkai with a single palm, then his strength might very well rival Jin Gang's, perhaps even surpass it. You are overly arrogant. Wang Yunkai seethed inwardly, his fury intensifying. He recognized Mu Qing's strength, yet was taken aback by the calmness with which he proclaimed his intent to defeat him with a single palm. Such audacity was unparalleled. Even the second-rank Poison Rose would not dare to make such a claim. With a roar, the raging inferno surged violently, countless fiery symbols converging to form a blazing demon. Wielding a massive flaming hammer, hurtling towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing readied himself. Wang Yunkai's prowess was unquestionable, and he understood the necessity of unleashing an even greater technique to achieve victory with a single palm. Boom. Suddenly, Mu Qing raised his hand, drawing the gaze of all present to his elongated palm. Everyone was eager to discern what extraordinary means he intended to employ to defeat Wang Yunkai with a single strike. With a whoosh, a torrent of profound primal energy erupted from Mu Qing, transforming into a vast ocean that surged forth. "What is that?" someone screamed, realizing that the entire arena had been engulfed, submerged in a boundless expanse of water. This water was peculiar. Even those with martial prowess could sense an inexplicable force emanating from it, interspersed with mysterious runes. "This is the 10,000 Waters Barrier, a barrier martial art," Jing Gang exclaimed, rising abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. The two elders who had been observing the battle also gasped in astonishment, recognizing Mu Qing's profound comprehension of barrier techniques, executed with remarkable finesse, nearing mastery. Boom! Columns of water ascended heavenward, coalescing in midair to form an enormous hand that descended with crushing force. With a resounding crash, the formidable energy collided as the hand conjured by the 10,000 Waters Barrier forcefully struck down, clashing with the fiery demon's assault. Subsequently, a powerful shockwave erupted, as the watery hand obliterated the flaming demon, extinguishing the inferno. However, the water comprising that great hand was also evaporated by the flames, transforming into a cloud of white mist. Haha, is this truly the palm that can defeat me? Wang Yunkai laughed heartily, flames of crimson erupting from his body, coalescing into a sea of fire once more. However, outside the arena, the poison rose and the diamond frowned, their gazes fixed upon the white mist, sensing an unsettling surge of energy. At last, Wang Yunkai too sensed something amiss. His smile abruptly faded as he looked up. In the next moment, he beheld a pool formed from golden thunder, held aloft by fierce winds, descending upon him. The gusts transformed into a true dragon, spiraling above the thunder pool, emitting a series of resounding roars that inexplicably caused the primal force within Wang Yunkai to falter. Boom! The heavens unleashed torrents of lightning, shaking the entire arena, as the thunder pool struck Wang Yunkai, extinguishing all flames. With a muffled thud, Wang Yunkai's chest caved in, the bones within surely shattered beyond count. As he was sent hurtling backward, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom that this excruciating pain was inflicted by Mu Qing. After all, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th tier of the martial sovereign, a prominent figure within the Yanhuang organization, having undertaken countless perilous missions. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would be defeated by an 8th tier martial sovereign, and with a mere palm strike. Such a formidable individual existed within our Yanhuang organization. Following a profound silence, the crowd finally regained their senses, expressing their astonishment. Each of the top 5 captains on our Yanhuang organization's leaderboard was comparable to the prodigies of the external forces. And Mu Qing's triumph over Wang Yunkai with his 8th tier bloodline was nothing short of extraordinary, outstripping even those esteemed prodigies. Mu Qing took a deep breath, casting a calm glance around, and inquired, "Is there anyone else?" He was intent on claiming first place, for the unique reward for the top rank was a piece of Xuanwu stone, imbued with energy sufficient for him to transcend into the 9th tier of martial sovereign. At that juncture, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. In truth, the captains within the top 10 of the leaderboard were also eyeing this coveted first position. At their level, they were all preparing to ascend to the realm of sovereigns, but the path to this pinnacle was fraught with difficulties. In recent years, only the fierce wind sovereign, Elder Mu, had successfully broken through, and he was now mysteriously absent due to his connection with the insect race. This Mu Qing possessed astonishing talent, and there were murmurs of a significant background. Should we really allow him to proceed? At that moment, the elder clad in yellow turned to the elder in blue beside him, inquiring through a discreet communication method, inaudible to others unless they matched his cultivation level. The elder in blue glanced at Mu Qing, sighed, and replied, "That task can only be executed by those beneath the sovereign rank to ensure secrecy." Hearing this, the elder in yellow sighed as well, his gaze upon Mu Qing tinged with a hint of pity. "Is there anyone else?" Mu Qing, with an imposing presence, stood upon the arena, clad in casual attire, suppressing all his aura as he surveyed the crowd. Should no one challenge Mu Qing within a minute, He would claim the title of first place and receive the Xuanwu stone. His gaze was primarily fixed on the poison rose and her companions, knowing that they housed captains ranked within the top 10 of the leaderboard. However, even the captain of the team ranked third in the standings felt an immense pressure, hesitating to step forward. The poison rose also exhibited a glint of trepidation in her gaze, ultimately shaking her head, believing herself to be no match for Mu Qing. I shall. At that moment, the formidable King Kong finally emerged. Chapter 255, Battling King Kong in the Final Seconds. When everyone thought no one dared to challenge Mu Qing, King Kong appeared. He was the captain of the team ranked first in the standings, renowned as the foremost individual beneath the king, a testament to his formidable prowess. King Kong, like the muscle-bound contender ranked 10th, had also cultivated the 9 turns golden body. However, his mastery of this technique was evidently superior, having achieved complete perfection. As anticipated, I knew King Kong would make his move. Cheers erupted from the crowd. As the preeminent figure beneath the king, every strike he delivered was a true visual feast. Mu Qing turned to regard the newcomer, a robust man, muscles taut, veins bulging like coiling dragons, exuding an aura of sheer strength. Standing alongside King Kong, even Mu Qing could sense a hint of pressure. You are indeed formidable. Perhaps even the poison rose would struggle against you. In terms of raw power, you could rank second within the entire Yanhuang organization. King Kong flashed a grin, effortlessly tearing his garments asunder. A physique radiating a soft golden glow materialized before the onlookers, each muscle brimming with explosive potential. An undercurrent of primal energy palpable in the air. The 9 turns golden body within the Yanhuang organization is a remarkably potent martial art, the path to mastery arduous. However, once perfected, it grants one a formidable physique, akin to the Shaolin's Arhut golden body, both being forms of body refinement. King Kong's 9 turns golden body had evidently reached an extraordinary level, merging primal energy with his flesh. Even without unleashing his inner force, he could wield astonishing power. You are strong, and it is all the more remarkable that you possess such might with merely an 8th-tier bloodline. When I ascend to the rank of king, the top of the standings will inevitably belong to your Qingcheng Guard, King Kong remarked gravely, observing Mu Qing. He recognized the overwhelming strength Mu Qing possessed, capable of defeating Wang Yunkai with a single strike despite only being at the 8th-tier bloodline. Should Mu Qing break through to the 9th tier, even King Kong might not stand a chance against him. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated King Kong's high regard for Mu Qing. I do not share that sentiment, Mu Qing replied, shaking his head. King Kong, taken aback, asked, What? Do you not comprehend your true strength? It is undoubtedly comparable to the peak of the 9th-tier bloodline. His confusion deepened, suspecting Mu Qing was merely being modest. I believe that there is no need to wait for your ascension to king. I can claim the top position right now. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with determination. King Kong's expression shifted, his demeanor darkening as he perceived Mu Qing's ambition to seize the top rank. Understanding that Mu Qing sought the Xuanwu stone to facilitate his breakthrough to the 9th-tier bloodline. Very well. In that case, let me see if your strength can indeed surpass mine. King Kong took a deep breath, his entire form swelling, a blinding golden radiance erupting forth. 2 meters, 3 meters, ultimately. Before Mu Qing stood a colossal figure towering 9 meters high, resembling a golden giant. In stark contrast to the muscular man from before, this giant exuded an extraordinary majesty, enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Behind it, 9 golden halos shimmered, reminiscent of the sun's rays. Upon achieving the pinnacle of the 9 transformation golden body, it could metamorphose into a 9-meter-tall golden giant, exponentially increasing its combat prowess. Mu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, for he discerned a hint of the Titan race within this 9 transformation golden body. However, it was evident that this form was far inferior to the bloodline techniques of the Titans. After all, the 9 transformation golden body could only reach a height of 9 meters, whereas the Titans' bloodline techniques were known to extend to thousands of meters. One strike. Mu Qing gazed at the golden giant for a long while before uttering these 2 words. At this moment, not only did the audience below the stage react with astonishment, but the golden giant's expression also shifted dramatically. It furrowed its brow and cast a peculiar glance at Mu Qing. Initially, it had admired Mu Qing's potential, which surpassed everyone else's imagination, but now, the audacity of claiming he could defeat it with a single blow was startling. You should refrain from overestimating yourself, the giant advised. Sensing that Mu Qing was becoming overly confident, the golden giant was widely recognized as the foremost individual beneath the king. Not only in our realm of Yanhuang, but even within the Federation, tales of the giant's prowess were legendary. It was utterly audacious for Mu Qing to boast of defeating it with a mere strike. Most people found it hard to believe, deeming it utterly incredible. The fact that Mu Qing, at the level of an 8th-tier martial sovereign, could reach such heights surpassed everyone's expectations. Yet the notion of defeating the golden giant in a single blow was simply implausible. However, there were those who dared to support Mu Qing, believing he might indeed continue his legacy of triumphing with a single strike. Previously, he had turned what they deemed impossible into reality, and some speculated that perhaps he truly could defeat the golden giant, even if they themselves struggled to believe it. "I genuinely think you're getting a bit too arrogant," the giant remarked, its expression darkening as it regarded Mu Qing. A slight smirk curled at Mu Qing's lips. "I am not arrogant, rather. I possess the strength to back my words." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and with a commanding shout, his garments erupted, unleashing an unimaginable wave of energy. Mu Qing's body began to swell, golden lightning coiling around him like a dragon. "It's that move," the giant exclaimed, recalling the scene from when Mu Qing had faced the muscular opponent. But so what? The 9-transformation golden body is regarded as one of the top martial arts in all of Huaxia. You cannot withstand it, the giant roared, launching a fist toward Mu Qing. The 9 golden halos behind it radiated an intensely blinding light, bestowing immense power upon its form. In response, Mu Qing bellowed, and a pillar of light erupted from within him. His physique surged to 10 meters, and golden lightning enveloped him, forming a suit of lightning armor. Bang! The mighty fist of the Titan crashed against Mu Qing, yet he remained resolute and unmoved, his 10-meter-tall frame standing like an immovable mountain, unscathed by even the slightest injury. How could this be? The Titan was astonished, only to realize that the golden lightning erupting from Mu Qing inflicted excruciating pain upon his arm. He hastily withdrew his hand, his expression one of profound shock as he beheld the towering figure before him. What kind of body refinement technique is this? The Titan was aghast. His 9 transformations golden body could not even breach Mu Qing's formidable defenses. With a light chuckle, Mu Qing recalled the words of Zhou Siyu, who had suggested that the pure Titan power within him, unexpectedly fused with the power of lightning, might lead him to become the first lightning Titan of the Titan race. Just moments ago, Mu Qing had utilized this lightning-infused energy to withstand the Titan's onslaught. "I said with one hand, just one hand," Mu Qing exclaimed, suddenly raising his hand. All the power within him surged forth, unleashing a thunderous roar akin to the drumming of celestial beings. His fingers splayed wide, as lightning serpents coiled around him, and the true dragon of the storm entwined, emanating an aura of primal ferocity and dominance that was distinctly Titan. Chapter 256. The embryo of the Titan body. What is this aura? The Titan's expression shifted abruptly as he discerned an unimaginable force emanating from Mu Qing's palm. Simultaneously, as Mu Qing's form expanded, the Titan felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed to trample upon his very essence, rendering his 9 transformations golden body utterly fragile before Mu Qing. Mu Qing transformed into a god of thunder, towering at 10 meters, as if a celestial being had descended. Titan hands descended with crushing might, accompanied by the swirling storm dragon and lightning serpent. Within his palm, there resided a tempestuous lightning pool. 9 transformations of the infinite. Cold sweat beaded on the Titan's forehead as he at last comprehended Mu Qing's source of confidence. This assault was overwhelmingly ferocious, beyond the capacity of an ordinary being to endure. He roared in fury, and the 9 golden halos behind him morphed into radiant suns, unleashing unparalleled golden light that enveloped the entire arena. The Titan had no choice but to unleash his most formidable techniques. Otherwise, he would surely be obliterated by Mu Qing's hand. His instincts screamed that if he did not exert his full power, he would be annihilated in an instant. To survive, he must employ his ultimate strikes to counter Mu Qing's onslaught. Boom! The clash of 2 tyrannical forces erupted, their residual might radiating outward, injuring several martial artists near the arena, causing them to cough up blood incessantly. 2 elders swiftly intervened, wielding their regal power to seal off the arena, preventing the energy fluctuations from spreading beyond its confines. Exchanging glances, Both elders recognized the terror mirrored in one another's eyes. The arena for this match was constructed from extraordinary materials, infused with power that suppressed primal forces. It could be said that within this arena, even a ninth-stage martial sovereign could not possibly release even a fraction of their strength. In this encounter between Mu Qing and King Kong, the intensity of the energy shock evidently surpasses the ordinary ninth-tier martial arts masters by countless degrees. The energy fluctuations are so profound that even the arena cannot contain them, dissipating freely into the air. This signifies that the force generated by the clash between Mu Qing and King Kong has reached a level akin to that of a monarch. Such prodigious talent, should we truly allow them to undertake that mission? Elder Huang in the yellow robe gasped in astonishment, deeply sensing the terrifying potential that Mu Qing possesses. Elder in the blue robe sighed, expressing a wish that this young man would not stand out so remarkably. Only the first place would be selected for the mission, hinging entirely on the outcome of his battle with King Kong. King Kong himself is an exceptional figure of prodigious caliber, and now with the emergence of Mu Qing, no matter who goes forth to execute the task, both elders feel a pang of regret, for in their hearts, the mission is virtually a death sentence. What will the outcome be? Can Mu Qing truly defeat the so-called strongest under the monarch with a single strike? The poison rose furrowed her brows, gazing intently at the arena. She was genuinely curious whether Mu Qing could continue the legend of defeating his foes with a mere palm, though it seemed almost inconceivable. Yet the power he unleashed instilled a flicker of possibility in the hearts of the onlookers. Impossible. King Kong's prowess is nearly on par with that of a half-monarch. For Mu Qing to defeat a ninth-tier martial arts master is already a considerable feat. How could he possibly be King Kong's match? Some scoffed, as the majority remained skeptical of Mu Qing's abilities, even though Mu Qing had previously demonstrated a formidable might that could deter hearts. Many still doubted that he could vanquish King Kong with a single blow. Captain, can he really defeat King Kong with just one strike? On the side of the Qingcheng Guards, Cheng Wei watched the arena anxiously, where radiant light blazed forth, golden beams crisscrossing like blades. It must be quite a challenge. I've heard that King Kong is universally recognized as the foremost ninth-tier martial arts master in Huaxia, capable of nearing the strength of a monarch when he unleashes his full power, Jiang Yuanjie remarked, his expression grave. In contrast, Zhou Siyu glanced at the situation in the arena and then seemed to lose interest, yawning and resting her head atop the third mouse's head, seeking slumber. I say, little ancestor, aren't you the least bit worried about Mu Qing? His opponent is none other than the renowned strongest under the monarch, King Kong. The third mouse curiously inquired of Zhou Siyu, noticing her apparent lack of concern. Zhou Siyu patted the third mouse's head dismissively, asserting, Mu Qing will undoubtedly triumph. The Titan clan's bloodline technique has erupted in his hands, sufficient to defeat King Kong. She waved her hand, signaling the mouse not to disturb her sleep. In truth, Zhou Siyu herself was astonished, according to the memories of the cursed deity. The Titan clan's bloodline technique requires other races to invest tenfold or even dozens of times the effort to cultivate. Yet, in Mu Qing, she found none of these characteristics. More alarmingly, after Mu Qing cultivated the energy within him, due to some unforeseen circumstance, the originally Titan power became inexplicably infused with the domineering force of lightning. The emergence of this lightning energy set Mu Qing's cultivation of the Titan bloodline technique on an entirely unique path, diverging from the typical Titan giants. Meanwhile, Mu Qing's cultivation speed in the bloodline technique far exceeded Zhou Siyu's expectations. She even began to suspect that Mu Qing was not human, but rather a prodigy of the Titan race, cultivating at a pace significantly swifter than that of ordinary Titans. Just moments ago, Zhou Siyu sensed a profound Titan aura emanating from Mu Qing, accompanied by the power of thunder. Instantly, she realized that Mu Qing must have made further progress in his understanding of the Titan bloodline technique, undoubtedly capable of defeating the formidable King Kong. Boom! On the arena, a dazzling golden light illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a series of tremendous roars. The onlookers were left astounded, as from the resplendent golden glow emerged a colossal hand, with an array of symbols cascading down like a torrential downpour. At that moment, King Kong's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he gazed at Mu Qing, witnessing the latter's body swell once more, growing from an impressive 10 meters to a staggering 20 meters. He had transformed into a Titan of thunder. Had the space within the Yanhuang organization not been ample, the ceiling would have been breached by Mu Qing's towering figure. What martial skill are you cultivating? King Kong gasped in disbelief, only to be struck by the immense hand. The 9 golden halos surrounding him shattered, and his body reverted to a normal human size, signifying that his 9 transformations golden body had been utterly breached. Standing at nearly 2 meters in height, King Kong appeared feeble beneath Mu Qing's imposing 20-meter giant form. And indeed, he was sent flying by a single strike, utterly defeated. Someone has been injured. As the golden light on the arena gradually faded, the crowd beheld a shadow plummeting from the stage. It was King Kong. Suddenly, someone cried out with a quiver in their voice. Poison Rose's face was one of disbelief, her hand covering her crimson lips. How could it be King Kong? Has Mu Qing truly succeeded? Oh my! Mu Qing has indeed continued the legend with a single strike. Even King Kong was vanquished by him. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Everyone's mouths gaped open, their faces etched with shock. King Kong lay on the ground, racked with pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, he suffered no serious injuries, merely sustaining some minor wounds. Meanwhile, the golden light on the arena completely dissipated as Mu Qing slowly emerged, slightly out of breath. He had returned to his normal state before the golden light faded. Thus no one aside from King Kong knew how he had managed to defeat his opponent. Thank you for your consideration, Mu Qing said as he descended from the arena, helping King Kong to his feet. He recognized King Kong's extraordinary strength. Had it not been for his sudden breakthrough in the Titan bloodline technique, the outcome might have been different. King Kong waved his hand, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. You truly are formidable. I doubt anyone anticipated you possessing such terrifying strength. His admission of defeat sparked a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Though I have been bested by you this time, I have a premonition that it won't be long before I break through to the realm of kings. I wonder if you will have the courage to challenge me once more then? King Kong stated earnestly. Although he could not acquire the Xuanwu stone, he felt that from Mu Qing's giant form, he had gleaned some insights that would soon lead him to a breakthrough. Mu Qing nodded and said, I am more than willing to accompany you. Shortly thereafter, Jin Gang hurriedly departed, his mind filled with the towering figure of Mu Qing, a nascent embodiment of a titan. Jin Gang believed he had touched upon a pivotal opportunity and decided to retreat into seclusion. Meanwhile, Mu Qing had just received the Xuanwu stone as a reward for attaining first place when 2 elders approached him, escorting him to another realm. This space was already populated with numerous individuals, all possessing royal-level cultivation, encompassing a diverse array of ages and genders, with over 30 of them clad in military uniforms. The Elder Council. Mu Qing was secretly astonished, puzzled as to why he had been brought to the Elder Council. Greetings, Mu Qing. We have an urgent task that requires your presence. A middle-aged man in a silver robe suddenly stood up. Chapter 257. The pressure of the king's Mu Qing regarded the silver-robed elder before him, whose aura surpassed all others. Undoubtedly a powerhouse on par with Kefei and Cheng Jigua, belonging to the pinnacle of royal strength. Senior, Mu Qing replied with a hint of respect, aware that everyone present was a formidable king, each surpassing him by considerable margins. Yet, he was still bewildered, having earned first place. He wondered why he was summoned to the Elder Council, and what the urgent task entailed. The silver-robed elder smiled faintly, introducing himself as Hu Hai, the founder of the Yanhuang organization and the Grand Elder of the Elder Council. The kings present were all prominent figures in Huaxia, each possessing royal cultivation. All eyes were fixed upon Mu Qing, instilling in him an inexplicable pressure. The reason we hastily organized this tournament and offered a substantial reward for first place was to identify the strongest individual beneath the royal level to undertake a mission, Hu Hai stated, his smile fading as he focused intently on Mu Qing. Only then did Mu Qing comprehend that had he been defeated by Jin Gang, it would have been Jin Gang standing in his place. This mission carries certain dangers, besides your Qingcheng Guards. We will also assign several formidable 9th-tier martial sovereigns to assist you. A military-clad individual rose, exuding an air of authority from head to toe. What is the nature of this task? Mu Qing inquired, curiosity piqued. Hu Hai sat down, gesturing for Mu Qing to take a seat. Once Mu Qing was seated, he spoke calmly. It concerns the insect race. The insect race? Mu Qing exclaimed, startled, recalling the fierce battles he had previously fought against them. Could it be that the insect race had reemerged? Indeed, The high-ranking powers of various factions in Huaxia have been convening in secrecy, formulating a plan to annihilate the insect race once and for all. Another king interjected, excitement illuminating his countenance. Hu Hai continued, the insect race's invasion of Huaxia, though it may have subsided, does not mean we are to be trifled with. Preparations have been thoroughly laid out. We intend to mount a counteroffensive against the insect race, aiming for their complete extermination. A trace of killing intent inexplicably emanated from him. Hu Hai further informed Mu Qing that this operation would not solely involve their Yanhuang organization. Even Western powers would lend their assistance. This plan aims to infiltrate the depths of the Zerg, and I initially believed that the victor would be Qingcheng. Yet it turned out to be you. Hu Hai cast a glance at Mu Qing. Indeed, Mu Qing is the more suitable choice. He has participated in battles against the Zerg multiple times and possesses an abundance of experience in confronting them, a quality that Qingcheng cannot rival. Some rulers expressed their admiration for Mu Qing. However, Mu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Yet upon reflection, everything seemed perfectly normal. Must I undertake this mission? Can I refuse? Mu Qing questioned. No. A ruler clad in military attire abruptly rose, his countenance darkening ominously as he admonished. If you wish to remain in Huaxia and desire your friends to stay here as well, you must execute this task. Mu Qing's expression soured at once. Do you mean to threaten me? Noticing the tense atmosphere, Hu Hai swiftly intervened, shooting a fierce glare at the military ruler before offering a conciliatory smile to Mu Qing. My apologies, this fellow is inherently temperamental. Please do not take it to heart. Hu Hai urged Mu Qing to undertake the mission earnestly. This task is merely a simple infiltration. All you need to do is transport specially designed energy bombs to the Zerg's nest, and I shall personally come to escort you. Hu Hai patted his chest, insisting that this mission only appeared perilous on the surface. Indeed, Mu Qing, with Hu Hai personally escorting you, there is no need to worry for your safety. The most formidable foes you will face are merely a few 9th-tier Zerg, which should pose little challenge for you, right? Several rulers encouraged Mu Qing to accept the mission. Ultimately, Hu Hai presented an exceptionally generous reward, including a complete star core from a ruler-level ferocious beast, along with various precious martial techniques, even a thunder attribute barrier technique. Once, my comrades and I risked our lives in a mysterious relic and acquired this thunder barrier. Its power is truly extraordinary. Your elemental affinity is thunder. Possessing this thunder barrier would undoubtedly elevate your strength to a new echelon. Hu Hai promised numerous benefits, and Mu Qing found himself somewhat swayed. The formidable might of the water barrier that Kafei had given him was astonishing. Acquiring the thunder barrier would indeed result in a significant surge in his power. Moreover, the complete star core from the ruler-level ferocious beast is undoubtedly a treasure that cannot be purchased, even with wealth. Mu Qing believed that if he absorbed the ruler's star core while at the 9th-tier martial sovereign level, he could effortlessly break through to the realm of rulers. What do you say? Were it not for the safety of humanity at stake, I would never offer such precious rewards. You stand to gain immensely. Hu Hai regarded Mu Qing, his words laced with temptation. Mu Qing was indeed tempted, yet his rationality remained intact. The multitude of rulers before him, all adopting a humble stance to curry his favor, was inherently unusual, coupled with rewards so enticing that even the rulers appeared captivated. Mu Qing was nearly certain that this mission was far from the simplicity it seemed. Perhaps, the peril of this task was akin to a life-and-death struggle. In the corner of the Elders' Council, the Elder in yellow and the Elder in blue exchanged glances, silently sighing. They observed Mu Qing's expression, realizing that he might have already deduced the perilous nature of the task at hand, which was, in reality, a near-certain death sentence. Most importantly, since Mu Qing had entered this council, he had relinquished his right to choose. He had to undertake the task whether he desired to or not. The reason Hu Hai was willing to offer his treasured possessions as rewards to Mu Qing was that, deep down, he understood that even if Mu Qing completed the task, he likely would not survive to return. As Mu Qing contemplated, approximately 10 minutes later, a tremor coursed through his body as he sensed a terrifying aura enveloping him. This aura was the power of a sovereign, akin to a mountain weighing tens of thousands of tons, pressing down upon him. His breathing became labored, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He recognized that the members of the Elders' Council were growing increasingly impatient, resorting to their imposing presence to coerce him. 20 minutes later, the atmosphere within the council was stifling. Mu Qing remained utterly still, gritting his teeth and enduring, his veins bulging like coiling dragons, his entire being drenched in sweat. At that moment, he was under the oppressive weight of at least 10 sovereigns. Had Mu Qing's physique not begun its transformation towards that of a titan, he would have been crushed into a state of severe injury within mere minutes. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure, surpassing all others, descended from the void, catching Mu Qing off guard and causing him to cough up blood. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed forward and saw Hu Hai looking back at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. The source of that oppressive force emanated from Hu Hai himself, who had lost all patience and intended to employ forceful means to compel Mu Qing. All right, I agree to undertake the task. Chapter 258, The Thunder Barrier. With that declaration, the terrifying pressures and auras that had previously filled the air within the Elders' Council vanished in an instant. Mu Qing gasped for breath, lifting his gaze to discover that the sovereigns before him wore smiles, as if nothing had transpired moments before. These scoundrels! Mu Qing's eyes burned crimson, filled with icy disdain. Yet, Hu Hai and the others paid no heed to the fierce expression etched on Mu Qing's face. One sovereign even enthusiastically handed him a battle plan, informing him that a specially prepared combat airship was ready for immediate departure. Hu Hai scrutinized Mu Qing, though he appeared disheveled. The elder could still perceive the astonishing potential within him. He understood that even a stalwart like a diamond would be gravely injured under the pressure of a dozen sovereigns. Yet Mu Qing had emerged with merely a slight wound. It could be said that Mu Qing was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, with proper cultivation. It was conceivable that a formidable sovereign could arise from Yin Huang within a few short years, capable of contending with the legendary old monsters who surpass sovereigns. Hu Hai began to waver, contemplating whether to allow Mu Qing to undertake this task. Such a gifted individual ought not to meet an untimely demise. However, upon witnessing the glimmering chill in Mu Qing's eyes, he immediately retracted his thoughts. It was likely that their previous actions had already instilled a sense of resentment within him. At this juncture, it was too late to backtrack. He sighed inwardly, uncertain whether his actions were indeed justified. I have 3 requests, Mu Qing stated abruptly after adjusting his demeanor. Hu Hai promptly inquired, what are your requests? Please, do not hesitate to voice them. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he resolved to accommodate Mu Qing's demands as much as possible. Mu Qing was slightly taken aback by Hu Hai's unhesitating agreement. Nevertheless, he saw no reason for decorum and declared, First, I demand the Thunderbolt Barrier. I wish to possess it immediately. Second, I will undertake this mission alone. Third, I wish to see the Thunderstar Core. At this, Hu Hai began to hesitate. The Thunderbolt Barrier was a formidable barrier technique, extraordinarily precious, with most major factions possessing only 1 or 2 such techniques, underscoring its rarity. Moreover, few could master it. He pondered the implications of Mu Qing's requests, finding them somewhat troublesome. I can provide you with the Thunderbolt Barrier in advance, but regarding your third request, Hu Hai squinted at Mu Qing, inquiring, where did you hear about the Thunderstar Core? The other members of the Elder Council regarded Mu Qing with heightened vigilance. The Thunderstar Core was of paramount significance, being the core of a star that fell from a fierce beast clan deity. After being acquired by the Yan Huang organization and subsequently developed, it had become one of their trump cards, a vital source of energy. During the conflict at the Federal Division, the treacherous council member had utilized the Thunderstar Core. Mu Qing regarded Hu Hai with an ambiguous smile. Ah, what a coincidence. Hu Hai felt somewhat awkward, recalling that Mu Qing had indeed been present during the battle at the Federal Division. The Thunderstar Core is a precious treasure of our Yan Huang organization. What do you wish to see it for? Inquired the military commander. Nothing in particular, I merely wish to take a look. Besides, I'm not Elder Mu. I have no intention of stealing the Thunderstar Core. Mu Qing thought it unwise to divulge his true intentions. Hu Hai furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before finally acquiescing to Mu Qing's second request. Indeed, Mu Qing did not possess the same means as Elder Mu, who had the ability to employ insectoid tactics to evade the scrutiny of the Elder Council, thereby making it impossible for him to abscond with the Thunderstar Core. Elder Mu had previously managed to steal the Thunderstar Core by employing a temporary means to construct a one-time wormhole, facilitating a large-scale spatial transfer that allowed him to escape with the core. Mu Qing, how did those 2 elders take you away for such an extended period? After Mu Qing departed from the Elder Council, Qingcheng Guard and the others inquired with curiosity. Mu Qing offered a bitter smile, refraining from revealing the events that transpired within the Elder Council. Initially, Hu Hai intended to send all members of Qingcheng Guard to undertake this mission. However, Mu Qing astutely sensed that the task concealed a formidable peril. Thus he resolved not to involve Jiang Yuanjie and the others. "Are you truly set on executing this so-called mission?" Mu Qing returned to his chamber, only to find a swirling mass of black mist emanating from his form. It was none other than Zhou Siyu. Earlier, during the Elder Council meeting, Zhou Siyu had been present as well, employing some clandestine means to infiltrate Mu Qing's being, evading even the keen senses of the formidable Hu Hai. Moreover, she had overheard everything that transpired within the council. Compelled to act, Mu Qing inhaled deeply. A chilling resolve reflected in his eyes. Moments ago, Hu Hai had bestowed upon him a chip containing the cultivation methods for the Thunderbolt barrier. Perhaps Hu Hai believed it improbable for Mu Qing to successfully master the Thunderbolt barrier in a short span, hence his generous offering. After all, following the mission's execution, Mu Qing was almost certainly doomed. Simultaneously, Hu Hai had promised to take him to observe the Thunderstar core the next day. What was the true objective behind this mission undertaken by Hu Hai and his associates? Mu Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation. He harbored some confusion regarding the task, only grasping its location. A wormhole constructed by the insectoid race, where he was to place a specially designed energy bomb by the Yan Huang organization. It sounded deceptively simple. Yet the expressions on the faces of Hu Hai and the other elders hinted at concealed dangers, undoubtedly fraught with lethal threats. Nevertheless, Hu Hai could never have anticipated that mastering the Thunderbolt barrier would be an effortless endeavor for Mu Qing. A light chuckle escaped his lips. He promptly began to cultivate according to the instructions contained within the chip provided by Hu Hai. While the barrier technique might pose significant challenges for others, Mu Qing required far less time to master it. When he previously practiced the water barrier, he had grasped the basics in a remarkably brief period. And now he possessed a profound understanding of the mysteries of lightning. Crackle. Snap. As Mu Qing activated the Thunderbolt barrier, arcs of golden lightning coalesced around him, each bolt infused with ancient, enigmatic symbols. This was the power of thunder. Mu Qing had entered a state of harmony with the universe, swiftly mastering the first type of lightning within the Thunderbolt barrier, golden lightning. Upon achieving mastery, the Thunderbolt barrier could manifest a field brimming with the 5 elements' thunder tribulations, with its lightning akin to divine retribution, embodying 5 elemental attributes. Mu Qing closed his eyes, the aura of gold emanating from him intensifying. Suddenly, a vibrant surge of vitality materialized, the wood lightning. This bolt of tribulation symbolized life, yet it held the capacity to extinguish it. With a mere flick of his wrist, Mu Qing could unleash a strand of wood lightning to heal minor wounds while also fortifying the body. However, against foes, this wood lightning proved even more formidable, capable of siphoning away their vitality upon contact. Surrounding Mu Qing, the golden and verdant hues grew increasingly radiant and potent. Zhou Siyu and the crafty rat old 3 exchanged astonished glances, recognizing that Mu Qing's cultivation of the Thunderbolt barrier was extraordinary, boasting an impressive array of 5 distinct offensive capabilities. Mu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, encountering a formidable bottleneck. At this moment, the heavenly thunder barrier had already taken shape, coalescing 2 distinct attributes of thunderous power, and the entire process had taken less than half an hour. If Hu Hai were to learn of this, he would likely spew blood in despair, for the barrier techniques he had painstakingly acquired were so easily appropriated by Mu Qing. An hour later, although the 2 attributes of thunder within Mu Qing had grown increasingly potent, he remained unable to summon a 3rd attribute, water thunder. Logically, Mu Qing possessed a profound understanding of water, yet he struggled immensely in cultivating the water-thunder aspect of the heavenly thunder barrier. In the dead of night, with several hours having elapsed, Mu Qing's chamber was suffused with golden and green lightning, sometimes manifesting as serpentine dragons soaring through the air, at other times transforming into phoenixes spreading their wings to strike the void. Suddenly, a brilliant blue radiance erupted from within Mu Qing, manifesting as tendrils of lightning that flowed like gentle lake waters, creating ripples in the air. However, anyone could easily discern the terrifying power contained within this blue lightning. The water thunder was indeed formidable. Mu Qing exhaled deeply, astonished that he had managed to cultivate 3 forms of lightning from the heavenly thunder barrier. The subsequent 2 forms seemed nearly impossible to master, requiring an extensive period of contemplation. Yet, just as he was about to cease his training, the purple thunder bamboo in his mind began to tremble. This bamboo, adorned with 8 segments and brimming with electricity, exuded a purple mist that concealed a hidden lightning pool. As the purple thunder bamboo quivered, a strand of purple lightning surged forth, spreading within Mu Qing's body. He felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes flashing with purple light, as 2 new energies surged forth from him, fire thunder and earth thunder. Chapter 259, The Death Row Inmate. What is happening? Mu Qing exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He had nearly given up hope, having reached a bottleneck in his attempts to cultivate the last 2 attributes of the heavenly thunder barrier, believing that perhaps only by attaining the realm of kings could he achieve mastery. Yet, at that very moment, the purple thunder bamboo in his mind activated, unleashing a mysterious power that elevated his comprehension of lightning to extraordinary heights. Almost simultaneously, the fiery red fire thunder and the earthy brown earth thunder manifested beside Mu Qing. One radiated an intensely scorching aura, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar, while the other exuded a weighty, earth-like force. Crack! The walls of the room began to fissure, the sheer terror of the energy surrounding Mu Qing creating a chaotic atmosphere as the 5 attributes of lightning converged. Both Mouse Old 3 and Curse Cu were taken aback, hastily channeling their primal energy to form a protective shield. However, the room was inundated with the furious energy of the 5 types of lightning, which violently tore through the shield they had conjured. Mouse Old 3 was taken aback. Now, he too was a formidable beast of the martial sovereign level. The protective barrier he had conjured was exceptionally sturdy, yet it was unexpectedly torn apart by the lightning that emanated unconsciously from Mu Qing. Let me handle this. A look of anxiety appeared on the delicate face of Zhou Siyu. As an 8th-tier martial sovereign, she released a potent aura of curse power with a mere wave of her hand. She invoked a particular curse technique, and suddenly, a dark curtain of light emerged, inscribed with a myriad of tadpole-like symbols. This curtain was far more formidable than the one conjured by Mouse Old 3, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed as 5 types of lightning converged around Mu Qing, forming a calamity of thunder. In an instant, the 5 elemental thunderbolts erupted, shattering the walls of the room where Mu Qing resided, even obliterating the light curtain conjured by Zhou Siyu. Mu Qing's eyes widened and narrowed. The electric arcs surged forth like a dragon breaking free, as all 5 elemental lightning forces were absorbed into his being. The heavenly thunder barrier was perfected. This outcome was beyond belief, even for Zhou Siyu, who possessed the memories of a cursed deity. In less than a single night, Mu Qing had cultivated a barrier martial skill to its consummate state, a feat that even the prodigies of the grand races in the universe might struggle to achieve. It was his blood spirit aiding him. What exactly was that entity? Zhou Siyu recognized the pivotal point. Initially, Mu Qing could only cultivate 3 types of lightning, but with the help of the purple lightning bamboo, he successfully channeled the remaining 2 types in one go. My overall strength has increased by at least 30%. This mission feels a tad more certain now. Mu Qing contained all the lightning within him and exhaled deeply. Simultaneously, he discovered that the 5 elemental calamities had entered the thunder pool, which had originally stored only golden lightning. It now contained 6 types of lightning. Mu Qing could almost foresee the terror that would ensue when he transformed into a titan form, lifting the thunder pool high and crashing down, unleashing 6 types of lightning. The following day, Hu Hai sought out Mu Qing. He led Mu Qing to the Elder Council, where, besides the sovereign elders, a golden star core pulsated at the center, brimming with golden thunder, exuding an overwhelmingly violent power that continuously morphed into powerful divine beasts such as true dragons and phoenixes. As soon as Mu Qing entered the Elder Council, he was captivated by the lightning star core, and the purple lightning bamboo in his mind trembled with fervor. Clearly, this was indeed the genuine lightning star core, rumored to be the complete core left behind after the fall of a beast deity, containing nearly boundless power. Even Hu Hai was unaware of the extent of power contained within the lightning star core. Over the years, the Yanhuang organization had consumed much energy. Yet the energy within the star core showed no signs of depletion. Mu Qing fought to suppress the agitation of the purple lightning bamboo within his mind. He finally understood why his father, Mu Yu, had urged him to devise a way to obtain this lightning star core. The allure of the lightning star core was simply too great for the purple lightning bamboo. Even before approaching, it was already quivering with an unmistakable greed. The lightning bamboo continuously conveyed messages to Mu Qing, urging him to absorb the power of the Thunderstar core, which would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in his strength. However, despite Mu Qing's desire to acquire the Thunderstar core before him, he found himself at an impasse. As the eyes of numerous sovereigns were fixed upon him, Hu Hai and the others regarded the Thunderstar core as exceedingly precious. Even if they agreed to allow Mu Qing to observe it, they would not take him to the place where the Thunderstar core was typically kept. Mu Qing slowly advanced, extending his hand to touch the Thunderstar core. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped him, prompting the elders to regard him with caution. Hu Hai furrowed his brow and gestured for the elders to temper their auras. He observed Mu Qing, his pupils narrowing slightly, feeling a profound shock within. As Mu Qing's hand made contact with the Thunderstar core, golden lightning erupted violently, coursing up his arm and into his body. This golden lightning, capable of injuring a sovereign, was, however, subdued by the influence of the lightning bamboo, transforming from a raging force into a docile stream. The golden lightning surged towards the lightning bamboo, where a purplish mist lingered, concealing a thunder pool. The influx of golden lightning fortified the thunder pool, rendering it even more powerful. The elders and Hu Hai were astonished to discover that Mu Qing, upon touching the golden lightning, remained unscathed, an achievement that none of the elders present could replicate. No wonder he could defeat the Diamond King with his 8th-tier martial sovereign cultivation. This alone was unparalleled. Hu Hai nodded in appreciation. Mu Qing discreetly withdrew his hand, realizing that further absorption of the energy within the Thunderstar core might attract unwanted attention. Unbeknownst to the assembly of elders, as Mu Qing retracted his hand, a slender black thread slipped into the Thunderstar core. When would the so-called task be executed? Mu Qing's expression remained impassive as he suddenly turned to Hu Hai. Hu Hai was taken aback, having not anticipated Mu Qing's straightforwardness. He quickly instructed someone to escort Mu Qing away, accompanied by 3 9th-tier bloodline martial sovereigns. Watching Mu Qing's departing figure, Hu Hai's brow furrowed. Was this lad truly here merely to observe the Thunderstar core? He felt a sense of confusion. Although their Yanhuang organization refrained from intervening during the battle at the Federal Branch, they had received information regarding Mu Qing's earlier exploits, where he had effortlessly slain 9th-tier martial sovereigns and wielded a form of golden lightning identical to that emitted by the Thunderstar core. Coupled with Mu Qing's request to view the Thunderstar core, Hu Hai and the others grew increasingly suspicious. Should Mu Qing exhibit any unusual behavior toward the Thunderstar core, they would not hesitate to act and severely injure him. However, they did not foresee that Mu Qing had done nothing but touch the Thunderstar core before departing, appearing wholly committed to fulfilling his task. Little did Hu Hai and the others know, Mu Qing had indeed tampered with the Thunderstar core, though they remained oblivious to this fact. Above the Yanhuang organization, aboard a black battleship, Mu Qing stood alongside 3 formidable 9th-tier martial sovereigns. This unremarkable vessel, merely 100 meters in length, possessed remarkable stealth capabilities and was armed with a plasma laser cannon, a terrifying weapon capable of threatening even the mightiest of kings. Crafted solely by the hands of an alchemical master, the flying warship operated on autopilot, having predetermined its course, leaving no room for alteration. As Mu Qing surveyed the 3 9th-tier martial sovereigns, he noted their imposing physiques, adorned in peculiar, wholly black attire, with chains encircling their wrists and ankles. Upon communicating with them, Mu Qing's heart sank as he uncovered their true identities. These so-called reinforcements dispatched by Hu Hai were, in fact, 3 death row inmates originally imprisoned by the Yanhuang army. Chapter 260. The anomaly of the energy bomb. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, his expression darkening ominously. Realizing the true nature of the 3 death row prisoners before him, he understood that this mission was far from straightforward. A single misstep could lead to his demise. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It was evident that Hu Hai intended for him to walk into a death trap. Confusion mingled with dread in Mu Qing's mind as he pondered why the elders would assign him such a perilous task. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he whispered, "Could it be that even Hu Hai is connected to the insect race?" He recalled that when Elder Mu had stolen the Thunderstar core, it had surely not been an easy feat. After all, Elder Mu had only recently been appointed and could not have accessed such a vital artifact so swiftly. Clearly, someone had been aiding him from the shadows, enabling Elder Mu to abscond with the Thunderstar Core. The only individual with such power was none other than the creator of the Yanhuang organization, Elder Hu Hai. Hu Hai, the 2nd Federal Division's counselor. Mu Qing marveled, recognizing the cunning of the insect race, which effortlessly ensnared both the upper echelons of the Yanhuang organization and the Federal Division. Hey, kid, you don't look like a prisoner to me. Did you perhaps offend that fellow Hu Hai? One of the inmates inquired of Mu Qing. He remained silent for a moment before nodding. The 3 death row prisoners chuckled, paying little mind to his response. In their view, Mu Qing was akin to them, a pawn at the mercy of Hu Hai, bound to serve him for the chance of survival. Listen here, kid, remember not to jeopardize our plans during the mission, otherwise you'll regret it. One burly man glared at Mu Qing. The others nodded in agreement, dismissing Mu Qing as merely an 8th-tier martial sovereign, convinced he would be a liability. Mu Qing let out a faint laugh, choosing not to respond. He had already concluded that Hu Hai harbored ill intentions. This mission was likely a trap designed to eliminate him. He believed that even if he did not emerge victorious in the upcoming arena competition, Hu Hai would find a way to compel him into executing this so-called task of annihilating the insect race's nest. Regrettably, time is not on my side to cultivate my abilities. Otherwise, once I absorb the energy within the Xuanwu stone, I might very well ascend to the rank of a 9th-level martial sovereign. Mu Qing clenched his fist tightly. He then proceeded to the cockpit, only to discover that the door was firmly locked. With a resounding crash, Mu Qing unleashed a surge of azure lightning from his palm, striking the cockpit door. The terrifying energy erupted in the void, a manifestation of his palm thunder, powerful enough to severely injure a 9th-level martial sovereign. Yet, the door remained unscathed, as solid as black iron. Furrowing his brow in disbelief, Mu Qing channeled streams of golden lightning into his palm and struck once more. A deafening roar echoed. Yet the cockpit door sustained no damage. How could it be so resilient? Mu Qing was taken aback. He summoned his internal energy anew, gathering 5 colors of lightning in his palm, resplendent and vibrant. This was the 5-element lightning, an extraordinary product of Mu Qing's cultivation within the heavenly thunder barrier. Its original might was already staggering, and after unleashing palm thunder, the power of the 5-element lightning was compressed to an intense degree. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated, causing the entire flying battleship to tremble, a testament to the sheer ferocity of Mu Qing's 5-element lightning. How is this possible? Mu Qing's pupils contracted as he realized that the cockpit door remained entirely intact. His expression darkened, and he scanned the interior of the battleship, a chill creeping into his heart. This was no flying battleship. It was unmistakably a mobile prison. The entire structure was crafted from an unusual black material, impervious even to his 5-element lightning. Previously, he had examined the door and found that the battleship was securely locked, with all exits barred and exceedingly robust. Only a force of kingly caliber might breach it. Where on earth does Hu Hai intend to take me? Suddenly, a thought struck Mu Qing, and his complexion changed dramatically. He rushed back to his original position, where 3 condemned prisoners were glaring at him with unbridled fury. What are you doing? Did you cause the battleship to shake just now? One of them bellowed, their anger palpable. They had indeed been startled, thinking the flying battleship had come under attack. Mu Qing paid them no heed, his brow furrowed as he gazed at a round instrument before him, roughly the size of a basketball, shimmering blue like crystal. This was an energy bomb forged from special metal, and according to Hu Hai, it contained the star cores of at least 10 king-level ferocious beasts, once detonated. Its power would be cataclysmic. Hu Hai's directive was to place this energy bomb at the insectoid's wormhole to obliterate it entirely. However, it now appeared that this energy bomb was not intended to destroy the wormhole, but rather to annihilate their flying battleship. Hu Hai had not divulged how to activate the energy bomb, as it was controlled remotely, merely stating that it would detonate at the opportune moment. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Upon encountering Mu Qing, the 3 condemned prisoners were instantly enraged when he displayed no reaction. One of them stepped forward and seized Mu Qing by the collar. Only then did Mu Qing turn to regard the man, his eyes suddenly radiating with 2 beams of golden lightning. The man let out a harrowing scream as the electric energy fractured his face, blood pouring forth uncontrollably. The other 2, taken aback by Mu Qing's audacity, rushed forward without a second thought, their energy surging violently. Mu Qing's gaze, now imbued with a chilling glint, mirrored his earlier indifference towards these three, who he deemed utterly insignificant. However, their audacity to attack him provoked Mu Qing's ire, compelling him to retaliate. A tremendous surge of water erupted from behind him, where a colossal shadow lay in wait, suddenly lunging forth with its maw agape, revealing a black void. With a thunderous roar, torrents of water surged, crashing over the three men, injuring them grievously. The shadowy fish then multiplied, devouring them whole, coalescing into a transparent crystal. After satiating its hunger, the black fish transformed into a dark light, retreating into Mu Qing's body, while the surrounding ocean vanished as if nothing had transpired, leaving no trace of blood behind. For Mu Qing, ordinary ninth-tier martial artists posed no threat, and he could easily vanquish even the shadowy fish. He speculated that upon breaking through to the ninth-tier bloodline, he might stand a chance against a king, or even defeat one. At that moment, an energy bomb began to emanate a blinding light, resembling a blue crystal, releasing an aura of terrifying danger. Mu Qing abruptly turned, his pupils constricting. Chapter 261, Explosion. Life and Death Unknown. What a treacherous plot, Bai Hu Hai. His intention was not to assign me a mission, but to ensure my demise without a trace. Mu Qing gritted his teeth, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. The energy bomb before him had begun to activate and would soon detonate, obliterating both Mu Qing and the flying warship, leaving no remains. At that juncture, nothing would remain. Everything would be annihilated by the bomb's explosive power, rendering his death a mystery to all. Mu Qing was consumed by urgency, desperate to escape, yet all exits were locked. To forcibly breach the warship's confines would require a king-level explosive force. However, Mu Qing was merely at the 8th-tier martial artist level. Although his true power had surpassed the 9th-tier bloodline, he still fell short compared to the strength of a king. Unleashing king-level power was exceedingly challenging. Perhaps only upon reaching the 9th-tier martial artist level could he achieve such a feat, yet time was not on his side for training. In his possession was a piece of Xuanwu stone, containing energy potent enough to facilitate his breakthrough, but the requisite time was excessively lengthy. If only Zhou Siyu were here, she might have devised a means of escape. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, filled with regret. If he were to bring Zhou Siyu along, perhaps there would be a way to escape, for Zhou Siyu possesses numerous skills and the memory of a deity, excelling in the esoteric arts of curses. In the past, when Mu Qing was ambushed by Duan Su and faced certain death, it was Zhou Siyu's life replacement curse that saved him. Furthermore, through their prolonged interactions, Mu Qing had come to understand some of her abilities, one of which is a curse known as the Void Curse. This curse allows one to transform into nothingness, rendering them forgotten by the world. They can see others, yet remain unseen, a terrifying spell that can lead one to self-destruction in solitude and darkness. Though this curse is malevolent, it could undoubtedly prove to be the key to salvation in this dire moment. Alas, Zhou Siyu is not by his side. Beep, beep, beep. The blue crystal-like energy bomb emitted a crisp sound, containing the energy of at least 10 king-level ferocious beast cores. This immense energy had been subjected to intense compression and was now gradually being released. Mu Qing's pupils contracted. Even the slightest trace of energy emanating from this bomb was terrifying enough to pose a threat to him. Am I truly destined to perish here? Mu Qing clenched his fists tightly, filled with unwillingness. The primordial force within him surged violently, and bolts of fierce lightning erupted from his body, accompanied by violent waves of water. As a dark shadow emerged from behind, it was the black fish. Swish! A cascade of blue radiance enveloped the energy bomb, signaling an imminent explosion. Mu Qing was engulfed by a beam of blue light, causing the barrier of water he had just begun to form to shatter, while the now weakened, amplified form of the little black fish collapsed and returned feebly to Mu Qing's body. Hiss! Mu Qing roared in fury as the lightning within him erupted, unleashing countless bolts of electric power, his physique swelling to 20 meters. He manifested the Titan's body, raised the thunder pool, and then conjured the heavenly thunder barrier. The 5 elements thunder calamity surged forth from the thunder pool, enveloping the surroundings in a sea of lightning. Boom! A ferocious wave of energy surged forth, the blue radiance transforming into ripples that struck Mu Qing's body, unleashing an overwhelming force. With a cough, Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As if struck by lightning, his clothes were torn to shreds, and the surrounding electricity was extinguished. The sheer terror of this power was overwhelming, even shattering Mu Qing's fully formed heavenly thunder barrier. Furthermore, the thunder pool in his hand swayed perilously, displaying a hint of a crack. Mu Qing was utterly astonished. He knew the hardness of the thunder pool well, having previously used it to crush 9th-level martial lords. Yet, against this blue ripple, he found himself utterly powerless. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling blue light erupted from the energy bomb, causing the entire flying battleship to twist under the impact of this force. This battleship was crafted from special materials, capable of withstanding damage only from king-level explosive force. This demonstrated the sheer horror of the energy shock, with Mu Qing bearing the brunt of it. Engulfed by the blue light, his entire body racked with pain as he spewed blood with reckless abandon. Ultimately, Mu Qing succumbed to unconsciousness, enveloped entirely in a radiant blue light. A tremendous roar erupted as the entire flying battleship was obliterated, unleashing a dazzling explosion that rivaled the sun in brilliance. The power of this energy bomb was astonishing, stirring the clouds in the sky and causing the surrounding space to warp violently, revealing dark fissures. Not a trace of the flying battleship remained. It was utterly annihilated. What transpired? The site of the explosion was an expansive plain, while a city hundreds of miles away was filled with horrified faces. The inhabitants beheld a blue mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Shortly thereafter, a wave of blue light surged forth, centered around the mushroom cloud, devastating all vegetation across the plain, leaving the ground riddled with immense chasms. The once verdant plain transformed into a brownish hue in the blink of an eye, shrouded in swirling dust. The reach of the blue light was extensive, affecting even the distant city, whose walls, erected to fend off ferocious beasts, crumbled to the ground. At that moment, all martial artists within the city fell into unconsciousness, while those of greater strength sustained some injuries, though fortunately, none were grievous. What on earth transpired? Even a king would struggle to unleash such terrifying power, wouldn't they? Several 9th-tier martial lords within the city wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Although they were least affected, blood trickled from their lips as they speculated what had caused the explosion. The magnitude of such a blast could indeed claim the life of a king-level existence. Within the Yin Huang organization, Hu Hai gazed toward a certain direction, his expression devoid of emotion. Deep within his pupils, a flicker of green light shimmered. Nestled within his collar was a translucent insect, no larger than a thumb, yet brimming with rich expressions, its mouth moving incessantly. At last, this time, he could eliminate that brat. Every operation had to be conducted covertly, which was quite troublesome. Hu Hai exhaled deeply. The insect snorted disdainfully and remarked, "Our insect clan's power remains relatively feeble. There are still some ancient beings on your Earth capable of contending with the great Lord Insect, requiring time to develop. This Mu Qing frequently disrupted our ample plans. It is said that he has some terrifying forces behind him, and his father is undoubtedly formidable. His demise may provoke certain individuals to reveal themselves." Hee. The insect chuckled coldly. The insect clan was not particularly concerned about Mu Qing himself, but rather aimed to draw out those behind him, namely Mu Qing's father, Mu Yu. Chapter 262. Anomaly in the lake. 3 months later, a 10-person team emerged from Xingang City, led by an 8th-tier martial lord, accompanied by individuals of martial artist rank, both male and female. They had been dispatched by the city lord of Xingang to investigate the site of the energy explosion. The terrifying blast had sent shockwaves throughout Xingang City, causing many to lose consciousness, even injuring 9th-tier martial lords. The lord of Xingang City felt a surge of interest, yet was apprehensive about personally venturing forth, fearing unforeseen mishaps. After all, even the remnants of the blue light had once wounded formidable warriors of the 9th rank. Thus, he dispatched merely 10 individuals, with the strongest among them being an 8th rank warrior, a loss of whom would scarcely impact the overall strength of Xingang City. Brother Wuxi, what could have caused such an explosion? It is terrifying. Just look at this plain, devoid of any life, riddled with fissures. A young woman curiously inquired of the leader, closely following a young man ahead of her, her eyes reflecting a peculiar admiration that had long since blossomed. The 2 girls trailing behind regarded Wuxi with reverence, inciting discontent among the other young men who begrudged this attention. Leading the group was a well-known prodigy from Xingang City, having attained the rank of 8th rank warrior at a tender age, which evoked envy and admiration from those of lesser bloodlines. I am uncertain. Let us proceed with caution. Wuxi replied, somewhat impatiently. Upon noticing his warning was disregarded, he scoffed and chose to ignore them. Among all present, he alone remained acutely aware. Wuxi had witnessed a colossal energy mushroom cloud ascend from this very plane, the residual force of which had reached hundreds of miles away to Qingcheng City, injuring warriors. One could only fathom the sheer magnitude of such an explosive power, yet the Lord of Qingcheng City had sent him and a handful of warriors as scouts, effectively casting them as sacrificial pawns. Wuxi's eyes blazed with fury, his heart ablaze with resentment toward the Lord of Qingcheng City and his sycophants, who, merely due to a personal grievance, had consigned him to peril. Furthermore, Wuxi had no grounds for refusal. Qingcheng City was but a modest settlement, and its lord reigned with the caprice of a local tyrant, capable of any act when profit was at stake. If given the chance, I shall ensure he faces 1,000 tortures. Wuxi seethed, one of the primary sources of his loathing being the lord's threats against his family. May I return alive from this venture? Wuxi's palms felt cold. Surveying the surroundings, the devastation was overwhelmingly terrifying. A single misstep could spell his demise as an 8th-rank warrior. Brother Wuxi, I have heard that soon, disciples from Tianyu Palace will come to our city to recruit students. If you could become a core disciple, your reputation here would undoubtedly surpass even that of the Lord. Another girl chirped, oblivious to Wuxi's demeanor, continuing their chatter without a hint of trepidation. Wuxi sighed. He too had heard rumors of Tianyu Palace, known for its core disciples being of warrior rank. Joining them might afford him the resources to reach the realm of kings. Were it under different circumstances, he would have strived to join Tianyu Palace, for once he did, even the Lord of Qingcheng City would have to curry favor with him. Yet now, it was not about Tianyu Palace. The real question was whether he would survive this ordeal. Alas, let us hope for a safe journey ahead. Ultimately, Wu Shi came to terms with the situation. If a genuine crisis were to unfold, perhaps survival was not an option. The others began to discern Wu Shi's unease and gradually fell into silence. The group made their way towards the horizon. The vast expanse of the plain, once boundless, was now marred by profound chasms resulting from violent energy surges. A fall into such depths would spell doom even for a martial master. Fortunately, Wu Shi, being an 8th-tier martial sovereign, possessed the ability to soar through the skies. To accommodate his companions, he took detours whenever confronted by these daunting ravines. After approximately 5 days, with their faces smeared with dirt, they finally arrived at the site of the explosion. A relentless downpour had ensued over these days, transforming the ground into a quagmire. The group unleashed their inherent powers, forming protective barriers around themselves. Wu Shi recalled that the epicenter of the explosion should have been suspended in the sky. It seemed evident that this area had been affected by the aftermath. Coupled with the incessant rain of recent days, a vast lake had formed before them. Before their eyes lay an expansive lake, its banks steep and devoid of any vegetation. Look, what is that? A young man suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the center of the lake. The lake stretched over a kilometer, and although the torrential rain obscured visibility, they could still discern a glimmer of golden light at its center. Above this golden radiance loomed a mass of dark clouds, intermittently discharging bolts of lightning. As clarity dawned upon them, they realized that the golden glow emanated from a pool infused with thunderous energy, exuding an extraordinary aura of power. Treasure. There is truly treasure. Wu Shi's communication device flickered to life, projecting a holographic image that caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. The figure displayed was a rotund middle-aged man, resplendent in opulence, his eyes gleaming with greed as they fixated on the luminous pool. City Lord, how dare you tamper with my communication device? Wu Shi's expression darkened, and he soon discovered that he could not sever the connection. It felt as though he were completely at the mercy of another. How audacious! The city lord of Qingcheng rebuked Wu Shi, his flesh quivering with indignation. Is this how you address your city lord? I advise you to steer clear of that pool in the lake's center and prevent anyone else from approaching it. Should anything transpire, I will ensure that your entire family meets their demise. You. Wu Shi's eyes widened in fury, yet before he could articulate his response, the connection was abruptly severed. It was evident that the city lord was exceedingly agitated, eager to arrive and seize that seemingly divine pool at the lake center. He had long sensed Wu Shi's animosity towards him, thus manipulating the communication device to monitor Wu Shi's every move, effectively thwarting any attempts to abscond with the treasure. Wu Shi's countenance darkened, and he forcefully removed the communication device, hurling it to the ground. With a resounding crack, the device shattered completely, releasing a wisp of smoke into the air. In his heart, he harbored the ambition to monopolize the Thunder Pool. If this Thunder Pool truly was a treasure, it might enable him to ascend to the 9th-tier martial sovereign. Should it possess divine properties, it could even lay the groundwork for his dominion. Once his power was formidable, he could potentially overthrow the tyrant of Qingcheng City. Regrettably, all of Wuxi's thoughts had long been anticipated by the Lord of Qingcheng City, who had taken measures to thwart them completely. "Brother Wuxi, what should we do now?" inquired the people behind him. Wuxi shook his head and replied, "We shall remain here. In due course, the Lord of Qingcheng City will arrive personally to claim this treasure from the Thunder Pool." The expressions of the people behind him darkened. Evidently, the image of the Lord of Qingcheng City was far from favorable, even evoking a sense of disgust. Should the Lord acquire this treasure and attain the realm of a sovereign, life in Qingcheng City would likely descend into chaos. Wuxi found himself in a quandary. He was acutely aware that over the years, the Lord of Qingcheng City had embezzled countless resources for himself. Despite his infrequent training, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th-tier bloodline, a mere step away from sovereignty. Wuxi hesitated, contemplating whether to act independently and destroy the Thunder Pool before him. After all, the old man's innate talent was limited, and without the support of extraordinary materials, reaching the 9th-tier martial sovereign was his utmost limit. Yet, thoughts of his family tugged at his heart, and with a soft sigh, he abandoned his intentions. The group waited by the lakeside, employing their primordial force to conjure a large protective barrier. The torrential downpour continued unrelentingly, accompanied by fierce winds, and at times, golden bolts of lightning rent the sky, striking the ground and creating massive craters. The weather had become exceedingly hostile, and Wuxi suspected it was likely tied to the Thunder Pool at the lake center. "Brother Wuxi, did you hear that sound?" A young woman suddenly furrowed her brows. The group, alerted by her remark, immediately changed their expressions, and they fell silent to listen intently. Indeed, they discerned peculiar roars emanating from the depths of the lake. Could it be that a fearsome beast lurked beneath the surface? Wuxi's demeanor grew grave as he led the group in retreat. It was common knowledge that particularly precious treasures attracted powerful beasts for protection. Suddenly, a curtain of water surged skyward, and the entire lake erupted in tumultuous waves as a massive shadow broke free. "What is that?" Wuxi and the others gazed in horror at the sky above the center of the lake. There, amidst a tempest of lightning and rain, a colossal black fish surged forth, its visage grotesque, adorned with a row of bony spines glinting ominously. The scales of this great black fish shimmered with rippling waves, and enigmatic patterns flowed across its surface. An utterly terrifying aura enveloped them as the fish's eyes glowed a pale gold, brimming with ferocity. It opened its maw wide and unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Wuxi and his companions were astounded, instinctively retreating, cowed by the overwhelming presence of the black fish. Particularly, they discovered that the black fish possessed a gaping maw devoid of teeth, an abyssal darkness within, as though a black hole were swirling inside. What manner of beast is this? Has it undergone a mutation? How terrifying! Doubts began to creep into Wuxi's mind. Judging by the massive form and ominous aura of the black fish, it was undoubtedly far more formidable than an ordinary 9th-tier martial artist. They were entirely outmatched. "Brother Wuxi, what shall we do now?" The others behind him trembled, having only encountered 7th or 8th-tier martial artists at most. They had never faced such a terrifying presence. Wuxi himself felt a slight tremor, as the sight of the black fish instilled in him a sense of insignificance, as if he were standing before a giant. Suddenly, a frown crossed his brow, for he unexpectedly perceived that the black fish seemed to harbor no malice. It merely observed them quietly before submerging into the lake. When it re-emerged, astonishingly, it bore a youth upon its back. Wuxi and the others were at a loss, utterly bewildered by the identity of the individual accompanying the black fish. The colossal creature slowly glided to the shore, cast a glance at Wuxi, and gently deposited the youth onto the ground. The black fish emitted a deep, rumbling roar, then returned to the center of the lake, leaping mightily and creating tremendous waves. To their astonishment, the enormous black fish shrank to the size of a palm, wagging its small tail as it swam through the air. It then dove into the Thunder Pool, which crackled with menacing lightning, yet it suffered no harm. As the black fish diminished and vanished into the depths of the thunder pool, Wu Shi and the others finally regained their composure. It appeared that the black fish bore them no ill will. Wu Shi exhaled in relief, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. The creature's actions indicated it was guarding the thunder pool, and when the Lord of Xingong City arrived, a confrontation with the black fish was inevitable. As an 8th-tier martial artist, Wu Shi could sense the black fish's terrifying nature. An ordinary 9th-tier martial artist would surely be no match for it. Brother Wu Shi, this person is gravely injured, a girl exclaimed, supporting the youth, who was covered in blood. Wu Shi snapped back to attention, approaching the boy and noting the tattered state of his clothing, revealing numerous severe wounds, as if he were on the brink of death. His brow furrowed as he examined the youth's injuries, and his expression shifted dramatically. He discovered that the boy's physique was incredibly robust, even more so than steel. However, he was perplexed to find that the youth bore no trace of any energy force within him, resembling an ordinary person. What could this mean? How could one possess such formidable strength, yet lack any energy? Wu Shi was bewildered, sensing that something was amiss with the boy before him. Could the catastrophic explosion 3 months prior have targeted this individual? A horrifying thought invaded his mind. The injuries the youth bore resembled those of someone affected by a violent surge, yet in the next moment, Wu Shi cast aside that far-fetched notion. The cataclysmic explosion that once transpired unleashed an energy so formidable that it manifested as a colossal mushroom cloud. Its aftershocks capable of reverberating hundreds of miles away to the city of Xingong. In the face of such a terrifying detonation, even the mightiest of kings would be reduced to mere bones, let alone the seemingly ordinary youth before them. Perhaps I am overthinking this, Wuxi mused, shaking his head and allowing a self-deprecating smile to escape. As for the others, they regarded the boy as nothing more than an ordinary individual, their attention waning. Only a graceful young woman felt a flicker of compassion, attending to his wounds with some rudimentary bandaging. They harbored no speculations regarding the boy's identity, convinced that the fearsome beast dwelling in the lake was, in fact, a benevolent creature. After all, the dark fish had refrained from harming them previously, making the rescue of a boy seem entirely unremarkable. Suddenly, Wuxi's ears perked up at a faint sound, and he beheld an airship gliding gracefully through the sky. Upon its landing, a middle-aged man of considerable girth, comparable to Jiang Yuanjie, emerged, flanked by a dozen formidable warriors, all of whom were 9th-tier martial lords. Elder Ming, please, the rotund lord of Xingong said, his countenance contorted into an obsequious mask as he addressed an elderly figure beside him. This elder, clad in a sleek black trench coat, exuded an air of haughty superiority, and it was evident that the other 9th-tier martial lords held this so-called Elder Ming in profound reverence. You lot, come forth and pay your respects to Elder Ming of Tianyu Palace. The lord of Xingong, witnessing Wuxi and the others standing motionless, erupted in fury, reprimanding them sharply. Wuxi's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that this elder was, in fact, a senior member of Tianyu Palace. It was common knowledge that the elders of Tianyu Palace were all of kingly stature, each one a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Taking a deep breath, Wuxi approached and bowed respectfully, though internally he lamented the situation. The lord of Xingong, ever astute, chose not to seize the treasures from the lake for himself. Instead, he relinquished them to the elder of Tianyu Palace. In doing so, he secured a powerful ally, ensuring that even if he did not ascend to kingly status, no one would dare to challenge him. This could spell disaster. Should this fellow forge a bond with Elder Ming, my aspirations of becoming a core disciple of Tianyu Palace would be severely jeopardized. Wuxi retreated to the back, his heart racing with urgency. His goal was to seize the opportunity presented by Tianyu Palace's recruitment of disciples to become one of its core members. Yet, if Elder Ming and the Lord of Xingong allied, even if he had a genuine chance to ascend to that coveted position, it could all be thwarted by a mere utterance from the Lord. What a treasure! This thunder pool harbors such pure essence of lightning. Elder Ming exclaimed with delight. Initially, he had been somewhat impatient, doubting that a place as insignificant as Xingong could possess anything of value. But to his astonishment, he had indeed discovered a remarkable gem. With his eyes gleaming with golden light, he sensed the potent lightning essence contained within the thunder pool. If absorbed by a lightning attribute warrior, even a king could reap immense benefits. Beside him, the lord of Xingong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunate that Elder Ming had taken a liking to the treasure before him. The thunder pool indeed appeared exceptional, and this pleased him greatly. The more extraordinary this treasure was, the closer it would draw him to Elder Ming. In due time, any favor bestowed upon him would be immensely beneficial. Come forth, bring that thunder pool to me. The Lord of Xingang commanded loudly, instructing those behind him to seize the pool. Chapter 264. Awakening at the behest of the Lord of Xingang. 3 ninth-tier martial masters advanced, soaring through the air against the howling winds towards the center of the lake. Suddenly, the figures of the 3 ninth-tier masters faltered. Sensing something amiss, a fierce gust swept through, seemingly just an ordinary wind, yet as it engulfed them, they felt their internal energy gradually waning. They even discerned their cultivation levels beginning to regress, a mysterious force embedded within the tempest invading their bodies. This is not right. One of them cried out in panic, realizing his cultivation had been reduced to the 8th tier. The other 2 martial masters were equally startled, discovering their own abilities diminishing. What are you 3 doing? The Lord of Xingang scolded, noticing his subordinates were dawdling. He could already envision Elder Ming's wrath. The 3 ninth-tier masters were at a loss for words, attempting to explain the peculiar circumstances. Yet, the Lord of Xingang remained oblivious to any anomalies. This is bad. One shouted in horror, I'm down to the 7th tier. Me too, the others echoed, their conditions mirroring his. Their flight speed slowed drastically, especially after their powers plummeted to the 7th tier, as aerial movement consumed immense internal energy. Suddenly, they noticed wisps of thin clouds ahead, almost imperceptible upon a cursory glance. These clouds infiltrated their bodies through every pore, drastically accelerating the decline of their cultivation. With anguished screams, the 3 plummeted from the sky, crashing into the lake. A splash erupted, and their forms vanished completely, leaving only a cry in their wake. The expressions of the Lord of Xingang and those on the shore shifted dramatically, turning grave. The Lord inhaled sharply, realizing that the 3 had not deceived him. Indeed, there was something strange about this vast lake. These 3 were 9th-tier martial masters, yet they had fallen midway, without even nearing the thunder pool. Unable to maintain their aerial flight. There is something peculiar about this lake, Elder Ming remarked, narrowing his eyes. He alone among those present had discerned the lake's oddities. Recognizing that after the 3 fell into the water, they were swept away by the currents, perishing instantaneously. As a sovereign, Elder Ming had sensed the strange decline of their energy, yet even if they were reduced to the level of 6th-tier martial artists, they should not have succumbed to mere water currents. Exercise caution, for beneath the great lake lies a ferocious current, its force potent enough to shatter the body of a 6th-tier martial artist. The expression on Elder Ming's face grew wary. You all follow me. Aware that seizing the thunder pool would not be an easy task, Elder Ming resolved to act personally. The Lord of Xingang and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Yet they swiftly reacted and hurried after Elder Ming. As for Wu Shi and the others, they appeared to have been abandoned from the very beginning. Receiving no glances from anyone, the Lord of Xingang was even oblivious to the fact that one more had joined their ranks. Am I still alive? Mu Qing pondered, uncertain of how long he had been in slumber. Finally regaining consciousness, he struggled to open his eyes. Merely executing this action seemed to drain every ounce of his strength. His first reaction upon awakening was astonishment at his survival. One must remember that he had faced the terrifying force of an energy bomb aboard the flying ship, an explosion capable of annihilating a being of royal caliber. At that moment, despair had enveloped Mu Qing, and despite exhausting all means, he could not withstand the onslaught. Even the thunder pool sustained damage during that cataclysmic event. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Something had shielded him at that critical moment. Pain coursed through his entire being, and it took him a while to regain his senses. You're awake. A gentle voice broke through the haze, belonging to a graceful young woman of modest prowess, merely a 5th-tier martial artist. She supported Mu Qing, her face etched with concern yet tinged with curiosity, murmuring, How did you sustain such severe injuries? Had it not been for the great black fish, you might have perished. Who are you? What is your identity? Wu Shi approached, his brow furrowed in inquiry. Yet Mu Qing remained in a daze, his injuries far too grave, and his head felt heavy. Brother Wu Shi, after all, he is a wounded individual. Perhaps we should wait until he recovers a bit before interrogating him, the lovely woman suggested. Wu Shi contemplated her words and nodded, feeling somewhat impatient due to the matters concerning the Lord of Xingang. He retrieved several potions from his spatial ring and administered them to Mu Qing. Although they were not exceedingly rare, they were certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary martial artist. After consuming 8 vials, to Wu Shi's dismay, Mu Qing gradually began to stabilize. "Was it you who saved me?" Mu Qing murmured, casting a glance at the golden spatial ring in his hand. This ring had originally been bestowed upon him by his father, Mu Yu, and from Kufei, he had learned of its extraordinary nature. As the pain in his body subsided somewhat, he recalled that in the final moments before the flying ship was utterly obliterated, it had been this golden spatial ring that emanated a gentle yet powerful force, safeguarding him. However, it seemed that the ring had lost all its potency. Even the basic functionalities of its communication device were rendered inoperative. Mu Qing observed that the once vast space within the golden ring had diminished to a mere 300 meters, its exterior now worn and tattered. "No, it was the formidable black fish from the depths of the lake that rescued you. I merely assisted in bandaging your wounds." The graceful maiden smiled sweetly, momentarily believing that Mu Qing was addressing her. It was only then that Mu Qing regained his senses and observed his surroundings, a vast lake imbued with a mysterious power that felt eerily familiar. The water barrier. His pupils constricted sharply as he realized, for the first time, that all of his innate energy and strength had vanished without a trace. Yet, from this lake, Mu Qing sensed a familiar aura emanating from the very water that had coalesced after the invocation of the water barrier. However, he was unable to establish a connection with the water within the lake. Despite being a product of his own innate energy, it had completely slipped from his control. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing noticed the sky was engulfed in torrential rain and thunder. The dark clouds and fierce winds were manifestations of his own dragon leap technique, a method taught to him by Lord Ning Feng, which had once been practiced by the ancient Yellow Emperor. Yet, this dragon leap technique too had become estranged from his body, now resembling a force of nature. Simultaneously, the lightning and even the thunder pool had detached themselves from him. These powers that once belonged to him now existing as independent natural forces, familiar yet beyond his grasp. Upon inspecting his own form, he found that both of his blood spirits had vanished, and the powers within him, including the Titan thunder energy, had dissipated, leaving him with only a resilient physical body. "What are your names?" Mu Qing inquired, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality and an undeniable authority. The beautiful girl paused, then replied with a gentle laugh. "I am Lin Xian." "Wu Shi," came the calm response from Wu Shi, whose gaze remained fixed on Mu Qing, sensing something amiss about him. At that moment, under the protection of Elder Ming, City Lord Xing Gang and his companions arrived at the center of the lake. The fierce winds that could diminish a cultivator's strength were countered by Elder Ming's royal power. However, as they approached the thunder pool, a deafening roar echoed. A colossal shadow surged forth from the depths of the thunder pool, a terrifying black fish beast with faint golden eyes radiating an aura of ferocity. Chapter 265. Elder Ming takes action. A thunderous roar erupted suddenly. The massive black fish, fierce and menacing, commanded the power of water, conjuring a tremendous wave that crashed down violently. Several cries of despair rang out as a few ninth-tier martial artists beside City Lord Xing Gang plummeted into the lake, coughing up blood and suffering from an unknown number of broken bones. The expression on City Lord Xing Gang's face turned grave, although he appeared portly. He was a formidable ninth-tier bloodline peak warrior. With a furious roar, he summoned a protective energy shield in front of him, solid and resilient, to withstand the oncoming wave. What terrifying force! City Lord Xing Gang's countenance shifted abruptly as he sensed the dreadful power contained within the wave, one that could easily threaten even a ninth-tier martial artist. Crack! The energy shield before him shattered, dissolving into motes of light, leaving him in utter shock that despite unleashing all of his strength, he could barely withstand a single strike of the mighty wave. A most peculiar lake, where each drop of water bears the weight of 1,000 pounds. Elder Ming's countenance grew solemn. He had never encountered such extraordinary water before. He then cast his gaze towards the lake's depths, where a shadow surged forth, devouring several ninth-tier martial sovereigns into its cavernous maw. What a terrifying beast! Its mouth resembled an abyss, effortlessly swallowing even the ninth-tier martial sovereigns. Elder Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he deeply sensed the formidable power of the great black fish. In mere moments, the great black fish stirred up colossal waves, gravely injuring several ninth-tier martial sovereigns and consuming those who ventured too close to the Thunder Pool, leaving only the Lord of Qingcheng City and Elder Ming. This great black fish is immensely powerful. On the shore, Wu Shi was equally astonished, realizing that the individuals surrounding the Lord of Qingcheng City were all ninth-tier martial sovereigns. Yet they were so easily devoured. Those nearby displayed expressions of utter shock, except for Mu Qing, who stood behind Lin Xine, his expression somewhat peculiar. He could perceive that this vast lake and its phenomena were manifestations of his own latent power, which had somehow detached from his body and become an independent entity. Mu Qing could even distinctly sense the presence of his own energy, yet he was unable to reclaim it. He was acutely aware that the immense black fish was, in fact, his blood spirit. What on earth has transpired? Mu Qing pondered in confusion, standing behind Lin Xine as he began to circulate the Titan bloodline technique within him. Fortunately, despite all his internal power having vanished and become independent, Mu Qing could still practice the Titan bloodline technique, feeling his body gradually recovering. Must I undergo my training anew? Mu Qing was taken aback as warm currents swirled within him and his wounds began to heal. While he restored himself, he observed the tumultuous battle unfolding in the lake, where water splashed skyward amidst fierce combat, each wave surging 100 meters high. The great black fish clashed with the Lord of Qingcheng City, yet it was evident that even the peak 9th-tier bloodline lord was no match for the black fish. Being relentlessly overwhelmed. What is the origin of my mutated blood spirit? Mu Qing marveled. He now felt no connection to the black fish, which had transformed into a ferocious beast, an independent entity. With a roar, the black fish unleashed titanic waves, its mouth agape, revealing a dark void from which a terrifying force of absorption emerged, creating a massive vortex in the lake. A torrent of water was drawn into the black fish, and with a thunderous cry, a formidable stream of water erupted from the abyss of its mouth. In response, the Lord of Qingcheng City conjured a long blade, the space around it warping instantaneously, imbued with an extraordinarily unique power, as if it could effortlessly slice through the fabric of space. This was his blood spirit. The blood spirit of the Lord of Qingcheng City was of the rare spatial attribute, and at his level of mastery, he could easily rupture space, allowing any attack to traverse dimensions. Once he attained the realm of a sovereign, his abilities would become even more formidable, capable of conjuring spatial passages at will. He was originally a core disciple of a formidable faction, regarded as a key talent for cultivation. Unfortunately, despite possessing a rare attribute, his cultivation aptitude was woefully inadequate, leading to his eventual abandonment by the faction, and he became the Lord of Qingcheng City. With a powerful display of strength, the Lord of Qingcheng executed a decisive strike, unleashing a silvery radiance that soared into the heavens, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Even Elder Ming nodded in approval upon witnessing this attack. Although he had reached an advanced age and possessed poor cultivation talent, the rarity of his spatial attribute rendered him a formidable presence among the 9th-tier martial sovereigns. The spatial attribute harbors extreme offensive power and unparalleled speed that allows for instant movement. A thunderous roar erupted, sending waves crashing across the lake's surface, creating a tumult of white spray that leapt into the sky. A torrential downpour accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds ensued. The Lord of Qingcheng was sent flying, coughing up blood, as the torrent unleashed by the black fish shattered his silvery blade aura. Transparent crystals. Mu Qing's eyes brightened as he noticed transparent crystals mixed within the torrent, clearly a trick orchestrated by the black fish. With a resounding boom, a terrifying wave of energy erupted as 5 transparent crystals concealed within the water burst forth, radiating a blinding white light akin to a sun, threatening to engulf the Lord of Qingcheng. Beast. Yet at that moment, Elder Ming finally intervened, summoning a sword of azure hue, embodying the wind attribute. Most of the members of Tianyu Palace practiced swordsmanship. Mu Qing had witnessed the rotund Yu Hua execute an elegant sword formation in the past. At this instant, Elder Ming's azure steel sword trembled lightly, emitting a crisp sound of ringing. He swung the sword, unleashing a cerulean hurricane that enveloped the Lord of Qingcheng with remarkable defensive prowess. The Lord of Qingcheng was taken aback, soon realizing the terror of the energy explosion before him, as the lake's surface roiled tumultuously. Fortunately, Elder Ming's sword energy coalesced into a protective azure whirlwind, safeguarding him from any harm. Thank you, Elder. The The Lord of Xingang expressed his gratitude, feeling a wave of relief as he had truly sensed the breath of death moments before. Elder Ming did not respond, but instead directed his keen gaze toward the great black fish. Such a peculiar creature. Its combat prowess undoubtedly exceeds that of the 9th-tier martial sovereigns, verging on the threshold of kingship. Only a king could possibly subdue you, Elder Ming mused, stroking his chin as his black cloak billowed, radiating a chilling sword intent. Suddenly, Elder Ming smiled. Tianyu Palace lacks a guardian beast. Should I capture you? I am certain that the Grand Palace Master and others would be quite pleased. With a clang, a streak of azure sword energy pierced the sky, and an overwhelming aura erupted from Elder Ming as he made his move. Chapter 266. The thunder pool is seized. Continuous torrential rain fell upon the plains, accompanied by thunder and fierce winds. In a certain part of the vast lake, splashes erupted, reaching heights of 100 meters. Clad in a black windbreaker, Elder Ming unleashed terrifying power that radiated from his being as azure sword light surged in all directions. He casually waved his hand, and the azure steel sword erupted with a dazzling display of sword light, dense and overwhelming, sending chills down the spine. Roar! The abyss within the black fish's gaping maw reappeared, attempting to devour the myriad sword lights. Yet, these were manifestations of terrifying sovereign power, formidable enough that even the black fish could not absorb them. The black fish let out a mournful cry, suffering a grievous wound, its blood gushing forth, quickly staining a large portion of the lake's surface crimson. Submit. Elder Ming scoffed coldly, striking down with a palm, his aura soaring like a celestial phoenix, transforming into a transcendent azure sword energy. The black fish, wielding the power of water, stirred up a torrent of water curtains. Yet it was cleaved apart by the massive azure sword energy, its immense body sustaining deep, bone-revealing wounds. A copious amount of blood erupted from the black fish, saturating the air with a pungent scent. How formidable! The members of Tianyu Palace are indeed formidable. Wu Shi clenched his fists tightly, observing Elder Ming, who leisurely wielded the power to unleash hundreds of meters of sword energy with a mere gesture, exactly what he aspired to achieve. The martial artists nearby gazed at Elder Ming with unabashed admiration. Even Lin Xin, by Mu Qing's side, was fixated on Elder Ming. Mu Qing had frequently encountered figures of sovereign stature, yet for the populace of Xingang City, their most powerful encounters were merely with martial venerates. In the minds of ordinary people, sovereigns were almost mythic, seldom seen, for such beings could effortlessly obliterate a city with a mere appearance. After his previous encounter with the Elder Council of the Yanhuang organization, where he faced over 30 sovereigns and endured the oppressive might of a dozen, Mu Qing had become somewhat desensitized to such figures, devoid of the awe that others felt. However, unlike the others, Mu Qing was far more concerned about the black fish. Originally his blood spirit, it had now become an independent entity, even possessing blood of its own. Regardless, the black fish was still his blood spirit, and witnessing it gravely wounded by Elder Ming stirred a sense of worry within him. Approximately an hour later, Elder Ming could no longer contain himself, disregarding the fate of the black fish, and unleashed his full power. Die! The azure steel sword in Elder Ming's grasp suddenly erupted with a radiant brilliance, flying from his hand and transforming into a 1,000-meter-long azure sword energy. The azure sword light pierced the heavens, shattering the clouds, and under its overwhelming might, the torrential rain and thunder above ceased, and the fierce wind stilled. Boom! The azure sword energy surged outward, cleaving the entire lake in two, lifting nearly all the water into the air. A narrow chasm stretched forth, forming a canyon. The massive black fish was severed in two, letting out a heart-wrenching wail as blood illuminated the entire lake in a crimson hue. Mu Qing's eyes turned a shade of red, a fierce killing intent bubbling up within him. Fortunately, he was acutely aware of the current situation and refrained from revealing the violent bloodlust surging within. Elder Ming, after all, is a ruler. If Mu Qing still possessed his cultivation, he could conceal his murderous intent. However, now he is devoid of any power, making his lethal aura exceedingly apparent. Mu Qing swiftly retracted his murderous intent, remaining undetected by Elder Ming from a distance. Conversely, Wu Shi furrowed his brows, casting a wary glance at Mu Qing, who he always regarded with suspicion, believing him to be far from ordinary. Just moments ago, he sensed a flicker of killing intent emanating from Mu Qing, though it vanished almost instantaneously. Humph. This ungrateful wretch, choosing the path of destruction over the path of survival. Elder Ming suppressed his aura. Observing the black fish carcass slowly sinking to the lake's depths, letting out a cold snort. He then turned his gaze to the nearby thunder pool. At this moment, the lake's surface had transformed entirely into a blood lake. The torrential rain from the sky resumed, enveloping the atmosphere in a sorrowful ambience. Amidst the howling winds, golden lightning occasionally sliced through the sky. Elder Ming's face revealed a glimmer of greed as he gazed at the thunder pool. The closer he approached, the more he could sense the incredibly pure essence of thunder residing within it. A single drop of thunder liquid from this pool could cause a sensation, coveted by any ruler of the thunder attribute. Taking a sharp breath, he confirmed the pool's invaluable nature upon closer inspection. Suddenly, Elder Ming's expression changed. He noticed the surface of the thunder pool shimmering brilliantly, yet upon closer examination, it was riddled with cracks, and its energy was exceedingly faint. The pool had sustained damage. Furrowing his brows, he scrutinized it further and ultimately broke into a smile. What a treasure! It seems that in the future, only the influence of our second palace master will remain within Tianyu Palace. The city Lord Xingong, taken aback, approached and discovered a purple bamboo within the shattered thunder pool, surrounded by mist, with mysterious runes cascading down its leaves. What is this? He pondered, glancing at Elder Ming, with his spirits soaring. Elder Ming regarded city Lord Xingong with newfound favor. He elucidated, though this thunder pool is damaged, it still harbors a miraculous bamboo, consisting of 8 segments. Our second palace master specializes in thunder and lightning sword qi. After years of cultivation, he has reached the pinnacle of kingship. Should I bring this thunder pool back and nurture it with abundant resources, once it is fully restored and the thunder bamboo matures, our second palace master might very well transcend beyond kingship. City Lord Xingong was astonished. What a terrifying level it would be to surpass kingship, a realm he had never even heard of. At present, the most potent realm on earth was known to be kingship. Elder Ming waved his hand grandly, storing the thunder pool into his spatial ring, already planning to take it back and utilize various resources to nurture it, making it the key for the second palace master's breakthrough. The torrential rain in the sky ceased, and the dark clouds and fierce winds dissipated, allowing sunlight to filter through the clouds, casting warmth upon everyone. Elder Ming and City Lord Xingong returned to the shore, the scene resembling heroes who had vanquished a monstrous foe. Only Mu Qing remained, fixated on the lake, now thoroughly stained red with blood, the carcass of the black fish having completely sunk. At this moment, Mu Qing suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his palm. He lowered his gaze and was taken aback to discover a small black fish gliding through the air, treating the space as if it were a lake. Its tail stirring the air to create ripples, while its delicate head nuzzled against Mu Qing's palm. "You little rascal, you're still alive." Even Mu Qing was astonished. He had just witnessed the black fish being cleaved in two by Elder Ming. The black fish proudly flicked its tail and then transformed into a streak of dark light, diving into Mu Qing's body. Although the water-based original force had yet to return, Mu Qing could sense a renewed connection with the blood spirit of the black fish, akin to a part of himself. Chapter 267, Water Moonlight on the Shore. Upon the black fish's return, Mu Qing's expression shifted once more. The black fish had transcended its status as a mere blood spirit and had evolved into a semblance of a doppelganger. Even though it had returned to his body, it could no longer aid him in cultivating the water-based original force. The purple thunder bamboo had been seized by Elder Ming of Tianyu Palace, indicating that Mu Qing still lacked any blood spirit, rendering him incapable of cultivating original force. Fortunately, he could still utilize the Titan bloodline technique within him. Once he successfully refined the Titan energy again, his combat prowess could restore to the level of a martial sovereign. Until he regained his physical strength, Mu Qing would have to rely solely on the black fish, which, although once his mutated blood spirit, had now become a doppelganger under his command. Currently, Mu Qing's strength was inferior to that of a martial master, and the black fish, having suffered severe injuries from Elder Ming, could at most display the power of a fourth-tier martial master. This precarious situation left him vulnerable. Should his identity be exposed and the insect race learn of it, he would likely be killed on the spot. Who was this lad? Upon returning to the shore, Lord Xingong finally noticed an additional person beside Wu Shi. "Lord City Master, this is a survivor we rescued," Lin Xin responded respectfully, while the others slightly bowed their heads. As a ninth-tier martial sovereign, the aura emanating from Lord Xingong naturally imposed pressure on the martial masters present. Oh, Lord Xingong cast a fleeting glance at Mu Qing before losing interest. Presently, devoid of any original force, Mu Qing was akin to an ordinary person, thus failing to attract attention. A cordial smile graced Lord Xingong's face as he boarded the flying ship with Elder Ming. Although several ninth-tier martial sovereigns had perished on this expedition, winning Elder Ming's favor was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Observing Elder Ming's joyful demeanor, it was evident that the Thunder Pool was exceedingly precious. The situation within Tianyu Palace was likely to undergo significant transformation. Fortunately, I have long aligned myself with the faction of the Second Palace Master. Having presented such a valuable treasure, my future standing is bound to be elevated. Lord Xingong secretly reveled in his thoughts. He was well aware of the dynamics within Tianyu Palace, where the Grand Palace Master and the Second Palace Master were historically at odds, forming two major factions, with one neutral elder among them. The Second Palace Master excelled in lightning attribute swordsmanship, and his blood spirit was a colossal thunder sword. According to Elder Ming, he would return with the Thunder Pool for the Second Palace Master, and once the energy within the pool was fully replenished, the Second Palace Master would absorb it and completely break through the shackles of kingship, attaining greatness. At that time, the Tianyu Palace would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. However, once it concluded, all forces would unite as one, their combined strength sufficient to contend with the two colossal powers of the Federal Division and the Yanhuang organization. The Lord of Xingong City felt an exhilaration that nearly lifted him to the heavens, and even the ever-dissatisfied Wu Shi no longer sought to create trouble. Wu Shi cast a glance at Mu Qing before boarding the flying ship of the Lord of Xingong City alongside the others, setting course for Xingong City. Located hundreds of miles away, through the window, Mu Qing gazed at the distant Xingong City, his emotions in a state of turmoil. Just moments ago, he had gleaned some information from Lin Xin, discovering that over 3 months had elapsed since the explosion. He had also procured a communication device from Lin Xin, successfully connecting to the network, where he encountered a torrent of news and information from various major websites. A great deal had transpired in these 3 months. The Yanhuang organization reported the assassination of Mu Qing, the leader of the Qingcheng Guard, by the insect race, leading to the dissolution of the Qingcheng Guard. Meanwhile, conflicts erupted between the Federal Division and Yanhuang, and numerous prodigies from various factions began to target the Yanhuang organization. Notably, the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace directly provoked the Yanhuang organization, boldly declaring intentions of war. The Grand Master of Tianyu Palace? Why would they come to my aid? Mu Qing felt a twinge of confusion upon reading this news. The head of the Federal Division had now been replaced by Ku Fei, and given his connections with Yang Jie and Shen Yi, it was understandable that they would offer their assistance. However, he had no acquaintance with the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace, and was perplexed as to why they would extend their hand. Hu Hai firmly asserted that I was assassinated by the insect race. With the capabilities of the Yanhuang organization, even if all other factions within Huaxia united, they would prove powerless against him. Mu Qing sighed. At this juncture, he felt utterly at a loss, left with no choice but to take one step at a time. The most pressing concern was to restore his own strength. Currently, Mu Qing's power was exceedingly low. He had no original force within him, and even the only technique he could employ, the Dragon Leap, lacked its former potency. He casually opened a news website, inundated with articles about him. Initially, Mu Qing was not so renowned, but once the Federal Division and the prodigies of various forces began to target Hu Hai, the news spread like wildfire. Many had come to know of Mu Qing through the internet, as both the Yanhuang organization and the Federal Division held significant reputations in Huaxia. And the influence of Tianyu Palace was no trifling matter. The entanglement of these 3 factions naturally drew considerable attention. Suddenly, Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as he stumbled upon information regarding the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace. In fact, one article even mentioned his name, Mu Qing's true identity. The prodigy of Tianyu Palace, son of the Grand Master. Furrowing his brow at the headline, Mu Qing mused that if it were merely one media outlet sensationalizing the story, it could be dismissed as an attempt to attract attention. Yet, in truth, every media source was disseminating the narrative of his identity as the young master of Tianyu Palace. What on earth was happening? Mu Qing pondered, bewildered. When had he become the son of the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace? With a face full of skepticism, He ultimately found a photograph of the Grand Master, his expression suddenly transforming in shock. She was a plump and elegant woman, adorned in a flowing white gown. Her expression grave, surrounded by an aura of formidable sword energy. This was the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace, who, 2 months prior, had personally visited the entrance of the Yanhuang sect to interrogate Hu Hai about the whereabouts of Mu Qing. It was at that moment that the world learned of Mu Qing's remarkable lineage. He was the son of the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace. Who would have imagined that Mu Yu, the first alchemical prodigy of the Mu family, had fathered a child with the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace? In his prime, the Grand Master was a figure of unparalleled brilliance, while Mu Yu, despite his extraordinary talent, had long since faded into obscurity, even being erased from the family genealogy, only to later become entwined with the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace. The comments beneath this revelation were filled with astonishment. No one had anticipated the extraordinary origins of Mu Qing, with a mother who was once a celebrated figure and now the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing gazed at the image of the familiar, yet somewhat foreign Grand Master. His emotions stirred. Initially, he struggled to believe it. But upon witnessing her in person, his heart was resolute. Indeed, the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace was his mother. Although Mu Qing had never seen his mother in the flesh, he was often acquainted with her likeness through photographs. Due to certain circumstances, Mu Yu had been expelled and even pursued by the Mu family, forced to conceal himself with Mu Qing, presenting as an ordinary merchant, while his mother, Shui Yueshi, ascended to the pinnacle of Tianyu Palace and did not accompany him. She truly is my mother. Mu Qing's eyes glistened with emotion as he grasped the significance of his mother's identity for the first time. We have arrived in Xingang City. Lin Xin approached Mu Qing, her concern for his injuries evident, for she had merely provided him with a rudimentary bandage. Shall I take you to the hospital? Your injuries appear quite severe, she suggested with a smile. Lin Xin, your empathy is overflowing. Look at this lad. Despite lacking any spiritual energy, he seems lively, and is even perusing the news online, clearly not in distress. Someone nearby scoffed, deeming Lin Xin's concern excessive. Wu Shi also furrowed his brow slightly. If Mu Qing were indeed an ordinary person devoid of any spiritual energy, there would be little reason to extend further assistance. Thank you, but I believe I will manage, Mu Qing replied with a smile, declining her offer. He disembarked from the flying vessel with the others, eager to part ways. After all, they were in the territory of the Lord of Xingang City, and he was anxious to attend to Elder Ming. Wishing to distance himself from Mu Qing and Wu Shi, Mu Qing departed swiftly. Driven by his newfound knowledge of his mother's status as the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace, yearning to uncover more about her. Moreover, according to the reports he had encountered online, Shui Yueshi had confronted Hu Hai with the might of Tianyu Palace, asserting that his demise was not the result of the insect race, but rather a deliberate conspiracy. Mu Qing felt a sense of urgency. He longed to establish contact with his mother, not only to reunite with her, but also due to the implications surrounding Hu Hai. While his suspicions regarding Hu Hai's connection to the insect race were merely conjecture, he felt a strong conviction. Especially considering Hu Hai's formidable power and the sinister tactics of the insect race, which could pose a significant threat to Shui Yueshi. Mu Qing sought to convey his survival to Shui Yueshi, hoping to prevent her and Hu Hai from engaging in a fierce confrontation that could lead to perilous consequences. Just then, 3 figures emerged before him. Who are you? Mu Qing asked, his brow furrowed. He had only just arrived in Xingang City, a place unfamiliar to him, and was puzzled as to why anyone would suddenly appear to obstruct his path. Young man, it matters not who we are. You need only comply and follow us. The leader of the trio sneered. The 3 men, all robust, bore the rank of 4th-tier martial artists, clad in black garments adorned with a spider emblem. You have only yourself to blame for witnessing what you should not have. Otherwise, we would not have to resort to dealing with an ordinary person like you. One of them sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Mu Qing. Taken aback, Mu Qing gasped, the Lord of Xingang, recalling the only individual who would wish him harm. He realized it must be the Lord of Xingang. Not only him, but perhaps Wu Shi and the others had also received special attention. Their adversaries might be even more formidable. The Lord of Xingang had presented the Thunder Pool to Elder Ming, a treasure of immense value. It was conceivable that Elder Ming had commanded the elimination of Wu Shi and his companions, ensuring that no one would discover his acquisition of the Thunder Pool. thus preventing any surveillance from other major powers. It appeared that he had underestimated the Lord of Xingang. Mu Qing clenched his teeth. Though his assailants did not even cast a glance in his direction, their ruthless nature was evident. Even a seemingly ordinary individual like Mu Qing was deemed worthy of capture and execution. Indeed, the leader, somewhat taken aback, clapped his hands, surprised by Mu Qing's composure and his deduction of their true motives. They were, after all, subordinates of the Lord of Xingang. And even knowing their opponent was merely an ordinary person, they had dispatched 3 fourth-tier martial artists to ensure the complete suppression of any news regarding the Thunder Pool. Do not fret, there will be no pain. It will be over in the blink of an eye. One of them stepped forward, brandishing a crude yet fiery cleaver. Prepare to meet your end. He grinned maliciously, bringing the blade down with force. The other two watched with malicious glee, refraining from intervening. To them, Mu Qing, devoid of any primal energy, could be obliterated with a mere finger. Indeed, the reality was not far from this. Mu Qing bore numerous injuries and was in a precarious state. Any martial artist could easily slay him, let alone the fourth-tier warrior before him. A self-deprecating smile crossed Mu Qing's face. The once mighty tiger had fallen prey to the dogs. He had once been a paragon, a figure of exceptional talent, having reached the 8th tier of martial prowess. Yet now he sensed a deathly threat from a mere martial artist. He inhaled deeply, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. To onlookers, Mu Qing appeared to have surrendered to fate. Seeking death, Mu Qing exclaimed softly. And suddenly, an unimaginable and terrifying aura erupted from him. The 3 men before him were taken aback, realizing that they were now contending with a giant. Roar! A shadow suddenly emerged, its terrifying aura manifesting as a powerful gust that swept through the surroundings. Mu Qing found himself in a narrow alley, where the people had long been dispersed by the forces of the city Lord of Xingang. This, in turn, allowed Mu Qing to unleash his abilities without hesitation. Behind him, a colossal black fish materialized, fierce and savage, its massive form towering over 10 meters, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns etched upon its dark scales. The appearance of the black fish caused ripples in the surrounding space, as if it were swimming through a sea of void. What manner of creature is this? The 3 individuals opposite him were utterly astonished, feeling as though a mountain had descended upon them, rendering them breathless. Stripped of any trace of original energy, Mu Qing appeared to them as a demonic entity. Who are you? You cannot possibly be an ordinary person devoid of original energy. The man wielding the flaming blade exclaimed in horror. Before he could strike, the flames on his weapon were entirely absorbed by the black fish. It was then that they noticed a black hole seemingly residing within the creature's maw. Mu Qing smirked with disdain. Even though the black fish had been grievously wounded by Elder Ming and cleaved in two by a formidable sword aura, it still retained considerable strength, its imposing presence undiminished. Under its shadow, the 3 adversaries were struck by the illusion of facing a 9th-tier ferocious beast. What is this monstrosity? They roared in anger, unleashing their formidable techniques. Streams of original energy surging forth. Yet, as the black fish opened its mouth, a massive black hole appeared, its terrifying devouring force consuming all the original energy they had conjured. Their faces paled in terror as they realized that their full-strength martial skills were being devoured by the black fish. Do not waste time with them, Mu Qing commanded sharply. The black fish let out a roar, drifting through the void before swallowing the 3 men whole. After disposing of them, the black fish transformed into a dark beam of light and returned to Mu Qing's body. Mu Qing's expression shifted to one of surprise. He discovered that the black fish was growing stronger. Although it was no longer his blood spirit, it remained under his control. He could sense the essence of original energy emanating from within the black fish. The water attribute energy that once belonged to him now resided within the creature, which could cultivate independently. Once it regained its strength, it would be able to deploy the water barrier technique. After taking a few steps, Mu Qing suddenly recalled something and turned back. In the city lord's district, he had departed from the flying ship and left directly, likely being the first to fall into an ambush. Lin Xin and others were surely also at risk. Indeed, after walking a short distance, he came across several corpses, while a few individuals clad in black were busy clearing the bodies. Mu Qing quickly scanned the scene and was relieved to find that Lin Xin was not among them. He was indifferent to the fates of the others. Death was death. However, Lin Xin had aided him, providing a brief healing for his injuries. You You are still alive. The black-clad figures were startled to see Mu Qing, their expressions shifting. They were well aware of their target for this mission. And even Mu Qing's appearance was firmly etched in their memories. Mu Qing remained silent as a colossal shadow surged forth from behind. The black fish opening its maw to devour the individuals before it. The few black-clad figures tasked with clearing the corpses were merely 4th or 5th-tier martial artists, easily overpowered by the black fish, which consumed them without effort. Furrowing his brow, Mu Qing surveyed his surroundings, forming a conjecture in his mind. Lin Xin must be with Wu Shi, as he alone possessed the strength to break through the ambush. In a flash, he darted forward, a streak of lightning cutting through the air. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of battle reached his ears. Upon halting, he beheld Wu Shi confronting a group of black-clad figures, accompanied by Lin Xin and 2 other male students. The black-clad adversaries exhibited a notably higher level of prowess, all attaining martial artist status, with 2 among them reaching the formidable 8th tier. Wu Wangshi, are you truly willing to aid in such malevolence? Wu Shi glared at the 2 8th-tier martial sovereigns before him, his eyes aflame with rage and veins bulging upon his forehead. Chapter 269. Wu Shi's astonishment. He had long suspected that the Lord of Qingcheng City would dispatch someone to eliminate him. Yet he never anticipated that those sent to kill him would be 2 of his few friends. Wu Shi, do not blame us. We are also powerless to resist. Wu replied, shaking his head, clutching a square instrument that emanated a crimson glow. This red luminescence formed a small barrier around them, permitting entry but barring exit. Wang Shi's blood spirit manifested behind him, taking the form of a fearsome 4-legged serpent that exhaled toxic fumes. Without uttering a word, he charged forward, unleashing a torrent of primal energy that erupted with the might of an 8th-tier martial sovereign. Wu Shi attempted to resist, but as a solitary individual, he was no match for 2 8th-tier martial sovereigns. After a fierce skirmish, he bore several wounds upon his body. The 2 other male students cried out in agony as they fell victim to the other black-clad figures. These foes were even more formidable than those Mu Qing had previously encountered, all being 6th-tier martial artists, a caliber far beyond the injured black fish's capabilities. Die! One 6th-tier martial artist leapt high into the air, aiming a lethal punch at Lin Xin, golden light shattering forth, its aura razor-sharp, indicative of a martial artist wielding gold elemental energy. Boom! A dazzling burst of white light erupted suddenly, the residual force creating waves of energy that sent everyone nearby sprawling. What is happening? Wu and Wang Shi were taken aback, retreating hastily, while even Wu Shi was left astounded. A terrifying energy explosion loomed before Lin Xin, its potency so overwhelming that it rendered the air suffocating. Even the 2 8th-tier martial sovereigns felt a profound sense of mortal peril. Lin Xion's expression mirrored her shock, her pupils constricting as she stood perilously close to the energy explosion, witnessing a transparent crystal hurled from an unknown origin, radiating brilliant white light. She observed with clarity as the black-clad assailant targeting her was entirely consumed by the white light, the terrifying energy annihilating him. At that critical moment, a strong arm encircled Lin Xion's waist, swiftly pulling her back to evade the cataclysmic explosion of energy. It's you, Lin Xin exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Mu Qing, utterly surprised that in her moment of peril, he was the one to rescue her. This group of individuals has been dispatched by the Lord of Qingcheng City. Mu Qing's expression grew slightly grave as he sensed the presence of 2 formidable foes, both of whom were 8th-level martial masters. In the past, such power would have been inconsequential to him, easily subdued with a mere flick of his hand. However, at this moment, Mu Qing found himself lacking the strength of even a martial artist, and the mere aura of these 2 8th-level masters was sufficient to overwhelm him. It's you. Wu Shi was equally astonished. Approaching Mu Qing, he cast a surprised glance in his direction, internally bewildered, as he had thought Mu Qing had already met his demise. Why would the Lord of Qingcheng want us dead? Lin Xin, regaining her senses, realized she was in Mu Qing's embrace. A powerful aura enveloped her, flushing her cheeks, prompting her to struggle free. Wu Shi, battered and bruised, spoke in a low voice as he recovered. The thunder pool in that vast lake is evidently an unimaginable treasure. To maintain secrecy, the Lord will undoubtedly eliminate us. His mind was clear. He had long suspected that the Lord of Qingcheng would take action. However, He had anticipated that the assault would be directed solely at him, not expecting the Lord's ruthless resolve. It seems I have underestimated that man. Wu Shi gritted his teeth. What pained him most was that the Lord of Xingang had dispatched two of his closest friends, a devastating blow indeed. Wu Shi came from a humble background and had previously offended the Lord, leading to relentless suppression. In his quest for redemption, he had tirelessly honed his skills. Wu and Wang Shi were his dear friends, their bond once profound, even having pledged to participate in the Tianyu Palace assessment together, aspiring to become core disciples. Yet, he never anticipated that these two would betray him and aid the Lord of Xingang in his assassination. Wu Shi, do not blame us. The Lord's offer is simply too enticing, Wu sneered. By eliminating you, we can bypass the grueling competition for the assessment and directly ascend to the ranks of core disciples. With that, he and Wang Shi charged forward, launching an assault against Wu Shi. Simultaneously, they remained vigilant, suspecting the presence of a terrifying force lurking nearby. A massive pit had formed on the ground not far from them, with cracks resembling spider webs sprawling in every direction. They suspected that a 9th-level martial master had struck from the shadows. Nevertheless, suspicion remained mere conjecture. The allure of becoming core disciples of Tianyu Palace was far too tempting to resist. At their age and level of cultivation, joining Tianyu Palace would necessitate competing for the status of core disciple, a position fiercely contested, especially in a small city like Xingang, where only 3 spots were available. Prepare to perish, Wang Shi shouted, launching a combined attack with a Wu that severely wounded Wu Shi. As Wu Shi coughed up blood, the energy within him nearly depleted. He found himself devoid of the strength to resist. Kill them all, Wang Shi barked, commanding the martial masters clad in black behind him to engage. He remained alert, casting wary glances at Mu Qing, who, despite exuding no discernible energy, had been present during the recent explosive display of power. With a furious roar, Wu Shi, drenched in blood, sought to resist once more, only to be unceremoniously kicked to the ground by a martial artist. Is there truly no chance left for me? A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his eye. He had been striving to join the Tianyu Palace, yet now found himself bereft of even an opportunity to participate in the assessment, facing imminent death in this very moment. Suddenly, several cloaked figures sprang into action, their potent energies surging towards Mu Qing and Lin Xin with lethal intent. Nearby, Wu and Wang Shi squinted, silently anticipating the moment when both Mu Qing and Lin Xin would be left bloodied and defeated. Yet, at that instant, their pupils constricted in shock. Mu Qing's countenance remained inscrutable as he waved his hand, summoning several transparent crystals into the air. This is bad. Wu and Wang Shi gasped in disbelief, retreating hastily. But it was already too late. A terrifying surge of energy erupted forth, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that swept in all directions. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated, shattering even the small crimson barrier surrounding them, causing numerous craters to mar the ground. Wu and Wang Shi were flung back, coughing up blood, their garments torn and their bodies grievously wounded. As for the martial artists clad in black, they were consumed entirely by the horrific wave of energy, leaving naught but obliterated remnants. After the cacophony subsided, the ground lay pockmarked, the crimson barrier reduced to mere fragments, and deep fissures marred the surroundings. Blood trickled from Mu Qing's lips, several of his ribs had fractured. His current strength was woefully inadequate, and despite controlling the explosion's space and distance, he had still suffered collateral damage. Lin Xin managed to shield herself with her energy, but sustained minor injuries. Who on earth are you? Wu Shi gazed at Mu Qing, disbelief etched upon his features. Even now, he could sense not a trace of energy emanating from Mu Qing. Yet the calm demeanor and the overwhelming aura that annihilated numerous martial artists made him realize that Mu Qing was far from ordinary. Chapter 270. Hiding in the basement, Lin Xin and Wu Shi turned their astonished gazes towards Mu Qing. We'll address this later. We need to find a place to hide, Mu Qing said, his brow furrowing slightly. The commotion he had caused would undoubtedly attract the attention of the city lord of Xingang, and if they did not depart promptly, escape would soon become impossible. Though Mu Qing's transparent crystals possessed incredible power, capable of effortlessly obliterating even 9th-tier martial masters, he understood that the current city lord of Xingang was accompanied by a formidable presence. If Elder Ming were to intervene, even the detonation of all his transparent crystals would be futile against such strength. Indeed, we must leave at once. Wu Shi suppressed his astonishment, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Follow me. Wuxi rose to his feet, momentarily channeling his bloodline technique, managing to alleviate some of his injuries. He, accompanied by Mu Qing and Lin Xin, departed towards the distance. In Qingcheng City, Wuxi had grown up, rendering him quite familiar with the area. Wait. Mu Qing suddenly turned around and approached Ao and Wang Shi. Both were gravely injured. Although they remained conscious, their wounds rendered them immobile. A glint of cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes, and, under the astonished gazes of Wuxi and Lin Xin, a dark light surged forth. A massive black fish emerged, its gaping maw revealing a black void that engulfed Ao and Wang Shi. Let us go. The black fish re-entered Mu Qing's body, prompting him to speak hastily. Both he and the black fish were weakened, making their greatest asset the transparent crystals. More would certainly be advantageous. Lin Xin's expression turned pale as she recognized that the black fish which had erupted from Mu Qing was indeed the same one that had been cleaved in two by Elder Ming in the Great Lake. Wuxi's pupils contracted slightly, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He had long suspected that Mu Qing possessed some extraordinary traits, and now it appeared he was correct. We must hurry. I know of a very concealed location, one that even the Lord of Qingcheng City is unaware of. Wuxi shouted, a hint of urgency in his tone. Mu Qing and Lin Xin immediately followed. Half an hour later, Wuxi led them through winding paths, finally stopping at the back door of a small bar. He searched the ground for a moment until he found a protruding stone, pressing it down to reveal a hidden passageway before them. He guided the two down a staircase into a basement, which, contrary to expectations, was neither damp nor dim. It was approximately the size of a football field, filled with various living supplies. Ever since I incurred the wrath of the Lord of Qingcheng City, I anticipated he would send someone to deal with me. Hence I prepared an escape route. Wuxi explained to the two. Although he had foreseen the Lord's intentions, he did not expect the day of reckoning to arrive so swiftly. Nor did he anticipate the betrayal of his two friends. The news of our survival will undoubtedly reach the Lord of Qingcheng City immediately. And what we will face next is likely the formidable ninth stage martial sovereigns. Wuxi inhaled deeply. His complexion darkened as he envisioned one ninth stage martial sovereign after another. This basement, while concealed, was not a long-term refuge and would eventually be discovered. Finally, Wuxi's gaze landed on Mu Qing. He recognized his own strength. He might be formidable among the 8th stage martial sovereigns, but against 9th stage martial sovereigns, he was no match. Now, their final hope rested upon Mu Qing, who, judging by his earlier performance, was certainly no ordinary individual. Sensing Wuxi's gaze, Mu Qing took a deep breath, nodding slowly as he declared, if it's just the 9th stage martial sovereigns, let them come in numbers. I shall slay them all. The only individual he truly feared was Elder Ming. Mu Qing possessed numerous transparent crystals, and the explosive power of even one could pose a significant threat to a 9th stage martial sovereign. However, should that Elder Ming take action, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Given Mu Qing's current condition, he is hardly a match for him. Moreover, if the adversary were to become aware of any connection between him and the Thunder Pool, they would undoubtedly resort to ruthless measures to eliminate him. Is that so? Wu Shi glanced at Mu Qing, astonished by his formidable strength. Lin Xin, too, looked at Mu Qing in surprise. Is the communication signal blocked here? Mu Qing activated the communication device, gifted by Lin Xin, and suddenly gasped softly. To enhance concealment, the entire basement is devoid of signals. Only the device in my hand can connect to the outside world. Wu Shi, somewhat perplexed, could not fathom Mu Qing's intent for the communication device. Given their precarious situation, any attempt to contact the outside could potentially expose their location. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he handed over his device to Mu Qing. Having sensed that Mu Qing was no ordinary individual, capable of producing a transparent crystal potent enough to obliterate a 9th-level martial sovereign, an ability likely unmatched by even the prodigies of major factions. We cannot remain idle. We must take the initiative, and the disciple selection examination of Tianyu Palace presents us with an opportunity. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Mu Qing's mouth. Subsequently, he distanced himself from Wu Shi and Lin Xin, using the communication device to reach out to Zhou Siyu. Heavens! Mu Qing, you are still alive. Upon connecting, Zhou Siyu exclaimed incredulously. Mu Qing felt a wave of frustration. What nonsense was this? What? Mu Qing is not dead, came the voice of Rat-old 3. He had almost become Zhou Siyu's steed, always perched atop her head wherever she went. Mu Qing briefly recounted the situation, urging Rat-old 3 and Zhou Siyu to keep his survival a secret. Hu Hai's strength and methods had significantly surpassed those of the previous counselor, capable of deploying energy bombs lethal enough to kill a monarch. Should he learn that Mu Qing still lived, he would undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate him, even resorting to capturing members of the Qingcheng Guards to threaten him. Zhou Siyu informed him that Ling Fei and the others had begun to suspect. Thus, disbanding the Qingcheng Guards and leaving the Yanhuang organization, they were now residing at the federal branch under Ku Fei's care. Can you obtain the Thunderstar Core? Mu Qing inquired. Previously, he had infused a trace of curse power into the Thunderstar Core, a strategy devised by Zhou Siyu herself. Of course, as long as I am in the mood, I can summon the Thunderstar Core to your side at any moment. Zhou Siyu boasted proudly, patting her chest. Excellent. Mu Qing exclaimed with joy, then added, in addition to the Thunderstar Core, there is another matter for you to assist with. Find Yang Shanshan. She will surely comply. But do not disclose my whereabouts. Chapter 271. Forced Spatial Transfer. A week later, 3 individuals appeared in a small tavern, a burly man with a bushy beard, an unremarkable woman, and a young boy. These 3 were none other than Mu Qing, Wu Shi, and Lin Xin. However, the appearances of the 3 had undergone a significant transformation, to the point where they seemed like entirely different individuals. Mu Qing now resembled a youth of about 15. Even his height had been somewhat diminished. The burly man with a beard was Wu Shi, and the woman beside him was naturally Lin Xin, whose appearance had also changed. At this moment, they had exited the basement and were walking down the street, where their wanted posters were conspicuously displayed. Both of them wore peculiar expressions, occasionally glancing at Mu Qing. Just a few days prior, Mu Qing had received a parcel containing 3 human skin masks, which he had distributed to them. After donning the masks, not only their appearances but their entire demeanor had undergone a notable shift. At this rate, even my own parents might not recognize me. Lin Xin exclaimed in astonishment, holding a mirror and examining her reflection repeatedly. She was taken aback by the drastic change in her looks, rendering her unrecognizable. Mu Qing smiled. Having entrusted Zhou Siyu to commission Yang Shanshan to procure the human skin masks from the esteemed matriarch of the Yang family, Yang Laotai, a veteran master, was renowned for her mastery of transformation techniques, her skills in disguise reaching unparalleled heights. These 3 masks were indeed crafted by her hand, and to see through such disguises, one would require the prowess of a top-tier master. However, within the entire Qingcheng city, only Elder Ming could be considered a master, and even his strength failed to qualify him as a seasoned one, rendering him incapable of unveiling Mu Qing and his companion's ruse. In a month, the Tianyu Palace would be recruiting disciples, providing an opportunity for them to infiltrate the palace. Mu Qing remarked, even if our identities are exposed, the Lord of Qingcheng City would find himself powerless against us. Wu Shi nodded. His initial ambition had always been to join Tianyu Palace, and a change of identity would not deter him. He led the 2 to a hotel, the decor of which was somewhat antiquated yet barely suitable for habitation. Due to their wanted status, Wu Shi refrained from utilizing his personal account, and as for Mu Qing, it was needless to say that if he were to use his own credentials, Hu Hai would likely send someone to eliminate him by the next day. It is barely acceptable. My injuries are severe, necessitating a period of seclusion. A month should suffice to restore some of my strength, Mu Qing informed the duo. Wu Shi and Lin Xin nodded. Though they were unaware of Mu Qing's original prowess, they had begun to form their own conjectures. They even speculated that Mu Qing was initially a formidable master, his cultivation merely hindered by an unforeseen incident. Wu Shi felt a surge of excitement. If he could cultivate a strong relationship with Mu Qing, once the latter regained his full strength, he might be able to assist him in dealing with the Lord of Qingcheng City, or at the very least, ensure the safety of his family. Disregarding Wu Shi and Lin Xin's thoughts, Mu Qing sought a guest room and firmly locked the door. He then activated his spiritual energy to survey the surroundings, even summoning a black fish, which grew to a height of 2 meters to serve as his protector. The forthcoming events were of utmost importance, involving the Thunderstar Core, and Mu Qing could not afford any leaks of information, not even to Wu Shi and Lin Xin. A dark, serpentine pattern unfurled from his neck, gradually ascending to his eyes, where a sudden burst of black light erupted from his pupils. A low hum reverberated as tendrils of darkness emanated from the void, each infused with a potent curse. Almost instantaneously, a flash of lightning illuminated the air, unleashing an overwhelming tempest of electricity. Cracks appeared in Mu Qing's room, the walls threatening to collapse under the sheer ferocity of the storm, which manifested as legendary creatures like the true dragon and the divine phoenix. Mu Qing felt a surge of anxiety as he fixed his gaze on the ominous void before him, where innumerable curses entwined to form a pitch-black spatial portal. This was the handiwork of Zhou Siyu. When Mu Qing first encountered the Thunderstar core, a trace of cursed energy had been infused within it, the very essence of Zhou Siyu's curse. She could leverage this fragment of cursed origin as a coordinate to forcibly execute terrifying sorcery, relocating the Thunderstar core directly to Mu Qing's vicinity. Such a feat was beyond even the mightiest of kings. Not even a blood spirit with spatial attributes could achieve it, for the Thunderstar core was the core of a divine beast, requiring immense power to shift. Suddenly, a shadowy light surged forth and settled atop Mu Qing's head. It was Zhou Siyu. She remained the petite sprite, no larger than the palm of a hand, adorned in a robe inscribed with mysterious patterns. An aura of a ninth-rank martial sovereign enveloped her, with curses swirling around her, the black patterns etching themselves into the void. "Descend," Zhou Siyu exclaimed, as a crystalline star core emerged from the dark portal, heralding a cataclysmic tempest of thunder and lightning. In response, Mu Qing called out. Retrieving a black robe and a golden scythe from his spatial ring, two treasures procured from the Kunlun secret realm. One was a rare artifact from the Mu family, while the other was purportedly forged by his father, a weapon of divine caliber. Upon presenting these treasures to Zhou Siyu, she recited an ancient incantation, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, as the items visibly corroded under some unseen force. Ultimately, two minuscule orbs of light materialized in her delicate hands, which she infused into the Thunderstar core. With a resonating hum, the Thunderstar core trembled, its once volatile energy retracting, as the two black orbs transformed into cursed chains, sealing away all its formidable power. "All done," Zhou Siyu murmured, her strength waning as she gasped for breath, weakly resting atop Mu Qing's head. She confided in him that her original power had reached the 9th rank martial sovereign level. Yet now she was compelled to expend all her energy to suppress the Thunderstar core. This meant that during this process, she was exceedingly vulnerable, akin to an ordinary person devoid of any strength, susceptible to injury that could lead to her demise. Mu Qing nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the Thunderstar core before him, which emitted only a faint glimmer. Yet, he could sense the boundless might of lightning contained within, now sealed away. This was the Thunderstar core from the Yanhuang organization, forcibly relocated to Mu Qing's side by Zhou Siyu. As Mu Qing extended his hand to absorb the power of the Thunderstar core, a formidable force rebounded, casting him backward. "No, you currently possess no blood spirit, rendering you incapable of harnessing the power of the Thunderstar core." Zhou Siyu shook her head, imparting crucial information to Mu Qing. Indeed, Mu Qing sighed. Having harbored some suspicions in his heart, he retrieved the Thunderstar core into his spatial ring, begrudgingly relying on Zhou Siyu's strength to suppress it for the time being. Chapter 272. Gradually regaining power, it seemed imperative to devise a plan to reclaim the Thunder Pool. Mu Qing furrowed his brow. His original black fish blood spirit had become an independent entity, and the water attribute energy he had cultivated had transformed into power within it. Mu Qing understood that the black fish could no longer revert to a blood spirit. To recultivate his original power, he needed to retrieve the purple lightning bamboo. The purple lightning bamboo resided within the Thunder Pool, taken away by Elder Ming. To attempt to reclaim it now seemed like a fool's errand. He would require some cunning strategies. Elder Ming was affiliated with the Tianyu Palace, so first, he needed to find a way to join the Tianyu Palace. And perhaps he could also reunite with his mother. With his future actions planned, Mu Qing commenced his cultivation. The only technique available to him was the Titan bloodline method, which, fortunately, was of a high caliber and could empower him rapidly. Meanwhile, outside Mu Qing's door, Wu Shi and Lin Xian wore expressions of shock. "Brother Wu Shi, did you just feel that?" Lin Xian whispered, gesturing towards Mu Qing's door. Wu Shi nodded, his expression grave, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Moments ago, They had sensed an aura emanating from Mu Qing's room that surpassed all beings, a terrifying force of lightning, formidable indeed. Wu Shi recalled Elder Ming's earlier display of power and realized that Elder Ming's aura paled in comparison to that emanating from within Mu Qing's room. Could it be that Mu Qing was a being transcending even the kings? He gasped in disbelief. As this hypothesis formed, Wu Shi found himself increasingly astounded by Mu Qing. Over 3 months prior, that catastrophic explosion could have obliterated a king. He suspected it was likely aimed at Mu Qing. Indeed, Mu Qing himself was a top-tier king, and his adversaries had unleashed such explosive might, which had injured him and impaired his strength. The black fish in the Great Lake belonged to him. Thus, the Thunder Pool must also, by extension, belong to him. Wu Shi nodded, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Once Mu Qing, this pinnacle king, restored his full strength, the city lord of Xingang and Elder Ming would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At this moment, Mu Qing, unaware that a trace of the Thunderstar Core's power had leaked, had inadvertently prompted Wu Shi's plethora of thoughts and logical deductions. After securing the Thunderstar Core, he began to channel the Titan bloodline method. As the opportunity to absorb the Thunderstar Core has slipped away, I must resort to this method to enhance my strength. Otherwise, I will find myself in peril. With merely a month remaining until the Heavenly Feather Palace commences its recruitment of disciples, it is imperative that I elevate my cultivation to the utmost within this time frame. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, sensing a weight of pressure upon him. His desire to enter the Heavenly Feather Palace stems from the need to conceal his identity from both the insect race and Huai, as well as the yearning to reunite with his mother. Additionally, Mu Qing harbored queries regarding his father, Mu Yu, once a prodigious alchemist, who had been inexplicably cast out by the Mu family to live a life of seclusion. Most importantly, Mu Qing wished to ascertain what Mu Yu was currently engaged in, since Mu Yu had gifted him a vial of blood spirit elixir. Endowing him with the second blood spirit purple lightning bamboo, he had not reappeared, and Mu Qing had been unable to locate him. Their only connection consisted of a few fleeting words. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound reverberated within Mu Qing's body, and he felt his aura begin to swell. Although all traces of his original force had dissipated, his vitality surged with remarkable vigor. As the Titan bloodline technique coursed through him, his physical form underwent continuous fortification. The energy explosion that had previously left him depleted and injured had now almost fully healed. The blood within him flowed like molten lava, birthing waves of formidable power. 10 days later, Mu Qing once again cultivated Titan Qi, identical to before, infused with potent lightning energy. Delighted, he resumed his seclusion for training. During this period, he found he needed no sustenance, as the practice of the bloodline technique provided a ceaseless flow of energy. The lightning Qi within him thickened, allowing him to once more unleash the Titan body. Presently, Mu Qing's strength had ascended to that of a 6th-level martial master, and when fully exerting his Titan body, he could contend with a 7th-level martial sovereign. Regrettably, his Titan body could only reach a height of 10 meters. Should it extend to 20 meters, he would be capable of challenging a 9th-level martial sovereign. Mu Qing exhaled deeply. The month passed swiftly. Although the lightning Qi within him grew increasingly robust, his Titan body showed no advancement, remaining at the same 10-meter stature. He understood that he had reached the limits of his power in a short time. Transitioning from a mere martial artist to a 7th-level martial sovereign was no small feat. You must swiftly reclaim the Thunder Pool to restore your blood spirit. I cannot suppress the Thunderstar Core for too long, Zhu Siyu remarked. Her strength, at merely a 9th-level bloodline, barely allowed her to contain the power of the Thunderstar Core, being the core of a beast deity. At present, I possess no original force, and cannot employ any barrier techniques. I can only strike with physical force. Even having advanced to a 9th-level martial sovereign, I would still be no match for Elder Ming. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, acknowledging the significant threat posed by Elder Ming, who held dominion over the Thunder Pool. If the Thunder Pool were in the hands of the Lord of Xingang City, it would be quite manageable. After Mu Qing regained some of his strength, he could directly ascend to the Lord's district and reclaim it. However, Elder Ming is a formidable sovereign, and with Mu Qing having lost his original power, he is hardly a match. Furthermore, Elder Ming intends to bestow the Thunder Pool upon the second palace master of Tianyu Palace, a top-tier sovereign on par with Huai. Alas, it seems prudent to take one step at a time. First, he must restore the strength of the black fish. Rising from his seat, Mu Qing finally departed from his chamber. Tomorrow marks the day when Tianyu Palace recruits disciples, and Mu Qing's own strength cannot be elevated further in such a short span. However, the black fish within him still possesses considerable potential for enhancement, provided there is ample water attribute energy available. Regrettably, Mu Qing finds himself devoid of funds at this moment. I still have quite a bit. You may use it first, Zhuo Siyu remarked, playfully tapping Mu Qing on the head. How do you have money? Mu Qing asked, suspicion evident in his tone. I transferred it from your personal account previously. Use my account now. Hu Hai won't discover that you are still alive, Zhuo Siyu explained. A twitch at the corner of Mu Qing's mouth revealed his surprise. It turned out to be his own money. He accessed the federal department system, where numerous resources were available for direct purchase. Naturally, this system is exclusive to the Federation's internal personnel, and Mu Qing's access was granted by Ku Fei after he ascended to the position of chairman of the federal department. Chapter 273. Journey to the Lord's District. Money is always lacking when needed the most, Mu Qing sighed. Ultimately, he purchased a standard 9th-tier monster B-Star core. The trading network within the federal system offered a plethora of items, including various mutated plants and high-grade herbs that could provide vast amounts of energy. Unfortunately, these treasures were prohibitively expensive, far beyond Mu Qing's means. The efficiency of the federal department's trading network was remarkable. They dispatched goods promptly, utilizing the fastest flying vessels for delivery. By that afternoon, Mu Qing received the 9th-tier star core, specifically of the water attribute, which he intended for the black fish to absorb. A dark light surged forth from Mu Qing's body. It was the black fish. Upon sighting the star core in Mu Qing's hand, it rushed forward, mouth agape, and devoured it in one swift motion. With a series of crunches, the black fish consumed the 9th-tier star core entirely, and a distinct wave of original power emanated from within it. The black fish's strength was formidable. It now resembled a ferocious beast, cultivating the water attribute original power that originally belonged to Mu Qing. Coupled with its black hole devouring ability, it absorbed energy at an astonishing rate. Upon completely assimilating the star core, its strength was restored to the 7th-tier martial sovereign, matching Mu Qing's own essence. However, in terms of actual combat prowess, the black fish may surpass Mu Qing. It not only wielded pure water attribute original power, but also had the capability to execute various abilities and barrier martial techniques. Meanwhile, Mu Qing could only employ his Titan's physique, relying solely on hand-to-hand combat. Zhou Siyu had previously informed Mu Qing that the Titan clan was not merely adept at hand-to-hand combat. As their bloodline techniques progressed, they could unleash a Titan strength akin to surging ocean waves, capable of stirring cosmic storms. While juvenile Titans were indeed limited to close-range attacks, presenting a vulnerability in battles, the adult Titans possessed the formidable ability to shatter a planet with a single punch from afar. Furthermore, certain Titans could forcibly rend the fabric of space, grasping the very essence of the void and hurling it as a weapon. The Titan clan's methods were undeniably brutish, yet their power was astonishingly immense, marking them as a formidable cosmic race akin to dragon tamers and phoenix catchers. Currently, Mu Qing was far from matching the true Titans. Yet since he had begun to cultivate the Titan bloodline techniques, his aura increasingly resembled that of a Titan. Zhou Siyu believed that Mu Qing had the potential to become a human imbued with Titan power, with limitless possibilities ahead. The following day, Mu Qing, along with Wu Shi and Lin Xian, made their way toward the City Lord's District. They had altered their appearances, rendering them unrecognizable to passers-by. Previously, the City Lord's District was populated solely by people affiliated with Lord Xing'an, yet now it was filled with disciples from Tianyu Palace. Every major faction periodically recruited and expanded their influence, selecting promising individuals as disciples for training, while others without potential could take on auxiliary roles. This time, Tianyu Palace attracted nearly all those with some aptitude, for Xing'an City was merely a small locale, limiting the number of spots available. Only 3 positions were reserved for core disciples. These 3 slots were made available due to Lord Xing'an's generous gift of the Thunder Pool to Elder Ming. As Tianyu Palace had initially intended to recruit only 10 Outer Palace disciples and a few auxiliary positions, the influence of Tianyu Palace was indeed profound. Lin Xian gazed at the throngs of people around her, filled with nostalgia. Wu Shi nodded and remarked, Tianyu Palace is a prominent force within Huaxia, naturally wielding significant influence. Even ninth-tier martial lords are merely core disciples. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Joining a powerful entity like Tianyu Palace was his lifelong aspiration. Though Wu Shi possessed some talent and cultivation, within a small city like Xinjiang, his potential was capped at becoming a ninth-tier martial lord. For those like them, endowed with talent yet lacking connections or power, aligning with a major force was the best course of action. Only by relying on such factions could they access abundant resources to strive for the realm of kings. Although the odds were slim, there remained a glimmer of opportunity. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance. In contrast to Wu Shi, his competition appeared significantly less daunting. Wu Shi aimed to become a core disciple, facing opponents of martial lord caliber, while Mu Qing targeted one of the 10 ordinary disciple positions, a goal shared by Lin Xin as well. He did not shy away from contending for a core disciple slot. Rather, his current diminished strength meant that even at full capacity, he could only defeat a 7th-tier martial lord, rendering him insufficiently formidable for the core disciple competition. Even Wu Shi felt the weight of pressure. He had been exerting himself to the utmost in training, striving to achieve peak condition. The trio observed in the distance as 2 9th-tier martial lords were calibrating a device. The instrument is entirely cloaked in a deep azure hue, seemingly forged from a rare and unique metal. Through this device, one can discern the precise cultivation level of others. Given the overwhelming number of aspirants seeking entry into the Tianyu Palace, certain thresholds have been established. To vie for one of the 10 ordinary disciple positions, one must possess the prowess of a 5th-tier martial artist, while a core disciple is required to have attained the 7th-tier martial sovereign level. Mu Qing pondered uncertainly whether the titan energy within him could be considered a form of cultivation. Mu Qing and Lin Xin joined the queue, both intent on securing one of the 10 ordinary disciple slots, while Wu Shi ventured elsewhere. The city lord's area was equipped with 2 grand arenas, with a raised platform in the distance where members of the Tianyu Palace and the city lord of Xinjiang were gathered. Elder Ming sat cross-legged above, suspended in the void. His eyes closed, as a thunder pool crackled before him, albeit riddled with fissures from which terrifying bolts of lightning erupted. He continuously channeled his formidable power into the thunder pool, drawing upon an inexhaustible source of energy. Additionally, he retrieved a variety of precious herbs and luminescent plants from his spatial ring, refining them and adding them to the thunder pool. These treasures, abundant in lightning attribute energy, significantly benefited the pool, and one could observe the cracks slowly beginning to mend. Elder Ming paid little heed to the recruitment of disciples for the Tianyu Palace. His sole focus lay on the thunder pool. I say, Elder Ming, you have truly struck gold this time. The day the 2nd Palace Master surpasses the king will indeed mark your ascension to the position of Grand Elder, remarked a king beside him. An envious glint in his eye, clad in white and wearing black sunglasses, this elder belonged to the faction of the 2nd Palace Master. Upon relaying the Thunder Pool's news to the 2nd Palace Master, Elder Ming was met with astonishment, prompting the immediate dispatch of a king to Xinjiang City as a precautionary measure. Elder Lin, such words should not be spoken lightly. The Grand Elder is a top-tier king. What merit do I possess to usurp his position? Elder Ming shook his head, yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. The day the 2nd Palace Master fully grasped control of the Tianyu Palace, even if he could not ascend to the role of Grand Elder, his status would undoubtedly rise dramatically, perhaps even allowing him to leverage the 2nd Palace Master's resources to reach the level of an established king. Elder Lin smiled, adopting a more humble demeanor in the presence of Elder Ming, fully aware that Elder Ming's standing would undoubtedly soar in the future. Chapter 274. Elder Lin's surprise. Elder Ming diligently refined various lightning attribute treasures, depositing them into the thunder pool. Although costly, they remained within his means. Once he completed the refinement of this thunder pool, it would ascend to an extraordinary quality, akin to a sacred relic of lightning attributes. This elevated platform was shielded by a unique energy barrier, rendering it invisible from the outside, yet providing a clear view of all who gathered below. Beside Elder Lin, the city lord of Xinjiang appeared grave, his gaze sweeping anxiously over the crowd. What is he so tense? Elder Lin chuckled, finding the city lord's demeanor rather amusing. Elder Lin, I am in search of individuals. Among those who previously knew of the Thunder Pool, 3 have inexplicably managed to escape. I have dispatched personnel to scour the entire Xinjiang city, yet these 3 remain elusive. The Lord of Xingang is perspiring profusely, continuously dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief. The directive to eliminate Mu Qing and the others was given by Elder Ming himself, and he had assumed the execution would be straightforward, thus he paid it little heed. To his astonishment, Wu Shi and the other two managed to flee. Moreover, their whereabouts have completely vanished. Days ago, the Lord of Xingang sent someone to locate a basement, which has been confirmed as a former residence of Wu Shi and his companions. Unfortunately, that basement is long abandoned, leaving no trace behind. Despite multiple searches throughout Xingang City, his men have been unable to find them. Little does he know, Mu Qing and Wu Shi have altered their appearances, and within the city, they possess forged identities, rendering them nearly undetectable. Enough of these individuals. Even a 9th-tier martial sovereign would hardly pose a threat. Elder Ming waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. However, he cast a warning glance at the Lord of Xingang, his voice cold as he remarked, "I may spare you this time, but I trust there will not be a next." The Lord of Xingang nodded incessantly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Though he stood at the pinnacle of 9th-tier bloodline, before a king, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Just the faint aura emanating from Elder Ming rendered him breathless. "I will be more vigilant next time," he offered with a forced smile. Elder Ming let out a cold snort, disregarding him, and concentrated on the thunder pool, channeling waves of pure, potent electrical energy into it. Elder Lin, with a smile, shifted his gaze to the two combat platforms. Although Xingang City is but a small locale, there may yet emerge one or two prodigious talents, whom we could integrate into the faction of the second palace master, thus earning some merit. At this moment, Mu Qing and Lin Xian were in line, and it was now Lin Xian's turn. After a period of cultivation, she had successfully advanced to the 6th-tier martial master, meeting the requirements for ordinary disciples of Tianyu Palace. Next, beside the testing apparatus stood a 9th-tier martial sovereign, who cast a surprised glance at Mu Qing, for he could detect no aura emanating from him. It is important to note that he is a 9th-tier martial sovereign, a figure of significance anywhere on Earth. Yet, he was unable to discern even a hint of primal energy from Mu Qing. Such a phenomenon could indicate either that Mu Qing's power surpassed his own, rendering him undetectable, or that Mu Qing possessed no strength at all. What an odd assortment of individuals. They truly do not recognize their own limitations. The man scoffed. Mu Qing felt a twinge of insecurity. After recovery, his cultivation was roughly equivalent to that of a 6th-tier martial master. Yet his true strength could easily defeat a 7th-tier martial sovereign. However, he was uncertain whether this azure instrument could accurately detect the prowess of his cultivated physique. Mu Qing extended his hand, placing it upon the instrument. After taking a deep breath, he infused the robust Titan energy within him into the apparatus before him. This Titan energy harbored an exceptionally pure force of lightning, surging forth along Mu Qing's arm. The 9th-tier martial master observed a sudden eruption of electric sparks from Mu Qing's arm, his eyelids twitching in surprise, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. Streams of lightning energy burst forth from Mu Qing's body and entered the instrument, which was immediately engulfed in a dazzling radiance. With a crack, a magnificent bolt of lightning erupted, causing the instrument to emit continuous bursts of lightning and strange sounds. What was happening? The 9th-tier martial master, responsible for the instrument, was astonished, unable to comprehend why it reacted so dramatically when it had functioned perfectly moments before. Before he could investigate further, a deep rumble resonated, and the entire instrument began to smoke, its exterior charred black. Mu Qing's lips twitched. He too was perplexed, failing to understand why his lightning energy, once infused into the device, did not display his cultivation but instead rendered it inoperative. Panic set in as he feared that, before even participating in the assessment to enter the Tianyu Palace, he had already damaged the equipment. Would this result in the cancellation of his qualification? Suddenly, a formidable figure appeared. It was Elder Lin. He glanced at Mu Qing, then shifted his gaze to the now charred, dark blue instrument, his expression one of shock. Such a potent presence of lightning energy. Did you cause this? Elder Lin was astonished, sensing the purity of the lightning energy, which was nearly on par with the lightning pool possessed by Elder Ming. Mu Qing could only nod in acknowledgement. Who would have thought that this trip to Xingang City would yield such unexpected gains? Elder Lin suddenly burst into laughter, leaving those around him bewildered. His aura was completely reined in, and some individuals were unaware of Elder Lin's identity. while only Mu Qing and the ninth-tier martial master recognized that this middle-aged man was of a king-level existence. Elder Lin approached, pulling Mu Qing into a corner, glancing around before frowning and asking, "Why do you lack any elemental energy?" His initial excitement stemmed from Mu Qing's extraordinary lightning power. As a seasoned king-level figure, Elder Lin's strength surpassed that of Elder Ming, and he was a trusted confidant of the Second Palace Master. He was aware of certain secrets regarding the Second Palace Master, knowing that the latter had been searching for disciples with lightning attributes for years. During this time, the Second Palace Master had indeed taken in several lightning attribute disciples, all of whom were of genius caliber, yet he seemed perpetually dissatisfied, not with their talents, but with the elemental energy within them. Upon encountering Mu Qing, Elder Lin's mind began to race with ideas. He sensed the pureness of Mu Qing's lightning energy, which was nearly comparable to that within Elder Ming's lightning pool. This was indeed remarkable, and he believed that Mu Qing could certainly meet the Second Palace Master's expectations. However, what he did not know was that Elder Ming's lightning pool originally belonged to Mu Qing. If you possess no elemental energy, then from whence does this pure lightning power derive? Elder Lin furrowed his brows, as he sensed no trace of blood spirit energy emanating from Mu Qing. This indicated that Mu Qing was merely an ordinary person, incapable of awakening a blood spirit. Elder Lin regarded Mu Qing with a hint of skepticism. Chapter 275. The 9-section Thunder Bamboo. A sense of trepidation gripped Mu Qing's heart. Elder Lin's puzzled expression weighed heavily upon him, amplifying his anxiety about potentially revealing certain truths about himself. "I have not awakened a blood spirit. Instead, I cultivate my body through thunder." Mu Qing fabricated a casual lie, opting to say little more for fear that excess words might unearth complications. Elder Lin's countenance shifted to one of intrigue, and soon astonishment washed over him as he examined Mu Qing, indeed perceiving the remarkable sturdiness of his physique. "It truly is a method of body refinement," he exclaimed, incredulous. In this age, one might say that alchemy and primordial energy reigned supreme, while body cultivation, once known as ancient martial arts, had become an outdated practice. Some scholars had previously studied this path, asserting that body cultivation was not without merit. Through relentless self-discipline, one could unlock the latent potential within their bloodline, albeit at a painstakingly slow pace. "What is your name?" Elder Lin's expression brightened with joy, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. There were indeed many practitioners of body cultivation, with some achieving great heights in Huaxia, yet compared to the path of primordial energy, this road was fraught with challenges. One must recognize that even the contemporary Taoist sects employ primordial energy as the source for their arts, underscoring its significance. Having altered his appearance, Mu Qing now appeared to be around 15 years of age. Achieving the level of a 6th-tier martial artist at such a tender age could only be described as extraordinary. "I am called Qing Mu." He fabricated a false name, touching the tip of his nose, genuinely surprised that he had drawn Elder Lin's attention. "Excellent. Quite commendable." Elder Lin expressed his satisfaction. The electric power emanating from Mu Qing undoubtedly met the requirements of the Second Palace Master. "You need not partake in this disciple recruitment. Come with me." He took Mu Qing by the hand and led him towards a raised platform. Surrounding the platform was an energy shield, and Elder Lin guided Mu Qing directly through it. Why have you brought an ordinary person in here?" Elder Ming's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Mu Qing. Take a closer look." Elder Lin winked conspiratorially. Curiosity piqued, Elder Ming released a wave of mental energy that enveloped Mu Qing. Were it another person, he might not have bothered, but Elder Lin's prowess surpassed his own. Being favored by Elder Lin surely indicated something extraordinary. He cautiously modulated his mental energy, fearful that it might inadvertently overwhelm Mu Qing. However, in the next moment, astonishment flickered across his face. Such formidable physicality. Elder Ming was taken aback, as his preliminary assessment revealed that Mu Qing's body was exceptionally resilient, possessing physical strength capable of overpowering martial artists. Elder Lin chuckled softly, yet refrained from mentioning the thunderous power within Mu Qing. Elder Ming had contributed significantly to the second princess by providing the thunder pool, and Lin had initially believed that the other party's status could rival his own. However, the circumstances had shifted. Once he introduced Mu Qing to the second princess, her delight might lead to his own elevation in status, thereby making him a favored figure in her presence. The Grand Matriarch. Due to her unexpectedly emerging son and the ensuing turmoil with the Yanhuang organization, had garnered criticism from many elders. Were it not for the elderess' support, the second princess would have united the entire Tianyu Palace by now. Elder Lin sighed. What of it? Once I present the Thunder Pool to the second princess, she is bound to transcend to a higher realm. At that point, it would not only be the Grand Matriarch who would be eclipsed, few in all of China would stand as her rivals. Elder Ming snorted dismissively, standing beside Elder Lin. Mu Qing listened intently, his heart racing with astonishment as he absorbed pivotal information. It appeared that his mother's situation within Tianyu Palace was less than favorable. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to integrate myself into the second princess's faction, thus enabling me to assist my mother when it matters most. Thoughts began to form in Mu Qing's mind. Elder Lin smiled, and upon hearing Elder Ming's remarks, he chose not to dispute them. However, he was privy to deeper secrets regarding the second princess, who had long sought a disciple with thunder attributes for a significant scheme. He understood that this matter was crucial for her, deemed the key to surpassing all earthly powers and establishing the Tianyu Palace as a dominant force. This was why Elder Lin was so pleasantly surprised to discover Mu Qing's pure thunderous energy. Meanwhile, the silent Lord Xinggang observed Mu Qing with growing curiosity. He sensed something amiss about the young man before him, yet could not articulate it. It begins, Elder Lin murmured, peering through the energy shield at the two combat arenas below. Elder Ming shook his head, dismissing the significance of the spectacle, deeming it a mere, trivial task. He paid little heed to the recruitment of disciples at Tianyu Palace. Fixated solely on the urgent need to restore the damaged thunder pool and ensure that the purple bamboo within matured fully. Elder Lin nodded, finding wisdom in Ming's words. The emergence of Mu Qing from Xinggang City had already exceeded his expectations. He would be indifferent even if the other recruits turned out to be mundane. Conversely, Mu Qing remained acutely focused on the combat arena below, where Wu Shi and Lin Xian were currently engaged in battle. Perhaps due to Xinggang City being a smaller locale, the recruitment process appeared rather simplistic and brutal. 10 ordinary disciples and 3 core disciples were pitted against one another in a free-for-all, with the remaining participants eligible for entry into Tianyu Palace. After all, the people of Tianyu Palace were not inclined to invest excessive time in a small city like Xinggang. Had it been a large metropolis like Beijing, there would undoubtedly be stringent requirements and various screening processes. Elder, might you grant me an additional spot for an ordinary disciple? Mu Qing suddenly inquired of Elder Lin. Elder Lin was momentarily taken aback, and then he noticed Mu Qing's gaze fixed on an unassuming woman below. It dawned on him what was transpiring, and with a knowing smile, he cast a glance at Mu Qing. Ah, I see. Fear not, regardless of the outcome. That young lady will undoubtedly become a disciple of Tianyu Palace. He chuckled heartily and patted Mu Qing on the shoulder. Having initially presumed that Mu Qing and Lin Xian shared a romantic bond, thus generously offering a spot. Meanwhile, the Lord of Xinggang observed with mild astonishment, his eyes narrowing at Mu Qing. No matter how he assessed the situation, Mu Qing appeared to be an ordinary individual, devoid of any discernible fluctuations of primal energy. Yet, he had managed to elicit a favorable response from Elder Lin, which left him perplexed. Damn it, the damage to the thunder pool is far too severe. Elder Ming suddenly erupted in frustration. He had expended a considerable amount of resources, yet had only managed to mend a few fissures in the thunder pool. However, Elder Ming merely vented his grievances, continuing to extract various rare thunder attributes from his spatial ring to feed into the pool. Suddenly, a brilliant arc of golden lightning erupted, causing the thunder pool to tremble. Within it, the purple lightning bamboo astonishingly transformed into 9 segments. Chapter 276, Identity Revealed Before Elder Ming. Brilliant arcs of lightning flickered within the thunder pool, his expression filled with delight as he beheld the purple lightning bamboo. This bamboo, enveloped in a mist of violet, was a wondrous growth, brimming with unimaginable electrical power. Elder Ming had not anticipated that his considerable efforts to repair the fissures would result in some of that energy being absorbed by the bamboo, allowing it to mature slightly into 9 segments. Is this maturity? He mused, inspecting the bamboo closely. It had previously possessed 8 segments, but now it had transformed into 9. Its internal electrical energy so potent that it began to manifest various phenomena. Elder Lin approached, scrutinizing the purple lightning bamboo, and then shook his head, saying, although this bamboo has undergone a change, I can sense it has not yet reached its limit. It cannot be deemed fully mature. After speaking, he too felt a surge of surprise. What exactly is the origin of this entity? It appears quite extraordinary. Elder Lin recognized the boundless potential of the purple lightning bamboo. Even when it had merely 8 segments, they had already sensed the terrifying electric energy contained within. They believed that a 9-segment bamboo represented a mature state, sufficient to enable the second palace master, a top-tier sovereign, to break free from constraints. However, they were astonished to discover that the 9-segment bamboo was not yet fully mature and still had room for growth. If the 9-segment bamboo could already facilitate a breakthrough for a top-tier sovereign, how astonishing would it be if the bamboo were to continue to evolve? Elder Ming marveled. At that moment, both Elder Ming and Elder Lin were completely captivated. This extraordinary treasure, if absorbed by them, could potentially elevate their cultivation to an extraordinary level. Although neither possessed the thunder attribute of primal energy, they could still absorb a substantial portion of its energy. Naturally, they realized this notion was somewhat unrealistic. Had circumstances been different, they might have had the opportunity to monopolize the lightning bamboo within the thunder pool. However, the second prince is now aware of the existence of the thunder pool. Even if they wished to monopolize it, the second prince would eliminate them at once. Should he acquire the thunder bamboo within the pool, the second prince's cultivation would likely ascend to unimaginable heights. Elder Lin took a deep breath. While City Lord Xingang observed the thunder pool with envious eyes, the realm of kings being so foreign to him, Mu Qing gazed intently at the thunder bamboo. And as it reached its 9th segment, he was astonished to discover that a connection had once again emerged between him and the bamboo. This bond did not originate in his mind, but rather from his dantian, which conveyed a longing for the purple lightning bamboo to return and become his blood spirit. This was indeed good news for Mu Qing, as his connection with the purple lightning bamboo had grown increasingly potent. With merely a thought, the thunder pool would come forth. Reverting to his blood spirit, Mu Qing exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips, and the worries in his heart dissipated entirely. Now that he had re-established his bond with the purple lightning bamboo, he no longer had to fear it being refined by the so-called second prince. Furthermore, he harbored a clever scheme to temporarily place the thunder pool with Elder Ming for nurturing. The fact that the thunder bamboo had reached 9 segments implied that upon reclaiming the thunder pool, his original force cultivation would soar to the 9th-tier martial sovereign. That concludes it, City Lord Xingang suddenly remarked. Below, on the 2 competition platforms, where many had stood, only 10 remained, severely injured from the fierce battles. Their survival meant they qualified to join the Tianyu Palace and could cultivate within the great power. Mu Qing glanced over and noticed Lin Xin was injured and not standing on the platform. She had failed. This outcome was to be expected, as Mu Qing had long known Lin Xin's abilities. While commendable among her peers, she was not particularly remarkable. On the other platform, only 3 stood, each bleeding profusely. 1, despite severe injuries, radiated excitement. This individual was none other than Wu Shi, who had altered his appearance. Mu Qing nodded to himself. Wu Shi was of genius caliber, having forcefully claimed one of the few core disciple slots through sheer strength. Although Lin Xin had faltered, Mu Qing had previously requested an ordinary disciple slot from Elder Lin, ensuring her entry into the Tianyu Palace. Strange, who was that person? City Lord Xingang inquired, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he looked at Wu Shi. Xingang's city was relatively small, with few martial sovereign-level warriors, and he was acquainted with nearly all of them. Among the 3 core disciples on the platform, he recognized 2, yet had no recollection of Wu Shi after his transformation. Curiosity piqued. He wondered when such an individual had emerged from Xingang City. Tonight, we shall proceed to the Tianyu Palace, and I will personally escort you to meet the second prince. Elder Lin informed Mu Qing. He informed Mu Qing that should an opportunity arise to become the new disciple of the second prince, his standing within the Tianyu Palace would undoubtedly surpass that of the renowned disciples. At that moment, a figure entered, the subordinate of the city lord. Approaching Xingang, the city lord, this individual whispered a few words into his ear before departing. A peculiar and incredulous expression crossed Xingang's face, followed by a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. However, he refrained from expressing his ire immediately, instead donning a smile while casting a veiled glance at Mu Qing. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Qing had already sensed the anomaly, his heart sinking with the suspicion that Xingang had discovered the identities of him and Wu Shi. Although the three of them had utilized human skin masks to alter their appearances seamlessly, the identity of the city lord was fabricated and would eventually be uncovered. Mu Qing had initially believed that it would be after entering Tianyu Palace that their identities would be brought to light. He had not anticipated that Xing Gang might recognize them at this very moment. No, if the city lord reveals our identities to Elder Ming, we will surely fall into peril, and Elder Lin will also question my intentions. A cold glint flickered in Mu Qing's eyes as he observed the retreating figure of Xing Gang. Taking a deep breath, he reached a resolution. If you remain oblivious, that is one matter, but should you attempt to act against us, I shall be compelled to strike first. Lowering his gaze, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from his eyes. Hello, may I inquire if you are Miss Xinglin? A young man, bearing a formidable golden sword upon his back, approached Lin Xin. She appeared somewhat disheartened, her insufficient strength barring her entry into Tianyu Palace. Just as she was about to depart, this individual obstructed her path. Her expression turned to one of astonishment. She recognized him as a member of Tianyu Palace. Our elder has commanded us to escort you to Tianyu Palace, and you will be granted an additional spot as an ordinary disciple, he stated with a smile, revealing the location and instructing her to arrive before nightfall before turning to leave. Lin Xin stood bewildered, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Miss Xinglin? Xinglin? At that moment, another figure approached Lin Xin, a man clad in a black suit, his face adorned with stubble. The name Xinglin was a pseudonym forged by Lin Xin. The three of them had merely reversed their names, leaving Lin Xin momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, her mind was preoccupied with the previous remarks of the Tianyu Palace disciple. Prepare to die? Suddenly, the stubbled man's face contorted in rage as he bellowed. Unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura, he was an 8th-level martial sovereign. He had been dispatched by Xing Gang to eliminate Lin Xin. Yet, at that instant, a tremendous roar erupted, and a blinding light consumed everything. Chapter 277. The death of the city lord. The stubbled man was indeed sent by Xing Gang to assassinate Lin Xin. He was a death warrior, and even if discovered by the members of Tianyu Palace later, the identity of the city lord would remain concealed. Upon discovering that the identities of Mu Qing and his companions were fabricated, the lord of Xinggang City immediately realized their true nature and resolved to eliminate them before they could depart. This scheme appeared straightforward and would be executed with ease. For Lin Xin was merely a martial artist, while the lord had dispatched a formidable martial master assassin. However, the lord of Xinggang City could not have anticipated that Mu Qing had already sensed his intentions. A terrifying white light erupted in midair, and the bearded man suddenly unleashed a dreadful power, only to be swiftly engulfed by the blinding radiance. The ground trembled, sinking beneath the force, fissures tearing through the earth as a violent shockwave swept forth, akin to a tempest. Lin Xin, taken aback, wore an expression of shock, but she quickly regained her composure upon witnessing the white light, realizing it was Mu Qing's doing. What transpired? Immediately, disciples from Tianyu Palace rushed over, drawn by the intense energy fluctuations. What was happening? A figure abruptly appeared before Lin Xin. It was Elder Lin. He furrowed his brow and inquired of Lin Xin. Perplexed by the absence of any formidable aura, yet confronted with such violent energy fluctuations, an anomaly indeed. As Lin Xin pondered how to explain, a dazzling white light shot skyward nearby, resembling a solar flare. The energy explosion occurring there was even more horrifying, accompanied by blood-curdling screams as individuals were consumed and annihilated by the white light. Wu Shi's pupils constricted. He was in close proximity to the white light, which was not aimed at him, but rather obliterated a passerby beside him. At this moment, he recognized that this technique was employed by Mu Qing, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the so-called passerby was, in fact, a 9th-tier bloodline martial master, another assassin sent by the lord of Xinggang City, intended to eliminate both Wu Shi and Lin Xin simultaneously. Since Mu Qing had been accompanying Elder Lin, the lord had deemed him no longer a target, thus providing Mu Qing with an opportunity. Our identities have been exposed. Wu Shi was astonished, much like Mu Qing, surprised that their true identities would be revealed so swiftly. However, he maintained a greater level of composure than Lin Xin, aware that Mu Qing had taken action, which alleviated his concerns. In fact, a glimmer of admiration surfaced in his gaze. In his mind, he had already regarded Mu Qing as a master of royal caliber. What exactly transpired? Elder Lin surveyed the surrounding individuals, inquiring in a grave tone. Yet, those nearby remained oblivious to the events unfolding, including the two ninth-tier martial masters from Tianyu Palace, who were equally bewildered. The terrifying energy shockwaves seemed to have materialized from the very fabric of space, exuding an overwhelmingly formidable might capable of vanquishing even martial masters. Could it be that someone had discovered the existence of the Thunderpool? Elder Ming was also alarmed, his expression darkening. His focus had been entirely on the Thunderpool. And now, with such an unexpected occurrence arising, and even Elder Lin unable to discern the puppet master behind it, unease gripped him. Elder Ming harbored the belief that a formidable, king-level figure lurked in the shadows, intent on seizing the Thunderpool from their grasp. Although Elder Lin found this notion somewhat incredulous, he nodded in agreement. Apart from a being of such overwhelming strength, it seemed improbable that anyone could commit murder beneath the watchful eyes of the two reigning kings. The Lord of Xingang exhibited a gaze tinged with bloodshot veins, standing upon the void as he surveyed the ground from the heights of Xingang City. The two explosions had transpired right under his nose, and witnessing the demise of his two painstakingly nurtured martial warriors was akin to a dagger piercing his heart. Suddenly, a tremor surged through the Lord of Xinggang's heart, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloping him, as if calamity were imminent. His scalp prickled. Instinct urged him to flee the city at once, the sooner the better. As a peak ninth-tier bloodline warrior, the Lord of Xingang held a degree of faith in his instincts, propelling him to hasten toward the city's outskirts. Yet, the sense of impending doom only intensified, and abruptly, his body froze, compelled to turn. Outside Xingang City, the Lord's expression darkened to one of sheer terror. Fixated upon the youth before him, behind the Lord of Xingang stood none other than Mu Qing. Upon realizing that their true identities had been discerned by the Lord, Mu Qing swiftly took action. Although his current prowess could not rival that of the Lord, he possessed a considerable cache of transparent crystals, his trump card. The previous two energy explosions had been orchestrated through the discreet deployment of these crystals, sufficient to obliterate martial warriors entirely. How can it be you? The Lord of Xingang exclaimed in utter shock. Like Elder Lin and the others, he had surmised that a powerful king had emerged from the shadows, drawn by news of the Thunderpool to seize it. However, he now recognized the grave error in his assumptions. The true orchestrator of the events was none other than Mu Qing. You emit no aura of primal energy, yet how is it that you are capable of flight? Were you responsible for the deaths of my subordinates? The Lord's realization prompted an immediate reprimand, as a formidable force surged from within him, bearing down upon Mu Qing. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Mu Qing's eyes glimmered with a frigid intensity. With a flourish, he summoned tempestuous winds around him, casting forth a veritable storm of 30 transparent crystals. The Lord of Xingang had intended to exert his dominance, but in the next instant, a blinding white light erupted, compelling even this peak ninth-tier warrior to shut his eyes. The brilliance was overwhelming, as if a sun had suddenly emerged in the sky, unleashing a terrifying torrent of energy. A piercing scream echoed through the air, reverberating in the heights, as the Lord of Xingang found himself at the epicenter of the radiant explosion, consumed by an unfathomable force that shattered him utterly. Mu Qing's gaze remained as placid as a still pond, his countenance one of unyielding intent. Immediately, dark veins emerged from his body, causing him to vanish without a trace. The limited power I had just begun to restore was all expended, leaving me only able to assist in relocating you here. Zhuo Siyu, weak and resting atop Mu Qing's head, spoke with great effort. It's all right. Mu Qing regained his senses, finding himself at the entrance of Xingang City. He looked up. In the distant sky outside the city, the white glow still lingered, and an overwhelming wave of terror surged forth, visible to all within Xingang City. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the city. A torrent of mental energy sweeping the surroundings. It was Elder Lin. He was probing the area with his mental strength, yet found no concrete leads. The only certainty was that the individual who had been slain was the Lord of Xingang City. Who could be lurking in the shadows? Elder Ming wore a grim expression, his face a mask of dread. Chapter 278. Who highest doubts? Elders Ming and Lin, both formidable kings, stood outside the city. Despite their astonishing mental prowess, capable of detecting disturbances within a 100-mile radius, they could not uncover the presence of any other kings. Could it be that a top-tier king was concealed in the shadows? Elder Ming's expression shifted suddenly. The inability of their mental powers to detect one another suggested that the unseen adversary might indeed surpass them in strength. What puzzled them was why such a powerful entity did not seize the Thunder Pool directly, but instead opted to eliminate the Lord of Qingcheng City. Was it possible that their target was not the Thunder Pool at all, but rather the city lord had merely offended him? Elder Lin speculated. Elder Ming nodded, recognizing the merit in this reasoning. Regardless, it would be prudent for us to return promptly. The existence of the Thunder Pool is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any missteps, Elder Lin stated gravely. They were both indifferent to the death of the Qingcheng City Lord. Perhaps his demise would even lead to a better life for the city's citizens. With their minds focused on the Thunder Pool, both elders resolved to depart Qingcheng City, eager to deliver the Thunder Pool to the second young master without delay. Thank you. Wuxi expressed gratitude as he approached Mu Qing. A wave of trepidation washed over him. He had not anticipated that their identities would be exposed so swiftly. Fortunately, Mu Qing had detected the situation in time and had unleashed formidable powers, annihilating the city lord and his subordinates with a thunderous force. Otherwise, he and Lin Xin might have already met their demise. I had initially feared that upon reaching Tianyu Palace, the lord of Qingcheng City might pose a threat to my family. Now that you have dealt with him, I can finally breathe easy. Wuxi clearly sighed in relief. Mu Qing smiled. His actions were not solely for the sake of Lin Xin and Wuxi, but also a measure of self-preservation. Unlike the two, the identity of Mu Qing could not be recklessly revealed. If Hu Hai were to discover that he still lived, he would undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate him once more. Meanwhile, within the Yanhuang organization, Hu Hai was in a meeting of the elders, his expression dark and almost ashen. The terrifying aura of a top-tier king surged within him, filling the entire space with an oppressive presence. The individuals present were the elders of the Yanhuang organization, numbering over 30 kings. Yet, when confronted by Hu Hai, they found themselves momentarily breathless, as if an immense mountain bore down upon them. Who can elucidate the mysterious disappearance of the Thunderstar Core? More than 30 kings. Could it be that not a single one could safeguard a mere star core? Suddenly, Hu Hai rose, unleashing a furious roar. He slammed his palm upon the table, his rage palpable, a terrifying aura surging forth to envelop the entire elder assembly. Within Hu Hai's chest, a tide of murderous intent churned violently. The sight of the drooping heads before him ignited a desire to strike them all down. Great Elder, we are utterly in the dark. One elder stammered. The Thunderstar Core was perfectly intact, and then it vanished without a trace. None of our defensive measures detected any intruders. The enigma surrounding the core's disappearance left everyone present bewildered. Some speculated whether an entity surpassing kings had intervened to seize the Thunderstar Core. Otherwise, even top-tier kings could not have stealthily removed it. Hu Hai's expression darkened, and he remained silent. The suddenness of the Thunderstar Core's disappearance was alarming. This treasure was one of the Yanhuang organization's trump cards, seldom utilized, and securely stored in a secret chamber, impervious even to the most powerful kings. The Thunderstar Core was indeed a pillar of the Yanhuang organization's strength. Among the elders of the Yanhuang assembly were several high-ranking officials from Huaxia, individuals of considerable influence. The organization was founded by two creators, one of whom was Hu Hai, the Grand Elder of the Yanhuang Elder Council. The other founder was the leader of the Huaxia military, commanding a formidable army of martial supremes, renowned for their astonishing combat prowess. The Thunderstar Core was originally acquired by this military leader and entrusted to the council as a source of energy for large-scale weaponry. Typically, Hu Hai refrained from employing the Thunderstar Core, but recent provocations by Mu Qing's mother, the Grand Matriarch of Tianyu Palace, had pushed him to the brink, compelling him to harness the core's power. Unfortunately, before he could utilize the devices crafted by elite alchemists, their energy source had vanished. Could it have been that old coot from Tianyu Palace? A king clad in military attire suddenly inquired. Hu Hai slowly shook his head, gesturing for everyone to withdraw. A glimmer of green light flickered in his eyes as a translucent insect emerged from his collar. Do you know who is responsible? Hu Hai asked. The insect, bearing a troubled expression, replied, To be honest, I have no idea. The only certainty is that the perpetrator's strength does not reach that of a king. How is that possible? Hu Hai exclaimed in disbelief. If they had not even attained kingly status, how could they have stolen the Thunderstar Core from the Elder Council? The insect, equally perplexed, remarked, I cannot say for sure, but my findings indicate that a being below kingly rank tampered with the Thunderstar core, employing a most mysterious and ancient power. It wriggled its body, informing Hu Hai that the act may have been committed long ago. Hu Hai furrowed his brow, perplexed and engulfed by a sense of frustration. Who could possibly have taken the Thunderstar core? How could someone who had yet to reach the kingly level contend with the terrifying power of lightning while relocating the core? Lord Bug had conveyed to me that once he had completely seized control of the Western Church, he would personally assist in recovering the Thunderstar core. The insect left a message, retreating into the collar of Hu Hai's garment. The Thunderstar core represented an immense source of energy for the insect race, integral to their plan for dominion over Earth. The insect race had thoroughly occupied Mars, transforming it into an insect lair. And once the king insect on Earth regained a modicum of strength, it could forcibly open a colossal wormhole using the Thunderstar core. At that juncture, all the insects from Mars would descend, and even the strongest from the Federation headquarters would be powerless to prevent the opening of this wormhole. Could it be that someone who had yet to reach kingly status was responsible? Hu Hai pondered Bug's words when a sudden realization struck him, causing his pupils to constrict. A figure emerged in his mind, that of Mu Qing, the captain of the Qingcheng Guard from the Yanhuang organization. This was a person presumed dead, now haunting his thoughts like an unshakable nightmare. Impossible. That bomb was procured from the alchemy organization, powerful enough to threaten top-tier kings. He was undoubtedly doomed. Hu Hai gritted his teeth, desperately convincing himself that Mu Qing had perished. Yet, the image in his mind grew ever clearer, like a cursed spell. Alin! Hu Hai suddenly shouted, and a middle-aged man with a horse-like face entered. His aura was formidable, marking him as an established king. Investigate Mu Qing for me. Mobilize all forces of the Yanhuang organization, including the military, he commanded sternly. Chapter 279. The Heavenly Feather Palace unbeknownst to Mu Qing, who was currently accompanying Elder Lin and Wu Shi to the Heavenly Feather Palace. Hu Hai had discovered some clues and had already mobilized the entire Yanhuang organization to investigate him. Hu Hai's expression was grave. He realized this command was somewhat reckless. Yet he could no longer afford to hesitate. He harbored serious doubts that Mu Qing was the one responsible for the disappearance of the Thunderstar core, as he had been the last to have contact with it. Initially, when Mu Qing had expressed a desire to engage with the Thunderstar core, the entire Council of Elders had been oblivious to his intentions. It now appeared that Mu Qing possessed unique means, utilizing some form of power in front of all the elders. However, I have incurred a significant debt this time, he sighed. Though the Council of Elders and the military both belonged to the Yanhuang organization and constituted parts of it, their relationship was, at best, ambivalent. To expedite the retrieval of information regarding Mu Qing, Hu Hai enlisted the military's assistance, which left him indebted to the military leader. However, the next moment, a glimmer of green light flickered in Hu Hai's eyes. His expression gradually contorted into a sinister grin as he murmured, "What is a favor? Merely words spoken. Once I eliminate the military leader, I shall command the entirety of Yanhuang." Hu Hai's situation grew increasingly peculiar. His laughter was tainted with a sinister quality, and his eyes glowed with an eerie green light. His emotions oscillated between wicked mirth and sheer terror. Yet the vibrant green in his gaze overshadowed all remnants of his humanity. "Your innate humanity is indeed formidable," remarked the insect residing at his collar, with a darkened countenance. Hu Hai grinned. "If only I am granted a little more time, I shall gain complete dominion over this vessel. Ultimately, Hu Hai's humanity shall be extinguished." Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, and an elder burst in, his face awash with panic. "Elder, it is dire news. The alchemical organization has rejected all collaborations with our Yanhuang. What is the meaning of this?" The green light in Hu Hai's eyes dimmed momentarily, but upon hearing the news, his expression changed abruptly. The alchemical organization was an immense entity, transcending the boundaries of nations. If any force on Earth could rival the federal headquarters, it would surely be them. Alchemists were a rare breed, skilled in the manipulation of mental energy, capable of transmuting base materials into gold and performing various arcane alchemical arts. The alchemical organization commanded vast influence, yet remained remarkably discreet, rarely engaging in conflict with other factions, and maintaining collaborations with virtually all powers on Earth. Their wealth was unparalleled. A single alchemist emerging from their ranks could sell a concoction for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, not to mention the advanced airships and plasma cannons they produced. Though various factions possessed a handful of alchemists, their numbers were scarce. Nearly 90% of all alchemists on Earth belonged to the alchemical organization. The higher echelons of other powers had contemplated nurturing their own alchemists, but despite their resources, they lacked the methodologies for training. This scarcity rendered alchemists a coveted rarity, with the alchemical organization serving as the true sanctuary for those seeking to master the alchemical arts. The organization monopolized all significant alchemical techniques, with aspiring alchemists having no choice but to join their ranks to ascend to greater heights. While the Yanhuang organization had a considerable number of alchemists, most were of mediocre skill, capable only of producing basic potions, far inferior to the masters within the alchemical organization. The precious potions and powerful energy devices within Yanhuang were supplied by the alchemical organization, with various factions trading extensively for their invaluable concoctions and technological advancements each year. This was the root of the alchemical organization's immense wealth. As they engaged in commerce with every faction, from national cities to the federal headquarters. Why has the alchemical organization suddenly terminated our collaboration? Hu Hai pressed forward, his voice raised in agitation, the veins on his forehead bulging with fury from the recent series of events. The elder offered a bitter smile, shaking his head, as he too was at a loss to explain the abrupt cessation of all cooperation and trade by the alchemical organization. The response given from that side was simply, no comment. He conveyed the alchemy organization's stance to Hu Hai, who was met with unwavering decisiveness. Meanwhile, various rumors began to circulate externally, with many factions believing that Yanhuang had offended the alchemy organization, inciting the ire of its upper echelons, which led to their targeted actions. You may leave now. Hu Hai's countenance was exceedingly heavy. Even with his utmost mental efforts, he could not fathom the reasons behind the alchemy organization's actions. Ultimately, he redirected his focus towards Mu Qing. Is this the Heavenly Feather Palace? A white flying ship approached, and Mu Qing and his companions gazed downward in mild astonishment. Mu Qing had initially assumed that the Heavenly Feather Palace was nestled deep within the mountains, akin to Kunlun. However, upon witnessing the palace, they discovered its unique allure. The Heavenly Feather Palace resembled a grand city, constructed entirely of a material akin to white jade. In the heart of the city, a mountain stood, and upon closer inspection, Mu Qing realized that this mountain was formed by countless blades congealed into a sword. This is indeed the Heavenly Feather Palace. The entire city is filled with our disciples. Elder Lin, stroking his beard, proudly introduced the palace to Mu Qing. He explained that every disciple of the Heavenly Feather Palace could obtain a sword from the Sword Mountain, all crafted by top-tier alchemists, capable of amplifying the force of their original power. Such treasures were unattainable elsewhere, yet the Heavenly Feather Palace possessed an entire mountain of them, a testament to its grandeur. As the flying ship landed, Mu Qing followed Elder Lin towards the Sword Mountain, while Elder Ming went off to find the second palace master. Intending to deliver the Thunder Pool, Mu Qing remained closely behind Elder Lin, though his attention was primarily on the Thunder Pool. Although he could not see it, the connection between himself and the Thunder Pool remained intact. Should anything occur, he could summon it back at the earliest opportunity. Regarding the prospect of casually acquiring a sword from the Sword Mountain, Mu Qing held no expectations. He was not adept in swordsmanship, and unless he were to obtain an extraordinary sword, it would not significantly enhance his capabilities. Qing Mu, you need not go. As Elder Lin and Lin Xin entered the Sword Mountain, he called Mu Qing to stay by his side instead. Puzzled, Mu Qing looked towards Elder Lin with curiosity. Was it not said that new disciples of the Heavenly Feather Palace would all enter the Sword Mountain to obtain a divine sword? Why was he being withheld now? A slight smile crept upon Elder Lin's lips as he replied, I will take you to meet the second palace master shortly. He informed Mu Qing that there were two possible outcomes. 1. He would become a direct disciple of the second palace master and receive a Thunder Divine Sword. 2. If he were not chosen, he would return to the Sword Mountain and become an ordinary outer disciple of the Heavenly Feather Palace. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Mu Qing suddenly grasped the implications. He understood that if he were indeed favored by the second palace master, his status would instantly surpass that of many. Conversely, if he were not selected, Elder Lin's amiable demeanor might swiftly transform, relegating him to the status of a mere ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Feather Palace. You all may proceed, he concluded. Mu Qing smiled at Lin Xin and Wu Shi, both of whom nodded in acknowledgement. They discerned that Mu Qing shared a remarkably close relationship with Elder Lin from Tianyu Palace, indicating an extraordinary status. This perception deepened Wu Shi's belief that Mu Qing's background was far from simple. He might well be a figure of royal stature within Tianyu Palace. As they observed Wu Shi and Lin Xin entering Sword Mountain, Elder Lin led Mu Qing away to the depths of the city, where a towering edifice marked by a celestial sword emblem stood. Elder Lin informed Mu Qing that this building was the residence of the second palace master, who held a position of significant authority within Tianyu Palace, sometimes even surpassing that of the Grand Palace Master in terms of influence. Upon entering the building, Mu Qing was struck by its opulent decor and resplendent grandeur. Most notably, the entire structure emanated an aura of mysterious power. He noticed that vibrant, glowing patterns intermittently adorned the walls, which were not mere decorations. They pulsated with palpable energy. Mu Qing was certain that should anyone attempt to attack this building, the dazzling, enigmatic patterns on the walls would unleash formidable energy, rendering it impervious even to a Starcore missile. Second Palace Master, I have brought the individual, Elder Lin announced as they reached the top floor. The spacious room contained a middle-aged man clad in a suit, the very second Palace Master himself. At first glance, Mu Qing felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The second Palace Master stood with his back to them. Yet just the sight of him was akin to witnessing a brilliant thunderbolt soaring into the heavens, exceedingly blinding. You are impressive, the second Palace Master remarked. Turning to face them, his eyes gleamed with a golden hue, as if endless lightning danced within his pupils. Second Palace Master, this is Qing Mu, whom I encountered in Xingang City. Although he is a body cultivator, his affinity with the power of lightning is remarkably high, Elder Lin introduced with a smile. He further elaborated that the second Palace Master possessed profound comprehension of lightning, almost merging with it entirely. Even a ninth-rank martial sovereign would find their gaze injured upon meeting his eyes. Mu Qing's current display was already commendable. Oh, the second Palace Master scrutinized Mu Qing with keen interest. His striking features and commanding presence were accentuated by his flowing black hair, and he radiated sparks of lightning with every movement. Mu Qing sensed a formidable mental force enveloping him, causing his heart to race, especially due to the presence of the black fish within him. If discovered, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, the black fish was no ordinary entity. Even a being as formidable as the second Palace Master could not detect its presence with his mental prowess. After briefly scanning Mu Qing, the mental force departed. Indeed, a body cultivator, the strength of your physique is astonishing, with every sinew infused with profound and pure lightning energy. The second Palace Master exclaimed, mildly astonished. He then erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Old Lin, you have done exceptionally well. After all these years, I have finally found a suitable candidate. Hearing this, Elder Lin's face lit up with joy, for his assumptions had proven correct. The disciple desired by the second Palace Master was not necessarily the most talented, but rather one with a sufficiently high affinity for lightning. You and Lao Ming have performed admirably. That thunder pool is indeed a treasure. The thunder bamboo within it possesses the potential to facilitate my breakthrough, and the thunder pool can enable the alchemy organization to forge unparalleled artifacts. As for the azure wood, its affinity with lightning is exceptionally high. Once I ascend to that realm, it will undoubtedly elevate my prowess to unprecedented heights, allowing me to reach the pinnacle of earth. The second master chuckled heartily, his spirits elevated by the consecutive good news amidst his arduous training. However, Mu Qing suddenly sensed something amiss. Why would his high affinity with lightning enable him to assist another in ascending to greater strength? A sense of caution arose within him. He was not originally from Tianyu Palace, yet he had been sought out by Elder Lin and presented before the second master. There must be some hidden intricacy in this situation. Azure Wood, would you be willing to become my disciple? Though you lack a blood spirit, I possess the means to bestow upon you formidable power, comparable to that of the foremost sovereigns. The second master fixed his gaze upon Mu Qing, his words laced with temptation. Had this been anyone else, they would likely have accepted without hesitation. The prospect of granting a person without a blood spirit such immense power, akin to that of the top rulers, is no small feat. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite a fierce scramble among all those with thunder attributes. Mu Qing's caution deepened, yet he understood the necessity of concealing his true feelings. The second master's tone appeared gentle, as if soliciting his opinion. But a refusal could lead to dire consequences. After all, He was the second master of Tianyu Palace, a prominent figure on Earth, wielding considerable strength. Such powerful beings have transcended worldly concerns. Their moods are capricious and unbound by rules, capable of obliterating an entire city over a mere disagreement. With a facade of overwhelming delight, Mu Qing promptly acquiesced, for his initial intention was to align himself with the second master. From Elderlin, he had gleaned that those aligned with the second master were plotting against his mother, Shui Yueshi, and her faction of grandmasters. He hoped to infiltrate the second master's faction, potentially aiding his mother at a crucial moment. Moreover, with his thunder pool now under the second master's control, should he refine it, Mu Qing would likely lose the purple lightning thunder bamboo, rendering him devoid of lightning elemental power. Excellent, excellent. The second master nodded, beaming. He personally escorted Mu Qing away, placing a hand upon his shoulder, and in an instant, they transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. Mu Qing was astonished. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself in an entirely different location, amidst towering mountains and desolate terrain. Where's this? He wondered, curiously surveying his surroundings. He noticed something peculiar. The sky was alive with flickering lightning. In this realm, no other energy seemed present, only pure lightning power. Surprisingly, the sky bore no clouds. Yet lightning continually erupted, creating a formidable spectacle. The rumble of thunder echoed as lightning danced among the surrounding peaks, manifesting as dragons of thunder. The second master's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "This is a space within Sword Mountain." This revelation left Mu Qing even more astonished. Such an expansive and boundless realm was, in fact, an independent space. He not only recalled the Kunlun secret realm, a space formed after the fall of a cursed deity, but also pondered the peculiar resemblance of the current space to that ancient domain. Could it be that this too was a secret realm birthed from the demise of a god? Suddenly, a deep blue lightning bolt soared into the sky, shattering the very fabric of the heavens before gradually mending itself. Chapter 281. The 100-meter Titan. There it was. Mu Qing gazed into the distance and discovered a towering mountain several hundred miles away, its trees adorned with resplendent golden leaves, intricately patterned and infused with potent lightning energy. However, what truly seized Mu Qing's attention was not the thunderous trees themselves. Upon that mountain stood a colossal stone sword, seemingly thrust into the earth by a giant's hand. The lightning energy within Mu Qing surged to life. He could sense that all the lightning forces in this realm emanated from that very stone sword. Standing beside Mu Qing, the second palace master's eyes sparkled with fervor, tinged with a hint of trepidation. "You are the second to learn of this space, and you shall be the last," he remarked, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the towering stone sword. This realm was carved from the very essence of lightning by that sword, a divine artifact from the cosmos. Mu Qing was taken aback. A divine artifact? Having spent time with Zhou Siyu, he had come to understand the vastness and grandeur of the universe, as well as the myriad races that inhabited it. Though humanity on Earth had made significant strides compared to centuries past, they still remained but a fraction of the strength found beyond their realm. The stone sword, a celestial relic recognized as such by a supreme being like the second palace master, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Curiosity piqued, Mu Qing inquired, "If it is indeed a divine artifact, why do you not seize it to enhance your own power?" The second palace master chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "It is not that I desire to take it. Rather, I lack the qualification. Artifacts choose their masters, possessing their own consciousness. Despite my prowess as a top-tier ruler, I cannot even scale half the height of this mountain." In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, piercing through to Mu Qing. "Though your strength may be lacking, your affinity with lightning surpasses all others. Even old Lin has expressed admiration. Perhaps you could gain the recognition of this divine artifact." The second palace master smiled warmly, his handsome features inviting an instinctive fondness. "In my youth, I stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter within the Sword Mountain of Tianyu Palace, where I discovered this place and acquired the lightning sword technique. From that moment, I soared to the pinnacle of power, yet I have never been able to garner the stone sword's acknowledgement." He recounted his life story, akin to a legend, triumphing over numerous formidable forces and emerging victorious. "Now, I find myself at a bottleneck. A breakthrough would elevate Tianyu Palace to a status rivaling the Yanhuang organization and the Federal Division. With the assistance of a divine artifact, our Tianyu Palace would undoubtedly become the mightiest force on Earth." The expression on the second prince's face was somewhat fervent. He resembled a passionate orator, eloquently recounting his aspirations. His gaze was fixed intently on Mu Qing, emanating an unsettling intensity as he declared, "My compatibility with the thunder is insufficient. Yet your mastery of it to this degree should suffice. If you can procure the stone sword, you shall become my direct disciple. When I abdicate, you will lead the Tianyu Palace, wielding authority to do as you please. Eliminate anyone you desire." Mu Qing turned his attention toward the mountain, a shiver coursing through him as the second prince's true intentions were finally laid bare. He was no fool. The prince's demeanor revealed a profound yearning for formidable power, an insatiable hunger that persisted even in the face of his already unparalleled strength. He urged Mu Qing to gain the stone sword's recognition, promising him leadership of Tianyu Palace in the future. Although this proposition was immensely tempting, Mu Qing remained skeptical of the prince's words. The second prince lacked the capability to secure the stone sword's approval himself, thus he sought others to assist him. When the time was ripe, it was likely he would act decisively to seize the sword for himself. Yet, Mu Qing found himself compelled to heed the second prince's commands, as he lacked the strength to resist. With a swift movement, the second prince transported Mu Qing to the mountain's base. Above them loomed numerous thunderous trees, and as the second prince arrived, the dense foliage erupted with lightning strikes. Boom! Both Mu Qing and the second prince were struck by the torrents of electricity, which roared with a ferocity comparable to the full-force assault of a martial sovereign. However, for the two of them, such an assault was merely an inconvenience. Having trained in the Titan bloodline for an extended period, Mu Qing's physique had become extraordinarily resilient, capable of withstanding the strikes of a martial sovereign. Likewise, the second prince, a top-tier king who had practiced the thunder sword technique for many years, remained unfazed by the bolts. Nevertheless, as he gazed toward the mountain's summit, a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. Even he, upon venturing deeper into the mountain, could not withstand the terrifying lightning strikes, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. The second prince speculated that perhaps only those with power surpassing that of kings could forcibly ascend to the peak and earn the stone sword's recognition. "This lightning feels so familiar," Mu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. He discerned that the lightning emanating from the trees bore a striking resemblance to the electric energy within him. Rather than merely resembling his internal energy, it was more akin to the Titan power. This revelation left Mu Qing utterly astonished. Zhu Siyu had once stated that the Titan clan pursued pure strength, forbidding any impurities within their power. Yet the lightning before him could almost be described as a fusion of Titan power and electricity, which would undoubtedly be deemed heretical among the Titans. Remaining silent, Mu Qing cast a glance at the second prince beside him, then discreetly began to absorb the power of the lightning. This electricity contained Titan energy, and Mu Qing was able to assimilate it, augmenting the electric energy within him. This development was promising for Mu Qing, as it presented an opportunity to strengthen his cultivation. The second prince observed from a distance, unaware of any peculiarities regarding Mu Qing. His sole hope was for Mu Qing to reach the summit and gain the stone sword's acknowledgement. As Mu Qing ascended the mountain, he appeared remarkably at ease, ambling leisurely rather than hurrying, while the bloodline technique within him surged with fervor. Had he not been concerned about arousing the second prince's suspicions, he would have seated himself right there to absorb the rampant lightning. A resounding hum echoed as the entire mountain erupted in blinding radiance, with torrents of lightning cascading down like a tempest. Upon lifting his gaze, Mu Qing was taken aback to witness the trees bursting forth with astonishing bolts of electricity, transforming into an ocean of lightning that rushed down from the peak. Having reached the mountainside after 3 arduous hours, he had absorbed an unfathomable amount of lightning energy. His internal lightning vigor now remarkably robust. If this continued, he feared his physical form might ascend to the 9th-level martial sovereign. Mu Qing's heart brimmed with elation, for the absorption of this lightning would immensely enhance his physique. Meanwhile, at the mountain's base, the second prince remained fixated on Mu Qing, his thoughts in turmoil. He had once been gravely injured by the very tempest that now rained down, uncertain if Mu Qing would indeed overcome this trial. In an instant, Mu Qing was engulfed by the sea of lightning. From afar, the mountain resembled a volcano in eruption, albeit with a deluge of dense electricity, lightning magma. Though the spectacle seemed grand, Mu Qing's figure vanished from sight, and the second prince, despite being a formidable warrior, felt an unsettling anxiety. Yet, amidst the tempest, Mu Qing's expression radiated sheer joy. The lightning that enveloped him contained a profound Titan power, all of which he absorbed into his being. While the second prince was fraught with tension, Mu Qing reveled in the experience. The lightning's force surged into him with wild abandon, almost as if it were forcibly infused. Boom! A tremendous surge of lightning power erupted from within Mu Qing, spilling forth like an ocean. He let out a resounding roar, his garments tearing asunder, his form swelling dramatically, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, until he reached a staggering height of 100 meters. This was a terrifying realm. He resembled a true thunder titan, clad in a lightning armor, suffused with overwhelming power. Mu Qing could scarcely believe his own eyes as he beheld his colossal form. He realized that his strength was now comparable to that of a sovereign. Chapter 282. The acquisition of the stone sword. The entire mountain was now shrouded in lightning, while the second prince at the base remained oblivious to the extraordinary transformation occurring within Mu Qing. He continued to fret over whether Mu Qing would manage to ascend the mountain. Little did he know, Mu Qing's circumstances were remarkably favorable. He had transformed into a 100-meter giant, truly embodying the nascent form of a titan, brimming with unparalleled power. He discovered that after transforming into a 100-meter giant, the immense force erupting from within him rivaled that of a kingly realm. This revelation astonished Mu Qing. No, wait. Mu Qing soon realized that his ability to assume the form of a giant was entirely due to the mountain itself. It was saturated with an overwhelming Titan aura. Although Mu Qing was human, he could cultivate the bloodline technique of the Titan race, and here, under the influence of Titan power, his strength surged to the level of a king. Upon leaving this mountain, he would likely revert to the strength of a 9th-tier martial artist, though he was not far from achieving kingly status. As Mu Qing absorbed the power of lightning, he ascended toward the mountain peak, suddenly intrigued by the towering stone sword that reached 1,000 feet high. The air was thick with Titan energy and the force of lightning. Surely that stone sword held some connection to the Titan race. Zhuo Xiyu had informed Mu Qing that the Titans were not merely physically powerful. They possessed other means as well, though Mu Qing only bore a singular bloodline technique. What, then, was the origin of that stone sword? His curiosity piqued. He sprinted toward the summit, surrounded by crackling bolts of lightning that were terrifying enough to slay even the mightiest kings. Yet, in Mu Qing's presence, these bolts exhibited a sense of affinity, causing no harm to him. They even willingly coursed into his body, transforming into his own strength. Perhaps after spending a year here, my cultivation could ascend directly to that of a peak king. As he gazed at the surrounding trees, he noticed that the lightning erupted from the golden leaves of these trees. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Mu Qing's mind. He returned to his normal size and approached a thunderous tree, plucking leaves from its branches. With a crackle, several bolts of lightning erupted, and as soon as the leaves were detached, they visibly withered, ultimately turning to ash and scattering to the ground. Mu Qing was taken aback, letting out a bitter laugh. He had intended to gather these leaves, rich in potent lightning energy, but was dismayed to find them withering away upon removal from the trunk. He even attempted to uproot the entire tree, only to have it disintegrate into ash as well, which dissuaded him from pursuing that idea further. With no other option, Mu Qing turned and continued his ascent toward the peak. The mountain was tall, and it took him several hours to reach the summit. Here, the Titan aura was even more pronounced, deepening Mu Qing's suspicions about the connection between the stone sword and the Titan race. Suddenly, the entire mountain erupted in a brilliant light, all the lightning transforming into twinkling stars, vanishing from sight. Indeed, it was a matter of compatibility. At the foot of the mountain, the second prince's expression transformed into one of wild joy as he beheld Mu Qing's figure finally reaching the summit, standing before the magnificent stone sword. At that moment, the second prince was even more anxious than Mu Qing. Although he was unaware of the sword's true origins, he was certain that it was an artifact of cataclysmic power. His profound understanding of lightning energy had allowed him to ascend the mountain. Yet he remained unable to approach the peak due to his body's low compatibility with the lightning. Originally, the second prince believed that he would have to wait until he transcended to the realm of the sovereign and attained great power before he could ascend to the mountain's pinnacle. However, he was taken aback when Elder Lin returned with Mu Qing, whose physical form exhibited an extraordinary affinity with lightning. As Mu Qing approached the towering stone sword, His pupils constricted in sudden realization, for he discerned a series of intricate patterns adorning the blade. These markings bore a striking resemblance to script, yet they were evidently distinct from any human language, leaving the second prince perplexed about their true significance. Yet Mu Qing comprehended that these patterns were merely a fragment of the Titan lineage's bloodline techniques. Should someone decipher these inscriptions, they might unlock the potential to cultivate the Titan bloodline, thereby acquiring a physique rivaling that of the Titans themselves. With deliberate intent, Mu Qing extended his hand to touch the immense stone sword, feeling the familiar surge of power coursing through it, titanic energy. He summoned the lightning energy within him, a fusion of Titan power and the electric essence of the purple lightning bamboo, which had, to some extent, transcended the conventional Titan energy. Indeed, as Mu Qing had anticipated, the colossal stone sword was intricately linked to the Titans. Upon infusing it with his lightning energy, the sword began to tremble, causing the entire mountain to shudder. A deep rumble echoed in the heavens, and the patterns on the stone sword erupted with blinding radiance, resembling a dragon of lightning soaring through the sky. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the realm as the lightning from the sword surged forth, tearing the surrounding space asunder. The immense stone sword swiftly diminished in size, ultimately revealing a rough-hewn blade measuring 1.20 meters, adorned with a multitude of intricate patterns entwined with lightning. Mu Qing's breath quickened as he sensed a connection forming between himself and the stone sword. A bolt of lightning surged forth, piercing his brow. The key to a treasure vault. His expression shifted dramatically. This stone sword, upon establishing a bond with him, imparted but a single message. It was a key. How could this be? The second prince asserted that this was no ordinary artifact, but a cataclysmic weapon. What kind of treasure vault could require such a formidable key? Could it possibly belong to the Titan race? Mu Qing could hardly contain his excitement. He suspected he had obtained the key to the Titan treasure vault, for only the grand races of the universe could forge a key of such magnitude. Lacking a clear understanding of artifacts, he resolved to suppress his questions until he could inquire with Zhou Siyu. A rumble resonated beneath his feet, and Mu Qing cast a glance downward. Realizing that all the lightning trees atop the mountain had been reduced to ashes, and the very mountain began to collapse, large boulders cascading downwards. Alarmed, Mu Qing recognized the peril. Having taken the stone sword, the entire landscape was undergoing violent upheaval. The surrounding mountains crumbled, and even space itself grew unstable, fracturing and revealing gaping voids of darkness. In a moment of desperation, he leapt with the grace of a divine bird, soaring hundreds of meters into the air before plummeting downwards. With a resounding impact, he landed. A large pit has emerged on the ground, surrounded by a web of cracks. Mu Qing leapt down from the mountaintop, yet he did not sustain any injuries. Your physical form. The second master gazed at Mu Qing with astonishment, realizing that Mu Qing's physical prowess had transcended from the original 7th level of martial sovereign to the 9th. It is the stone sword that has fortified my body, Mu Qing thought, of course, refraining from disclosing that he had absorbed the power of lightning, attributing everything to the stone sword in his possession. The second master harbored no doubts. In his mind, the stone sword was a divine artifact capable of apocalyptic destruction, and assisting Mu Qing in enhancing his physique was merely a trivial matter. We must leave this place at once. His expression was somewhat agitated, as he looked at Mu Qing wielding the stone sword, feeling as though he had attained it himself, and promptly pulled Mu Qing away. A streak of lightning enveloped the two, and Mu Qing sensed a terrifying energy emanating from within the second master. He astonishingly tore apart the fabric of space, propelling Mu Qing along with him. It is crucial to note that forcefully rending space is an exceedingly perilous action. While ordinary monarchs can tear through space, they often suffer injuries from the void. Mu Qing had only witnessed the lumberjack from Qingcheng Mountain perform such a feat without harm, which led him to believe that the lumberjack's power surpassed that of a monarch. Little did he expect that the second master would also rend space. After entering the spatial passage, sharp, ethereal forces began to tear at them from all directions. Mu Qing felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He even glimpsed a void storm, its aura terrifying enough that a monarch of Elder Ming's caliber would be crushed in an instant. However, he noticed that the second master's demeanor remained calm, as arcs of lightning coalesced into sword-like forms, entwining around them and shredding the ethereal forces to pieces. Strike! The second master exclaimed with a commanding voice, directing his finger as a blinding blue thunderbolt surged forth, transforming into a 1,000-meter-long lightning sword, its azure radiance overwhelming. Boom! Before them, the void storm was cleaved in two by this lightning sword, vanishing from sight. Before Mu Qing could fully grasp the situation, he realized they had already exited the spatial passage. Is this the interior of the Sword Mountain? He mused, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a cavern, strewn with gleaming swords, which made the stone sword in his hand appear rather crude and rudimentary. Chapter 283, Sword Jade Indeed. This is our Tianyu Palace's Sword Mountain, the second master declared with a smile, his spirits lifted, occasionally casting a satisfied glance at the stone sword in Mu Qing's grasp. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and Mu Qing turned to see an ancient short sword lodged in the corner of the cavern, albeit marred by fissures and rendered completely shattered. The realm we just entered existed within this short sword, the second master said, waving his hand to collect the fragments of the short sword. He wished to leave no trace of that realm behind. Mu Qing was astonished, realizing that they had just been within this seemingly insignificant short sword. It is no wonder that the second prince declared himself the second individual to possess knowledge of that vast space. Who could have anticipated the existence of such an expansive realm within this short sword? He could not help but admire the second prince's fortuitous discovery of the sword's uniqueness. The entire Sword Mountain harbors no fewer than 300 caverns, each housing swords of varying grades, with the core disciples' blades crafted by the foremost alchemists, boasting formidable power. As the second prince escorted Mu Qing out of the Sword Mountain, he elaborated on this marvel. Of course, even the entirety of Sword Mountain pales in comparison to the stone sword in your possession. This is indeed a divine artifact. He beamed at Mu Qing. Upon glancing at the stone sword cradled in his hands, Mu Qing recognized the profound energy contained within it. Should it be unleashed, the results would undoubtedly be astonishing. Moreover, he harbored a secret. This stone sword merely serves as the key to a treasure vault, a fact unbeknownst even to the second prince. Upon returning to the original mansion, the second prince informed Mu Qing of his intention to break free from the shackles of kingship and strive for the realm beyond. Although Elder Ming had procured a thunder pool, it was damaged. The second prince planned to enter seclusion to cultivate the pool, ensuring that when the thunder bamboo within matured completely, his breakthrough would be foolproof. The second prince extended his hand, presenting Mu Qing with a chip, revealing that it contained an opportunity he had obtained years ago, a thunder attribute sword technique linked to the stone sword. It was this very technique that led him to uncover the space of the stone sword. Mu Qing accepted the chip and watched as the second prince entered a secret chamber. He could still sense his connection to the thunder pool, which had significantly recovered from its previously dire state, evidently due to the resources the second prince had employed from Tianyu Palace for its cultivation. The purple thunder bamboo within the pool had reached 9 segments. Once Mu Qing called it back, his primal force would surge instantaneously to the 9th-tier martial sovereign. Yet, Mu Qing was acutely aware that his strength remained inadequate. He could not summon the thunder pool in the immediate future. His physical prowess was indeed comparable to that of a 9th-tier martial sovereign, and with the stone sword, he might contend with a king. But he would still fall short against seasoned monarchs. Qingmu, I was right about you. Elder Lin approached, stroking his white beard with glee. He mused that his judgment had proven accurate. Although Mu Qing lacked blood spirit, he possessed an exceptionally potent force of lightning within his flesh, aligning perfectly with the second prince's expectations. Simultaneously, Elder Lin noticed the stone sword in Mu Qing's hand, casting a knowing glance. He understood that this sword likely represented the secret the second prince had alluded to. Yet, even as a trusted confidant, he remained unaware of the true nature of this secret. Qingmu, you shall henceforth be a direct disciple of the second prince. Shortly, I will convey this news to everyone within Tianyu Palace. Your current status is now on par with mine. Elder Lin led Mu Qing to an extraordinarily luxurious villa, his residence, which could be considered a treatment befitting an elder, complete with a spacious private training room. To my astonishment, I have unexpectedly become the direct disciple of the esteemed second master of Tianyu. I dare say even Hu Hai would not have anticipated such a turn of events, mused Mu Qing with a soft chuckle. He entered the training chamber, intending to practice the lightning sword technique bestowed upon him by the second master. Presently, Mu Qing possessed no primordial energy, and the only technique at his disposal was the dragon leap technique imparted by the venerable Ning Feng. He was in dire need of an offensive method, and the lightning sword technique offered an excellent solution, especially since it was intricately linked to the stone sword. Inserting the chip into the communication device, he recalled that since his spatial ring had been damaged, this device was the same one he had requested from Lin Xian. The Yin-Yang Thunder Tribulation Sword Technique. As Mu Qing perused the extensive information contained within the chip, he found the cultivation methods to be profoundly esoteric, filled with intricate insights regarding thunder and lightning. This technique involved absorbing the powers of Yin and Yang thunder and storing them within oneself, allowing each strike to unleash either the utmost Yin electric sword aura or the utmost Yang thunder sword aura. Mu Qing realized that this sword technique was even more formidable than he had initially imagined. The technique was divided into two parts, first cultivating Yin, then Yang. Previously, the second master had torn through space and cleaved the void storm with a single stroke of the Yin thunder sword. However, it seemed that mastering this technique would require a certain level of swordsmanship. Mu Qing's lips curled slightly. This was rather vexing. He had never engaged with sword techniques, and even if presented with an extraordinary sword, he would merely flail aimlessly. Qingmu, I have something that the second master specifically instructed me to give you. Elder Lin's voice suddenly resonated. Mu Qing, taken aback, stepped out of the training chamber to find that Elder Lin had not yet departed and was regarding him with a broad smile. For some inexplicable reason, he found the elder's smile somewhat peculiar. The second master anticipated that you had never practiced swordsmanship, hence this was prepared for you. Elder Lin produced a piece of jade. As the jade emerged, an intensely sharp aura emanated from it, formidable enough to distort the surrounding space. What astonishing sword energy! Mu Qing was astonished. Though the jade was merely the size of a palm, the sword energy it contained could sufficiently injure a master at the martial sovereign level. This is a sword jade, Elder Lin explained with a smile. The sword jade was crafted by the foremost alchemists of our Tianyu Palace. It embodies the second master's understanding of swordsmanship. By absorbing this sword jade, you will undoubtedly become a master of sword techniques in a short time. Such a treasure exists? Mu Qing exclaimed in disbelief. He had been fretting over his lack of swordsmanship, and to his surprise, Elder Lin had immediately come forth with a solution. He accepted the sword jade, feeling the sword energy surge forth, yet it could not harm Mu Qing's current physical form. This item is exceedingly valuable. Even the second master possesses only this singular sword jade. All the core disciples of Tianyu Palace have their eyes on it, and yet it has ultimately fallen into your hands. Elder Lin remarked with a hint of envy. Even he, despite being a king-level figure and an elder of Tianyu Palace, felt a disparity in swordsmanship compared to the second master. Should he absorb this sword jade, perhaps he too could achieve a breakthrough in his sword skills. Certainly, the sword jade before him, even if genuinely offered, would not be acceptable to Elder Lin. He was aware that within this sword jade lay other elements, ones that target the soul. Chapter 284. The Swift Mastery of Swordsmanship. Elder Lin gazed at Mu Qing, who had taken the sword jade, and a flicker of pity emerged in his eyes. Status and power are not easily acquired. Those things that come too readily often demand a great sacrifice in return. Then I shall take my leave. Strive to absorb the essence of swordsmanship contained within the jade. The sword techniques of the second prince are formidable. Even in the absence of original force, they are sufficient to bestow you with strength surpassing that of your peers, Elder Lin remarked, casting a deep glance at Mu Qing before turning to depart. With the sword jade in hand, Mu Qing returned to the training chamber. This was undoubtedly a treasure, capable of propelling one to the heights of sword mastery in a remarkably short time. Theoretically, should Mu Qing fully absorb the power within this sword jade, he could attain mastery akin to that of the second prince. Of course, this also hinged on Mu Qing's level of comprehension. Even if he absorbed the entirety of the jade's power, whether he could digest and internalize these sword techniques would depend on his talent and potential. A sense of unease began to gnaw at him. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, feeling that the second prince's treatment of him was excessively generous. After all, he had only just arrived at Tianyu Palace and had recently become a disciple of the second prince. Yet, the latter had not even verified his identity before showering him with various treasures. If he truly regards me as a personal disciple, then it follows that he harbors no concerns. Even if the stone sword artifact rests in my hands, he can completely dominate me. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, sensing that this latter possibility was more substantial. There was indeed something strange about this sword jade. It contained a form of magic that targeted the soul. Zhou Siyu suddenly interjected. Mu Qing was taken aback. Targeting the soul? Zhou Siyu nodded, stating, indeed. This sword jade is infused with mysterious powers. If you absorb it, over the course of the next year, your soul will gradually disintegrate, ultimately leaving you as nothing more than an empty shell. She further informed Mu Qing that once the soul within the body perished, it would be tantamount to becoming a lifeless husk. With Earth's technology, there are likely numerous methods to transform such a being into a controllable puppet. What a ruthless tactic. Mu Qing's expression shifted in shock. No wonder. After only a brief acquaintance with the second prince, he had been led into that independent space to obtain the stone sword. It turned out that from the very beginning, the intention was to mold him into a puppet. Upon realizing that his own body did not harmonize well with lightning, the second prince felt an intense sense of dissatisfaction and sought ways to acquire the stone sword. He had indeed devised a plan to recruit a highly compatible individual with lightning attributes under the pretense of accepting disciples, sending them to obtain the artifact. At that point, should he extinguish the other's soul, he would possess a vessel capable of wielding the stone sword, even if he himself could not. Alas, the second prince would likely never fathom that most of his intentions had already been discerned by me. Mu Qing's lips curled into a smirk. Wait, Zhou Siyu suddenly exclaimed, halting Mu Qing, who was poised to discard the sword jade. Zhou Siyu seized the sword jade, and with a swift motion, she bit down hard on her diminutive thumb, causing a drop of crimson blood to flow forth. As her blood dripped onto the sword jade, a sudden flash of inky darkness illuminated the surface, revealing a series of runes shaped like lightning that flickered into existence before dissipating into nothingness. Done, Zhou Siyu declared, tossing the sword jade to Mu Qing. Stunned, Mu Qing marveled at the simplicity of the act. Ultimately, the power contained within the sword jade was merely a form of curse-like energy, rather rudimentary in nature. Easily erased by a single drop of my blood, Zhou Siyu proudly informed him. So, does this mean that I can now absorb the power of the sword jade without consequence? Mu Qing exclaimed with delight, recognizing the sword jade as an invaluable artifact. He had been prepared to abandon it, yet he was astonished that Zhou Siyu had managed to nullify the schemes set by the second princess. Clutching the sword jade, Mu Qing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As his mental energy surged, wisps of sword aura began to emanate from within the sword jade. He inhaled these sword energies into his body, feeling the sharp essence surging within him. Even with Mu Qing's formidable physique, he had to endure the piercing pain coursing through his meridians. However, in the next moment, a wave of refreshing energy flooded his mind. Akin to a torrent of insights, an understanding of swordsmanship, Mu Qing remained like a statue, seated on the ground, continuously absorbing the sword aura from the sword jade. With each fragment he absorbed, he gained profound insights and comprehension of sword techniques. 3 days later, Mu Qing's eyes suddenly opened, and from the depths of his pupils, 2 bolts of lightning burst forth, transforming into beams of sword light that pierced the wall before him, creating 2 gaping holes. After 3 full days, I have finally absorbed all the sword energy from the sword jade. Mu Qing's expression radiated joy. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, and a fierce wind swept by, bringing the nearby stone sword flying into his grasp. Perhaps due to its divine nature, Mu Qing found it impossible to store the stone sword within his spatial ring. Attempting to do so risked causing the ring to destabilize. As he held the stone sword, Mu Qing felt a sudden heaviness. It was immensely weighty, only manageable by someone of his extraordinary strength. He surmised that this stone sword was originally wielded by the Titan race, as fully grown Titans were typically over 10,000 meters tall, capable of wielding the sword at its maximum potential. The 1-meter 20 stone sword in Mu Qing's hands could only exhibit its minimal might, yet it was still formidable. With the stone sword in hand, Mu Qing flicked his wrist, and lightning crackled along its blade, sending forth beams of lightning sword light. He uttered a sharp command, and his entire being surged into motion, the stone sword leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air. Within a radius of several dozen meters around him, bolts of lightning sword light filled the space. Flash! Mu Qing roared, as the electric energy from within him surged into the stone sword, igniting the mysterious patterns on its surface in a brilliant glow. Boom! A beam of sword light, akin to 100 meters of radiant energy, suddenly erupted, coalescing from bolts of lightning and tearing a slender chasm into the ground. A wave of force radiated in all directions, shredding the garments upon Mu Qing's arms, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Indeed, it was formidable. This assault could nearly rival that of an ordinary sovereign. Mu Qing's countenance gleamed with delight. He had finally attained the explosive power characteristic of a king. The enigmatic patterns adorning the stone sword were in perfect harmony with certain aspects of the Titan bloodline technique, allowing only Mu Qing, who had cultivated this Titan bloodline, to activate the mysterious engravings. The might unleashed upon triggering the true power of the stone sword was astonishing. Although Mu Qing's physical cultivation stood at the 9th tier of martial sovereignty, infusing the sword with his lightning energy manifested a force comparable to that of a sovereign. This was undoubtedly a tremendous killing move, surpassing even the transparency of the Blackfish's crystal. I have absorbed all the insights of the second Palace Master's sword techniques, yet have only managed to assimilate about 30% of them. With the stone sword slung across his back, Mu Qing exuded an ethereal aura, sharp as the essence of a sword. He had reached a bottleneck in his comprehension of swordsmanship and found himself unable to further digest the insights of the second Palace Master for the time being. However, given Mu Qing's current prowess, he was more than capable of practicing the Yin-Yang Thunder Tribulation sword technique. Since the second Palace Master indicated that this technique could establish a connection with the stone sword, it was highly likely that it was the most compatible, enabling the stone sword to unleash even greater power. Mu Qing settled into a meditative posture, diligently practicing the Yin-Yang Thunder Tribulation sword technique. Chapter 285. The mysterious relics of Hangzhou City. In a secluded corner of Tianyu Palace City, a figure gazed towards Mu Qing's location, a smile gracing their face. The physical cultivators had long been dormant for centuries. This era belonged to the original force, where the method of refining the body through lightning was utterly futile. Yet, regardless of your origins or identity, it matters not. Ultimately, you shall become my puppet. This individual was none other than the second Palace Master. He had no intention of secluding himself. For him, it sufficed to await the maturation of the lightning bamboo within the thunder pool to achieve his breakthrough. He concealed himself under the guise of seclusion, wishing to monitor Mu Qing at all times. He intended for Mu Qing to gain fame throughout Huaxia under the name of his personal disciple, and when the time came for his soul to dissipate, he would seize the opportunity to refine Mu Qing into a puppet, thereby controlling the entire Tianyu Palace. The second Palace Master had never intended to ascend to the position of leader of the Tianyu Palace, compared to the ostentatious grandeur of the Grand Palace Master. He preferred to operate from the shadows, wielding control over the palace. For him, Mu Qing, who had obtained the divine artifact stone sword, was an exceptional choice. He was confident that even after Mu Qing became a puppet, he would still possess boundless potential. Enjoy this year to the fullest. I shall pave the way for you, enabling you to swiftly become a powerful being, and then gradually transform into my puppet. The corners of the second Palace Master's mouth curled upward as he vanished into the darkness. However, although he sensed that Mu Qing had absorbed the sword jade, he remained oblivious to the fact that the traps he had laid within the jade had already been dispelled by Zhou Siyu. The second prince aspired to cultivate Mu Qing within a year, aiming to empower him to become a formidable puppet. Yet his efforts ultimately amounted to nothing but a futile endeavor. 3 months later, within the confines of the training chamber, Mu Qing wielded a stone sword, executing a myriad of sword techniques, at times as ethereal as mist, and at others as domineering as thunder. His style was diverse, with sword shadows enveloping the air. Through diligent practice, he had assimilated 10% of the insights contained within the sword jade, leading to a comprehension of swordsmanship that equated to 40% of the second prince's understanding. Though only at this modest level, his prowess was already formidable, akin to that of a swordmaster. With a swift motion, Mu Qing unleashed a strike. A sudden gale erupted, swirling clouds entwined, and an elusive beam of sword light pierced through the air, reminiscent of a roaring true dragon. The impact resonated as a crack formed along the training chamber's wall, stretching over 10 meters in length. He nodded in satisfaction. This was the result of integrating the dragon leap technique with his swordsmanship, showcasing considerable power. Then, with a sharp command, the mysterious patterns on the stone sword erupted in a dazzling radiance. A surge of thunderous energy ascended. As blue lightning coursed through Mu Qing's entire being, an aura of chilling coldness enveloping the space. This was the power of the Yin thunder. Once more, Mu Qing struck with his sword, causing the temperature to plummet, frost materializing on the walls, as blue lightning surged forth in a frenzy. The thunderous roar echoed as the blue lightning transformed into sword light, sweeping across the space, freezing the ground beneath. The chilling essence of the Yin thunder was truly formidable, casting everything in a hue of blue. The sword light, born of Yin thunder, crashed against the chamber's wall with a tremendous explosion, penetrating the entire structure. Mu Qing sheathed the stone sword behind him. The Yin-Yang Thunder Tribulation Sword technique was indeed extraordinary, the condensed Yin thunder harboring a terrifying chill, capable of freezing adversaries in combat. He marveled at its efficacy. Furthermore, this sword technique resonated harmoniously with the stone sword, allowing it to unleash the maximum potential of its power. Regrettably, Mu Qing acknowledged that his innate talent for swordsmanship was not exceptional. He feared that further absorption of insights from the sword jade would soon lead him to a bottleneck, rendering him unable to assimilate anymore. Mu Qing. Two figures approached, revealing themselves to be Wu Shi and Lin Xian. During their time at Tianyu Palace, both had made significant advancements. Lin Xian had attained the rank of 7th stage martial sovereign, while Wu Shi had progressed even further, now a 9th stage martial sovereign, placing him among the elite core disciples. Such formidable sword energy. Upon entering the training chamber, Wu Shi immediately noted the cracks in the wall and the frost on the floor. He was astonished, although he could not yet sense Mu Qing's original force. The remnants of this momentum and the traces of sword energy indicated that Mu Qing was remarkably close to the realm of kings. No wonder Mu Qing had become the second prince's personal disciple upon his arrival at Tianyu Palace, attaining a status comparable to that of an elder. Truly impressive. Wu Shi felt a pang of envy. Despite his hard work, achieving only the 9th stage martial sovereign rank, he pondered how long it would take him to reach the level of a king. However, despite his youth, Mu Qing possessed strength comparable to that of a king, and it was conceivable that in due time, he could vanquish entities of royal caliber. Brother Mu, if I recall correctly, you hail from Hangzhou City, do you not? Lin Xian inquired suddenly. Mu Qing nodded, then was taken aback. What is the matter? You're unaware? Wu Shi exclaimed, recently. The happenings in Hangzhou City have stirred quite a tumult online, and now nearly all factions are focusing their attention on it. What has occurred in Hangzhou City? Mu Qing asked, scrutinizing the expressions of the two with a puzzled countenance. Since the catastrophic incident involving the insect race, Hangzhou City has transformed into a vast ruin, and the higher echelons of Huaxia have dispatched personnel for its reconstruction, although it will require considerable time. It is rumored that mysterious relics have emerged beneath Hangzhou City, likely containing treasures from an extraterrestrial race, Wu Shi elaborated. He informed Mu Qing that a majority of the factions within Huaxia had already mobilized personnel to explore these enigmatic ruins, and Tianyu Palace was no exception. Our Tianyu Palace will primarily send a few core disciples along with 1 or 2 elders. After all, this is merely the initial exploration. If there are indeed treasures, we may even encounter seasoned kings, or even top-tier kings. With a flash of sword light, Elder Lin suddenly appeared before Mu Qing and the others, elucidating the situation. He cast a casual glance at the stone sword resting on Mu Qing's back, and said with a smile, "The second palace master wishes for you to accompany us. There should be plenty of valuable items there, and it will also serve as a means of training." Upon hearing this, Mu Qing nodded. Even if the second palace master had not permitted him to go, he would have insisted on attending, as he had grown up in Hangzhou City and harbored a deep affection for the place. However, he was somewhat perplexed as to why mysterious relics from an extraterrestrial race had suddenly surfaced beneath the city. This time, I will lead the expedition alongside an elder from the Grand Palace Masteress faction. Tianyu Palace will send a total of 10 disciples, with 5 from the second Palace Masteress side and 5 from the Grand Palace Masteress side, Elder Lin stated. I have secured a spot for this journey to Hangzhou City. Besides you and me, 3 other core disciples are also 9th-level martial sovereigns with formidable strength. Wu Shi chuckled. Mu Qing nodded, casting a glance at Wu Shi. This fellow had only just broken through to the 9th-level martial sovereign and had managed to obtain a spot for the trip to Hangzhou City, which clearly indicated his exceptional capabilities. We shall depart for Hangzhou City tomorrow. It is said that the place has almost become a sanctuary for cultivation. suffused with an incredibly rich energy aura. Elder Lin informed Mu Qing of the specific time, urging him to prepare accordingly. Mu Qing nodded, and after spending some time with Wu Shi and Lin Xin, he returned to the training room to continue his practice with the Yin-Yang Thunder Calamity Sword. Alas, if only my lightning-attributed original force were still intact, I could invoke the Heavenly Thunder Barrier and master the 5 elements Thunder Calamity. Mu Qing sighed, reflecting on the immense power of the 5 elements Thunder Calamity, which he had yet to unleash since reaching mastery before his misfortune struck. Chapter 286, Decisive Slaughter. The next day, Mu Qing was still immersed in practicing the Titan clan's bloodline technique when Elder Lin roused him early to head to the center of Tianyu City. He and Wu Shi followed closely behind Elder Lin, accompanied by 3 core disciples from the Second Palace Master faction, all of whom possessed formidable strength. One individual, known as Bai Yulin, of a similar age to Wu Shi, has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th-tier bloodline. His journey to the so-called mysterious ruins in Hangzhou is motivated by the hope of discovering an opportunity to ascend to the rank of a sovereign. Accompanying him are 2 companions, both of whom share a close bond with him, one named Fu, who is emaciated, and the other named Fei, a robust man. Both are distinguished figures among the 9th-tier martial masters. Are you the one rumored to have become the personal disciple of the Second Palace Master upon entering Tianyu Palace, Aoki? Bai Yulin approached Mu Qing with an air of arrogance, scrutinizing him intently. Indeed, Mu Qing replied with a nod, but his brow furrowed as he sensed a formidable wave of spiritual energy emanating from Bai Yulin, enveloping him with unwarranted pressure. The display of mental dominance was blatant, intended to intimidate him. Fu and Fei, standing behind Bai Yulin, wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness Mu Qing's apparent humiliation. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. He had never encountered Bai Yulin before, yet he was taken aback by the immediate mental coercion directed at him. Most would likely have faltered under such pressure. The sword jade of the Second Palace Master was absorbed by you, wasn't he it? Bai Yulin's eyes narrowed with a glint of malice. The Second Palace Master truly went to great lengths. Countless individuals within Tianyu Palace coveted that sword jade, and many core disciples competed for it, only for it to be bestowed upon you in silence. His last few words were laden with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Mu Qing, his spiritual power surging violently. Bai Yulin was confident in his own prowess. He ranked second among the core disciples of Tianyu Palace, possessing strength that could nearly rival a sovereign in a skirmish. Only the eldest son of the Grand Elder, Yu Hua, had managed to defeat him. Seeing the tension escalate, Elder Lin contemplated intervening, for Mu Qing was the personal disciple of the Second Palace Master and a crucial figure in future plans. However, a subtle wave of spiritual energy halted his actions. It was the Second Palace Master who had been observing the situation from the shadows and had signaled Elder Lin to refrain from intervening. In a concealed corner, the Second Palace Master, shrouded in mist, observed both Mu Qing and Bai Yulin. He refrained from allowing Elder Lin to act, fully aware that Mu Qing possessed the strength to contend with Bai Yulin. He had previously witnessed Mu Qing practicing his sword techniques and had been profoundly impressed. Mu Qing wielded the stone sword to execute the Yin-Yang Thunder Tribulation Sword technique, with the Yin Thunder Sword alone exhibiting power sufficient to rival that of a sovereign. Unleash your full potential. Let the world, and all within Tianyu Palace, recognize your strength. You shall be my representative, the embodiment of Tianyu Palace. A smile, enigmatic in nature, crept upon the Second Palace Master's lips. At this moment, Mu Qing found himself under a terrifying mental pressure. However, his expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well, utterly unperturbed. It is worth noting that his physical cultivation had reached the formidable level of a 9th-rank martial sovereign. He had previously withstood the assaults of numerous kings, so facing the likes of Bai Yulin was hardly alarming. What do you mean? Mu Qing inquired in a low voice. Bai Yulin erupted into laughter, and then a radiant beam of light surged from within him, manifesting as a golden longsword, exuding an incredibly sharp and aggressive metallic aura that filled the air. Mu Qing felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His opponent wielded gold attribute primordial energy, excelling in extreme offensive tactics, and possessed formidable strength. Nothing much. I merely wish to ascertain the true strength of one who can become the personal disciple of the Second Palace Master. Bai Yulin exclaimed, violently swinging the golden longsword. unleashing a flurry of sword shadows that radiated an intensely savage aura. Witnessing this, Wu Shi's expression darkened, and he prepared to assist Mu Qing, only to realize that Mu Qing had already charged forward. Do not act impulsively, Wu Shi cautioned, his understanding of Mu Qing's abilities still rooted in a time when his cultivation was compromised. Yet, Mu Qing merely smirked, a blinding bolt of lightning flickering in his eyes. Boom! A thunderous clap like a divine drum startled everyone, while they were still puzzled about the source of the thunder. Mu Qing's stone sword suddenly soared into the sky. This stone sword is peculiar. Bai Yulin narrowed his eyes, feeling an intense sense of impending danger emanating from the weapon. He understood well that the second palace master had bestowed upon Mu Qing treasures as extraordinary as the sword jade. So it was inconceivable that he would endow him with an ordinary stone sword. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary weapon. The booming thunder rolled forth, resembling the sound of celestial drumming, transforming into sound waves that spread outward. Then, Mu Qing let out a light shout, and his body erupted with a dense array of lightning power. This golden lightning, brimming with overwhelming force, transformed into blue lightning upon being infused into the stone sword. A chilling aura radiated from the stone sword, spreading at a visible pace, with frigid winds howling around, and the ground encrusted in frost. Bai Yulin's golden longsword pierced through the air, its brilliant blade descending with lethal intent from dozens of meters above. The Yin Thunder Sword? His expression suddenly shifted. As a disciple of the Tianyu Palace, he was well aware of the Yin-Yang Thunder Calamity Sword technique, a supreme skill of the second palace master, which had been the foundation for his rise from an ordinary disciple to the esteemed position he held. Though the second palace master had taken many disciples, several elders within the Tianyu Palace had once studied under him, mastering lightning attribute sword techniques, yet never had the opportunity to acquire the Yin-Yang Thunder Calamity sword technique. Everyone believed that no one could obtain this technique from the second palace master, yet unexpectedly, Mu Qing had emerged and even cultivated it to a remarkable level. Flash! Mu Qing gripped the stone sword and swung it fiercely, unleashing a howling gale as blue lightning surged forth, transforming into an array of sword lights. These sword lights tore through the ground, cleaving the air, distorting even the void itself. A bolt of blue thunderous sword light shot forth, shattering the golden sword rays and heading directly for Bai Yulin. Puff! Blood suddenly erupted from Bai Yulin, staining his chest as a deep, bone-revealing wound gaped open. He coughed violently, the pain in his chest radiating rapidly, and in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding, he tried to channel his inner force, only to be horrified to discover that a chilling energy had completely frozen his power. Crack! A bolt of blue lightning, sharp as a sword, sliced through his arm, causing a burst of crimson flowers to bloom. Bai Yulin's right arm was severed entirely, and at the sight of the fracture, blue lightning flickered, instantly encasing it in ice. The crisp sound of his severed hand, now eroded by dark thunder into a block of ice, fell to the ground, finally rousing the others present. Afu and Defei, who shared a close bond with Bai Yulin, were aghast, and even Elder Lin was shaken to his core. Wasn't he this fellow a body cultivator? How could he harness the power of lightning within to master the sword techniques of the second young master, and with such formidable strength? Even Bai Yulin was gravely injured by a single strike. Elder Lin's heart was tumultuous. Qingmu, Bai Yulin is the son of Elder Bai. What do you intend to do? Afu stepped forward, intending to leverage Bai Yulin's identity to intimidate Mu Qing, only to find a murderous smile creeping across Mu Qing's face. Buzz! A wisp of mist enveloped the stone sword, which, once imperious and as heavy as a mountain, now transformed into an ethereal sword light that pierced through the air. Splat! A cry of agony echoed as Bai Yulin's left arm was cleaved off as well. The pain he endured this time was even more excruciating, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Farewell, Mu Qing once more brandished the stone sword, his entire demeanor ethereal, the sword light sweeping like a gentle breeze. Bai Yulin's eyes widened in horror. His screams abruptly silenced, a trickle of crimson blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Then, to the astonishment of all, a line of blood tore across Bai Yulin's neck, and his head rolled away. Splash! Blood gushed forth, warm and splattering onto the ground. Chapter 287. Fury unbridled. All eyes were fixed upon Mu Qing, yet his expression remained as placid as a still lake, devoid of any change. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Bai Yulin's father is Elder Bai of our Tianyu Palace, a king among men. Afu bellowed in outrage. Even Wu Shi was astonished by Mu Qing's audacity. The Tianyu Palace had organized their expedition to the mysterious ruins in Hangzhou, and they were expected to unite against other forces. No one anticipated Mu Qing's decisive action in slaying a core disciple. Subsequently, Wu Shi marveled at Mu Qing's prowess. That sword technique was overwhelmingly potent, undoubtedly bordering on the strength of a king. Elder Lin found himself at a loss. In truth, even he could not fathom why Mu Qing had become so ruthless, willing to execute a core disciple over a mere disagreement. Most importantly, Bai Yulin's father was an elder of the second young master's faction, with whom he maintained a cordial relationship. Should this news reach Elder Bai, his fury would be incensed, and it would surely spark internal strife within the second young master's faction. Elder Lin found Mu Qing's character somewhat perplexing. During the time he spent escorting Mu Qing to Tianyu Palace, Mu Qing had been taciturn, exhibiting a rather introverted demeanor. However, he never anticipated such a dramatic shift in his personality. Could this transformation be orchestrated by the second princess? Elder Lin could only speculate, as even he was uncertain of her true intentions. Mu Qing, did you truly kill him? His father is a formidable king. While Elder Wu was astonished by Mu Qing's terrifying strength, he also harbored concerns. Calmly retracting his stone sword, Mu Qing smiled gently and said, "He was merely a core disciple. As a direct disciple of the second princess, my status is equivalent to that of an elder. Such individuals are hardly worthy of offense." His demeanor was audacious and arrogant, reminiscent of a spoiled scion wielding power to intimidate others. In truth, Mu Qing's act of taking a life was merely an attempt to create some inconvenience for the second princess. It is essential to note that while the human skin mask of old Lady Yang was remarkable, it might not necessarily evade the scrutiny of a master like the second princess. Although the adversary had covertly poisoned him, intending for his soul to disintegrate within a year, Mu Qing naturally sought to devise means to trouble the second princess. Regardless, he intended to shift all troublesome matters onto her shoulders while seizing opportunities to venture out and offend a few more individuals on her behalf. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the second princess observed Mu Qing with a furrowed brow, sensing a notable change in his character, as if he had suddenly become an entirely different person. Could it be the influence of the stone sword? Or had he uncovered some troubling truths? The second princess stroked her chin in contemplation. Subsequently, a sly smile crept upon her lips, and she declared, "Proceed as you wish. Even if it angers powers beyond kings, I can handle it." Looking down at the corpse of Bai Yulin, Elder Lin was at a loss. He intended to have everyone regroup with those from the Great Palace before notifying the second princess to address the situation. However, he found that Ah Fu and De Fei had been sufficiently intimidated by Mu Qing, refusing to accompany him. Moreover, they wished to wait for Elder Bai to arrive and inform him of the events that had transpired. Very well, let us depart, Elder Lin ultimately decided, taking only Mu Qing and Elder Wu with him. As he glanced back at the bloodstains and the lifeless body, he could already envision Elder Bai's fury. I am Old Lin. Why do only 2 of you come? Is it true that your faction's core disciples cannot even muster 5? A middle-aged woman clad in azure approached, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. An elder of kingly stature, she, like Elder Lin, belonged to the old guard of kings. Behind her were 5 individuals, 2 women and 3 men, among whom Mu Qing recognized a familiar figure, Yu Hua. Yu Hua wore a beaming smile, still quite plump, yet his strength had grown formidable, having reached the 9th tier of martial sovereignty. Most of the prodigies Mu Qing had encountered from various factions had now ascended to the 8th or 9th tier of bloodline power, showcasing remarkable prowess. Mu Qing held a certain impression of Yu Hua, recognizing his formidable strength and mastery of sword formations. Although Mu Qing was aware of Yu Hua's identity, the latter failed to recognize him. Only those of substantial prowess could penetrate the disguise of his human mask, and the enchantments cast upon Mu Qing by Zhou Siyu rendered it nearly impossible for even the most elite of warriors to see through his facade. Old Huang, what does it matter if there are only 2 of you? We can easily take on several of you. Elder Lin, keen to maintain his dignity before the faction of the Grand Palace Master, retorted sharply. Furthermore, he had just witnessed Mu Qing's terrifying abilities firsthand. Devoid of any aura of primal energy, he could unleash power nearing that of a monarch. Most would underestimate Mu Qing upon noticing his lack of primal energy. But should he strike unexpectedly, even a monarch might find themselves injured. Humph. You're boasting without substance, Elder Huang scoffed, dismissing Elder Lin's words as mere exaggeration. You must be the direct disciple of the second palace master, am I correct? Greetings, I am Yu Hua. Approaching with an amiable demeanor, Yu Hua introduced himself, exuding no hint of hostility. I am Qing Mu, Mu Qing replied, also donning a gentle smile. This exchange left Wu Shi and Elder Lin somewhat astonished, only moments prior. They had witnessed the arrogance and belligerence of a core disciple. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Qing and Yu Hua had previously forged a bond during their shared battles in the Kunlun secret realm. While not as close as with Yang Jie, they were indeed good friends. Moreover, given Yu Hua's affiliation with the Grand Palace Master S faction, he had no intention of provoking conflict. After a brief conversation, Yu Hua returned to Elder Huang's side, his curiosity piqued by Mu Qing's presence. Despite being affiliated with the second palace master, Mu Qing radiated an inexplicable familiarity that felt oddly congenial. How peculiar, Yu Hua murmured to himself. Let us hasten to Hangzhou City. The mysterious relic is rumored to contain treasures of extraterrestrial origin. We cannot allow such artifacts to fall into the hands of others. Elder Lin urged. The Heavenly Feather Palace was relatively close to Hangzhou City, giving them a distinct advantage. What is your haste? Elder Huang questioned, but before he could ponder further, Elder Lin had already propelled him aboard an unusual flying vessel resembling a colossal sword. This craft was powered by the cores of 10 king-level ferocious beasts, granting it remarkable speed and the capability to unleash king-level attacks. Once aboard, Elder Lin visibly relaxed, exhaling deeply, and proceeded to introduce Mu Qing and Wu Shi to one another. With a thunderous roar, the flying vessel ascended rapidly, transforming into a streak of light as it soared toward the distant horizon. The ground was enveloped in dust and shockwaves, and within moments, the city of the Heavenly Feather Palace had dwindled to a mere speck. Fortunately, we departed swiftly, Elder Lin remarked, casting a glare at Mu Qing while wiping the sweat from his brow. Mu Qing wore a smile that was not quite a smile. He turned his head and sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of energy surging from Tianyu Palace, accompanied by an aura of boundless fury. Chapter 288. Arrival at Hangzhou City. Younger Lin. Who is it? Who has slain my son? Boom. The very ground trembled as if shaken by earthquake. For someone within Tianyu Palace had gone mad, and all disciples felt an immense shock. The many elders within the palace were also stirred, issuing reprimands. Old Bai, what are you doing? Within Tianyu Palace, several structures had completely collapsed. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe bore a grim countenance, his entire being radiating terrifying energy. Surrounding elders shouted in confusion, unaware of why Elder Bai had suddenly lost control and wreaked havoc upon the palace. Bai Yuz, what are you doing? A resonant voice echoed, and before Elder Bai, an elderly figure appeared. His hair was as white as snow, his face flushed red, exuding an air of authority. Elder Qi Mian. Bai Yu's expression turned to one of shock. The Qi Mian elder, true to his name, had a face as red as fire and walked through the air with formidable presence. He was indeed a top-tier monarch. Calm yourself. As an elder, how can you cause such a ruckus here? Do you wish to provide amusement for the faction of the Grand Palace Master? Elder Qi Mian admonished. In the distance, some elders from the Grand Palace Master S faction observed with amused expressions. I care not. Bai Yuz bellowed. My only son has been murdered. How can I possibly remain calm? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the surrounding elders shifted slightly, and they soon noticed the lifeless body of Bai Yulin on the ground. Who possesses such audacity? A core disciple is the backbone of our Tianyu Palace, and Bai Yulin was on the verge of becoming a monarch. How could he be slain within our very palace? One onlooker elder exclaimed in astonishment. Even Elder Qi Mian's expression grew peculiar. He found it hard to fathom who could dare to kill a core disciple within Tianyu Palace. He finally understood why Bai Yuz was in such a frenzy. Had he been in the same position, he too would have been driven to madness. Speak. Who has killed my son? Bai Yuz swiftly approached a Fu and a Fei, seizing them. An innate power, characteristic of a monarch, surged within him, causing fissures to appear in the ground around them. A Fu and a Fei were drenched in sweat, although they were ninth-tier martial sovereigns. They felt immense pressure before a monarch. It was the second Palace Master's direct disciple, Qing Mu. He is the one who killed Bai Yulin. A Fu exclaimed in terror. Bai Yu's face darkened ominously, as if a volcano within him was brewing. ready to erupt at any moment. No, I must confront the second palace master. He forcibly suppressed the murderous intent within and turned to seek the second palace master. There's no need. I have already arrived. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as the figure of the second palace master appeared before Bayuz. Just as Bayuz was about to speak, the second palace master raised a hand, interrupting him. Concerning the matter of Qingmu, I have long been aware. Upon his return from Hangzhou, I shall undoubtedly cast him into the Thunder Prison. Should you remain dissatisfied, I shall arrange for him to engage in a life-and-death battle with you, proclaimed the second master. His words resonated with authority and an undeniable gravity, echoing like thunder, causing the very air around to tremble as if struck by lightning. This is clear. In the presence of the second master's formidable aura, Bayuz felt a tremor in his spirit. Although the red-faced elder was also a peerless sovereign, it was evident that the pressure exerted by the second master was far more daunting. Bayuz gritted his teeth, compelled to temporarily suppress his hatred for Mu Qing before the second master. However, his eyes flickered with murderous intent, signifying that he had no intention of relinquishing his vendetta against Mu Qing entirely. Once you emerge from the Thunder Prison, I shall challenge the second master to a life-and-death duel, and I shall ensure that you endure exquisite torment. His visage contorted with malice. The Thunder Prison is a formidable structure within Tianyu Palace, imbued with unimaginable, tyrannical lightning power, specifically designed to punish wayward disciples or adversaries. Bayuz was acutely aware that while the agony of entering the Thunder Prison would be excruciating, potentially perilous to his life, he believed that the second master would undoubtedly show favoritism towards Mu Qing. Enough, disperse. The second master vanished in a flash of lightning, and the red-faced elder echoed his command, instructing the assembly of elders to depart. That disciple of his is indeed as arrogant as he is, daring even to slay the son of an elder. A gentle feminine voice emerged from a secluded corner. It belonged to a dignified and graceful matron. Adorned in a flowing blue gown, her skin luminous and fair, with a bracelet of sapphire-like beads adorning her delicate wrist. She was none other than the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace, Mu Qing's mother, Shui Yueshi. Ahead lies Hangzhou, within a colossal sword-shaped flying vessel. Elder Lin and Elder Huang rose to their feet, gazing down to behold the silhouette of Hangzhou. Once a desolate ruin, the city had been rebuilt, and it was evident that much of its architecture had been restored. Presently, Hangzhou was devoid of any inhabitants, shrouded in an eerie silence. Not even the chirping of birds or rustling of beasts could be heard. Mu Qing peered downward, noticing a hazy white radiance emanating from the depths of West Lake, ascending towards the heavens. A mysterious relic beneath West Lake? Mu Qing inquired with curiosity. Elder Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the enigmatic relic lies beneath West Lake, harboring peculiar powers that stem from the energies of the cosmos. Let us descend, Elder Huang remarked. The flying vessel landed, and the entourage of Tianyu Palace arrived in Hangzhou. All 9 of them made their way to the banks of West Lake, and as Mu Qing surveyed the familiar scene, it felt oddly foreign to him. At the bottom of the lake, a faint white luminescence flickered. As they approached, they could indeed sense a mysterious force. After observing for a while, Mu Qing discerned that the white light was composed of countless tiny luminous particles, merging with the air, elevating the energies of the world around them. I sensed that if I were to cultivate here for a period, I could effortlessly transcend to the realm of sovereigns. Yuhua took a deep breath, absorbing the ethereal energies of Hangzhou City for a moment, his expression tinged with mild astonishment. Others also noted this phenomenon. The energies within Hangzhou had undergone a complete transcendence, becoming remarkably pure and of exceedingly high quality. According to my observations, beneath the West Lake, the quality of these energies should only continue to elevate, for they originate from the cosmos, far surpassing the primal force we cultivate, Elder Lin stated solemnly. In fact, even he, a seasoned sovereign, felt the primal force within him beginning to stir, seemingly yearning for the surrounding celestial energies. The people of Tianyu Palace? I did not expect your arrival to be so swift. At that moment, a flying ship descended, and several figures appeared before the crowd. Chapter 289. The Emergence of the Sun and Moon Group and the Spider-Woman. The people of Yanhuang? Elder Lin turned, his face slightly startled. They had arrived with remarkable speed, but he did not anticipate that the Yanhuang organization would also be so quick. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing's spirit stirred, and he swiftly glanced over, his eyes narrowing in sudden realization. Hu Hai? Why has he come in person? He was puzzled, for among the Yanhuang figures, the one leading was none other than Hu Hai, the Grand Elder of the Yanhuang organization. Beside Hu Hai stood a figure cloaked in black, their visage obscured. However, the aura emanating from them suggested they were a sovereign. Behind them were several ninth-tier martial masters, each possessing extraordinary prowess. Hu Hai's personal arrival. What could his intentions be? Elder Huang's expression was similarly grave. To ensure their safety, Tianyu Palace had dispatched 2 seasoned sovereign elders. Yet they had not anticipated that the Yanhuang organization would send someone of Hu Hai's caliber. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the sky as another flying ship descended, from which emerged 5 figures clad in military attire. Leading them was a tall, imposing figure draped in a white coat, exuding an air of authority, their eyes seemingly ablaze. Behind him stood 4 others, among whom were 2 sovereigns, while the remaining 2 were top-tier experts among the 9th-tier martial masters. Once again, it was the people of Yanhuang. It was Yang Hongan. Elder Lin's face was one of sheer astonishment as he inhaled sharply. What is happening? Wu Shi inquired, curious about the sudden change in Elder Lin's demeanor. Elder Lin's expression turned slightly grave as he remarked that Yang Hongan is the leader of the Yanhuang organization's military and also a top-tier sovereign. Elder Huang nodded in agreement. His brow furrowed. He had never expected the Yanhuang organization to dispatch 2 top-tier sovereigns at once. Apologies, esteemed members of Tianyu Palace, but it seems that we, the Yanhuang, may claim the lion's share of this mysterious relic. Hu Hai stated with a smile. Not necessarily, Elder Lin retorted with a cold snort, refusing to show weakness. At the same time, yet another flying ship descended from the heavens. Several figures emerged from within, the leader possessing the strength of a seasoned sovereign. They were clad in suits, with a white and black serpent emblem etched upon their chests. The Sun and Moon Group. Elder Lin's gaze sharpened. The newcomers represented yet another formidable force. He initially believed that they at Tianyu Palace had the upper hand, only to discover that other factions had also received early news regarding the mysterious relics emerging within Hangzhou. The Day and Moon Group. Upon hearing this name, it was Mu Qing who appeared most astonished. In the Kunlun secret realm, many prodigies had fallen victim to the cursed flower, including those from the Day and Moon Group. Subsequently, Shun Yi and others had informed Mu Qing that they had still seen prodigies from the Day and Moon Group in the outside world. Despite the fact that they had seemingly perished within the Kunlun secret realm, it was beyond his expectations that, after such a long time, he would encounter a member of the Day and Moon Group again. He gazed at one individual among them. The person was rather youthful, with a slightly pallid complexion and peculiar eyes that seemed to harbor a certain power, exhibiting strength that had already reached the level of a sovereign. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing realized that this sovereign before him was none other than the prodigy of the Day and Moon Group, Jin Jiuyin. He had astonishingly ascended to the rank of sovereign. Mu Qing's heart trembled as he sensed something amiss. How could someone who should have died long ago within the Kunlun secret realm appear now, and with such formidable power? Indeed, the prodigies of the Day and Moon Group are formidable. They have swiftly cultivated to the rank of sovereign. Hu Hai cast a glance at Jin Jiuyin and praised him. Elders Lin and Huang also exchanged glances with Jin Jiuyin, both equally astonished. Presently, most prodigies from various factions were only at the 9th rank of martial venerable, primarily preparing to break through to the sovereign level. Yet Jin Jiuyin from the Day and Moon Group had already become a sovereign. Mu Qing scrutinized Jin Jiuyin, unable to discern anything from his expression, but he was certain that something was amiss. The Day and Moon Group had sent a total of 3 sovereigns. Besides Jin Jiuyin, there were 2 others, one of whom was particularly strong and an established sovereign. What? Just as Mu Qing shifted his gaze from Jin Jiuyin to assess the other 2 sovereigns, his expression abruptly changed. His pupils contracted, and his eyes filled with astonishment. He beheld the established sovereign of the Day and Moon Group, a woman of enchanting grace, with a voluptuous figure that was utterly mesmerizing. This woman had long, black hair cascading down like a waterfall to her curvaceous form, with lavender eyes that shimmered like flowing autumn waters, enticing crimson lips, and skin as pale as jade. Despite her youth, she possessed the strength of an established sovereign, surpassing even prodigies in her formidable prowess, and her beauty was such that many prodigies and talents within Huaxiao would undoubtedly vie for her affection. However, upon recognizing her visage, A chill ran through Mu Qing's heart, for she was a familiar old acquaintance. The Spider Woman. It took Mu Qing some time to steady his racing emotions. He was indeed taken aback. For the leading established sovereign of the Day and Moon Group bore an uncanny resemblance to the Spider Woman he had encountered in the Kunlun secret realm. He then turned to the final sovereign of the Day and Moon Group, and once again felt a stir within his heart. The Bloodbat. The other sovereign was a man who appeared refined, yet his countenance was identical to that of the Bloodbat he had previously encountered within the Kunlun secret realm. He firmly believed that this was no coincidence. The Sun and Moon Group must be facing significant issues. Was the cursed flower hidden within the Sun and Moon Group? How had it emerged from the Kunlun secret realm? Mu Qing endeavored to mask his astonishment while contemplating various questions. He was perplexed by the means employed by the cursed flower, which had inexplicably elevated the cultivations of the Bloodbat and the Spider Lady to the level of monarchs. What seems to be troubling this charming young man from Tianyu Palace? The Spider Lady suddenly directed her gaze towards Mu Qing, though she failed to see through his altered appearance. She let out a melodic laugh, her beautiful eyes curving like crescent moons, and teased. Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? However, I prefer formidable men. They must at least possess the cultivation of a monarch. Elder Lin chided lightly. We from Tianyu Palace are not in a position to reach such heights. It would be wise for your Sun and Moon Group to manage your own affairs. He glanced at Mu Qing, sensing something peculiar about him. What a lively scene. I didn't expect you all to have arrived. From a distance, several figures soared toward them, exuding a formidable aura. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was Ku Fei and the healer from the Federation branch. They were accompanied by Jiang Yuanjia and others, all of whom had reached the 8th and 9th tiers of bloodlines. Apparently, after leaving Yin Huang, Jiang Yuanjia and his companions had gone to the Federation branch. Mu Qing smiled, noticing the mouse perched on Jiang Yuanjia's shoulder, Old Mouse 3. Within Hangzhou City, various factions converged, and from afar, representatives of numerous powerful forces approached. Kunlun, Amei, the ancient city of Lulan, and prominent families from Beijing, among others. Mu Qing recognized many familiar faces: Yang Jie, Yang Shanshan, Shen Yi, and Kunshan. To his surprise, Ling Fei had also arrived, accompanying the Ling family. Their prodigy, Ling Han, had achieved the strength of a 9th-tier martial sovereign, and remarkably, Ling Fei matched him in prowess. You. Suddenly, Jiang Yuanjia's face blanched in horror, his trembling finger pointing at the Spider Lady of the Sun and Moon Group. Chapter 290. The corpse of a ferocious beast. The Spider Lady was known to all who had ventured into the Kunlun secret realm, and they were acutely aware of her terrifying power. After leaving the secret realm, everyone assumed that the cursed flower and other bizarre entities had been trapped within its confines. Who could have anticipated that the Spider Lady and her companions would suddenly appear within the Sun and Moon Group? Jiang Yuanjia's expression was one of sheer terror, capturing everyone's attention. Yang Jie and the others also noticed the Spider Lady's unusual presence, their expressions shifting dramatically. Yang Shanshan covered her mouth in disbelief. However, being adept at the 8th and 9th tiers of bloodlines, they quickly regained their composure, their faces returning to a semblance of normalcy. What is the matter? It seems I am not particularly well liked. The Spider Lady's eyes shimmered with a faint purple light, and an enchanting smile graced her exquisite face. Some disciples from various factions were left spellbound, having never encountered such a captivating woman. Yet for those who had endured a series of events within the Kunlun secret realm, her smile sent shivers down their spines. Let us all remain calm for the moment. We shall observe the unfolding situation, Shen Yi conveyed telepathically. Shen Yi had long sensed that the prodigies of the Sun and Moon Group were somewhat peculiar. Yet he never anticipated the presence of the Spider Woman and the Bloodbat within their ranks. The old toad was also present. Mouse Lausen suddenly interjected, communicating through mental energy, as this group clandestinely deliberated. What? The Toad King is actually here as well? Yang Jie exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly scanning his surroundings. Unfortunately, the true form of the Toad King remained unknown to them. Mouse Lausen nodded, then remarked, the burly man beside the Spider Woman is indeed him. He carries the aura of the Toad King. The group discreetly observed and confirmed the existence of a muscular man, expressionless, standing behind the Spider Woman. The powers of the Spider Woman and her companions had all reached the level of monarchs. It was likely that the Toad King possessed similar strength. So we must exercise caution, Qingcheng cautioned. The others were not overly concerned for their safety, as Hangzhou City was currently a convergence of major forces, with many monarchs present. They did not believe that the Spider Woman and her ilk would stir up any significant turmoil. Nonetheless, Shen Yi, Jiang Yuanjie, and the others had reminded their own monarchs to be vigilant of the Sun and Moon group. How intriguing! The Spider Woman licked her red lips with a tantalizing gesture. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, held a chilling essence, and she certainly remembered Shen Yi and his companions. The mysterious relic lies below. I propose we avoid conflict and explore first, suggested an elder. He hailed from the ancient city of Lulan, his visage gaunt, and he was also an established monarch. Indeed, we are all friends here. Let us maintain our amicable relations and first investigate the mysterious relic, proposed a beautiful woman from Amei, also a monarch. The group held a certain apprehension towards the Yanhuang organization, especially considering the sudden appearance of two top-tier monarchs. Simultaneously, they were wary of the Federation's branch. The current leader of the Federation, Ku Fei, had demonstrated formidable strength even at the 9th-tier martial sovereign level, and after ascending to monarch status, he had contended with and even defeated the top-tier monarch Li Chao. Ku Fei's prowess was unquestionable. Many were aware of that. Although his cultivation level was that of an established monarch, his true combat capabilities could rival those of the elite. The barrier techniques of the Great Success realm were no trifling matter. The group feared that these top-tier monarchs might take direct action, monopolizing the treasures of the mysterious relic. Some factions had already begun to discreetly communicate, planning to unite in order to prevent either the Yanhuang or the Federation from dominating entirely. Then let us proceed inside. Hu Hai smiled at the group, and with a flash of his form, he plunged directly into West Lake. The individuals present were all formidable experts from Earth, possessing immense strength, capable of residing underwater for months with the support of primal energy. We shall follow, Elder Lin called out, leading the group into the depths of West Lake. In truth, the nature of what lay beneath the lake was unknown. It harbored mysterious power, and even the mental energies of top-tier monarchs could not penetrate its depths. The existence of a mysterious relic was merely speculation among various factions, though the likelihood remained considerable. Mu Qing leaped into the depths of West Lake. Although he possessed no original power, his formidable physique allowed him to hold his breath for months. To his astonishment, he discovered a spatial rift beneath the water. Everyone descended to the lake's bottom, where they were met with a startling revelation. An enigmatic space crack had appeared. The ethereal white light emanating from this rift was mesmerizing. Could this be a secret realm? Mu Qing curiously examined the spatial fissure, which emitted an exceptionally high-grade energy, beneficial even to kings upon absorption. Strangely, there were no fish to be found at the bottom of West Lake, piquing Elder Huang's curiosity. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He recalled that West Lake was not particularly deep, yet they had descended over 1,000 meters without reaching the bottom. The rift loomed close, yet remained elusive. This was peculiar. Even in the ocean, at our speed, we should have touched the bottom by now. Hu Hai exclaimed, detecting the oddity as well. Suddenly, Yang Shanshan gasped, covering her mouth, disbelief etched across her delicate features. What was it? The others gazed deeper into the water, their expressions shifting dramatically. Before them lay an immense corpse, that of a fearsome beast. Is it possible? Mu Qing was the most astonished, staring in awe at the colossal carcass. This beast had once been one of the 4 king-level creatures that resided at the bottom of West Lake, aiding Hangzhou in the battle against the insect horde. It could be said that without these 4 beasts, Hangzhou would have been utterly obliterated, reduced to a lair for the insect tribe. The beast's remains before them belonged to a horse-like creature, whose roar had once resonated like a song. Mu Qing had found it amusing at the time, yet now, he was confronted with its lifeless form. The gathered crowd was struck with horror. Why would a king-level beast's corpse be found at the bottom of West Lake? What force could have vanquished it? But there was more. Hu Hai called out, and only then did they notice 3 additional king-level beast corpses lying at the lake's bottom. Mu Qing inhaled sharply, a hint of dread flickering in his gaze. He recognized these 3 creatures. They had once been the trump cards of the West Lake Academy. After Mu Qing had liberated them from their constraints, they should have departed. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had reappeared at the lake's depths, slain by some mysterious force. Mu Qing observed that no blood flowed from their bodies. Perhaps it had all been drained, yet the surface of the lake showed no signs of disturbance. A powerful force had, in an instant, hollowed out their flesh and blood, leaving only bones behind. Yang Hongin's expression darkened. He discerned the nature of the four beasts' demise. Externally, they bore no visible wounds, yet internally, they were reduced to mere skeletons. What was happening? Why were the corpses of our kin here? Behind the crowd, a deep, resonant voice echoed, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow. Chapter 291, The Mysterious Woman. Who is it? Hu Hai and the other kings swiftly turned. An overwhelming aura surging from within them. They sensed a hint of menace. Another being of their caliber had arrived. A king among humans? As the immense shadow materialized, stretching several hundred meters, its features became starkly visible to all, and its mouth opened wide, emitting a thunderous roar. A ferocious beast. Yang Shanshan gasped in astonishment, and the expressions of the others shifted noticeably. They had not anticipated that a savage beast would also appear here. The shadow revealed itself to be a gigantic whale. Its ebony skin resembling steel, with blood-red eyes and fangs as formidable as great swords. This was a king-level savage beast. Is it you humans who dared to slay our kin? A voice resonated from atop the whale's back, where numerous figures emerged, all transformed from savage beasts into humanoid forms. Among them stood three figures, a venerable elder, a youth of perhaps 15, and a stunning woman. Grandfather, eliminate them at once. How dare these humans strike against our kin? The youth exclaimed in fury, evidently enraged. The onlookers braced themselves for confrontation, with Hu Hai and his companions taking a defensive stance. Some ninth-tier martial masters appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend why such a multitude of kings from the human side would show trepidation towards this handful of savage beings. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He realized he could not perceive the aura emanating from the adversaries. Aside from the whale, which was a mere ordinary king, the rest were top-tier kings. Most alarmingly, he could not ascertain the true strength of the elder. Elder Lin's expression was grave. He suspected that the elder of the savage beast clan was a being beyond the kings, a figure whom even Hu Hai and his top-tier companions feared. Is that true? The youth looks as if he barely exceeds 15. Jiang Yuanjia exclaimed in surprise. Shun Yi shook his head, remarking, not necessarily. The transformation of savage beasts is no ordinary feat. Though he appears youthful, he could very well be a brutal beast with centuries of life. Young master, these four king-level savage beasts were not slain by them. The elder, frail and gaunt, squinted slightly. The youth paused, asking, aside from us, these humans are the only ones here. If not them, then who? Another beautiful woman among them also exhibited a glimmer of curiosity, convinced that the slayers of the four savage beasts were indeed humans. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, a furious bellow from the savage beasts, the sound waves tangible, stirring the waters of West Lake into towering waves. Akin, what are you doing? The youth admonished, smiting the whale beneath him. The whale, looking aggrieved, replied, Young master, it was not me. Be careful. Ku Fei shouted abruptly, prompting Hu Hai and the others to cry out in alarm. The four previously motionless savage beasts suddenly sprang to life, emitting growls from their throats. Roar! From the four ferocious beasts, wisps of white mist began to permeate, their aura gradually intensifying, a power all too familiar. Zhuo Siyu furrowed her brows and tugged at Mu Qing's hair, signaling him that the white mist emanating from these beasts was imbued with cursed energy. Cursed flowers. Mu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the curses encountered in the Kunlun secret realm. Each appearance of the cursed flower was accompanied by dense white mist, within which lay mysterious forces that, if inhaled, could inflict harm upon the body. Could it be that the cursed flower is nearby? Mu Qing's demeanor turned vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze upon the sun and moon group. If the cursed flower had truly emerged from the Kunlun secret realm, it would undoubtedly have a close connection with the Spider-Woman and her ilk from the sun and moon group. Strike! Ku Fei commanded, unleashing an unparalleled destructive force from within, conjuring a terrifying storm at the bottom of West Lake. Boom! He delivered a punch, summoning a water vortex that soared skyward, causing the entire West Lake to erupt as if a kettle were boiling. Though he possessed only the cultivation of an established monarch, his strength rivaled that of a top-tier monarch. Elder Lin gestured, invoking a robust energy shield, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Despite sharing the same rank as Ku Fei, the disparity in their power was stark. The force of Ku Fei's punch was sufficient to severely injure him. With a resounding thud, A colossal roar echoed as one beast's corpse was utterly obliterated, sending a cloud of white mist billowing outward. Boom. On another front, Hu Hai also sprang into action. Having reached the pinnacle of monarch cultivation over the years, his strength was formidable. A gigantic hand emerged, crushing another beast's corpse to smithereens, releasing another vast expanse of white mist. Others joined the fray, including those from the Sun and Moon group. The Spider-Woman raised her pristine jade hand, unleashing a purple beam that tore apart a beast's carcass, causing a shower of white mist to erupt. The four beast corpses appeared devoid of any fighting capability. Despite their roars, they were remarkably frail. Ultimately, all four corpses were shattered, and the extensive white mist dissipated into the depths of West Lake. The crowd looked on in confusion, uncertain of the unfolding events. They had anticipated an uprising from the corpses, yet were taken aback by how easily they had been destroyed. "Look, over by the spatial rift," Wuxi shouted. The spatial rift at the bottom of West Lake began to shift, expanding in size, and a beam of white light shot forth. Everyone could sense a supremely advanced energy radiating outward, far surpassing any energy found on Earth. West Lake was poised to transform into a treasure trove. Mu Qing attempted to absorb some of the energy, feeling his internal lightning energy surge significantly. With the entire West Lake now infused with the energy spilling from the spatial rift, it had transformed into a vast lake of energy, where even a single drop of water contained a measure of power. Although energy is scarce, its quality is exceedingly high, providing considerable assistance even to martial masters. Beneath this spatial rift, there must be astonishing treasures. The Spider-Woman spoke, her red lips glistening as her eyes shimmered with fervor. The crowd, captivated by the changes emanating from the rift, began to move toward it en masse. Mu Qing, following Elder Lin, also approached the spatial fissure and cast a glance at the Spider-Woman. The white mist was likely the power of the cursed flower, which must be significantly connected to her and her companions. However, he was taken aback to see the Spider-Woman and her cohort engaging the carcasses of ferocious beasts, as he believed those bodies were merely a manifestation of the cursed flower as traps. They were close to the spatial rift. Hu Hai's expression brightened as he swiftly dashed into the rift located at the bottom of West Lake. Previously, no matter how deep they plunged, the lake had seemed like an unfathomable abyss, unreachable in its depths. But now they were approaching the rift with ease. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet he followed Elder Lin and plunged into the rift. After everyone had departed, wisps of white mist that should have dissipated re-emerged in the spot they once occupied. At the bottom of West Lake, the spatial rift continued to emit a white glow. It was tranquil, yet as the white mist swirled, strands of black patterns appeared seemingly out of nowhere. These black patterns began to intertwine with the white mist, eventually forming a flower with 12 petals. The cursed flower. Within its core, a black vertical pupil pulsed with excitement. What an exquisite aura! I have finally escaped that wretched place. The petals, entwined with dense black patterns, swayed gently, producing inexplicable sounds. It was evident that black light was coalescing around the black vertical pupil. A graceful figure emerged, formed from black light and white mist, infused with an overwhelming curse power. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, devoid of any garments, her fair skin radiating like the luminous moon. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, revealing two pitch-black vertical pupils. Chapter 292, A Fusion of Crisis and Opportunity. I have finally emerged. The stunning woman smiled, her expression filled with an eerie charm. With a wave of her alabaster hand, the 12-petaled cursed flower erupted, transforming into a myriad of black patterns that coalesced into a black gown, perfectly enveloping her captivating form. My memories seem to linger nearby. It is time for them to return to their rightful owner. She giggled, her proud silhouette vanishing into the depths of West Lake. Within the spatial rift, as soon as the crowd entered, they were met with an overwhelming surge of energy, a potent force emanating from the cosmos that grew increasingly dense. Even Jiang Yuanjie settled into a meditative stance, absorbing this energy. Mu Qing also realized that he could absorb this energy, enhancing the thunderous energy within him. What a peculiar secret realm. Elder Lin raised his head, noting the vastness of the space, though it was shrouded in a hazy gloom. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the multitude of spatial fissures scattered throughout this mysterious realm. The energy within was palpably denser, Jiang Yuanjie approached one of the fissures and discovered an even greater emanation of advanced energy. As he drew near, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a force pulled him directly inside. Jiang Fatty, Yang Jie shouted, rushing forward to grasp Jiang Yuanjie, but he had already vanished into the fissure. I'm fine. Jiang Yuanjie's voice echoed from within the fissure, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the others, who were now curious about what lay within this spatial rift. Abundant energy. The visible white energy filled the entire 400-meter expanse with advanced power, resonating from Jiang Yuanjie's voice. His tone betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Soon after, he announced his intention to cultivate within the fissure, claiming that by absorbing this advanced energy, he would undoubtedly break through to the 9th-rank martial sovereign. It seemed that each of these fissures connected to myriad spaces. Elder Lin's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated the peculiarity of this secret realm beneath Westlake. Wu Shi approached another fissure, from which radiant treasure light emanated. He stepped inside, and approximately half an hour later, emerged wielding a wolf-tooth club. This club was entwined with a grayish luminescence, its sharp fangs glistening with brilliance. With a thunderous crash, he infused his internal force into the club and struck the air, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the space before him. What a formidable power! This is undoubtedly a treasure. Elder Lin marveled at the display of might. The ability to effortlessly fracture space implied a power on par with a monarch. Wu Shi was equally ecstatic. He had not anticipated acquiring such a treasure merely by entering a spatial fissure. It appeared that every fissure concealed a treasure. An elder from the ancient city of Lulan remarked, eager to try his luck as a monarch himself. The wolf-tooth club Wu Shi possessed was coveted even by those of royal stature, had it not been for the presence of various factions. Some might have attempted to seize it outright. With Jiang Yuanjie and Wu Shi having reaped substantial rewards, the others felt their hearts aflame with desire. With so many fissures present, treasures must abound. Such rich sword energy. There must be an extraordinary sword within, exclaimed a core disciple from Tianyu Palace, his face alight with joy as he detected pure sword energy wafting from a fissure. He stepped inside, but it was not long before a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. What happened? Elder Huang, alerted by the chilling cry, rushed into the fissure. Moments later, Mu Qing and the others heard Elder Huang's furious shouts, indicating that something dreadful was unfolding within. Approximately half an hour later, Elder Huang emerged, bearing 2 lifeless bodies. Even the venerable Elder Huang, a seasoned monarch, wore an exceptionally grim expression, his body marred by numerous sword wounds, as if he had been ruthlessly struck by a master swordsman employing terrifying techniques. What has transpired? Yu Hua stepped forward, astonished to find that Elder Huang had scarcely entered before emerging drenched in blood. What on earth happened? What lurked within? Elder Lin furrowed his brow, inquiring. He was acutely aware of Elder Huang's formidable prowess. The latter had reached the pinnacle of monarch strength for many years and could contend with even the most elite of warriors for several exchanges. The eyes of other monarchs from various factions were also drawn to this scene, as Elder Huang's injuries, coupled with the lifeless form of a core disciple from Tianyu Palace in his grasp, led those present to realize that this place was far from the paradise they had envisioned. It is a peculiar creature adept in sword qi. Elder Huang inhaled deeply. After administering a brief treatment to his wounds, he recounted to the assembly that within the spatial rift lay a monstrous entity skilled in wielding sword qi. As soon as the core disciple from Tianyu Palace ventured inside, he was pierced through by a blast of sword qi, the overwhelming force penetrating his mind and shattering his soul. Upon entering the rift, Elder Huang was also immediately assaulted by this strange being, sustaining multiple wounds in the process. Fortunately, due to his considerable strength, he managed to crush the creature with his formidable monarch power, albeit at the cost of sustaining grave injuries. Is this the strange creature? Elder Lin approached, scrutinizing one of the corpses dragged by Elder Huang. It was a bizarre being, emaciated with an exceedingly hard skeletal structure. Its back adorned with bony spikes resembling sharp swords, its body hunched. A massive gaping wound marred its chest, created by Elder Huang's powerful sword technique, still bleeding profusely. This creature's bones are indeed hard, yet its chest appears to be its Achilles heel. A strike from my sword qi led to its immediate demise, Elder Huang stated gravely, informing the others that had it not been for the creature's limited intellect, he too might have met his end at its hands. Clearly, These spatial rifts were not merely vessels of fortune. They harbored formidable dangers. The atmosphere grew somber among the crowd. Elder Huang raised his hand, conjuring a fiery sword chi to incinerate the corpse of the core disciple. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, and the crowd reacted swiftly. Top-tier monarchs, such as Hu Hai, unleashed torrents of primal energy, surging forth like a mighty ocean. A disciple from the Yang family, possessing the cultivation of a ninth-tier martial sovereign, although not on par with prodigies in combat prowess, was nonetheless a formidable opponent among his peers. He had approached a spatial rift, caught unawares, when a grotesque head erupted from the rift, fierce and menacing, shrouded in a terrifying aura of darkness, and clamped down upon his arm. "Abomination, you seek death," roared a monarch from the Yang family, brandishing a wooden blade that cleaved through the air with overwhelming force. Exuding an aura capable of severing the very stars, blood gushed forth in torrents, a testament to the might of an established monarch from the Yang family unleashing their full power. However, to everyone's astonishment, the creature's head merely bore a gash upon its neck. Such an assault would be insurmountable even for the most formidable of kings. Yet, this monster only manifested a wound upon its neck. With a ferocious roar, the creature's agony fueled its wrath, its fangs sinking deep into the flesh of the Yang family disciple. A chilling scream erupted as the monster's head clamped down on the disciple's body, dragging him into the spatial rift. With each echoing cry, the disciple met his demise, leaving only a pool of blood upon the ground. An unknown terror enveloped everyone present. Even the kings felt a twinge of dread. Chapter 293. The Fire Dragon Above Kings. How is this possible? The Yang family's king wore a grim expression, disbelief etched upon his face. As an established king himself, he unleashed his full power, only to realize he could not sever the monster's head, forced instead to watch helplessly as his disciple was consumed. That creature was likely of a caliber matching the highest kings. The Yang family king took a deep breath. Despite his incredulity, he had to concede that the monster's strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. The existence of such a formidable beast suggested that this secret realm was far more perilous than they had anticipated. Hu Hai and the others wore solemn expressions. "Everyone, exercise caution and do not approach these spatial rifts." The leaders of various factions warned their subordinates gravely. They had witnessed the immense peril contained within these rifts. Even beings of kingly status could meet their end here. This place was fraught with both danger and opportunity. With a stroke of luck, one might discover a rift harboring treasures, but misfortune could summon a terrifying monster, capable of slaying even those with kingly strength. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to draw closer to the rifts, fearful that a creature rivaling the highest kings might emerge, ensuring their demise or severe injury. What troubles you?" Just then, Jiang Yuanjie emerged from a spatial rift, having entered a passage brimming with high-level energy. "Did you absorb all that abundant energy?" Ku Fei inquired with curiosity, casting a glance at Jiang Yuanjie. Jiang Yuanjie nodded, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "I spent several months cultivating within. Naturally, I could absorb all that energy." He was puzzled, as he believed that anyone could have absorbed the energy given such a length of time. Several months? This revelation left Ku Fei and the others astonished, prompting them to inquire further, gasping in disbelief. Did some spatial rifts harbor terrifying powers related to time? Even Hu Hai was taken aback. As top-tier kings, they understood better than most that powers associated with time were boundlessly terrifying. While they possessed strength befitting the highest kings, their comprehension of power was limited to spatial aspects. The realm of time remained entirely foreign to them. Just moments ago, less than an hour had passed, yet Jiang Yuanjie claimed he had trained for months inside. Ku Fei approached Jiang Yuanjie, utilizing his mental prowess to discern that the latter had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th tier of martial respect. "Your fortune is indeed remarkable. To leap from the 8th tier bloodline directly to the zenith of the 9th tier," Ku Fei exclaimed, eliciting a touch of envy from Yang Jie and others. They had contemplated entering Jiang Yuanjie's spatial rift to siphon some of the superior energy, but were unaware that it involved temporal forces. In the brief span of time outside, months had elapsed within, and all the energy had been absorbed by Jiang Yuanjie. Regrettably, factions such as the Lulan Ancient City and the Yanhuang organization lamented their missed opportunity. Had they known, they would have hastened into the spatial rift to compete for the high-level energy alongside Jiang Yuanjie. Meanwhile, Yang Shanshan conveyed the peril of the spatial rift to Zhang Yuanjia, who was understandably alarmed, his heart racing. For a moment, no one dared to further investigate the densely packed spatial rifts. While fortunate individuals might reap immense benefits akin to Wu Shi and Zhang Yuanjia, the potential dangers were undoubtedly lethal. None were willing to act rashly. Clearly, one's life was far more precious than mere treasures. I shall go. After a prolonged silence, Hu Hai steeled himself and strode forward, casually selecting a spatial rift to enter. His strength was among the most formidable of the elite warriors on Earth, and few present could surpass him. Hu Hai was confident in his abilities and resolved to make a bold attempt, having previously encountered the strongest of beasts, which were merely on par with his own prowess. Roar! All eyes were fixed upon Hu Hai as he entered the spatial rift, which erupted with a thunderous roar. Soon after, Hu Hai's furious shouts echoed from within, and a brilliant light burst forth from the rift. A figure flickered as Hu Hai emerged, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, though he appeared largely unscathed. Roar! The roar resounded once more from the spatial rift, and everyone sensed an incredible, terrifying energy brewing. The rift began to expand, accompanied by ominous rumblings, as a formidable presence relentlessly battered against its confines. A suffocating aura of danger emanated from the rift, causing even the top-tier warrior Yang Hongan and several members of the Beast clan to feel a pang of trepidation. However, after half an hour, the tumult within the spatial rift gradually subsided, the roars and terrifying energy fading into silence. What lurked within? The first to speak was an elder from the Beast clan, whose power seemed to transcend that of a mere warrior, instilling fear in Hu Hai, Yang Hongan, Ko Fei, and others. At this moment, Hu Hai, still shaken, took a while to regain his composure. He swallowed hard and declared, "There is a dragon inside." His face was etched with terror as he informed the others that within the spatial rift lay a Western dragon, engulfed in flames and towering at a colossal height of 1,000 meters. Primarily, the Western fire dragon has completely transcended the level of a sovereign. He inhaled deeply, appearing as though he had just survived a great calamity. The crowd was equally astonished, an entity surpassing the sovereign level. The peculiar creatures that had previously emerged were all of sovereign caliber. Although formidable, they were manageable given the collective strength of the group. However, now Hu Hai claimed that there existed a fire dragon that surpassed the sovereign level, which was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to confront. Even united, they would stand no chance. "Old man, can you contend with that fire dragon?" Ko Fei suddenly inquired of the elder from the Beast clan. "Human, what concern is this of yours?" The young member of the Beast clan retorted angrily. The elder of the Beast clan waved a hand to pacify the youth, then with a wry smile, replied to Ko Fei, "I am still some distance from that realm. If the dragon truly surpasses the sovereign level, I fear I would not be its match." His words elicited a collective sigh of relief from the various powerful figures among the humans. They had assumed he was a being beyond sovereign, only to discover that he remained among the pinnacle of sovereigns. Nonetheless, they recognized that even if the elder claimed to still be a top-tier sovereign, his combat prowess was already exceedingly close to that of a being above sovereign. "Is there a fire dragon present? Let us vanquish it," a somber voice echoed. Unexpectedly, there were others present apart from those in attendance. Chapter 294. Who are the Western powers? The crowd gasped and turned to see their expressions shift. Behind them, a group of golden-haired, blue-eyed Westerners had appeared, numbering over a dozen, most of whom possessed sovereign capabilities. They were clad in white robes adorned with golden angelic symbols on their chests. Members of the Western Church. Mu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Although he had never seen the golden angel symbol before, he recognized a familiar figure among the assembly. Among the Westerners stood a strikingly beautiful woman, donned in a white mini dress and a flowing red cloak, her ample bosom and curvaceous figure accentuated by her long, slender, snow-white legs, and her golden hair shimmering with a lustrous sheen. She stood amidst the crowd, radiating an aura of distinction akin to stars surrounding the moon. This individual was none other than Ailey, whom Mu Qing had encountered in the Kunlun secret realm. How strange, isn't she aligned with Wang Sheng's faction? How did she end up here? Mu Qing pondered, intrigued. He had assumed Ailey, like the Wang and Mu families, had utilized the insectoid's wormhole to vanish from sight. Simultaneously, he realized that Ailey's cultivation had astonishingly reached the sovereign level, a development he had not anticipated. Could it be that Ailey had harnessed the means of the insectoid? thus accelerating her advancement so rapidly? Mu Qing speculated. Western Church? Why have you come here instead of addressing the matters concerning the insectoids? Yang Hongan rebuked, his brow furrowed in disapproval of the Western Church's presence. This was, after all, the East, with Hangzhou being part of the territory of Huaxia. The sudden arrival of Western powers had left the various factions present feeling unsettled, while they could accept the presence of the Beast clan. They found it intolerable to welcome Western forces. Hu Hai, Ku Fei, and the others also regarded them with confusion. Recently, the Zerg have been wreaking havoc in the West, seemingly intent on establishing a stronghold there. Even those originally from Huaxia have traversed through wormholes to the West. It can be said that the situation in the West is quite chaotic, with the two formerly opposing titans of power uniting to confront the Zerg. Surprisingly, amidst this turmoil, formidable figures from the Holy See have ventured into the secret realm beneath West Lake in Hangzhou. It appears they were discussing matters concerning the Fire Dragon. Since you are unable to resolve this issue, allow us to take charge. A robust young man among the Western warriors remarked with a grin. The Western champions exhibited an air of arrogance, exuding confidence in their own prowess. Ku Fei and the others exchanged glances before ultimately yielding their positions. They did not believe this group of Western warriors could vanquish a fire dragon whose strength surpassed that of a king. Hu Hai was particularly gleeful. He was well aware of the fire dragon's true power within the spatial rift, which was far beyond the capabilities of the current Western kings. If you wish to court death, then go ahead. The king from the Shen family scoffed, and the others regarded the Western warriors as foolishly challenging the inevitable. No, I am a dragon-slaying warrior. Even a fire dragon that exceeds the pinnacle of kings shall meet its demise at my hands. The burly youth declared with unwavering confidence. However, the people of Huaxia deemed him mad. How could this ordinary king possibly contend with a fire dragon of such caliber? Mu Qing furrowed his brow. The youth's arrogance and words were hard to believe. Even Hu Hai and his companions thought him a dreamer. Cody, show them your strength. An elderly man with white hair said with a smile, standing beside Ellie, his power on par with Hu Hai and the others, marking him as a top-tier king. Bishop Jesse. Yang Hongan was taken aback upon seeing the elderly man, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. That old man was a bishop of the Holy See, possessing terrifying strength, rumored to have once infiltrated the Blood Clan and emerged unscathed after slaying 3 top-tier kings. Elder Lin stated solemnly. Mu Qing's expression also shifted. He had not anticipated such a gathering of powerful entities in Hangzhou. My Lord Bishop, I shall enter. Cody laughed heartily. Bishop Jesse nodded, saying, hurry forth and return swiftly, bringing back the dragon's head to showcase the might of our Holy See to the east. No, I aspire to be a dragon knight. I will not slay that fire dragon. Cody's tone was brash, evoking little goodwill. Buzz. Cody's demeanor shifted, his expression gradually turning serious. With a soft command, the white robe he wore vanished, replaced by a dazzling golden armor that adorned him. Mu Qing's pupils constricted. He realized the transformation before him was profound. Previously, Cody's aura had merely been that of an ordinary king, but now he radiated with golden light, resembling a celestial being. The golden armor shone like the sun, and a long spear in his hand blazed with flames. Behind him, a magnificent figure faintly emerged, entwined in boundless divine light, embodying the very essence of the sun, with the power of the blazing sun augmenting him. How could this be possible? Ku Fei and others were astonished to discover that Cody's aura had surged to the apex of a king-level warrior. Humph! Cody, with an air of arrogance, darted into the spatial rift. Hu Hai, who had previously ventured there, quickly emerged, albeit with minor injuries. As Cody entered, a series of dragon roars erupted from within. Filled with fury, and a violent torrent of fiery energy seeped through the rift. Everyone could sense that an intense battle had transpired inside, with energy ripples even transmitting through the rift. Cody was a warrior who had slain dragons. He had once defeated a top-tier evil dragon in the west, severing its head with his 8th-tier martial prowess. Bishop Jesse wore a smug expression. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing and the others were taken aback. To slay an evil dragon with 8th-tier strength was a feat that spanned numerous realms, illustrating immense power. Minutes later, the sounds from the spatial rift ceased entirely, indicating that the battle within had seemingly concluded. It appeared that the fire dragon had been subdued. Bishop Jesse burst into laughter, convinced that Cody would undoubtedly vanquish the transcendent fire dragon. However, after waiting for some time, they still did not see Cody's figure. "I say, Bishop Jesse, where's your Cody? Why has he vanished?" Elder Lin asked, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the numerous Western powerhouses. Ku Fei and others also wore mocking smiles. They had indeed been intimidated by Cody's aura, witnessing his transformation from an ordinary king to a top-tier one. A feat beyond the capabilities of an average human. They genuinely believed that Cody could slay the fire dragon. Yet, it now seemed that the fire dragon's strength surpassed expectations. And Cody's prolonged absence suggested he might have met his demise. Impossible. Bishop Jesse's expression turned grim. "There is nothing impossible, Jesse. Your holy son seems to be rather ordinary." A sultry voice echoed, and several figures appeared from the distance, all youthful, with the men strikingly handsome and the women breathtakingly beautiful, their curves captivating. The Blood Clan? Chapter 295, Alliance. Elder Lin, Ku Fei, and others gasped in unison. They had not anticipated the arrival of the Blood Clan. Bishop Jesse furrowed his brow, caught off guard by this unexpected development. Mu Qing shifted his gaze to the group, noticing their pale skin, blood-red eyes, and sharp fangs. He realized that they were indeed another formidable power in the West, the Blood Clan. This group before him comprised vampires, endowed with the ability to manipulate blood. "Glenn, do not rejoice prematurely. The Holy Son will not perish," Bishop Jesse admonished, referring to Cody. Glenn, the leader of the Blood Clan, with silver hair and strikingly blood-red eyes, emanated an aura of malevolence, his youthful appearance belied by a visage of death. "Ailey, how have you fared with the Holy Son? You are, after all, his cherished companion." Within the Blood Clan, a captivating and alluring vampire spoke, adorned in a crimson blouse that accentuated her ample bosom and a seductive black miniskirt. Her fair and enchanting legs clad in black stockings. In stark contrast, Ellie appeared as an angel beside her, while the vampire exuded an aura of a demon, highlighting the significant disparity in their temperaments. "Fyra, my affairs are none of your concern," Ellie exclaimed coldly, her demeanor suggesting a palpable discontent. Her expression frosty and her words sparse. Fyra extended her scarlet tongue to caress her lips, a sensuous and tantalizing gesture that rendered several disciples of various factions transfixed, their mouths parched with desire. Mu Qing surveyed the assembly before him. Within the Blood Clan, numerous sovereigns existed, with Glenn at the forefront, possessing formidable strength akin to that of a top-tier monarch. According to Elder Lin, the Blood Clan rarely experienced the ravages of aging. Vampires, once relegated to the shadows, had emerged since humanity entered the era of primal forces, gaining blood spirits, thus mastering the power of their lineage more adeptly than others. Elder Lin conveyed this to Mu Qing, explaining that vampires once feared the sun and were beset by various vulnerabilities. Even ordinary humans could wield artifacts to combat their formidable might. However, following the cultivation of primal forces, the Blood Clan's weaknesses were wholly compensated, rendering them even more powerful, establishing themselves as a colossal force capable of contending with the ecclesiastical authority. The sudden influx of potent beings from the West brought relief to Elder Lin and Elder Huang, who acknowledged the historical opposition between the Blood Clan and the ecclesiastical authority. Had they allied, the situation would have posed significant challenges for those present. "Jesse, will you continue to wait?" inquired Yang Hongan. Jesse's countenance darkened. Half an hour had elapsed, yet Cody had yet to emerge from the spatial rift. "While I am unaware of the true nature of your ecclesiastical heir, that fire dragon transcends monarchs, and none on earth can rival it," Yang Hongan articulated coldly. The assembly shared his skepticism regarding Cody's ability to vanquish the fire dragon, deeming it utterly unrealistic. Jesse fell silent, choosing not to respond. Then, esteemed colleagues, I believe it is time for a serious discussion, Hu Hai remarked, inhaling deeply as his gaze swept across the surroundings. The spatial rifts were densely clustered, nearly innumerable. Although they harbored potential perils, they also presented opportunities. None wished to depart, yet the threat of crisis loomed. I believe that as long as we unite, we, with our multitude of sovereigns from both East and West, can swiftly retreat in the face of danger, proposed the Vampire Glen. The leaders of various factions, including Ku Fei and others, were stirred by his suggestion. Following deliberation, they nodded in agreement, recognizing that collaboration would be most advantageous. As for the division of spoils, it was evident that it could not be equal. Those with top-tier sovereigns would claim the lion's share, with the remainder distributed among others. If only the second palace master or the grand palace master were present, someone mused. Elder Lin sighed, and Elder Huang also felt a sense of regret. The Heavenly Feather Palace had promptly detected the emergence of a secret realm in Hangzhou, yet they had not anticipated that other factions would act so swiftly, with even those from the west arriving hastily. Prior to entering West Lake, Elder Lin had secretly contacted the second palace master and the grand palace master, believing that they would arrive shortly. After everyone agreed to join forces, they proceeded together, selecting a particular spatial rift. Numerous spatial rifts lay before them, and before entering, they could sense some auras from the outside. Ku Fei discovered a spatial rift from which a faint radiance of treasure emanated. This brilliance was exceptionally dense, nearly tangible, morphing into auspicious creatures such as the Qilin and the five-clawed golden dragon. Such phenomena were rare. Previously, the wolf-tooth club obtained by Wu Shi was a treasure capable of injuring a monarch, yet it resided within a spatial rift, only allowing a sliver of treasure light to escape. The radiance before them, even from behind the spatial rift, was dazzling and blinding, compelling one to involuntarily shut their eyes. The group concluded that there must be extraordinary treasures within. A few of us shall enter. You shall wait outside. Elder Lin instructed Mu Qing and Wu Shi. Yu Hua and several others from the Heavenly Feather Palace remained in place. Initially, various factions intended to bring their disciples for training, but the perils here were sufficient to claim the lives of top-tier monarchs. The seasoned and elite monarchs from all factions stepped forward, plunging directly into the spatial rift. Enveloped by the resplendent treasure light, Mu Qing surveyed the surroundings, noting that Yang Jie and other prodigies also stayed behind, most of whom were ninth-tier martial venerates, though there were quite a few monarchs as well. From the Sun and Moon group, Jin Jioyin, a monarch, lowered his gaze, appearing indifferent, his demeanor lifeless. Meanwhile, from the Lulan ancient city, a youthful monarch with a smile held a wooden stick adorned with mysterious patterns, a treasure in its own right. Among the Western powers, Ai Li and several men in white robes were all monarchs, their collective strength formidable. Simultaneously, the enchanting vampire Fila from the Blood Clan, also a monarch, was accompanied by several pale-faced vampires, all possessing monarch-level strength. In comparison, it seemed that the power of the East was rather lacking, murmured Jiang Yuanjia. Indeed, most of the major factions in the East comprised mostly ninth-tier martial venerates, with only one monarch each from Lulan Ancient City and the Sun and Moon group. In stark contrast, the younger generation remaining in the West were all of monarch caliber. Chapter 296. Sudden abnormalities. Is the strength of the West truly this formidable? Yang Jie remarked, observing Ai Li and the others. Whether from the Blood Clan or the Church, every individual possessed monarch-level prowess. If Mu Qing were still alive, he would undoubtedly match their strength, for that individual's combat capability was extraordinarily powerful. Shen Yi sighed. Mu Qing had perished while executing a mission for the Yanhuang organization, ultimately succumbing to an ambush by the insect race, a message personally conveyed by Hu Hai. Certainly, Yang Jie and his companions were skeptical. They firmly believed that Hu Hai had covertly assassinated Mu Qing. After all, why would the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace persistently trouble Hu Hai? If not for having received credible information, Jiang Yuanjie remained silent, aware that many presumed Mu Qing to be deceased. However, he possessed the knowledge that Mu Qing was indeed alive. Once before, Mu Qing had feigned his own death, only to reappear with vigor. And Jiang was confident that this time would be no different. Ultimately, Mu Qing would resurface. The news of Mu Qing's survival had reached Jiang Yuanjie through Radold III. Initially, Zhou Siyu had been in the company of Radold III, but she subsequently vanished, evidently in search of Mu Qing. With Mu Qing alive, it was clear that he and Zhou Siyu were clandestinely plotting something, keeping the knowledge of his existence hidden from others to avoid any leaks. In a hushed tone, Jiang Yuanjie expressed his thoughts. Radold III perched on Jiang Yuanjie's shoulder, scanning the surroundings. Thanks to Zhou Siyu's assistance, it had acquired the ability to transform into a dragon rat man at will, boasting an impressive 8th-tier bloodline. It surveyed its environment, eager to locate a spatial rift brimming with opportunities. Despite Radold III's formidable prowess, its strength paled in comparison to the burgeoning power of others. Even Jiang Yuanjie had ascended to the rank of 9th-tier martial sovereign. In this realm teeming with kings, Radold III found itself lacking. Suddenly, Rat Old Three's gaze shifted towards Tianyu Palace, fixating on Mu Qing. It blinked and scratched its head, sensing a strangely familiar aura emanating from this core disciple of Tianyu Palace. Curious, it pondered why this individual felt so recognizable despite never having encountered him before. Mu Qing, donning the human skin mask of the Yang family matriarch, was undetectable even by seasoned kings. Moreover, Zhou Xiyu had woven additional enchantments into the mask, rendering it nearly impossible for even the most elite sovereigns to see through. Disguised as Qing Mu, Mu Qing mingled among the disciples of Tianyu Palace, appearing rather ordinary and thus evading notice. Yuhua, is that individual one of your disciples? Jiang Yuanjia inquired as he approached Yuhua, prompted by Rat Old Three's curiosity. Yuhua nodded and replied, that person is called Qing Mu, a direct disciple of our second master. I'm unaware of his precise abilities. He seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Qing Mu, Jiang Yuanjia murmured softly. At the same moment, Rat Old Three, perched on his shoulder, grinned widely, feeling an even stronger sense of familiarity upon hearing the name. Wait, Rat Old Three exclaimed, intently observing Mu Qing and taking a deep sniff as if trying to discern a scent. In an instant, its eyes widened, finally catching a clue. Rat Old Three's mouth gaped in realization, though initially uncertain. The faint whiff of a curse emanating from Qing Mu solidified its conviction that this was indeed Mu Qing. Strange, why have the dukes not reacted? Phyla questioned, her face a mask of confusion as she gazed at the radiant spatial rift. Mu Qing, sensing an anomaly, noted that several hours had passed since Elder Lin and the others entered the rift, yet no sounds had emerged from within. Did something unfortunate happen to them? Yang Shanshan's face was etched with concern. It is inconceivable. The young master and young lady possess unfathomable strength, and uncle possesses the power to effortlessly slay top-tier monarchs. They would not find themselves in peril. A resounding voice echoed, booming like thunder. It belonged to a whale of the Beast clan, a true monarch in its own right. This time, humanity had forged an alliance with the Beast clan, and Ku Fei from the Federal Division maintained a cordial relationship with Uncle of the Beast clan. For the sake of mutual benefit, they even set aside the enmity between their races. It is highly likely that the spatial rift harbors danger. Elder Lin and the others ventured inside and became ensnared. Mu Qing speculated, given that such a considerable amount of time had passed without their return, something was amiss. Of course, it was also possible that the treasures within were too abundant or required a certain period for subjugation. Simultaneously, Mu Qing harbored doubts. With so many factions, the East and West united, and even the Beast clan involved, could there truly be no discord? If there were indeed extraordinary treasures within, the previous alliance might dissolve in an instant, with all factions vying for supremacy. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated, capturing everyone's attention. What is happening? The expressions of the crowd shifted, and they soon realized that the entire space began to tremble. They found themselves in a vast expanse, shrouded in a gray haze, with spatial rifts scattered throughout. Now, they noticed that one particular rift had expanded from the size of a palm to several dozen meters. The space quaked violently, and the rift grew larger, resembling a malevolent demon opening its gaping maw. The expressions of the crowd turned rigid, as a terrifying aura emanated from within the rift, seemingly paralyzing their movements. Crack, crack. Other spatial rifts began to change, and the densely packed rifts around them also started to enlarge. Be cautious, Yuhua bellowed, his body trembling as a multitude of sharp swords surged forth from within him, their brilliance as radiant as the sun, safeguarding the members of Tianyu Palace. At this moment, he cast aside any notions of major or minor sect affiliations, unleashing his full prowess, enveloping everyone, including Mu Qing and Wu Shi, within a sword formation. Mu Qing glanced at him in astonishment. Although Yu Hua was a ninth-tier martial sovereign, the sword formation he manifested displayed a level of explosive power befitting a monarch. Now, the core disciples of Tianyu Palace also summoned their utmost strength, their dazzling sword light cutting through the surroundings, the sharp aura warping the fabric of space. The power that had emanated from the spatial rifts, which had confined them, was shattered by the sword energy unleashed by the members of Tianyu Palace. However, Mu Qing noticed that from the surrounding spatial rifts, silver ripples began to spread, the power of space attempting to ensnare them. Begone! Wu Shi also took action, wielding a wolf fang club. Though it was his first time employing it, its might was formidable. With a powerful strike, the entire space quaked. Inlay sword. Mu Qing finally made his move, drawing the stone sword from his back. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of thunderous energy coalesced, and the mysterious patterns on the stone sword radiated with brilliance. The azure lightning sword cleaved through all, and the vast silver ripples that surged forth transformed mid-air into shards of ice, shattering upon the ground. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as he gripped the stone sword and struck once more. This time, a tempestuous wind swept through, ethereal yet razor-sharp, with tendrils of vapor concealing lethal sword light, hidden within the refreshing breezes. Roar! Mu Qing unleashed the dragon leap technique, a mastery over the tempest, as a faint roar of a true dragon echoed from the stone sword. Remarkably, he cleaved through the silver ripples with a single stroke. Chapter 297. The world within the rift of space, how formidable. Yu Hua, witnessing Mu Qing's prowess for the first time, was taken aback. He prided himself on being among the elite in all factions, believing no one in Tianyu Palace could rival him. Yet, upon witnessing the swordplay of this Qing Mu, he was thoroughly astonished. The Shadow Thunder sword that Mu Qing wielded was known to him, a technique of the second palace master, its might terrifying. With the Yin-Yang Thunder calamity coalescing upon the blade, sufficient to vanquish all. However, he also beheld Mu Qing manifesting a different sword technique, one exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of celestial beings, undoubtedly rivaling the power of the Yin-Yang Thunder calamity sword. If he were to comprehend the Yang Thunder as well, it would seem I would not stand a chance. Yu Hua inhaled deeply. Even he could only disperse the silver ripples, while Mu Qing could dismantle them, the disparity between them starkly evident. The Qing Mu of Tianyu Palace is truly formidable. Jiang Yuanjie gasped in astonishment, and the others from various factions turned their attention towards Mu Qing. The individual who once bore the stone sword with little presence had suddenly become the center of attention. Even the Western bloodline and the clergy directed their gaze towards him. They were all kings, yet they sensed a hint of threat emanating from this seemingly inconspicuous figure. Mu Qing calmly withdrew his hand, though a tinge of seriousness flickered in his eyes as the rifts in the surrounding space drew nearer, the silver ripples continually encroaching. At that moment, others had no time to observe Mu Qing. They too unleashed various means to resist the overwhelming silver ripples. However, as these ripples thickened, all present began to waver under the pressure. Yang Shanshan let out a piercing scream as her body trembled, her complexion paling as she was drawn into a rift of space. Shanshan, Yang Jia, witnessing his sister being swept away, roared in fury and leapt into the rift after her. The others from the Yang family followed suit, though they too could not withstand for long. They would inevitably be drawn in. Everyone, be cautious. Yu Hua called out sharply, for he too was on the brink of collapse. The sword formation protecting them was on the verge of crumbling, ready to disperse at any moment. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, the violent power of thunder surging from him. Yet even wielding the stone sword could not stave off the widening rift in space. A gasp echoed from afar as the bloodline members were engulfed by an ever-expanding rift, the alluring figure of Phyla vanishing into the abyss of darkness. Surrounding rifts continued to expand, filling the space, as many began to succumb. The divine realms, Kunlun, the Holy Sea, and others were all engulfed by those spatial rifts. The members of Tianyu Palace were also swallowed by one such rift. Mu Qing, capable of resisting for a time, ultimately decided to retract all his powers and followed Yu Hua and Wu Shi into the abyss of the rift. Where's this place? Wu Shi gazed at the vast expanse of grassland before him, his mouth agape in disbelief. It must still be within the secret realm. Such a place does not exist on Earth. Mu Qing inhaled deeply and murmured. Upon being absorbed by the spatial rift, they arrived at this boundless prairie, surrounded by fresh air and abundant energy. The atmosphere brimmed with an overwhelming vitality, with white specks of light drifting in the air, the result of energy so dense it had materialized. This place could be deemed a sanctuary for cultivation, teeming with high-level energy. The other factions had vanished. Yu Hua spoke solemnly. Although the members of Tianyu Palace were together, they could not see anyone else. Could it be that each spatial rift leads to an independent domain? Wu Shi inquired curiously. No. A voice echoed, followed by a shadow darting about, landing on Mu Qing's shoulder. It was a mouse, no bigger than a palm. Are you the mouse who accompanied Jiang Yuanjie? Yu Hua recognized the creature, recalling its previous association with Jiang Yuanjie. In the Kunlun secret realm, This mouse had once been a formidable beast, later following Mu Qing out of the realm. Since the news of Mu Qing's demise was disseminated by the Yan Huang organization, the mouse had remained with Jiang Yuanjia, proving to be a powerful warrior-level beast. Yu Hua knew quite a bit about Mu Qing, considering that the Grand Master of Tianyu Palace, Shui Yueshi, is his mother. Indeed, it is I. The mouse grinned broadly. It continued. I and the people from the federal branch were also consumed by another spatial rift, and we appeared in this very prairie. The mouse leaped from Mu Qing's shoulder, expanding in size to assume a humanoid form, flashing a smile at Mu Qing. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qing's lips twitched. He understood that his identity had likely been discerned by this mouse. During their time in the Kunlun secret realm, the mouse had exhibited a profound fear of cursed power. Having mingled with Zhou Siyu for an extended period, it had become quite familiar with such power. Zhou Siyu had continuously concealed Mu Qing's presence, suppressing the thunderous star core stolen from the Yan Huang organization. Clearly, the mouse sensed the aura of cursed power, combined with Mu Qing's earlier display of lightning energy. Confirming his identity, the mouse refrained from disclosing Mu Qing's identity outright, understanding that there must be a reason for Mu Qing's concealment. It informed everyone that the federal branch had discovered an opportunity, yet encountered the Western Blood Clan and the Holy See. So, you have come seeking assistance? Wuxi was taken aback. The mouse scratched its head with a paw and replied, there are far too many sovereign-level figures in the West. We are not their match. Qingmu, how do you see this matter? Yu Hua turned to Mu Qing, awaiting his response. Previously, Mu Qing's formidable prowess had already earned his recognition, which is why he now inquires about him. Mu Qing nodded and remarked, our Eastern collective strength is inherently inferior to that of the West. Should the individuals from the Federation branch fall to the hands of Western powerhouses, the situation would turn unfavorable for us. He feared the dominance of the Western elites. Thus it was imperative for the Eastern forces to unite, achieving a balance in overall strength. Of course, Mu Qing harbored his own ulterior motives, as he had acquaintances within the Federation branch. Jiang Yuanjia, Yang Kaijin, Cheng Wei, and Ding Wang were all present there. Naturally, he felt compelled to assist them. All right, let us proceed. Yu Hua nodded. He shared a good rapport with Jiang Yuanjia and, being astute, he understood the situation clearly. With so many kings from the West, if the Eastern forces did not consolidate, they would undoubtedly be picked off one by one. Rattled 3 turned and led the way, soaring into the distance, while simultaneously informing the group about certain aspects of this realm. All spatial rifts within the secret domain should lead to this world, albeit from different orientations. So we must remain vigilant. Rattled 3 cautioned. His words caused everyone to sharpen their senses, heightening their alertness to their surroundings. If all spatial rifts converge upon this location, it implies that the strange creatures and fire dragons previously encountered also exist here. Suddenly, a shadow obstructed their path. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of sword energy cascaded down like a tempest. Its overwhelming force was terrifying. It's the creature that Elder Huang encountered earlier. Yu Hua exclaimed, prompting the group to halt abruptly. A flicker of extraordinary light passed through Mu Qing's eyes as he beheld the creature before him. Emaciated, with skin akin to steel and adorned with bony spikes, it possessed a ferocious and brutal gaze. It seemed to lack much rationality, with its bony protrusions resembling deadly blades. Everyone, be cautious. Yu Hua reacted swiftly, unleashing hundreds of sharp swords that formed a formidable sword array, their clashing sounds resonating continuously, icy brilliance radiating fiercely. The sword array was Yu Hua's signature skill. Despite his corpulent appearance, his mastery over mental energy and primal force was extraordinary. Even kings found it challenging to simultaneously control hundreds or thousands of swords, yet Yu Hua not only managed precise control, but also executed a fearsome sword array. A surge of sword energy erupted, as the sword array crafted solely by Yu Hua countered the creature. The onlookers were awestruck. The beast was menacing, capable of unleashing a river-like stream of sword energy from its maw, while Yu Hua retaliated with a tempestuous sword array surrounding him. Attack its chest, Mu Qing commanded sharply. Earlier, Elder Huang had also encountered such a creature adept at wielding sword energy, and had identified its weakness to be its chest. Wuxi immediately grasped this, channeling his inner primal force into his wolf-toothed club, then launching it along an unusual trajectory. Boom! A vast expanse of sword energy was shattered by his strike, causing the creature's chest to cave in, eliciting a bizarre shriek as it spewed forth green blood. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as he brandished the stone sword, which erupted forth with a fierce wind that howled like a dragon's roar. Mist swirled around the blade, and faintly, a true dragon seemed to roar within its embrace. The power of lightning surged within him, propelling the stone sword, its enigmatic patterns radiating brilliance. With a swift thrust, a jet of green blood spurted forth as the sword pierced through the creature's chest, the tempestuous sword aura creating a gaping wound. Such strength. The core disciples of Tianyu Palace were taken aback, each a prodigy of the Grand Palace Masteress faction. They now had to concede that this direct disciple of the second palace master far surpassed them in might. Let us depart. Mu Qing sheathed the stone sword, resting it upon his back with an air of calm, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. In truth, the creature before him was significantly weaker than the one Elder Huang had previously encountered, or else he would not have been able to dispatch it so effortlessly. Old Rat 3 observed him closely, realizing that Mu Qing's prowess had now eclipsed his own. Once, Mu Qing had been but a fledgling with barely a second-tier bloodline, far inferior to Old Rat 3, yet now, he possessed strength rivaling that of a monarch. The group pressed on, soon arriving at a valley where a throng of people stood in confrontation. The arrival of Mu Qing and his companions heightened their vigilance. Yuhua! Jiang Yuanjia exclaimed with delight, hastily beckoning them over. He understood that Old Rat 3 had summoned aid, although Tianyu Palace lacked monarch-level figures. Both Yuhua and Qing Mu wielded powers akin to that caliber. Mu Qing surveyed the surroundings and noticed a small stream within the valley, realizing that the collective goal of the individuals gathered seemed to be this very stream. Another bunch of insignificant fish, not a single monarch among them. Numbers are of no consequence. Fei La remarked with a smile, though a glint of murderous intent flickered across her face. Beside her stood several pallid yet handsome youths, all vampire elites with crimson eyes. Not so fast. A man from the Federal Division, armed with a spear, scoffed, exuding a formidable aura that nearly reached the zenith of a ninth-tier bloodline. This man was Ding Wang. Behind him were Yang Kai-jin and Cheng Wei, former members of the Qingcheng Guards, alongside several others from the Federal Division, all possessing the strength of martial sovereigns. Next to Jiang Yuanjia stood Ling Fei, who had initially accompanied the Ling family, but later joined forces with Jiang Yuanjia and the others. Though Ling Fei was a disciple of a branch of the Ling family, he seemed to harbor some lingering grievances towards them. Familiar faces abound. Mu Qing mused with a sense of nostalgia, yet regrettably, he could not reveal his identity at this moment. His gaze then shifted to another side of the valley. The entirety of the Western faction was assembled there, and he spotted Ai Li standing alongside some monarchs from the church, all poised for confrontation. Ai Li exuded an icy demeanor, her jewel-like eyes brimming with hostility, directed not only towards Mu Qing and his group, but also towards the Blood Clan, led by Fei La. The animosity between the Blood Clan and the church was fortuitous news for Mu Qing's side. I propose, dear sister Ai Li, that we first eliminate this rabble, and then seize the treasures beneath the stream. What say you? Farana's alluring gaze turned toward Ellie, and thoughts of an alliance began to form in her mind. Unnecessary. No one can rival our holy see. However, Ellie remained aloof, her surrounding sovereigns of the church radiating an icy demeanor, while Farana entertained the notion of an alliance. Ellie did not share her sentiment. You are far too arrogant, much like your illustrious husband who perished in the jaws of a fire dragon. Farana remarked with a furrowed brow. I have no connection to the holy sun Cody. Ellie's fair countenance darkened, revealing her disdain for the title. Do not jest. You are merely a trinket of the church, first given to the royal family, and now, with the emergence of holy son Cody, they have passed you to him again. Farana's words dripped with sarcasm. Silence. Ellie's eyes erupted with a murderous intent as she suddenly lunged toward Farana. You vile woman. Have you gone mad? Farana had not anticipated that her casual derision would provoke Ellie to such fury. Reluctantly, she retaliated, conjuring a sea of blood that surged forward. In response, Ellie unleashed a furious shout, and a divine angelic silhouette appeared behind her, showering the battlefield with ethereal, white feathers. A resplendent golden spear materialized, piercing through all obstacles and tearing apart the sea of blood. Farana was taken aback, realizing Ellie was exerting her full strength and mentally cursing her opponent's insanity. Meanwhile, Mu Qing exchanged incredulous glances with his companions. They had expected a fierce battle, Yet the conflict erupted first between the Western bloodline and the Holy See. In the sky, two stunningly beautiful women engaged in combat. One radiated with holy light, surrounded by countless white feathers, while the other was engulfed in a tumultuous sea of blood. With bats swirling about, you have truly lost your mind. Farana's eyes turned crimson as she summoned a blood dragon that tore through the white feathers. Buzz. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from the stream below, capturing everyone's attention. Mu Qing focused intently and was astonished to see a golden carp leap from the water, swelling in size until it transformed into a massive golden carp of 100 meters. Roar. The golden carp emitted a thunderous roar, opening its mouth to reveal a pearl, upon which a dragon's shadow seemed to entwine. Chapter 299 suddenly disappeared. What is that? Mu Qing gasped, as the pearl within the golden carp unleashed a terrifying pressure that weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. That is a dragon pearl, Jiang Yuanjie remarked. The very item they had sought to seize was the dragon pearl within the golden carp's mouth. Alas, the Western Holy See and the bloodline had also arrived, their sights set on the same prize. As the carp transformed into a dragon, its body shimmered with golden scales, dragon scales, and it coalesced a dragon pearl within its mouth, indicating it was but a step away from becoming a dragon. All present yearned for the dragon pearl, a legendary treasure that had only appeared in ancient myths. This artifact was beneficial to all, even the most formidable sovereigns sought to claim it. Before them, the golden carp stood as the most desirable target. Once this carp transforms into a dragon, its power would undoubtedly ascend through countless levels in an instant, surpassing even the mightiest of kings, rendering all challengers powerless. Yet, at present, the golden carp had merely begun to nurture a dragon pearl within its mouth, still far from completing its transformation, leaving it relatively weak. With a mighty roar reminiscent of a dragon's chant, the golden carp sprang into the air, launching itself skyward in a dazzling arc of golden light. Not good. It's trying to escape, Ding Wang exclaimed, witnessing the golden carp gliding through the void, racing into the distance. Without hesitation, he and his companions dashed forth in pursuit, with Mu Qing and the others swiftly following suit. Get away. Upon seeing the golden carp flee, Phyla's expression shifted dramatically, and with an enraged cry, a vast sea of blood enveloped her delicate form. Like a crimson queen, a colossal skeletal hand emerged from the sanguine depths, repelling Ailey. Phyla then vanished in a flash, hurtling towards the direction of the escaping golden carp. Ailey's countenance darkened. She had no intention of dilly-dallying. A pair of angelic wings manifested behind her as she soared away at an astonishing speed. Everyone pursued the golden carp, with Ding Wang and Yu Hua being the swiftest among them, drawing ever closer to the elusive fish. Come to me. Ding Wang thrust his spear forward with a piercing force, aiming to slay the golden carp and seize the dragon pearl. The carp, not yet fully transformed, possessed little strength and was no match for Ding Wang. Its resplendent golden scales shattered, blood gushing forth. The golden carp cried out in agony, emitting a mournful wail. The dragon pearl is mine. Phyla charged in, her voice resonating with authority as torrents of blood coalesced into two blood dragons. One dragon lunged at Ding Wang, while the other surged towards Yu Hua. Ding Wang, taken aback, swiftly defended himself, his spear erupting with brilliant light as he clashed with the blood dragon. Yu Hua, too, unleashed two sword formations, unleashing a tempest of sword energy to counter the oncoming beast. Both exerted their utmost effort to withstand Phyla's onslaught. Though they were exceptional talents capable of contending with kings, they were well aware that Phyla, too, was a prodigy of the blood clan, her cultivation having reached the pinnacle of kingship, allowing her to easily overpower them. Ding Wang and Yu Hua acutely felt their inadequacies in cultivation. They roared in frustration, exerting all their strength only to reach a stalemate against the two blood dragons. They were outmatched in terms of cultivation. Had they both possessed the strength of kings, either would have been able to rival Phyla, but presently, they were merely at the 9th tier of bloodlines, while Phyla stood as a king. An insurmountable chasm separated them. The federated divisions and the Tianyu Palace sought to aid them, yet they were intercepted by the blood clan and the church's kings. The disparity between both sides was too great, a reflection of the oversight from the major powers, as only a handful of kings had been dispatched. Come to your sister. A beguiling smile graced Phyla's enchanting face as she summoned a titanic blood hand, reaching out towards the golden carp. Boom! A majestic aura of dominance surged forth, causing the golden koi to tremble in fear, acutely aware of the specter of death looming over it. You shall not prevail. At a critical moment, Ellie struck, launching a divine spear that pierced through the bloody hand. The golden koi exhaled in relief and fled frantically into the distance. You seek death. Filra's fury ignited as she pursued the golden koi, simultaneously directing her wrath towards Ellie. A regal ferocity erupted from Ellie, enveloping her in a radiant light. A flurry of white feathers filled the air, countless in number, and as a brilliant flash illuminated the scene, the sacred feathers transformed into angelic wings. Having ascended to a realm of kings, her holy feather barrier had reached a pinnacle of mastery. Do you think I fear you? Filra's aura intensified, exuding a terrifying power as a sea of blood surrounded her. From this crimson abyss, an enormous skeletal frame emerged, towering at a staggering height of 1,000 meters. Reminiscent of a giant's remains, blood-colored veins coiled around it, under Filra's control. Boom! The earth-shattering battle commenced, unleashing waves of ferocious energy that reverberated throughout the realm. Ellie's holy feather barrier enveloped the skies in white feathers, which transformed into legions of angels delivering divine judgment upon Filra. Countless divine spears rained down, but Filra merely smirked. The skeletal frame behind her stirred, a colossal bony hand extending forth with astonishing speed, striking the void with immense force. A deafening roar erupted as an eerie power exploded, shattering the very fabric of space. This force, colliding midair, fractured the surroundings, causing the divine spears to disintegrate under its influence. In the skies, the two formidable figures clashed, shattering untold dimensions in their fierce exchange. Meanwhile, Ding Wang and his companions, held back by the rulers of the church and the blood clan, wore expressions of bitter mirth. It was disheartening to realize they were outmatched by two women. Ding Wang sighed, feeling the weight of despair as the prowess of Filra and Ellie, both prodigious rulers, bore down on him. The golden koi seemed beyond saving. As one moment it was surrounded by divine light, and the next engulfed in a sea of blood, its overwhelming regal presence rivaled that of seasoned rulers. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that the cultivation speed of these two Western women was astonishingly rapid. Yuhua's lips curled into a bitter smile, a sense of defeat gnawing at his heart. Before them stood the rulers of both the blood clan and the church. Though they were merely average kings, they were sufficient to obstruct their path. These foes aimed only to impede their progress, remaining passive as long as Ding Wang and Yuhua refrained from action. Suddenly, Yuhua noticed an anomaly. Qing Mu, who had been by his side, had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Yuhua inquired of Wu Shi, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. He distinctly remembered Mu Qing standing beside him, yet he had no recollection of when the latter had disappeared. Even Mouse Lao San was nowhere to be found. Jiang Yuanjia exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the elusive Mouse 3 had also vanished without a trace. Chapter 300. The mantis catches the cicada. While the yellow bird waits in the shadows, upon the vast expanse of the grassland, waves of terrifying energy surged forth, fracturing the surrounding space. The once lush green prairie had undergone a profound transformation. A thick scent of blood permeated the air as a colossal skeleton giant, measuring 1,000 meters, engaged in battle with a host of angels. One side was radiant with holy light, divine spears raining down, while the other, steeped in a gruesome aura, witnessed the skeleton giant delivering powerful punches that felled numerous angels. Amidst the tumultuous energy fluctuations, two graceful figures fought with fervor. As they battled, they pursued a glimmer of golden light in the distance. The golden carp, its body marred with injuries, blood gushing forth. This blood was drawn in by a mysterious force. Ailey and Fila employed some means to extract the golden carp's essence. Do they dare to steal my blood as well? Fila seethed, her lips pressed tightly together. Unleashing her full power, her curvaceous form radiating a captivating yet formidable energy. Ailey remained silent, embodying the purity of an angel, her hands aglow with holy light. As she thrust a divine spear toward Fila, the two chased after the golden carp, embroiled in a cataclysmic clash that darkened the skies, their powers surpassing those of ordinary monarchs. Vile wretch, get away from me! Fila cursed, commanding the skeleton giant to unleash another devastating punch, creating shockwaves that lifted the earth hundreds of meters, causing the angels to plummet. Ailey conjured a 100-meter-long sacred spear, aiming to strike down Fila. Boom. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted, causing both Ailey and Fila to cough up blood, sustaining severe injuries. One was a prodigy of the church, the other a scion of the Blood Clan. Though their cultivation was merely that of ordinary monarchs, the power they unleashed rivaled seasoned rulers. Roar. At that moment, the bloodied golden carp suddenly emitted a dragon's roar. Both Ailey and Fila halted their combat, having nearly reached a conclusion in their fierce duel. Yet, at this critical juncture, the golden carp underwent a transformation. Its previously blood-soaked body erupted with a towering golden beam, sweeping across the entire grassland like an ocean of light. Boom. Countless pure angels shrieked in anguish, their wings shattered as they fell, while the sea of blood was purified, and the 1,000-meter skeleton collapsed. As if stripped of all its strength, Ailey and Fila trembled, their eyes wide with disbelief. Sensing a lethal crisis and the unique pressure of the dragon race emanating from the golden carp. Roar. The dragon's roar resonated from the golden carp, its golden scales shattering, the bones of its body cracking and expanding. A radiant golden orb emerged from its mouth, resembling a resplendent sun. Bang! A burst of crimson mist erupted, and the golden koi vanished from sight, followed by a resounding dragon's roar as a golden figure soared towards the heavens. It was a dragon, specifically a magnificent golden dragon. Stretching over 100 meters in length, its body was adorned with shimmering scales, intricately wrapped in mysterious runes. Both Ellie and Fila stood in awe. Despite having lived on Earth for so long, they had never encountered such a creature. This is the Eastern Divine Dragon, a sacred beast, Fila exclaimed, her ruby lips stained with blood. Ellie gasped, fully aware that the koi's transformation into a dragon was a result of their relentless pursuit, igniting its latent potential. There was still a chance. The dragon was still in the midst of its transformation, its strength remaining feeble. Suddenly, Ellie's gaze sharpened. She leaped into action, her angelic wings unfurling behind her, intent on slaying the dragon. This was their final opportunity. They had to strike before this golden dragon amassed its formidable powers. Only then could she seize the dragon pearl, propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of supremacy. Roaring, the golden dragon soared through the sky, continuously emitting a dragon's cry, exhaling radiant light as clouds of mist swirled around it, its mere presence exerting an oppressive force. This was a true dragon, a creature virtually non-existent on Earth. Yet here it was, in the secret realm beneath Westlake. The golden koi itself was a rare and precious creature, nurturing the dragon pearl, infusing all its strength into it. At the moment of its transformation, it would draw unimaginable power from the pearl. Now, the golden dragon opened its maw and consumed the dragon pearl, a powerful surge of draconic energy radiating from it, its aura swelling uncontrollably. Die! Ellie cried out, her delicate hand sweeping through the air, summoning a divine spear hundreds of meters long, plunging downward with the intent to slay the golden dragon. Fila, enraged, was a moment too late to act. Boom! A colossal wave of energy erupted, twisting the dragon's form as it let out a pained cry, blood spilling from its mouth. It grimly shut its jaws, channeling the power of the dragon pearl into its body, refusing to yield at this critical moment. A cold glint flashed in Ellie's eyes as she discerned mysterious dragon-shaped runes adorning the dragon's body, safeguarding it. Had it not been for these protective symbols, her spear would have surely brought about the dragon's demise. Yet she did not relent. Closing her eyes, she summoned a 12-winged angelic figure behind her. This angelic visage solidified, its handsome face framed by flowing white hair, blurring the lines of gender, enveloping Ellie in an aura of divine purity. However, in the next moment, the angel's wings began to wither. 6 of them transformed into dark, skeletal remnants, as ominous, abyss-like energy radiated outward. One side of the angel's face twisted into a fearsome visage, akin to a demon, its mouth curling into a grotesque grin reminiscent of a hellhound's gaping maw. A fallen angel, Lucifer. Fila's expression turned to one of sheer disbelief. The entity Ellie had summoned was recognized by her. It was a forbidden technique of the church, one that no one was supposed to master. Ellie's aura transformed into an embodiment of terror. She exuded both sanctity and malevolence. Light and darkness existing in stark opposition, yet intertwining in a flawless harmony. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the Taiji diagram once wielded by Wang Sheng, where the opposing forces of sun and moon fused seamlessly, unleashing an astonishing might. At this moment, Ili was merging the powers of light and darkness, her eyes reflecting one of alabaster and the other of crimson. With a fierce roar, the golden dragon sensed an imminent threat, its mighty claws reaching forth, manifesting tangible dragons from the void that roared in unison. Ili melded with the ethereal silhouette of Lucifer behind her, her 12-winged form flaring with the combined essences of light and darkness as she surged forward. The very heavens quaked, even Philadelphia retreated, acknowledging that she stood no chance against Ili's formidable prowess. Despite being a paragon of the vampiric lineage, her strength rivaled that of seasoned monarchs. Yet Ili's terrifying power approached that of the apex rulers. Equally astonishing was the golden dragon's might, although still in the process of assimilating the dragon pearl's strength. Its current ferocity was no less than Ili's. The sky resonated with the dragon's roars as a colossal golden claw descended, ruthlessly tearing away a substantial portion of Ili's wings. Blood trickled from the corner of her eye, her visage as frigid as ice, and with a forward motion, she summoned the powers of light and darkness into a massive sword that cleaved downward. The golden dragon let out a pained cry, a deep gash opening on its body as blood gushed forth. Ili raised her hand, conjuring a spear imbued with the lamentations of deities, permeated by an aura of chaotic darkness, and thrust it forward with force. The golden dragon opened its maw, launching a dragon pearl skyward, astonishingly choosing to forsake its fusion at this critical juncture. Ili was taken aback, sensing the world-shattering energy within the pearl. With a crack, the obsidian spear collided with the dragon pearl, akin to striking a stone with an egg, shattering upon impact. Subsequently, a beam of golden light erupted from the pearl, revealing intricate patterns that swept through the heavens. Ili, startled, hastily retreated, but was unable to evade, as golden markings spread across her neck, her aura dwindling alarmingly. A tremor coursed through her delicate form as the powers of light and darkness evaporated entirely, followed by a grimace as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ili was gravely injured. While merging with the fallen angel Lucifer granted her formidable strength, the dragon's onslaught had resulted in a backlash. Collapsing to the ground, her essence dimmed, devoid of any remaining strength to continue the battle. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. She had unleashed her trump card, yet found herself outmatched by the golden dragon, which had not even fully integrated the dragon pearl before besting her. The dragon lamented in the sky, its body drenched in blood from the fierce battle. The dragon pearl, once brimming with overwhelming energy, had been significantly depleted to conquer Ili. As it consumed the pearl once more, although some power remained, it paled in comparison to its prior state, and upon merging, it could only reach the level of a seasoned monarch at best. Suddenly, the golden dragon let out a furious roar, revealing a substantial wound on its body, torn away by a colossal skeletal hand. Turning its head, it discovered Philadelphia, her face alight with a smile, commanding the 1,000-meter skeleton giant to assault the dragon. Philadelphia had not anticipated that. Instead of easily seizing the dragon pearl from Ellie, the golden dragon possessed formidable power. After both parties suffered injuries, she immediately resolved to take action. Seizing the opportunity while Ellie and the golden dragon battled, Philadelphia forcefully summoned the blood sea once more, regaining control over the skeletal giant. Despair filled the golden dragon's eyes. Its strength had waned considerably, bearing numerous injuries that rendered it no match for the woman before it. "Submit the dragon pearl obediently," Philadelphia exclaimed alluringly, licking her crimson lips as she raised her hand to conjure blood whips, aiming to ensnare the golden dragon. Not so fast. A mysterious voice suddenly resonated from the surroundings, causing Philadelphia's expression to shift dramatically. In the next moment, a youth bearing a stone sword appeared abruptly in midair, his form adorned with swirling black patterns that were gradually dissipating. The boy flashed a grin, his white teeth gleaming, as he unsheathed the stone sword and struck fiercely. Boom! The sky trembled as thunder cascaded down from above. Chapter 301. The Rebellion of the Skeleton Giant. The handsome youth wielded the stone sword, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet an endless surge of thunder surged within him, transforming the surroundings into a tempest of lightning. A streak of azure lightning swept forth, severing all the blood whips in its path. "It's you." Philadelphia gasped in surprise, recognizing the youth before her as Qingmu from Tianyu Palace. Relief washed over her. Fortunately, It was Qingmu who had arrived. She had observed him previously and noted his considerable strength, with explosive power rivaling that of a king. Should he ascend to the realm of kings, he might pose a challenge to her. What a pity. Though I am unaware of the means by which you have stealthily tracked me and Ellie, your strength is still insufficient to match mine. Philadelphia's eyes glowed crimson as bloodbats flitted around her, and a vast sea of blood surged skyward. Mu Qing's expression grew slightly grave as his stone sword radiated a dazzling brilliance, enveloped in dark lightning, unleashing a sword aura that soared skyward, sharp as a razor. Boom. The blood sea was cleaved in two, and the sword aura spread outward, carving a massive chasm into the ground. Impressive strength, Philadelphia remarked, her eyes widening in surprise. But in the next moment, her lips curled into a smirk, her proud figure enveloped by the blood sea, as behind her loomed the gigantic skeleton. This skeletal giant, under her control, possessed mysterious and formidable power. You are not my opponent. Depart now, or I shall be compelled to eliminate you, Philadelphia commanded. She feared that if Mu Qing detained her for too long, the golden dragon would escape. Indeed, the golden dragon was already fleeing into the distance, its speed remarkable, and it would soon vanish from sight. Philadelphia gritted her teeth. Although she was confident in her ability to defeat Mu Qing in her severely weakened state, it would take her a significant amount of time. That time was more than sufficient for the golden dragon to make its escape. Get out of my way. If you continue to delay, neither of us will obtain the dragon pearl, Fira shouted, her irritation growing exponentially with Mu Qing's unexpected appearance. However, Mu Qing showed no intention of yielding. A faint smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Do you truly believe you can triumph over me?" With an air of nonchalance, he strode forward, stepping into the void, and the stone sword in his hand began to glow, emanating a terrifying aura of power. He exuded confidence, his fighting spirit soaring, as if he were eager to engage Fira in a battle to the death. Fira cursed Mu Qing under her breath, her voice rising in anger as a blood sea surged behind her, and a towering skeletal giant, a remnant of some colossal being, materialized. Its power was formidable. She intended to let the skeletal giant confront Mu Qing while she pursued the golden dragon to seize the dragon pearl. Even though the energy within the dragon pearl had been significantly depleted by the golden dragon, it was still sufficient for anyone to break their shackles and ascend to the ranks of a supreme ruler. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as he declared, "If you wish to pass, you must first overcome me." He swung his stone sword with great force, unleashing a frigid tempest of lightning that swept through the surroundings, the sword energy slicing through the air like a vast ocean. Fira, already severely injured, dared not approach Mu Qing's sword energy, her face filled with trepidation, and her previously intended retreat was abruptly thwarted. A sense of urgency washed over her. If she delayed any longer, the golden dragon might indeed escape. Roar. At that moment, from a distance, the sound of anguished dragon roars echoed as the golden dragon fled. Fira, taken aback, gazed towards the source of the commotion, only to discover a shadow emerging before the golden dragon, measuring several meters in size, yet smaller than the dragon itself. It was a menacing black fish, its mouth agape revealing a dark void from which transparent crystals were expelled, detonating violently in the void. Boom. The golden dragon was bloodied. Having exhausted its strength from the previous battle, and with much of the dragon pearl's energy spent, it was currently no match for the black fish. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. The moment the black fish appeared, a vast ocean manifested around them, completely submerging that part of the space. A fresh scream escaped the golden dragon as the ocean, peculiar and heavy like a mountain, bore down upon it, each drop imbued with terrifying energy. The black fish commanded the power of water, unleashing a force rivaling that of a ruler. Under normal circumstances, the golden dragon would not fear such a common ruler's explosive strength. However, in its current state, this was merely adding insult to injury. What is that? Fira was equally astonished by the sudden emergence of the black fish creature. She had sensed no other beings in the vicinity until Mu Qing and the black fish appeared out of nowhere. Their strength was evidently inferior to hers and Ellie's. Yet they had silently materialized here, leaving Fira utterly perplexed. Ellie, now collapsed on the ground, widened her eyes in shock at the unfolding events. Though her gaze remained primarily fixed on Mu Qing, she observed as sacred luminous runes swirled in her eyes, seemingly infused with mysterious power. The sudden appearances made Fira's mind race. and her expression shifted as she exclaimed, "That creature is allied with you? Your arrival was solely to impede me." As she observed the monstrous black fish engaging in combat with the golden dragon, she suddenly comprehended that Mu Qing's appearance was merely a strategy to stall her, enabling the black fish to slay the dragon and seize the dragon pearl. Philadelphia had heard tales of ferocious beasts that could consume the blood of higher races to strengthen their own lineage. Perhaps Mu Qing had forged an alliance with one such beast. With a faint smile, Mu Qing proclaimed, "Indeed. But you have misjudged one aspect. I do not intend to hinder you. Rather, I seek to eliminate you." The stone sword in his hand erupted with an endless radiance. As thunder cracked violently around them, a tempest swirled around Mu Qing as he unleashed an ethereal strike, causing the air to tremble as if a true dragon roared. With swirling clouds and a raging wind, Philadelphia's expression revealed a hint of disdain. She cried out, her blood surging fiercely, as crimson patterns spread across the towering skeletal giant that loomed at 1,000 meters. She commanded the giant, its bony hand extending with a forceful punch that shattered the surrounding space, leaving behind a web of ominous black fissures. The sword energy unleashed by Mu Qing dissipated in an instant. Once more, Philadelphia directed the skeletal giant to annihilate Mu Qing, while she herself began to gather energy to claim the dragon pearl from the golden dragon. As the colossal skeletal hand reached towards him, Mu Qing stood his ground, an act that perplexed both Philadelphia and the fallen Ellie. "Stand aside." Suddenly, Mu Qing's voice boomed, targeting none other than the skeletal giant before him. Philadelphia's confusion deepened, and she even questioned Mu Qing's sanity. The skeletal giant was a creation of her own making, refined into a puppet devoid of any sentience. Roar! In an instant, the skeletal giant emitted a sound, its assault on Mu Qing inexplicably halting. What was happening? Philadelphia's face drained of color as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She was suffering a backlash. The intricate crimson patterns that had been etched into the giant's bones began to peel away, and brilliant light emanated from its form. Philadelphia's pupils constricted as she staggered back, gazing at the towering skeleton, now radiating a raw, domineering aura. How could this be possible? She could hardly accept the reality and let out a furious roar. This skeletal giant had never displayed such anomalies since it came into her possession, having slaughtered countless foes on her behalf. Philadelphia could not fathom why the giant reacted so violently to a mere utterance from Mu Qing. A smirk graced Mu Qing's lips as he declared, "That woman has turned you into a puppet. You should show her the might of our kin." Taking a deep breath, he shouted at the skeletal giant, "Our majesty shall not be challenged." Roar! The skeletal giant let out a thunderous bellow, spurred by Mu Qing's words. It seemed to become utterly ferocious, turning to stride toward Philadelphia with menacing intent. Stunned, she realized that Mu Qing was indeed communicating with the skeletal giant. What was even more unfathomable was that, due to Mu Qing's command, the giant had broken free from her control and was now advancing toward her, intent on destruction. "How on earth did you achieve this?" Fira roared, seeking clarity. Mu Qing chuckled softly, remarking, "You should never have used it to confront me." In the next moment, he bellowed, bringing his stone sword down, unleashing a dazzling burst of light that crackled with thunder. At that instant, Fira finally sensed a faint echo of the same aura emanating from Mu Qing as that of the skeletal giant. Could it be? She found it hard to believe. Chapter 302. Identity unveiled. From the strikingly similar aura shared between Mu Qing and the skeletal giant, Fira deduced certain unsettling truths that were too shocking for her to accept. With a swift slash, the sword's brilliance descended, causing blue lightning to erupt everywhere, inflicting a grievous wound upon Fira's abdomen, from which blood gushed forth. Her hair was disheveled, her countenance a picture of disarray, the once enchanting beauty now marred with dirt, her garments tattered, exposing her alabaster skin, which bore numerous injuries. In the sky above, a colossal bony hand descended, gathering a terrifying force, intent on crushing Fira mercilessly. Boom! The very fabric of space shattered as the area where Fira had stood was obliterated, leaving behind a gaping void as if it could devour everything. Such might was even more fearsome than when Fira had controlled the skeletal giant. Though the giant had not been slain, it emitted a potent mental wave directed at Mu Qing. It opened its bony hand, remnants of spatial power still lingering. Yet Fira's figure had vanished. She had escaped through some means. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, In that fleeting moment, he had sensed the emergence of a mysterious force. As a prodigy of the bloodline, Phyra's possession of various hidden abilities was understandable, yet Mu Qing couldn't help but sigh slightly, lamenting the missed opportunity to vanquish her. His gaze shifted back to the skeletal giant, which also bore an expression of surprise. "You have not perished completely?" Mu Qing inquired with curiosity. The towering skeletal frame before him was indeed the remnant of a titan, left behind after its death. He had presumed that this titan had been reduced to mere instinctual awareness, having only a skeleton remaining. Yet just moments ago, the skeletal giant had released a mental wave, robust and unwavering, which astonished Mu Qing. "Truth be told, I find myself in a quandary. My true form should have perished in battle against a fearsome beast, leaving only this skeletal frame, yet inexplicably, a new consciousness has emerged," the skeletal giant revealed. This revelation left Mu Qing astounded. The original body had died, yet the skeleton had given rise to a new awareness. Were the titans truly so extraordinary? Mu Qing swallowed hard, sensing the titans were rather formidable. The skeletal giant scratched its bald white head and said, "I have been under the control of that girl, yet my consciousness persisted. I have given myself a name, Zhaogu." Mu Qing frowned, a name that inexplicably reminded him of Zhexiu, whose surname was also Zhao. The name Zhaogu was peculiar and continually evoked thoughts of Zhexiu. "By the way, why is your physique so diminutive? Were it not for the traces of my clan's bloodline within you, I would scarcely recognize you," Zhaogu inquired, intrigued by Mu Qing. In his recollection, every member of his kin towered in size, each reaching thousands of meters, which made him quite astonished at Mu Qing's ordinary human stature. Zhaogu, scratching his head in contemplation, suddenly smacked his forehead, producing a thunderous sound, exclaiming, "You must be the rarest of dwarfs among my kin. That certainly explains everything." His strength was formidable. Ever since he broke free from Phyla's control, a mere gesture could shatter the very fabric of space. When he struck his forehead, the surrounding space collapsed, startling Mu Qing immensely. Mu Qing nodded, feeling it unnecessary to clarify his identity. Since Zhaogu had made such a declaration, he could only acquiesce. Furthermore, the Titan bloodline technique appeared to be exclusive to the Titans, rendering it impossible for other races to succeed in its cultivation. Which was why Zhaogu was so convinced that Mu Qing belonged to the same lineage. Suddenly, Zhaogu's gaze fell upon the stone sword in Mu Qing's hand. Although his skeletal visage betrayed no emotion, Mu Qing sensed a surge of excitement emanating from him. "Do you recognize this object?" Mu Qing inquired, curious about the sword's secret. He only understood that it was a key to a treasure trove, yet its location on Earth and the contents within remained a mystery. "It's quite vague, but its aura feels somewhat familiar," Zhaogu replied, shaking his head, indicating he did not know its true nature. He then informed Mu Qing that he must restore his physical form. Though merely a consciousness born from a skeleton, he could rely on the bloodline technique to reconstitute a corporeal body. At that time, he would completely transform into a new Titan giant. With a hum, a radiant glow flashed, and the colossal figure before Mu Qing, initially towering at 1,000 meters, diminished to 10 meters, still imposing in comparison to Mu Qing. He transformed into a beam of light and entered the stone sword in Mu Qing's hand. Zhaogu conveyed through mental energy that he would require some time to slumber and solidify his own body, during which he could assist Mu Qing in uncovering the secrets of the stone sword. As Mu Qing gazed at the stone sword, he realized that Zhaogu's spiritual presence had completely vanished. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that the skeletal framework of a Titan giant had penetrated within. Were the Titans truly that fearsome? Mu Qing pondered, regretting that Zhexiu was also in slumber. His abrupt appearance had rendered Phyla and Ai Li oblivious to his existence, a testament to Zhexiu's capabilities. Zhexiu had cast a curse to erase his presence, ensuring he remained undetected. However, nearly all of her power was devoted to restraining the Thunderbolt Star Core, and thus she had succumbed to slumber after casting the curse. Otherwise, Mu Qing would have inquired about Zhaogu, as he sensed a significant connection between Zhaogu and Zhexiu. According to Zhaogu's account, his true form was engaged in battle with a formidable beast, a description that mirrored the cursed deity within the Kunlun secret realm. Zhexiu had once told Mu Qing that the cursed deity was originally a pure Titan giant, but due to the fusion with cursed power, he was deemed a heretic by the Titans and expelled from their ranks. The cursed deity traversed the cosmos, ultimately encountering the god of the beast clan on Earth. After a tumultuous battle that darkened the skies, they both perished. When Mu Qing stumbled upon the corpse of the cursed deity, he did not pay heed to whether the skeleton remained intact. Zhou Xiu could be regarded as the embodiment of the cursed deity's memories, while Zhou Gu, Mu Qing surmised, might very well be the manifestation of the cursed deity's skeletal remains. Zhou Gu is indeed the skeleton of the cursed deity, endowed with its formidable mental prowess. Mu Qing pieced everything together. From the very beginning, he sensed that Zhou Gu's mental strength was extraordinarily potent. In the distance, a golden dragon and a black fish continued their fierce struggle. Although the golden dragon was nearing its end, it still unleashed unimaginable power, rendering the black fish unable to deliver the final blow. However, as time wore on, their battle was drawing to a close. The black fish surged forth, unleashing torrents that engulfed the golden dragon. In the depths of the water, it was nearly invincible. Mu Qing cast a glance at the ongoing battle before approaching Ai Li. She appeared frail, collapsed onto the ground, yet she had witnessed the previous clash. She had initially believed that the Dragon Pearl would be seized by Fei La, only to be surprised by an unexpected turn of events, which not only thwarted Fei La's plans, but also brought her within reach of the Dragon Pearl. "You seem quite weak," Mu Qing remarked as he approached Ai Li, wielding a stone sword, its blade shimmering ominously, as if poised to strike her down at any moment. He gazed at her exquisite face, imbued with an aura of purity, her perfect form rendered vulnerable, her bright, pale legs sprawled helplessly, and her garments marred by numerous tears. He placed the stone sword against her ivory-like neck, a flicker of light escaping the blade and slicing through her tender skin, a trickle of blood cascading down. "Are you going to kill me?" Ai Li inquired, studying the unfamiliar visage of the youth before her. Her teeth clenched against her crimson lips as she uttered a name, Mu Qing. The stone sword trembled slightly, and Mu Qing stared at Ai Li in astonishment. He had not anticipated that even the second master of Tianyu Palace could not see through his disguise, yet Ai Li had discerned it. Seeing Mu Qing's reaction, Ai Li's suspicions crystallized, and a smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Didn't he expect that, did you? I managed to unravel your identity." Mu Qing furrowed his brow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he retorted, "What does it matter if you figured it out? You shall soon be nothing more than a corpse." "We can collaborate," Ai Li proposed after a prolonged silence. "I have no need for that," Mu Qing replied coldly. "The holy son of the church, Cody, is not dead. He is not of the human race, and his target is your father." Ai Li hastily divulged crucial information, hoping to dissuade Mu Qing from his intent to kill her. Just then, the battle in the distant sky reached its climax. The black fish opened its massive maw, revealing a gaping black void that devoured the golden dragon. Chapter 303. Dragon Transformation in the Sky. The black fish's form swelled exponentially, having completely consumed the golden dragon. The dragon, too weak to resist, let out a mournful cry before being entirely engulfed by the black fish. In the vast emptiness surrounding them, columns of water surged skyward, entwining the black fish in a majestic aura of dragon energy, exuding an air of authority and dominance. It emitted a thunderous roar, its originally dark scales transforming into resplendent golden dragon scales, while the spines along its back became increasingly sharp, and its eyes sparkled with divine light. Suddenly, peculiar sounds emanated from the black fish, reminiscent of shifting bones. With a mighty roar, a flash of golden light erupted from its form, and the black fish let out a pained cry, as if undergoing a profound transformation. Mu Qing and Ai Li were both drawn to this spectacle, sensing an overwhelming draconic majesty emanating from the black fish, which was quite fearsome. "What on earth? Is that not your blood spirit? How has it changed so drastically?" A shadow leaped onto Mu Qing's shoulder. It was Rat 3. "What brings you here?" Mu Qing asked, taken aback. Rat 3 grinned and replied, "I noticed your absence and suspected you were up to something, so I followed you." Then, it turned its gaze toward the distant black fish, its expression a mix of surprise and concern. It informed Mu Qing that it felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the black fish, a pressure stemming from its bloodline. "How has your blood spirit transformed like this?" Rat 3 questioned, astonished. Since obtaining help from Zhou Xiu, it had also developed a dragon bloodline, rich and potent. Nevertheless, it still sensed an overwhelming bloodline pressure from the black fish. This is no mere dragon might, but rather a different kind of formidable pressure. Are you certain this black fish is indeed your blood spirit, and not some high-tier beast of bloodline? Rat 3 queried skeptically. I'm not sure, Mu Qing replied, shaking his head, as he too lacked comprehensive knowledge about the black fish's transformation. The black fish roared once more, its voice echoing through the heavens. And then a brilliant golden light cascaded down like a vast ocean. Mysterious patterns densely covered its body, and soon, a pair of wings unfurled. Mu Qing was taken aback. Had the black fish actually grown wings? With a mighty roar, the black fish soared into the sky, its massive form spanning 100 meters. Cloaked in a deluge of golden light that obscured the sun, the golden radiance dissipated entirely, signifying that it had completely absorbed and digested the essence of the golden dragon. A terrifying pressure swept through the sky, and Mu Qing's heart leaped with joy. He sensed that the strength of the black fish blood spirit had ascended to the realm of kings. Now a kingly blood spirit, the black fish unleashed a deafening roar. The golden light fully consumed, and it radiated dark energy that tore through the surrounding space like a black hole. Mu Qing took a deep breath, acutely aware that the power of the black fish blood spirit had become exceptionally formidable, particularly after its consumption of the golden dragon, resulting in some profound transformation. In the sky, the enormous black silhouette spread its wings, each wing adorned with bony spines, brimming with terrifying power, as if capable of slicing through the very fabric of space. With a thunderous crash, the black fish descended, ultimately transforming into a dark light that burrowed into Mu Qing's body. He could distinctly feel a kingly power residing within his dantian, the strength of the black fish blood spirit now coursing through him. Since the blood spirit of the black fish has transformed into an independent entity, it has increasingly evolved in peculiar directions. It has now devoured the golden dragon and sprouted wings, achieving the rank of a monarch. A golden light gradually flickered before Mu Qing. It was a pearl inscribed with intricate dragon patterns, the dragon pearl. To Mu Qing's astonishment, this object had ultimately fallen into his hands. He had initially presumed that the dragon pearl had been consumed by the black fish, given the significant changes it had undergone, leading him to naturally believe that its transformation was due to the devouring of the dragon pearl. Little did Mu Qing anticipate that the black fish had not consumed the dragon pearl, but had instead delivered it to him. With the power of the dragon pearl, perhaps he could elevate his strength to the level of a monarch. Excitement ignited within Mu Qing. Initially, he had stealthily followed due to the restlessness of the black fish and a fervent desire for the golden carp, never considering the possibility of acquiring the dragon pearl. However, now, should he absorb the power of the dragon pearl, he might very well break through to monarch status. Of course, Mu Qing was still uncertain, for he currently possessed no primal energy within him. All his cultivation was based on the Titan bloodline method. He was unaware if the power within the dragon pearl could significantly enhance the Titan energy within him. I never imagined that after such a prolonged contest with Phyla, it would ultimately end up in your possession, sighed Aili bitterly. Rat 3, keep an eye on her. Mu Qing disregarded her, snorting coldly before sitting down to begin absorbing the energy from the dragon pearl. This dragon pearl was no ordinary item. Possessing it was undeniably akin to holding a hot potato, so it was best to absorb and refine it sooner rather than later. Mu Qing activated the Titan bloodline method and soon discovered that he could indeed absorb the energy of the dragon pearl. A force of attraction emanated from within him. The radiant dragon pearl was consumed in one gulp, and golden light radiated from Mu Qing's entire being. He closed his eyes, feeling golden divine radiance emerge from every pore, with patterns appearing on his skin resembling dragon scales. Almost immediately, a bulge formed on his forehead, the patterns on his skin transforming into scales, while dragon energy coiled around him. Not good, Rat 3 exclaimed, its expression shifting to one of alarm. It had forgotten to inform Mu Qing of a crucial matter. The power of dragons is not something ordinary beings can assimilate. Any race attempting to absorb dragon power would inevitably be transformed into a mindless subdragon. This applies to all beings, even the black fish blood spirit, which initially emitted golden light upon devouring the golden dragon. Fortunately, the black fish blood spirit is unique, possessing sufficient means to digest dragon power. Rat 3 is also a special existence. Long ago in the Kunlun secret realm, it discovered its ability to absorb dragon power and boasted of being a dragon rat. As for Ji Jiao, although she is merely an ordinary human, She encountered astonishing fortune within the Kunlun's secret realm, with dragon blood coursing through her veins. At that moment, Ailey broke into a radiant smile. She turned her gaze towards Mouse Lao San and said, "If you wish to save Mu Qing, shatter the markings upon my neck, and I shall reveal to you how to help him dispel the dragon's power." Ailey had long been planning this. She intended to wait until Mu Qing had consumed the dragon pearl and faced the imminent peril of transformation before she spoke. Mouse Lao San bared its teeth, observing Mu Qing's appearance, which was nearly unrecognizable. If it hesitated any longer, Mu Qing might soon transform into a ferocious sub-dragon beast. It turned to Ailey, ready to acquiesce to her request. Chapter 304. The Titan's Form. The primal force within Ailey was recovering swiftly, although gravely injured. She had regained some combat strength in a short span. She also secretly realized that her primal energy had indeed returned to a degree, yet it remained sealed by an overwhelming force. This oppressive power was embodied in the golden markings on her neck. Imprinted by the golden dragon after consuming the majority of the dragon pearl's energy, she could not unravel it alone and needed the assistance of others. Ailey recognized that the opportunity had arrived when Mu Qing recklessly swallowed the dragon pearl. She informed Mouse Lao San that if it helped her break the golden markings, she would assist Mu Qing. Clearly swayed, Mouse Lao San observed Mu Qing, who appeared to be in dire straits, with a contorted and fierce visage, occasionally emitting dragon-like roars. It hesitated. "Do not comply with her. I can handle this," Mu Qing suddenly interjected, his eyes now transformed into crimson slits. Mouse Lao San was taken aback, sensing a ferocious aura emanating from Mu Qing. Ailey sneered, "You are on the brink of becoming a sub-dragon. Do you truly believe you can completely digest the dragon's power on your own?" She doubted that even the pinnacle of human kings could directly absorb the dragon's might, for such a high-quality power would inevitably lead to assimilation upon absorption. "Then tell me, what is the nature of Cody? What is his objective regarding my father?" Mu Qing fixed his gaze on Ailey, golden light flickering from his being. "At such a time, you still concern yourself with that?" Ailey was taken aback. Mu Qing's countenance was fierce and contorted as he roared, "Do not meddle. Just tell me, and I will have Mouse Lao San release you." His temperament was wild, as if his humanity was gradually fading. Ailey's expression changed urgently as she hastily replied, "Cody is an enigmatic figure, not of this earth, but from the cosmos. He came to the church seeking assistance in locating your father." She feared that Mu Qing would be entirely consumed by the dragon's essence, leaving no time for negotiations. "Cody is an alien?" Mu Qing was astonished. Ailey nodded, finally letting out a bitter laugh. "That individual possesses capabilities unknown on Earth and holds a high position within the church. I do not know why he is so determined to find your father." She assured Mu Qing that it was certain Cody had not perished at the hands of the fire dragon. Ailey's wrist bore a jet-black ring inscribed with various runes, a mysterious artifact. "Aside from myself, there are two others within the church whom he has also chosen as favorites. He is virtually untouchable within its confines." Her gaze was intricate, filled with resentment and helplessness. She possessed formidable strength and had attempted to resist, yet her efforts were in vain. As the higher echelons of the church and the most powerful kings stood firmly by the side of the saint's son, Cody. Moreover, Cody had adorned her with a pitch-black ring, an artifact that rendered her incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Though she had once tried to ambush Cody, she was met with a dreadful backlash, the ring inflicting excruciating pain upon her. Nevertheless, it was through this very dark ring that she discovered Cody was not dead, but very much alive. Why not seek someone else to assassinate Cody? Mu Qing inquired curiously. Eli shook her head and replied, "His strength is immense, and few can match him, especially with everyone in the church aligned against us." Suddenly, Eli's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Mu Qing. In the midst of their conversation, she noticed that Mu Qing appeared remarkably at ease, devoid of the immense suffering typically associated with dragon transformation, exhibiting a calm demeanor and clear reasoning. "You are unaffected by the dragon transformation," Eli exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Mu Qing in astonishment. Mu Qing laughed heartily, golden light shimmering across his form before retracting swiftly. An ancient and commanding aura emanated from him. The dragon scales that had adorned his body vanished, and the horns that had nearly formed atop his head fell away, restoring him to his human guise. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a surge of crackling electricity enveloping the surroundings. Mu Qing's physique expanded dramatically, reaching a height of 100 meters, infused with an overwhelming ferocity. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a punch into the void before him, unleashing a tempest of wind and rampant thunder, shattering the very fabric of space. Satisfied, Mu Qing nodded. Having manifested the Titan's form at such a towering height, he had truly achieved the power of a king. The energy within him had fully transformed into Titan power, distinct in that it was imbued with the essence of thunder. "Come forth, sword," Mu Qing bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder in the heavens. A brilliant light shot skyward, and the once modest stone sword expanded exponentially, reaching a staggering size of 100 meters. The colossal stone sword loomed like a mountain, matching the height of Mu Qing's Titan form and bearing immense weight. With the stone sword in hand, Mu Qing swung it fiercely, blue and golden lightning entwining around it, unleashing a terrifying blade of energy. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated as a gaping chasm materialized in the grassland before him, resembling a sheer cliff, plunging deep into the earth, stretching several hundred meters in length. This was the true power of the stone sword, an artifact of the Titan race. Only the Titan form could unlock its maximum potential. Mu Qing understood that the current might was merely the tip of the iceberg. When he had acquired the stone sword, he had learned of its true size. A staggering 1,000 feet in height, reaching a colossal 3,333 meters. Of course, to fully unleash the stone sword's power, Mu Qing's Titan form required yet further enhancement. "Mu Qing, you are magnificent," Mouse Old 3 shouted, his eyes brimming with admiration. The Titan-like figure wielded a stone sword, cleaving through the air to create a chasm as profound as an abyss. What formidable power was this? Mu Qing shrank back to his normal size, laughing heartily as he slung the stone sword across his back once more. Now, empowered by the sword, he felt capable of rivaling the seasoned kings, a strength that brought him immense satisfaction. Upon reaching the realm of kings, he had successfully comprehended the power of Yang Thunder, merging both Yin and Yang lightning to execute a sword technique that was nothing short of astonishing. Mouse Old 3, aware of Mu Qing's mastery of the Titan bloodline technique, felt a surge of envy and jealousy. Though he was a ferocious beast, being of the rodent lineage meant that even in his true form, he could not match such a colossal stature. He had once attempted to cultivate the Titan bloodline technique, nearly losing his life in the process. Ellie, on the other hand, was rendered speechless by the revelation. She had just informed Mu Qing about the emergence of a saint, Cody, from the church, a being not of earth, but from the cosmos. Yet now, it seemed that Mu Qing appeared even more alien than Cody. The terrifying presence of his 100-meter Titan form was indelibly etched in Ellie's mind. No wonder he could command the skeleton giant controlled by Phyra. It turned out that the massive skeleton shared his lineage. Ellie gaped in disbelief, feeling the same aura emanating from Mu Qing as she did from the skeleton giant, further confirming her suspicion that he was not of this earth. Chapter 305. The Curse of the Blue Demon. Having witnessed Mu Qing's imposing Titan form, Ellie had already labeled him an extraterrestrial in her mind. Besides the ferocious beasts, the insectoid race, and Cody, who else from the cosmos had come to this earth? Ellie fixed her gaze on Mu Qing, demanding answers. Mouse Old 3 chuckled quietly to himself, knowing well that Mu Qing was not an alien at all, but merely a practitioner of the Titan bloodline technique. "Do you think I would divulge such secrets?" Mu Qing smirked, allowing Ellie's misunderstanding to persist. In truth, he too was perplexed. The resources on Earth were meager, and one would think that the various cosmic races would not covet such paltry offerings. "It seems you harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Cody," Mu Qing said, gripping Ellie's chin and leaning closer. Gazing into her exquisite face, he grinned and proposed, "We could indeed collaborate. I could even assist you in eliminating Cody, provided you clarify what he seeks from my father. Then free me from my restraints." Ellie insisted urgently. Mu Qing shook his head and released her, pulling her up instead. "I cannot yet lift the golden dragon's confinement on you," he replied. Ellie was immensely powerful. Mu Qing had witnessed her might during her battle with Phyra. If she regained her strength, it could lead to significant complications. Who could say whether she truly intended to cooperate? Mu Qing harbored his own plans. He aimed to find a way to control Ellie, and the most effective method would be to have Zhuosiu cast a curse upon her. However, Zhuosiu currently remains in a state of slumber, thus necessitating a further wait. "You!" Ai Li exclaimed, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze upon Mu Qing. Ignoring her, Mu Qing instructed Rat Old 3 to escort her away. His foremost desire was to unravel why the so-called alien, Cody, was in search of his father. In truth, Mu Qing knew little about his father, Mu Yu, who was shrouded in mystery and operated from the shadows. It was peculiar that Miss and Ai Li had been gone for such an extended period. Where could they be? A curious Blood Clan monarch remarked. The rulers of the Blood Clan and the church had gathered, blocking the Federal Division and Tianyu Palace from interfering in Ai Li's quest for the Dragon Pearl. Suddenly, a streak of crimson light pierced the distant sky, descending amidst the Blood Clan leaders. It was Fila. She appeared disheveled, her garments torn and gasping for breath, bearing severe injuries. Miss. The Blood Clan monarchs expressed shock and hurried to assist Fila in her recovery. Who has inflicted such wounds upon you? One monarch gasped, unable to believe that Fila had returned in such a state. They had all witnessed Fila commanding the skeletal giant, whose might was formidable. It seemed unlikely that even Ai Li could match her strength. It's a long story, Fila replied with a bitter smile. Not only was she gravely injured, but she had also lost control of the skeletal giant. It appeared that Ai Li had emerged victorious. Truly, she was worthy of being the beloved of the son of the church. The church's monarchs looked on with delight. The only ones pursuing the Dragon Pearl were Fila and Ai Li, and with Fila now incapacitated, it signified that Ai Li had successfully obtained the pearl. Humph. I dare say that your beloved of the sun will likely fare worse. Perhaps she is already devoid of life. Fila scoffed coldly. She then glanced apprehensively towards Tianyu Palace. The individual named Qingmu was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Despite the absence of any visible force fluctuations, his strength was astonishing, and he had managed to sever the control she had over the skeletal giant. Most terrifying was the aura she sensed from Qingmu, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the skeletal giant, an ominous revelation. The skeletal giant had been an unexpected acquisition, subsequently controlled through the Blood Clan's means, rendering it her puppet. It was evident that the skeletal giant was not a creature native to Earth. Could it be that Qingmu was not of this world either? Fila drew a sharp breath, realizing that she and Ai Li had converged on the same unsettling conclusion. What do you mean? The church's monarch rebuked. Ignoring him, Fila turned to depart with the Blood Clan leaders. She believed that the now incapacitated Ai Li could not possibly evade Mu Qing's grasp and was likely already slain. Fila recognized that the youth named Qingmu was a disciple of Tianyu Palace. If he were to return, her own life would be in jeopardy as well. Hence, she swiftly led the Blood Clan away from the scene. Her true fear lay with Mu Qing. Even in her weakened state, she could barely contend with the seasoned monarchs. What truly terrified her was the skeletal giant that Mu Qing had seized from her. When Fira first beheld the towering skeleton, she was struck by its formidable presence, imbued with an enigmatic and overwhelming power that could not possibly belong to Earth. Subsequently, when Mu Qing seized her skeletal giant, it appeared as if the seal had been lifted, unleashing an even more terrifying force that reached the pinnacle of supremacy. Recognizing the peril of lingering in this place, Fira thought, should Qingmu arrive with the skeletal giant, my demise would be inevitable. With determination, she departed with her blood kin, harboring another objective. The spatial rifts she had observed earlier connected to this realm, suggesting that leaders of various factions might be lurking in its shadows. She sought to locate Glenn, the leader of the Blood Kin, a being of unparalleled strength who could undoubtedly aid her in vanquishing Qingmu of Tianyu Palace. The actions of the Blood Kin left others puzzled, including those from Tianyu Palace and the Federation, who were filled with curiosity. The most bewildered were the rulers of the ecclesiastical court, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Fira's words. Could it be that Ailey truly faced a crisis? The rulers remained on standby, yet Ailey's absence only heightened their anxiety, giving rise to wild speculations. Was it indeed as Fira had claimed, that Ailey had encountered misfortune? Realizing they could no longer obtain the Dragon Pearl, the personnel from Tianyu Palace and the Federation chose to depart. Observing the expressions of the ecclesiastical court and the Blood Kin, Ding Wang and Yu Hua exchanged glances, reveling in a shared sense of schadenfreude. Where had Qingmu gone? After leaving, Yu Hua and the others sought Mu Qing, but were met with futility. I have already cast the Qinggui curse upon her, murmured the awakened Zhou Siyu. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, well done. A pang of guilt washed over him. Furrowed Siu had exerted considerable effort to suppress the power of the Thunderstar core, and he had repeatedly sought her assistance, draining her strength. Meanwhile, Ailey was taken aback as she gazed at the ethereal figure hovering above Mu Qing's head. She touched her own forehead, where a blue mark glimmered with brilliance. Chapter 306. The treasure of Earth. Ailey's exquisite visage was further accentuated by the new blue mark upon her forehead, exuding a hint of alluring charm. Mu Qing stepped forward, wielding a stone sword. With a gentle flourish, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that shattered the golden pattern adorning Ailey's neck. As the radiant light flickered around her, the golden mark vanished entirely, causing her aura to surge dramatically. Freed from the constraints of the golden dragon, her powers swiftly restored. She ascended back to the ranks of the elite. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in Ailey's eyes as she summoned a burst of holy light, conjuring a divine spear that hurtled toward Mu Qing with decisive swiftness. Mu Qing was taken aback, yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, a brilliant azure light erupted from Ailey's forehead. Intricate azure patterns began to spread from her brow, and shortly thereafter, a spectral figure of a blue-faced demon materialized behind her, exuding an aura of terror and dread. The demon's claws were razor-sharp, piercing into Ailey's abdomen. "Ah!" Ailey screamed in agony, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, only to realize, upon closer inspection, that her abdomen bore no wounds. What was happening? She was utterly astonished and turned to gaze at the spectral demon, only to be met with a surge of excruciating pain in her mind. The sacred spear she had thrust forth was seized by the demon's apparition and consumed whole. Ailey collapsed onto the ground, racked with pain, and after what seemed like an eternity, she finally regained her composure, only to find the spectral demon had vanished. Was this the curse of the blue demon? Mu Qing felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The so-called blue demon curse was far more formidable than he had imagined, manifesting precisely at the moment Ailey intended to strike him. Jiyu, perched atop Mu Qing's head, raised her chin with pride and remarked, "Indeed, it is formidable. The blue demon curse is an advanced version of the haunting curse." She informed Mu Qing that within the cosmos lurked a terrifying entity known as the blue demon. The blue demon curse employed a unique method to channel the demon's power, so that anyone afflicted would face horrific repercussions upon committing any transgression. If she wishes to kill you, at a critical moment, her soul would be instantaneously obliterated by the blue demon, Jiyu declared. Mu Qing nodded then. With a smirk that was neither truly a smile nor a frown, he turned to Ailey and inquired, "It seems you were about to make a move against me. Were you not?" He secretly rejoiced at his decision to refrain from lifting the golden dragon's restraints on her. Ailey seethed with resentment. After much effort, she had persuaded Mu Qing to release her from her bindings, only to find herself ensnared once again by the dreadful blue demon curse. This curse was far more terrifying than the golden dragon's restraints, signifying that her very life had come under Mu Qing's dominion. "Rest assured, as long as you go undercover and uncover the truth behind Cody, this so-called holy son of the church, and his connection to my father, I shall lift the blue demon curse from you," Mu Qing said with a smile. Though he held the upper hand, he had no intention of easily relinquishing Ailey, especially since he sought to glean information regarding Wang Sheng and others, whose allegiances to the insectoid forces had mysteriously vanished. Given that Ailey had previously assisted Wang Sheng and had deep ties with him, Mu Qing aimed to extract intelligence about Wang Sheng and his cohorts from her. "Do you think I would trust you?" Ailey glared fiercely at Mu Qing, her heart ablaze with fury. Her life was now utterly controlled by him. Far worse than when she had been bound by the power of the golden dragon. "You may choose not to believe me, yet you must. I am the only one on this entire planet capable of lifting the blue demon curse from you. But if you refuse to cooperate, then so be it," Mu Qing replied nonchalantly. Ailey clenched her silver teeth, her golden hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders. Ultimately, she chose to submit, realizing that with the blue demon curse upon her, she had no choice but to heed Mu Qing's commands. Certainly, Ailey was not entirely under Mu Qing's control. As long as she refrained from attacking him, the curse of the green demon would remain dormant. In fact, she could simply depart and maintain a distance from Mu Qing, rendering the curse virtually non-existent. However, Ailey despised being bound by another, feeling the weight of a dreadful curse that left her profoundly unsettled. Half an hour later, Mu Qing walked into the distance alongside Mouse Lao San, while reluctantly trailing behind was Ailey, her expression one of discontent. Within the stone sword, I sensed a familiar aura. Zhou Siyu, perched on Mu Qing's shoulder, gently tapped on the stone sword he carried on his back. She was petite and adorable, twitching her nose to convey to Mu Qing that she detected the power of the curse emanating from the sword, a force akin to her own. Within the stone sword resided the skeletal giant known as Zhou Gu, who, according to his own words, was once the skeleton of a titan after death, later gaining consciousness. The stone sword itself was an artifact of the titan race. Zhou Gu sought to use it as a medium to acquire a corporeal form, though this would require time. Upon hearing about Zhou Gu from Mu Qing, Zhou Siyu became intrigued and simultaneously sensed the power of the curse within the stone sword. It seems that this Zhou Gu you mentioned is very likely the skeleton of the curse god after his demise, she remarked with a nod. She informed Mu Qing that the curse god had attained divine status, rendering all his extraordinary experiences comprehensible. Originally a member of the Titan race, the curse god practiced the power of curses, which led to him being deemed a heretic and subsequently exiled from the Titans. After his expulsion, the curse god arrived on Earth and battled the deity of the Beast clan, ultimately resulting in their mutual demise. According to the curse god's memories, he had come to Earth in search of a certain treasure related to the Titans, not by mere chance. She continued, the curse god had ulterior motives for coming to Earth? Mu Qing was taken aback, then connected this revelation to the stone sword behind him, realizing the implications. Indeed, the stone sword was linked to the Titans, but it was not the artifact of the curse god. Zhou Gu merely recognized the familiar aura of the sword, without comprehending its true nature. This suggested that there were other Titan-related artifacts on Earth. Perhaps the treasure that the stone sword could unlock lay hidden somewhere on this planet. Was it possible that the curse god had come to Earth in search of this very sword? Mu Qing was astonished, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Indeed, I embody the memories of the curse god, and Zhou Gu is likely a manifestation of his spiritual essence. I believe that once he regains his corporeal form, his power will be formidable, Zhou Siyu declared. She then furrowed her brow and added, however, if the curse god's memories and spiritual essence have given rise to individual entities, it remains uncertain whether the most terrifying source of divine power has also manifested as an independent being. Both she and Zhou Gu existed as distinct entities, much like the black fish blood spirit within Mu Qing's dantian, which originally belonged to him, but inexplicably became an independent existence. Zhou Siyu speculated that since the curse god's memories and mental prowess have evolved into an independent existence, it is likely that his divine power has also given rise to a distinct entity, potentially surpassing even the ancient curse itself. Chapter 307. Cody and the Fire Dragon. Ailey followed closely behind Mu Qing, resembling a devoted maid. She remained silent, as the conversation between Mu Qing and Zhou Siyu left her utterly astonished, as though she had stumbled upon an entirely new realm. The concepts of the curse god and the evolution of memory sent waves of terror through her. Suddenly, Zhou Siyu exclaimed, her sensitivity to energy fluctuations acute. We must investigate. Mu Qing responded hastily. They departed from the grasslands and arrived at a desolate ruin. This area was once adorned with grand edifices, now reduced to rubble by a formidable force. Mu Qing surveyed the scene, feeling the remnants of a dreadful aura of destruction. It seemed a great battle had transpired here, executed by a terrifyingly powerful entity. Mu Qing was taken aback. The intensity of energy he sensed was nothing short of alarming. Even with his current kingly prowess, he felt a twinge of trepidation. The group ventured deeper into the ruins, where Mu Qing noticed a vast expanse of charred remains, the ground shrouded in darkness, with flames still flickering amidst the debris. The energy contained within these flames was astonishing. Ailey's expression shifted dramatically. Shu Laosan, upon touching a cluster of flame at the roadside, winced in agony, his fur bristling. In an instant, the flames erupted with terrifying brightness, and had he not summoned all his strength to dispel it, he might have been incinerated entirely. These flames are frightfully potent, Shu Laosan shouted, furrowing his brow. Mu Qing pressed further into the ruins, only to have his pupils constrict in shock. What is that? Ailey gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Before them loomed a colossal figure, a dragon. Unlike the golden dragon they had encountered earlier, this was a western dragon, its visage menacing, covered in crimson scales and entwined with blazing fire. It was a fire dragon. Gazing upon this massive creature, stretching a kilometer in length. The group was utterly awestruck by the overwhelming aura it exuded. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon unleashed a sound that shook the very ground beneath them. Around them, waves of scorching flames erupted, the terrifying energy fluctuations forcing everyone to retreat several steps. Is this the fire dragon spoken of by Hu Hai? Mu Qing was astonished. The enormity of this fire dragon rivaled that of the titan, Zhou Gu. He vividly recalled Hu Hai's encounter with a fire dragon that transcended the realm of kings after he traversed a spatial rift. Now, the fire dragon before Mu Qing radiated an incredibly fearsome presence, instilling a sense of dread in both Mu Qing and Aili, who stood as kings. Confronted by the fire dragon, Mu Qing and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, a sentiment that resonated deep within their souls. This indicated that their adversary's power far surpassed theirs, transcending even that of a king. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted as the fire dragon ascended into the heavens. Unleashing a deafening cry, it paid no heed to Mu Qing and his group, instead soaring into the distance. Upon closer inspection, Mu Qing discerned ominous signs. The dragon was smeared with copious amounts of blood. It was engaged in battle with another foe. He bellowed suddenly. Boom! From the far-off sky, colossal booming sounds reverberated. As the 1,000-meter-long fire dragon, its crimson scales marred by blood, ascended, leaving droplets of blood trailing down. Each drop that struck the ground transformed into an expansive flame, distorting the very fabric of space with its fierce glow. Every droplet of its blood was potent enough to morph into terrifying flames, capable of threatening even beings of royal stature. Gazing into the sky, Mu Qing beheld the fire dragon locked in combat with another radiant figure, one that shone as brilliantly as the sun, enveloped in sacred light. This was a humanoid being, with enormous, pristine wings unfurling from its back, exuding an aura that also transcended that of a king. Was this a confrontation between entities that surpassed royal power? Mu Qing was astounded. It was his first encounter with a being that had surpassed the kings. Initially, after breaking through to royal status, Mu Qing believed he had acquired sufficient strength for self-preservation, only to be confronted with a power that transcended kings almost immediately. At that moment, Ailey's expression grew complex as she gazed at the figure shrouded in sacred light, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. "That is Cody," she said. Mu Qing's body trembled, and the third rat, Shu Lao San, looked equally astonished. They turned their gaze to the radiant figure in the sky and indeed found that the individual battling the fire dragon was none other than the previously arrogant Cody. Initially, Cody had left an impression of arrogance and overestimation of his abilities, declaring he would slay the fire dragon despite not even being a seasoned king. He had been brimming with confidence, claiming he would capture the dragon, only to vanish without a trace, leading everyone to presume he had perished. Yet, it appeared that Cody was very much alive and was engaging the fire dragon in a fierce exchange. Remarkably, even the fire dragon, a being that surpassed kings, was now severely injured. Cody was indeed an extraterrestrial. Mu Qing's expression turned grave as they observed the battle in the sky. Noticing that Cody's appearance was markedly different from that of an ordinary human, he wielded a spear that shimmered with golden light, and his garments were torn, revealing a pair of immense, pristine wings. Wings that were not merely condensed energy, but rather a natural part of his being. Upon hearing this, Ailey shot Mu Qing a sidelong glance. "I see you are not much better off. After all, you are an extraterrestrial too." Mu Qing smirked slightly, choosing to selectively ignore Ailey's comment. Indeed, after cultivating the bloodline of the Titan race, he had been able to manifest the Titan form. And since his ascension to royal strength, he could even transform into a 100-meter Titan. This is utterly incomprehensible to the average person, deemed by Ailey as a tactic employed by extraterrestrials. They belong to the Winged Ones, a race of moderate standing in the cosmos. Zhou Siyu perched atop Mu Qing's head, revealing to him the origins of Cody. "The Winged Ones?" Ailey exclaimed in astonishment. She harbored a sense of trepidation towards the ethereal Zhou Siyu, for the curse of the Blue Demon was inscribed upon her. Moreover, from her previous discussions with Mu Qing and the others, she had come to understand that Zhou Siyu was a manifestation of the memory of a being known as the God of Curses, a concept entirely beyond the comprehension of humanity on Earth. "Isn't Cody a reincarnation of a sacred angel?" Ailey inquired curiously. Recalling Cody's declaration upon his arrival at the Holy See, where he claimed to possess the powers of a divine angel. Chapter 308. The Mysterious Barrier, is that so? He is merely a member of the Winged Ones, endowed with powers of light. Zhou Xiyu scoffed, her expression one of disdain. She informed Mu Qing that the angelic race was an immensely sacred lineage, holding a status in the universe comparable to that of the Titans. If the angelic beings were to discover that members of the Winged Ones were masquerading as them, they would undoubtedly rush forth to obliterate the Winged Ones, Zhou Xiyu asserted. Mu Qing, taken aback, remarked, "So Cody is just a birdman?" However, despite his words, a sense of gravity weighed upon Mu Qing's heart. For Cody's strength far surpassed his own, eclipsing the realm of kings. The fire dragon could be overlooked, yet he found it unfathomable how Cody wielded such formidable power. Apart from his cultivation, which is equivalent to ours, merely that of a king, he seems to possess a means of instantly acquiring immense strength, Ailey explained. Burdened by the curse of the blue demon, which forced her to align with Mu Qing, there must be another powerful winged one on Earth. And this individual is borrowing the strength of that winged one, Zhou Xiyu suggested. With her memory of the god of curses, she perceived Cody's tactics with clarity. The reason for his extraordinary power beyond that of a king lay in his reliance on the strength of another formidable entity. Suddenly, the ground trembled as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the heavens, a dazzling interplay of holy light and flames sweeping through the air like a tempest. Cody was enveloped in sacred radiance as he bellowed, his wings erupting behind him, conjuring a tremendous whirlwind, while spears of holy light pierced toward the fire dragon. However, the fire dragon was no mere foe. It roared defiantly, its bloodied form exuding a terrifying aura as it howled toward the sky. A mass of purple flames erupted from its maw, shattering the surrounding space with a deafening crackle. The pitch-black void revealed itself, illustrating the horrific might contained within the purple flames. Cody snorted disdainfully, summoning forth a multitude of sacred light runes, which cascaded like an ocean, forming a beam of divine golden light that surged forth. Boom! The blinding brilliance of the heavens erupted, and the howling winds bore witness to the devastation wrought by their clash, with every inch of space collapsing in chaos. Descendant of the Winged Ones, you seek death. The fire dragon, with its menacing gaze and fiery eyes, fixated on Cody, clearly recognizing him as a member of the winged tribe. Cody's handsome visage suddenly darkened, the murderous intent in his eyes becoming increasingly palpable. Radiant holy light enveloped his form as brilliant luminescence coalesced in his hands, ultimately manifesting into a sacred giant hammer that he hurled fiercely at the fire dragon. In response, the dragon unleashed a roar, its entire being ablaze with fire, engulfing the surroundings in a cataclysmic inferno that consumed the ruins. Mu Qing and the others were taken aback, hastily retreating to safety. This fire was no ordinary flame. Within its crimson depths flickered hints of violet, exuding a temperature so extreme it threatened to incinerate the very fabric of space itself. They dared not approach the flames, for despite their status as sovereigns, the fire dragon surpassed them as an entity of immense power, capable of obliterating them with a mere swipe. Simultaneously, Mu Qing harbored a curiosity regarding Cody's ability to harness the strength of another from the winged tribe, pondering the magnitude of power possessed by that individual. Zhou Xiyu raised her hand, conjuring several black lines to obscure their presence, for the battle above was beyond their intervention. Suddenly, a peculiar light flickered beside Mu Qing and the others. It was an enigmatic barrier, concealed beneath the earth. "What is this?" Rattled 3 exclaimed, observing the shimmering barrier that lay hidden below. Were it not for the fire dragon's terrifying flames that engulfed the ruins, reducing shattered edifices to mere dust, they might never have discovered this barrier. What could possibly create a barrier underground? Rattled 3 mused, tapping the barrier only to be met with a powerful recoil that sent him stumbling back. "I shall give it a try," Mu Qing asserted, stepping forward. He gazed at the barrier, surrounded by the dreadful flames that failed to inflict any damage upon it. Even the dragon's fire could not breach the barrier, explaining why the dragon and Cody had battled here for so long without noticing its presence. This barrier was entirely subterranean, making it difficult to detect. With a resounding thud, Mu Qing delivered a punch to the barrier, causing ripples to emanate without causing any harm. A tremendous force rebounded, propelling Mu Qing backward, nearly causing him to lose his footing. His expression revealed a hint of surprise. Fortunately, his robust physique had spared him from injury. frowning in concentration. He scrutinized the barrier for a while before summoning his inner strength to approach once more. This time, a ripple of water emerged in his hand, coalescing into droplets inscribed with mysterious runes. This manifestation was a result of his black fish blood spirit's power. The black fish blood spirit had mastered the water barrier to an advanced level, and its unique water attribute bore the extraordinary ability to counteract certain barriers. Mu Qing instructed the black fish blood spirit to form water droplets, shimmering with an ethereal glow, which he allowed to fall onto the barrier. Miraculously, even the flames of the fire dragon could not penetrate the barrier, yet under the influence of a few droplets of water from Mu Qing, it began to dissolve, revealing a gaping hole. "Let us go. We must enter," Mu Qing exclaimed with elation, hastily stepping inside. Mousehold 3 was the quickest, bounding forward and dashing in, closely followed by AI Li. "Come back." Suddenly, a voice filled with wrath reverberated from the heavens. Immediately after, a golden hammer radiating divine light plummeted down, measuring hundreds of meters in size, hurtling towards Mu Qing with tremendous force. Mu Qing's expression shifted. He realized their actions had been detected by Cody. Zhao Yu cast a spell to erase their presence, but was unable to withstand the dark circular ring in AI Li's possession, a tool Cody used to monitor her. The moment AI Li appeared, Cody was already aware, but due to the fierce battle with the fire dragon, he had little time to react. Cody seemed enveloped in holy light, exuding an air of divine majesty. However, he himself had sustained severe internal injuries. The fire dragoness strength surpassed even his own. Cody had not anticipated the fire dragon's formidable power. He had believed that with the strength borrowed from a powerful clan member, he could easily vanquish the beast. Yet now, it appeared that he might not even be a match for the dragon. "Get lost!" Mu Qing bellowed furiously, his body crackling with a multitude of lightning bolts, swelling to a height of 100 meters. Chapter 309. Entering the barrier in the face of Cody's assault, Mu Qing immediately transformed, embodying the Titan's physique and becoming a towering giant. The stone sword in his hand also morphed to the same scale, which he swung with vigor, unleashing a tempest of thunder. The blue and golden bolts of fury danced through the air like great dragons, with his stone sword resembling a mountain. Entwined with the dual forces of yin and yang lightning, Mu Qing struck upwards towards the sky, exerting all his strength. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, releasing an overwhelming might that cascaded in all directions, a dazzling light akin to a storm. Gasp! Mu Qing coughed up blood as wounds opened on his 100-meter Titan form, blood gushing forth. The colossal divine hammer descending from the sky bore an incomprehensible power, ethereal, yet domineering. This force was entirely beyond the realm of a king's might. It transcended the very essence of royal power. With the 100-meter stone sword in hand, Mu Qing felt a numbing pain in his palms, his arm veins bursting. The divine hammer, massive and filled with terrifying force, radiated blinding holy light, its runes almost spilling forth like an ocean. Cody, harnessing the strength of a powerful clan member, had attained a level of might that entirely surpassed that of a king, a realm Mu Qing was far from capable of contending with. "Break for me!" Mu Qing roared. Veins bulging as arcs of lightning burst forth from his body like vicious dragons. Crack! At last, Mu Qing wielded his stone sword, forcefully tearing a substantial gash in the divine giant hammer. In the next moment, the dual forces of yin and yang erupted forth, shattering the sacred weapon into fragments. Mu Qing staggered backward, coughing up blood, as it felt as though his very organs were on the verge of being pulverized by the overwhelming power of the holy light. With a swift motion, he darted towards the barrier behind him. Severely injured, he could barely withstand Cody's casual strike, relying on the Titan's physique combined with the artifact's might. Retreat was his only option. Should Cody launch another attack, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. At that moment, the hole in the barrier, eroded by the blood spirit of the black fish, began to slowly mend, for all barriers possessed a self-restoration capability. Mu Qing understood that if even the flames of the fire dragon could not breach this barrier, then Cody would likely fare no better, even if he could inflict damage. Entering would not be immediate. Boom! Simultaneously as Mu Qing entered the barrier, a divine spear, towering over 300 meters, pierced down from the heavens, resembling a pillar of the sky. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the surroundings. However, the resplendent golden spear did not strike Mu Qing. as it was intercepted by the barrier. The ground trembled violently, yet the barrier remained intact, impervious even to the overwhelming power of Cody, who transcended the realm of kings. Cody's expression darkened, a hint of astonishment flickering within him. He had not anticipated that Mu Qing could withstand his strike, although the divine hammer had not unleashed its full potential. It was certainly beyond the capacity of someone at the kingly level to endure. What was the connection between that woman, Ailey, and this individual? Furrowing his brow, he wore an expression of disdain, enveloped in boundless holy light. To him, everything on earth was inferior, deserving only to submit to his will. Cody maintained an air of arrogance, believing that, with the power of his kin's formidable warriors at his disposal, no one on earth could rival him. In the past, he had faced a fearsome evil dragon in the west, yet after channeling the strength of the winged race's mighty beings, he effortlessly vanquished it, further inflating his ego. Indeed, empowered by the prowess of the winged race, Cody now exceeded the realm of kings, granting him the audacity to stride across the earth with impunity. Alas, within this secret realm beneath West Lake, amidst the countless spatial rifts, there resided a fire dragon that also surpassed the power of kings. Cody had battled the fire dragon for an indeterminate length of time, with no clear victor emerging, only to encounter Mu Qing, who, with a single strike, had not been slain. This infuriated Cody, who typically acted with impunity and believed himself above all else. His eyes glinted with a cold light. He found the fire dragon tolerable, but how dare Mu Qing, someone who was merely at the kingly level, defy him? What enraged him further was that Ailey, the woman who ostensibly belonged to him, was now allied with Mu Qing. A murderous intent swelled within Cody's chest as the sacred radiance surged forth, enveloping him entirely, transforming him into a luminous figure akin to a white sun blazing across the sky. Roar! The fire dragon surged towards Cody, its colossal form resembling a vast crimson cloud, obscuring the heavens and casting a shadow over the land, while flames enveloped the sky. The resplendent red runes cascaded down like a deluge. Cody, however, summoned formidable powers, coalescing divine light into numerous crucifixes that sealed off the surrounding space, while a reverent chant echoed softly through the void. It was evident to Mu Qing, observing the battle within the barrier, that Cody would likely find himself outmatched by the fire dragon. The realm above kings was beyond his current reach, yet his keen perception allowed him to discern the waning strength emanating from Cody. Zhou Siyu nodded in agreement with Mu Qing's assessment, stating, "Though the winged race's secret arts can harness the strength of their formidable kin, such power cannot be sustained indefinitely. If the fire dragon endures a while longer, Cody will revert to his original capabilities." Nonetheless, she cautioned Mu Qing to remain vigilant. The winged race was merely a mid-tier species in the cosmos, yet still formidable in comparison to humanity on Earth. Even if Cody regained his former strength, he would need to tread carefully. Is it truly that formidable for a mid-tier race? Yet the previous golden dragon, surely it belonged to the dragon lineage? It appeared rather unimpressive, Mu Qing inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhou Siyu shook her head, explaining that the golden dragon, having evolved from a golden carp, bore a form indistinguishable from that of true dragons. Yet its bloodline was a hodgepodge, fundamentally still that of a golden carp. True dragons, as apex species of the cosmos, could not be so easily replicated. Both the golden dragon and the fire dragon could merely be classified as ferocious beasts infused with draconic blood. Were they genuine dragons? Even at the inception of their kingly prowess, they could effortlessly vanquish Cody and the fire dragon before us, Zhou Siyu remarked thoughtfully. Mu Qing was taken aback, gaining further insight into the formidable races that existed within the universe. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him as he inquired, "What tier do we humans on Earth belong to?" Zhou Siyu paused momentarily, her brow furrowing in contemplation, her delicate features betraying her inner turmoil. If one must categorize, we might even be deemed inferior to low-tier races. Historically, humanity relied solely on technology, and only in recent years have we begun to cultivate primal energy. Perhaps in a few years, we might attain the level of low-tier races, she mused, her head tilted thoughtfully, leaving both Mu Qing and Ailey astounded. To be considered a low-tier race requires a formidable guardian, Zhou Siyu continued. At the very least, a deity must preside over them. Deity? Mu Qing's expression shifted. Realizing this was akin to the level of the cursed god, Zhou Siyu affirmed his realization, explaining that the divine tier was not one that could be casually approached, and the strength of a race was contingent upon the number of deities it possessed. According to her, once a being ascended to divinity, each deity wielded unparalleled divine might, capable of drawing upon the fundamental rules of the universe to bestow the fortunes of heaven and earth upon their race, thereby purifying and amplifying their bloodline. The Dragon Clan, the Angelic Clan, the Titan Clan, and other eminent races possess such formidable bloodlines that any individual from these lineages could effortlessly dominate their peers from other races. The sheer strength of their heritage is unparalleled. Within these elite races, an innumerable array of deities exists, having seized vast amounts of fortune from the very essence of the universe, thereby continuously fortifying their bloodlines and elevating their nobility to extraordinary heights. Strictly speaking, humanity on Earth does not qualify as a cosmic race. Only when a singular deity emerges from among humankind to claim a portion of fortune for the human race can earthly humans ascend to the status of a lower-tier cosmic race. However, even among lower-tier races, disparities in strength exist. The difference between a race with one deity and one with 10 is as pronounced as that between clouds and mud. For the moment, Cody and that fire dragon are unlikely to breach the barrier, yet we find ourselves ensnared here, akin to fish in a barrel. Ailey furrowed her brow, perceiving their situation as nothing more than a wait for death. Those two are engaged in combat. We can slip out from the other side of the barrier, suggested Mouse number 3. Mu Qing could easily dismantle this incredibly sturdy barrier, offering them significant advantages. There is an abundance of high-level energy here, Ailey exclaimed, gazing around as the previously pitch-black space erupted with white specks of light. These luminous orbs are products of energy that has reached an exalted concentration, hovering in midair and constantly altering the energy surrounding them. Mouse number 3 attempted to absorb one of the white orbs, and suddenly his eyes widened, his fur bristling. As he emitted a roar akin to a dragon's, his aura significantly bolstered in the process. This energy is overwhelmingly potent, he squealed, excitement radiating from him as he ventured deeper into the opaque barrier, absorbing the white orbs one by one. These luminous orbs, rich in high-level energy, do not originate from Earth, and their absorption offers remarkable enhancements to one's cultivation. Mu Qing, intrigued, grasped a white orb and, upon probing it with his mental energy, found nothing particularly exceptional about it. It felt gentle to the touch. He swallowed it, and his expression changed dramatically. Boom! A terrifying energy storm erupted, shaking Mu Qing to his core, and he felt a torrent of pure, high-level energy surging through his limbs and bones. Despite having attained a king-level physique, the absorption of the white orb still resulted in a notable enhancement. If I still possessed the force of origin, the improvement would likely be even more pronounced. Mu Qing sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, his hands and feet moved deftly as he seized 2 more white orbs and brought them to his mouth. Suddenly, Mu Qing experienced a wave of discomfort in his stomach, his entire being radiating light as an unceasing flow of energy erupted from within, allowing him to exhale a beam of white radiance. Once he fully digested all the energy within him, his aura surged once more, reflecting a significant increase in power. The cunning rat 3 bared its teeth, casting a glance of hostility towards Mu Qing. Its speed surged dramatically as it voraciously consumed the white orbs of light suspended in the air, fearing that Mu Qing might seize them. As a formidable martial sovereign, these luminous spheres held immense benefits for it, potentially aiding its ascension to the realm of kings. Mu Qing, too, swiftly absorbed the nearby white orbs, for this high-grade energy was equally advantageous to him. Within the shroud of darkness, the deeper one ventured, the more white orbs floated in the void, pure, unadulterated high-level energy. Rat 3 nearly drooled at the sight, howling loudly that it was on the verge of a breakthrough and imploring Mu Qing to relinquish the white orbs to it. However, Mu Qing remained undeterred. The white orbs provided significant enhancement to his physical form, and his actions showed no sign of slowing. He summoned the power of a king, sweeping his hand to engulf a dozen white orbs, swallowing them whole. In an instant, a deep, thunderous roar resonated from within him as the ferocious energy erupted violently. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of energy, Mu Qing found himself needing to sit in meditation to assimilate it. Rat 3, meanwhile, had closed its eyes, its body enveloped in surging, potent energy, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. Eli looked at the duo, a human and a rat, in the darkness. Her expression momentarily frozen. She was aware that the surrounding white orbs contained exceptionally rich high-level energy. Yet, she also understood that outside the barrier, Cody and the fire dragon lurked, each capable of effortlessly dispatching them. Bound by the green ghost curse, Eli was compelled to align herself with Mu Qing, a choice that would undoubtedly mark her as an enemy in Cody's eyes. Nevertheless, she felt little aversion to standing with Mu Qing, as she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Cody, even yearning for his demise. Realizing that she was no match for Cody, she pondered the prospect of using Mu Qing as a pawn to eliminate him. Eli's eyes suddenly sparkled with newfound resolve. In her mind, Mu Qing was an alien, akin to Cody, and she could easily incite a deadly conflict between them. With this thought, her spirits lifted, and she regarded Mu Qing with newfound appreciation. Turning her gaze to the surrounding white orbs, she devised a plan, collecting 3 of them to swallow. Suddenly, a tempestuous sound seemed to echo beside her ear, followed by a spurt of blood from her mouth, leaving her palate. Her alluring form trembled as the overwhelming energy shattered her garments, revealing her porcelain skin, akin to white jade. The energy contained within the white orbs was entirely depleted, leaving her with merely a fraction of one orb's energy. Eli's face contorted in disbelief as she murmured, "With my strength, I could barely absorb half of a white orb's energy. How did these 2 manage it?" Unbeknownst to her, Rat 3 was a beast capable of absorbing dragon blood, making it effortless to consume multiple white orbs simultaneously. As for Mu Qing, since he had cultivated the Titan bloodline, his physical prowess was unprecedented. His prowess as a sovereign was achieved through a breakthrough in physical form, and once he manifested the Titan's physique, he became truly formidable. In his ordinary state, Mu Qing could absorb the energy of over a dozen white light orbs simultaneously. In the Titan form, it could only be likened to a whale consuming a massive feast. Suddenly, from the depths of the barrier, a faint glow emerged, forming a portal. Chapter 311. The Cosmic Cavern. What is that? After absorbing the energy from the white light orbs, Mu Qing directed his gaze towards the portal deep within the barrier. This portal shimmered with a radiant light, seemingly composed of numerous white light points. Intrigued, Mu Qing examined the portal, which had inexplicably materialized, harboring some enigmatic force. The surrounding white light orbs appeared to be drawn by an unseen power, converging towards the luminous portal, emanating an aura of profound mystery. As more and more white light orbs gathered, the portal shone ever brighter, resembling a translucent gem. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the portal, observing mysterious patterns emerge upon it, suffused with a peculiar energy. Mouse 3, having digested the superior energy within, found itself still a tad short of breaking through to sovereignty. However, when it attempted to absorb more white light orbs, it discovered that all had converged upon the mysterious portal. What sorcery is this? It dares to impede my ascension. With a roar, Mouse 3 leapt into action, darting towards the portal and biting down fiercely. Mouse 3, what do you intend to do? Mu Qing exclaimed, rushing forward in an attempt to intervene. Alas, it was too late. A resounding crack echoed as Mouse 3 exerted all its strength, unleashing the dormant draconic power within. Amidst the dragon's roar, a small corner of the portal was forcefully gnawed away. Gulping, Mouse 3 chewed fervently, the morsel it had bitten off brimming with unimaginable energy, unleashing a cascade of white dawn light. Though its form had shrunk to that of an ordinary mouse, upon consuming a piece of the portal, it became enveloped in radiant light, its body swelling like a balloon, as if it might burst at any moment. I cannot hold on much longer. I feel as though I might explode. Mouse 3's voice came through in gasps, distressed by the overwhelming energy. Yet, it was evident that its aura was surging wildly. Having absorbed the energy within, this time it would undoubtedly break through to the sovereign level. Ailey looked on in astonishment at Mouse 3. Even she struggled to absorb a single white light orb, having been injured by the energy's backlash. She was astounded that this mouse could withstand and absorb such a torrent of energy. Mouse 3 lay on the ground, its fur vanished, replaced by shimmering golden scales adorned with draconic symbols. Its appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. The once slender tail thickened, now covered in barbs and dragon scales, while its golden eyes sparkled with divine light. What is this? Ailey was taken aback, for it was her first encounter with Shalayasan in such a state. His body was enveloped in draconic energy, and his fur had entirely vanished, replaced by shimmering dragon scales. Shalayasan now resembled a being almost entirely transformed into a dragon-human hybrid, with waves of formidable draconic aura swirling around him. Observing closely, Ailey could feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, rendering her breathless. However, Mu Qing and Zhou Siyu remained unfazed. In fact, Mu Qing approached Shalayasan and delivered several hard kicks to him. "What the hell? Who told you this door was edible?" Mu Qing exclaimed in frustration, realizing that this mysterious portal likely led to another realm, now marred by Shalayasan's gnawing. Thud, thud. The metallic sound echoed as Shalayasan's scales proved to be remarkably resilient. He remained silent, his consciousness having completely retreated as he focused on absorbing the energy within him. Deep down, Shalayasan yearned for immense power. With Zhou Siyu's assistance, the bloodline within him had merged with that of a dragon, and he was aware of his vast potential. Even Mu Qing, devoid of a blood spirit, had ascended to the rank of a king, while Shalayasan himself was still at the martial sovereign level, intensifying his desire for strength. Noticing that Shalayasan seemed on the verge of a breakthrough, Mu Qing chose to refrain from further disturbance and turned his gaze towards the enigmatic portal. This mysterious gateway, formed by a multitude of white light dots, stood out prominently against the dark barrier, emanating a brilliant glow. Various esoteric runes were etched upon the portal, a testament to the formidable energy that had coalesced to create it, indicating its extraordinary nature. However, a portion of the runes had been absorbed by Shalayasan after he had gnawed at one corner, leaving Mu Qing with a peculiar expression. "Does this portal still hold any significance?" he inquired. Zhou Siyu pondered briefly before replying. Uncertain, this portal appears to be a spatial gateway, forcibly formed from abundant energy, connecting to an independent space. She explained to Mu Qing that had the portal remained intact, it would have been able to sustain itself for an extended duration. Now, however, its viability had become an unknown factor. "Let us venture inside and see," Mu Qing contemplated before swiftly stepping into the portal. Buzz. A flash of light flickered, and Mu Qing's figure vanished. Ailey was momentarily stunned, but she quickly followed in his footsteps and entered the portal. Upon her entrance, Mu Qing's countenance shifted as he found himself in a cavern. Suddenly, Ailey coughed up blood, her skin undergoing a strange transformation as an inexplicable force pressed down upon her. "Is this outer space?" Ailey exclaimed in disbelief, instinctively channeling her primordial energy to shield herself, enveloped in a radiant white holy light that perfectly encased her voluptuous form. After a brief moment of suffocation, she realized that although the place appeared to be a cave within a mountain, it was, in fact, situated in outer space. This revelation indicated that they had unexpectedly arrived in the cosmos after stepping through the portal. Outer space? The universe? Mu Qing was utterly bewildered. Why did he not feel the same? As he pondered, he suddenly inhaled sharply and recognized the anomaly. There was no oxygen in this place. Having reached such a realm, he hardly required the act of breathing. Hence, Mu Qing did not immediately perceive the anomalies surrounding him. Indeed, they were extraterrestrials, capable of effortlessly standing in the vastness of outer space. Upon witnessing Mu Qing's demeanor, Ailey became increasingly convinced of his true identity. Even the most elite of humans would experience some discomfort in the cosmos, yet Mu Qing appeared utterly at ease, exhibiting no signs of disorientation whatsoever. Although he remained human, the cultivation of the Titan bloodline had significantly transformed his physical form. His lineage may still be human, but his body was aligning itself with that of the Titans, allowing him to thrive effortlessly in the universe. At that moment, a mental wave from Zhou Siyu reached Mu Qing, providing him with explanations. Chapter 312. Titan Runes. Mu Qing moved his body slightly, only to discover no discomfort. In this cosmic environment, he could survive normally. Subsequently, he gazed ahead, where the cave's rocky walls were embedded with exquisite crystals, shimmering with a faint glow. The cave was rather small and desolate, and not far away lay a stark white skeleton, exuding an eerie chill. Was this a human? Mu Qing approached, his curiosity piqued. The skeleton before him was nearly decomposed, standing over a meter tall, seemingly a human's remains. Yet, Mu Qing felt an unsettling sensation, his brow furrowing in perplexity. After all, this was Mars. Why would a human from Earth be found here? Although Earth had entered the age of primordial force, with everyone cultivating it, the cosmos remained profoundly unfamiliar to humanity. Perhaps even an ordinary king could survive in space using primordial force, yet flying in the universe posed a considerable challenge. Even the most elite of kings, once they ventured beyond Earth, would exhaust their primordial force after flying a few hundred meters, ultimately becoming lost in the vastness of space. However, Mu Qing and his companions had arrived at this cave via a mysterious portal, thus negating the need for space travel. Returning simply required them to step back through the portal. Why would a human appear here? Could he have been an astronaut? Mu Qing was left in a state of bewilderment. In his recollection, the only profession capable of reaching outer space was that of an astronaut. There seemed to be writing on the ground. AI Li moved around to the back of the skeleton, making a new discovery. Mu Qing followed suit, his expression shifting in astonishment as he observed earthly script inscribed into the ground with a sharp instrument, surrounded by long-dried bloodstains. I have long been exploring that treasure vault, exhausting all the resources my organization provided to reach Mars, only to find it was a disappointment. Nevertheless, the organization will undoubtedly persist in their search. Alas, my primordial force has been depleted, and my mental energy exhausted. I could only harness the strength of the giant race to forge a spatial gateway, hoping someone would come here to carry on my alchemy. The inscriptions on the ground were plentiful, and it became evident to all that this skeleton indeed hailed from Earth. Although the individual had not left a name, it was clear from the words that he had been a master alchemist. In the treasure trove, Mu Qing murmured softly, his expression shifting notably. The terms treasure trove and giant race piqued his interest intensely. The giant race referred to here must be the Titans, and the treasure trove mentioned must be the one I learned of when I acquired the stone sword. Mu Qing was taken aback. He was astonished to discover that others were aware of the treasure trove and had been in pursuit of it for quite some time, indicating that an organization had been secretly searching for it. This individual must belong to the alchemy organization, Ellie remarked, compared to Mu Qing, who had suddenly risen to prominence. Ellie had been regarded as a prodigy by the church since childhood, possessing far broader knowledge than Mu Qing. The alchemy organization was shrouded in mystery, with nearly 80% of the alchemists on Earth congregating within that organization. Any faction wishing to utilize high-tech alchemical weaponry had no choice but to procure it from the alchemy organization. Ellie succinctly illustrated the formidable nature of the alchemy organization, which served as a cooperative entity for all factions. The ability to manifest a spatial gate was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. This person was undoubtedly a top-tier alchemist. Her eyes sparkled as she began to scan the surroundings. The words left by this individual before death had mentioned passing down his alchemical knowledge to future generations. The alchemical arts of a premier alchemist were invaluable. Merely observing the methods of this individual provided insights, especially since he had single-handedly created a spatial gate bridging Earth and Mars. Ellie's mind raced with possibilities. If she could uncover the alchemical techniques left behind by this esteemed alchemist, she might discover a means to address the curse of the blue demon afflicting her. However, no matter how diligently Ellie searched, she could find no further traces. This alchemist had clearly stated his intention to bequeath his alchemical art. Yet this cave contained nothing but bones and inscriptions on the ground. The alchemy organization? Mu Qing mused quietly, striving to clarify his thoughts. The treasure trove that the stone sword could unlock was evidently known to the so-called alchemy organization, which was continuously seeking it. The trove must possess astonishing treasures. Otherwise, the members of the alchemy organization would not have gone to such lengths, even venturing to Mars. Yet, it appeared that even the alchemy organization could not ascertain the location of the treasure trove. This alchemist believed the trove to be on Mars, only to perish in vain. He suddenly felt a pang of pity for the alchemist before him. It is important to note that even if the Titan's treasure trove truly lay on Mars, it could not be accessed without the stone sword. Alas, the location of the treasure trove remained uncertain. Mu Qing sighed, initially excited by the clue regarding the treasure trove. He now found the information to be of little value. He possessed the key to unlocking the trove, but remained oblivious to its exact location, which left him feeling quite vexed. He believed that even the alchemy organization, a colossal entity collaborating with all factions on Earth, was unaware of the trove's precise whereabouts. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched individuals to explore Mars. Mu Qing, look at this fellow's bones. Suddenly, Zhou Siyu tugged at Mu Qing's hair, exclaiming as if she had made a significant discovery. Mu Qing quickly cast his gaze towards the skeletal remains of the alchemist. his eyes shimmering with an unusual light as he discerned some faint lines etched upon the bones. "Let's infuse it with primal energy," Zhao Ziyu remarked with eager anticipation. Her curiosity fixed upon the skeletal figure before them. Mu Qing hesitated, realizing that he possessed no primal energy within himself. He glanced at Ailey, and feeling a twinge of concern, he shook his head and summoned the black fish. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Ailey exclaimed, infuriated by Mu Qing's demeanor. Feeling somewhat dismissed, with a roar, the black fish emerged, its massive form expanding as torrents of water surged forth from the surrounding void, creating a vast ocean around them. Its colossal body stirred, and as it flapped its wings, it sent forth powerful jets of water. Were it not for the confines of the cave, the black fish, in its true form, would have been capable of shadowing the sun, resembling a terrifying behemoth. The black fish opened its mouth, revealing a dark vortex, deep and fearsome, from which torrents of water-infused primal energy erupted, surging into the skeletal remains before them. Ailey's lips twitched. She found it perplexing that Mu Qing had gone to such lengths merely to infuse primal energy into the bones. What she did not realize was that Mu Qing currently had no blood spirit within him. The only energy he possessed was that of the Titan of Thunder, which, while powerful, did not qualify as primal energy. Buzz. At that moment, the infused skeletal remains suddenly illuminated, and a plethora of characters emerged, suspended in midair. Alchemy. Ailey gasped in astonishment, recognizing that the alchemical secrets she had sought for so long were concealed within the bones. Mu Qing was equally astonished, but his focus lay not on the alchemy, but on something else entirely. He observed a rune, the size of a fingertip, burst forth from the cranium of the skeleton, entwined with Titan energy, enveloped by a chaotic aura that exuded a sense of primal power and majesty. Divine ability? Zhao Ziyu shrieked suddenly. In a frenzy, she tugged at Mu Qing's hair, her excitement palpable as she urged him to seize the rune. Although Mu Qing was unfamiliar with the concept of divine abilities, the expression on Zhao Ziyu's face suggested that the rune was of immeasurable value. He hurried forward, intent on claiming the rune atop the skeleton's head. However, Ailey's figure suddenly sprang into action, enveloped by countless white feathers, while beams of holy light coalesced into a massive hand, reaching for the rune as well. Simultaneously, she aimed to retrieve the characters that were emanating from the skeleton. With a thunderous roar, the black fish surged forth, its immense body creating waves in the void. With a powerful flap of its wings, it opened its mouth wide to swallow the hand of holy light. The resplendent radiance of the holy light gradually faded as it was consumed by the black fish's dark vortex, all its power devoured. Immediately afterward, the black fish lunged towards Ailey, its gigantic wings resembling twin blades of heaven, tearing through the fabric of space itself. Ailey's expression turned to one of terror. She had not anticipated the black fish's formidable strength. Just as she prepared to defend herself, she was suddenly struck by a searing pain. "Ah!" She let out a piercing scream as a malevolent specter with a green face and sharp fangs appeared behind her, its hand ruthlessly piercing through her abdomen. Although there were no physical injuries to her belly, an excruciating pain coursed through her. The green demon attacked the soul. Had she intended to launch a lethal strike against Mu Qing moments ago, she might have already been devoured by the fiend. Suddenly, 2 jets of crimson blood erupted from her shoulders, tearing her clothing asunder, revealing wounds deep enough to see bone, with blood gushing forth uncontrollably. These injuries were inflicted by the black fish, whose newly formed wings were razor-sharp, possessing not only terrifying speed, but also an extreme cutting force. In an instant, Ellie was grievously wounded. Had Mu Qing not shown mercy, the black fish could have easily slain her with its wings. Mu Qing cast a glance at Ellie. Although she was a stunning beauty, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. The injuries caused by the black fish and the green demon served as a warning to her. Buzz. Mu Qing grasped the rune, feeling a sharp pain as the rune, shrouded in chaotic hues, vibrated violently. Blood oozed from his palm, trickling down his arm. The rune seemed to resist his touch. Use the Titan's power to refine it. Ziyu Zhao exclaimed excitedly. This is a tremendous opportunity. It is the divine power of the Titan race. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing immediately harnessed the Titan's power within him. Waves of energy surging forth, swiftly gaining the rune's acknowledgement and ceasing its resistance. Threads of chaotic energy emanated from the rune, beginning to entwine around Mu Qing's form. Penetrating his body through his pores, He could distinctly feel an overwhelming, formidable power circulating within him, seemingly altering his very being. The rune embedded itself in his palm, unleashing a torrent of energy that radiated a domineering and sacred aura, crashing against Mu Qing's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling, veins bulging, and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A fierce pain erupted within him, the terrible force violently battering against his veins and meridians, as if it would tear his body apart at any moment. With a thunderous crack, an hour later, Mu Qing could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. The agony within him intensifying, even he, a being of royal flesh, could not withstand it. Ellie, watching from the sidelines, found a perverse pleasure in Mu Qing's suffering, seemingly reveling in his plight. How could this be? Was it possible that Mu Qing could not contain the power within the divine ability? Ziyu Zhao, like a little sprite, flitted in the air, swaying from side to side, her face filled with concern for Mu Qing. Hours passed, and Mu Qing was on the brink of unconsciousness when, suddenly, chaotic beams of light erupted from his body. His eyes widened in astonishment as all his pain vanished, as if it had never existed at all. How peculiar. Mu Qing rose to his feet and conducted a thorough examination, but no changes were apparent. After enduring such prolonged suffering, he found that his strength had not increased in the slightest, nor did he sense any extraordinary power. What exactly is divine ability? He glanced at Zhou Siyu, his face etched with confusion. Ai Li, despite her grievous injuries, was on the verge of laughter, relishing the sight of Mu Qing enduring hellish torment without gaining anything in return. Zhou Siyu, equally perplexed, scratched her head and inquired, "Have you not comprehended any special abilities?" She elucidated to Mu Qing that among the more formidable races in the universe, there exists a divine power, a force belonging to the gods. As a premier race, the Titans naturally possessed such divine abilities, and the runes Mu Qing had just refined were indeed a manifestation of Titan divine power. It is noteworthy that within the Titan race, only those of considerable strength or noble lineage could harness such powers. Even the Titan known as the Cursed God did not possess Titan divine abilities. This skeleton had evidently discovered the existence of Titan-related forces on Mars, hence expending vast resources to journey there, mistakenly believing it was a Titan treasure trove, only to find that the artifacts on Mars were manifestations of Titan divine power. The alchemist, being human and having not cultivated the Titan bloodline, found this divine power utterly ineffectual, ultimately resulting in Mu Qing's acquisition of it. Mu Qing shook his head and continued to scrutinize his body, finally uncovering some peculiarities. It seemed that his Titan physique was somehow sealed by an unforeseen force. His countenance turned pale with astonishment. He tore open his shirt and discovered chaotic, shimmering patterns etched across his chest, exuding an eerie aura, interwoven like chains, binding his form. Upon hearing this, Zhou Siyu's expression shifted, her face resembling that of a bitter melon. "Goodness, you cannot be this unfortunate." She appeared to grasp the situation. Mu Qing turned to her, seeking clarification. His Titan physique was the source of his formidable strength. Even without the primordial energy, he could still unleash the might of an ancient king through his Titan form when combined with his stone sword. With a pained expression, Zhou Siyu remarked, "You truly have drawn the short straw. This divine ability is one that Titans are 100 times reluctant to cultivate. Theoretically, it can unleash limitless power, yet scarcely anyone chooses to practice it." She continued, explaining that according to the memories of the Cursed God, there once existed a divine ability within the Titan race that was met with disdain shortly after its emergence. This ability was known as divine eruption. It would seal the Titan physique, condensing all the divine energy contained within it. When this ability was invoked, the seal would be lifted, allowing the Titan form to unleash its full potential, theoretically without limits, capable of multiplying its power several times, even dozens of times. However, to cultivate this divine ability meant relinquishing the Titan physique, transforming it into a temporary burst of power, followed by a period of weakness, rendering the individual even more feeble than before. The Titans are renowned as an ancient divine race, with each member possessing a colossal form that can reach thousands, even tens of thousands of meters. They live directly in their Titan bodies. So how could they possibly be inclined to cultivate such abilities that would seal away their very essence? Furthermore, although unsealing their powers would result in a substantial increase in strength, it would inevitably lead to a period of weakness afterward, a notion utterly intolerable for the proud, ancient gods. This ability has been scorned by countless titans, with some destroying it and others discarding it. While the divine rune you have just refined was likely cast aside by a titan on Mars, remarked Zhou Siyu. Mu Qing's expression darkened. He had previously pondered why a titan's ability would be found on Mars, only to discover it was discarded by one of their kin. Zhou Siyu continued, somewhat awkwardly. Given your current strength, it seems you are unable to independently abandon this ability, which means you may no longer wield your titan form as you once did. Mu Qing's countenance grew increasingly grim, and he shot Zhou Siyu a fierce glare. It was this very person who had urged him to swiftly absorb the ability, and now, without his titan form, his power had diminished significantly, although he could still harness the titan's lightning power within him. The disparity compared to the strength of his titan form was insurmountable. Henceforth, his titan form would merely serve as a trump card, and to make matters worse, due to that confounded divine eruption ability, each time he manifested his titan form, he would suffer an additional weakness period. How splendid! I refined a divine ability, and yet my strength has plummeted considerably, with my titan form now encumbered by an additional limitation. Mu Qing lamented, on the verge of tears. Cough, cough, do not fret. Once your cultivation improves and you discard this divine eruption ability, you will once again be free to wield your titan form. Zhou Siyu reassured him, albeit a bit sheepishly. She had been overly excited upon discovering the divine rune, as such powers are deemed exceedingly precious among the various races of the universe. Mu Qing sighed, pondering just how long it would take to cultivate enough to abandon this ability. Reluctantly, he accepted the current reality. The alchemical knowledge he had obtained was indeed valuable, and he hastily gathered it. His gaze then fell upon the floating words in midair. Chapter 314. 3 liquid bombs upon injecting primal energy into the skeletal remains. Not only did the Titan's divine rune emerge, but numerous inscriptions also surfaced. These were the alchemical secrets mastered by the skeleton in its lifetime. Such knowledge was incredibly precious. Mu Qing had often heard tales of the alchemist profession back when he was a student at Westlake Academy. Compared to primal energy warriors, alchemists held a far more esteemed position, sought after by countless factions. Despite having attained kingly strength, Mu Qing had encountered very few alchemists. Initially, he held a dismissive attitude, having been unaware of the formidable powers wielded by alchemists. However, after witnessing the skeletal remains before him, his perspective underwent a significant transformation. Even the most formidable kings, or those who surpassed them, could not entirely detach themselves from Earth. Before them lay his skeletal remains, a testament to a life that had once traversed from Earth to Mars. Even in its final moments, it had employed astonishing methods to forge a spatial gateway connecting the two worlds. Such capabilities exceeded all imagination, revealing to Mu Qing the formidable nature of alchemists for the very first time. He struck the rock wall with a powerful fist, producing a resounding crash as fragments of stone scattered across the ground. Though his Titan form was sealed due to divine constraints, the strength from years of cultivating the Titan bloodline remained, along with the thunderous power within him. Mu Qing picked up a shard of rock, and, with a few incantations from Zhou Siyu's lips, dark curses surged forth, gathering the alchemical symbols suspended in midair and inscribing them onto the stone fragment. The symbols related to alchemy crystallized upon the shard, each character strikingly clear. Once Mu Qing returned, he could effortlessly transfer the alchemical inscriptions from the fragment onto books or even chips, a task rendered remarkably convenient. Well done, Mu Qing exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. With Zhou Siyu by his side, every endeavor became far more manageable, a delightful ease. Zhou Siyu raised her head with pride, for she had just cast a curse capable of binding an enemy's essence into a stone or even a grain of sand. Possessing an abundance of curses, primarily designed for adversarial encounters, she understood that, when wielded with skill, they could yield extraordinary effects in various contexts. For instance, her curse to erase one's presence, when fully unleashed, could strip an enemy of all power, rendering them a mere specter, lost in the depths of loneliness and despair. Yet, when applied to allies, this curse transformed into an exceptional stealth technique, proving universally advantageous. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, and the skeletal remains before them erupted in a brilliant light before shattering into dust. The once pristine white bones disintegrated into powder, the radiance gradually fading. Wait, There is something more. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as he noticed 3 vials of pale golden liquid amidst the ashes on the ground. He picked up the vials, each approximately 10 centimeters tall, their contents shimmering like mercury with twinkling starlight, resplendent beyond compare. What terrifying energy fluctuations! Mu Qing's hand trembled slightly. The vials appeared exquisite, seemingly potions for cultivation, yet he sensed an unfathomable terror emanating from them, causing him to shudder. These are not for cultivation. They are liquid explosives. Zhou Siyu's expression turned grave. Recognizing the origin of these vials, she explained to Mu Qing that the liquid within was an incredibly volatile energy, forcibly compressed by some means. Goodness, these 3 liquid explosives could likely topple an entire nation. Zhou Siyu marveled in astonishment. So powerful. Mu Qing was astonished, struggling to believe that the 3 slender vials of pale golden liquid in his hands were, in fact, formidable liquid bombs. Zhou Siyu nodded affirmatively, asserting that a single drop from these bombs could severely injure a king. Naturally, these liquid bombs could not be used drop by drop. Goodness! These 3 vials must have been concocted by that alchemist. Mu Qing felt a surge of excitement as he carefully stowed away the vials. They represented 3 life-saving trump cards. Even Cody would be gravely wounded, if not killed, in the face of such liquid explosives. Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on their sudden arrival on Mars. He had anticipated encountering danger, yet they had instead gained considerable benefits. The only source of his displeasure stemmed from having absorbed the divine ability known as divine eruption, which had restricted his Titan form with a divine seal, preventing him from unleashing his full power. That wretch! In a corner, Ailey gritted her teeth, seething with anger as she watched Mu Qing's demeanor. She had followed him, yet had come away with nothing. All the texts related to alchemy had been claimed by Mu Qing. In the end, Ailey had sustained significant injuries without reaping any rewards, and it was evident that Mu Qing would not willingly share his gains with her. Observing Ailey, blonde, blue-eyed, with a perfect figure and an angelic visage, Mu Qing could not help but sneer. This Western girl was still attempting to seize opportunities at a critical moment. Thankfully, with the Qingguo curse and the black fish at play, she had been thwarted. Otherwise, she might have succeeded. However, Mu Qing understood that after this lesson, Ailey would likely refrain from future attempts. The Qingguo curse, capable of directly assaulting the soul, was not something an ordinary person could endure. Mu Qing scrutinized Ailey with narrowed eyes. He had to admit that she was indeed stunning, a paragon of beauty, now hiding in a corner. Her tattered clothing revealing her fair skin that seemed to glow softly, presenting a vulnerable allure. Yet, Mu Qing was acutely aware of her cunning nature, and her prior association with Wang Sheng suggested she was no ordinary individual. Were it not for the Qingguo curse restraining her, she could have stirred significant upheaval. Suddenly, Mu Qing's brow furrowed as he felt the ground tremble beneath him, accompanied by peculiar sounds overhead. Ailey paused, sensing the abnormality as well. A resounding roar echoed above them, along with strange cries, the sounds of the insectoid race. Mu Qing's expression shifted drastically as recognition dawned upon him. He recalled that some of humanity's major factions had detected traces of the insectoids, who were now thriving on Mars. This planet was now completely under the dominion of the insect race. With a deafening roar, a powerful force shattered the cave's rocky walls, revealing a grotesque, pitch-black head. Its crimson eyes filled with a violent aura. Chapter 315, Desperate Straits. Unseal the binding. Roar. A deafening roar reverberated through the air, shattering the cave's rocky walls as an immense shadow loomed before the crowd. It was a colossal black insect, its skin as impenetrable as steel, covered in barbs, and oozing a noxious liquid. A terrifying aura enveloped them, leaving everyone gasping for breath. This presence belonged to a supreme ruler of the insect race. Mu Qing, caught off guard, barely had time to react before a piercing sonic wave struck, imbued with a dreadful force that caused him to cough up blood. Crack! Crack! The surrounding space fractured, the sound emanating from the insect's maw resonating with violent and terrifying primal energy, solidifying the sound waves into tangible force. In an instant, several wounds appeared on Mu Qing's body, a buzzing ringing in his ears as if his eardrums were about to rupture. With a gasp, Ailey also spat blood. Her body flung backward. How could we possibly withstand the might of a supreme ruler of the insect race? Despair filled Ailey's eyes. A bitter smile crossed her lips. She and Mu Qing had come to Mars with nothing to show for it. now grievously injured and facing the dominion of the insect race on this planet. Unlike the insects on Earth, Mars harbored no indigenous life forms, allowing the insect race to easily claim it and transform it into a nest planet. Having arrived on Mars through a spatial portal, it was only a matter of time before the insect race discovered their presence. Crackle. In just a few minutes, swarms of insects emerged from the rocky walls, brandishing their claws and barbed bodies, their numerous razor-sharp appendages tearing through the stone. Mu Qing's pupils constricted, his scalp tingling at the sight of the dense mass of insects, a nauseating stench permeating the air. Some of the creatures resembled worms, spewing venom that corroded the very fabric of space, wisps of green smoke rising from the void. Others were pitch black, akin to the towering insect that had first appeared, their mouths capable of gaping wide, occasionally emitting a shrill sound infused with potent primal energy. Both Mu Qing and AI Li felt blood trickling from their ears. The cacophony of the black insects bore a lethal potency, capable even of inducing hallucinations. Those of lower cultivation or weaker minds might succumb to the black insect's sound, becoming mere puppets. Fortunately, Mu Qing and AI Li had attained king-level prowess, their mental fortitude robust. Although they suffered injuries and their internal organs were rattled by the sonic assault, they were not entirely overwhelmed by it. Mu Qing, hurry back to the spatial portal. It's on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Siyu suddenly grasped Mu Qing's hair, urgency lacing her tone. The portal flickered erratically, resembling a feeble flame, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Mu Qing's expression turned grave as he realized the runes adorning the portal were beginning to disintegrate, fading into glimmers of light that vanished into the ether. That damned rat, Lao San. He gritted his teeth. This portal, crafted by a top-tier alchemist who had journeyed to Mars, was initially designed to last several days. However, before Mu Qing's arrival, the third rat had stubbornly gnawed at a corner of the spatial gate, causing it to collapse prematurely. Mu Qing was in a state of frantic urgency. With the imminent disintegration of the spatial gate, they had to return within it swiftly to be transported away before it shattered. Yet, the Martian insect swarm roared incessantly, encircling Mu Qing and AI Li. The formidable black insect, a pinnacle of its kind, stood guard at the spatial gate, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Mu Qing and AI Li. Possessing a degree of intelligence, it was acutely aware that its side held overwhelming superiority, yet it remained cautious, guarding the spatial gate to prevent any unforeseen events. With a top-tier insect safeguarding the gate, Mu Qing and AI Li found themselves without an escape, facing inevitable demise at the hands of a multitude of insects, their bodies torn asunder by razor-sharp claws. Roar! Surrounding them, colossal insects advanced. Although these particular creatures were relatively weaker, they still possessed the strength of ordinary monarchs. Get away from me! Mu Qing suddenly bellowed as 3 monarch-level insects lunged at him, their serrated jaws capable of inflicting devastating damage. His expression grew grave. While these insects were indeed weaker among their ranks, they were still formidable opponents. With a fierce shout, Mu Qing erupted with a tempest of overwhelming lightning. The stone sword behind him shot upward, unleashing a ferocious surge of yin-yang lightning that swept through the vicinity. A terrifying bolt of thunder cleaving the air. In an instant, immense power surged forth, and the surrounding area was engulfed in the might of yin-yang lightning. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 insects emitted piercing cries as Mu Qing's yin-yang lightning struck them, their carapaces shattering and green ichor splattering forth, their bodies charred black. Impressive. A flicker of surprise crossed the crimson eyes of the massive black insect, evidently taken aback by Mu Qing's sudden display of such formidable power. The blue and gold dual-toned yin-yang lightning instilled a sense of caution within it. The voice of the enormous black insect seemed to carry a terrifying force, manifesting visible sound waves that swept outward. Mu Qing's brow furrowed. Before he could react, he was struck by the sound waves, a storm erupting within his mind, causing his entire body to tremble violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision blurring. The sound waves directly assaulted his spirit, proving to be dreadfully potent. Having just exerted his full strength to vanquish 3 ordinary monarch insects, Mu Qing was immediately targeted by the apex black insect. The resonating cries of the black insect were laced with fearsome mental fluctuations, clearly conveying its intent. Yet the intensity of these psychic waves was overwhelming, injuring Mu Qing severely. Roar! Suddenly, The surrounding black insects began to call out, their collective cries transforming into a wave of sound. These black insects varied in size. Some were no larger than a finger, while others spanned dozens of meters, not to mention the colossal form of the pinnacle black insect. The black insects are exceptionally adept at sonic attacks, their sounds laced with piercing mental energy, capable of causing death in an unseen manner. Gasp! Mu Qing's complexion turned pale as he coughed up blood once more. His mind was like a tempestuous ocean, racked with excruciating pain. He endured the torment, raising the stone sword in his hand, as the violent yin-yang thunder coalesced into a myriad of sword lights, cascading like a celestial river. Boom! A multitude of black insects was engulfed, their exoskeletons charred black. Struck by the yin-yang lightning, they perished almost instantaneously, with little chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qing had slain hundreds of these insects. Crack! With bloodshot eyes, Mu Qing swung his sword again. The terrifying sword light tearing through space, a breathtaking radiance blossoming in the void, as an extreme aura of savagery enveloped him, with waves of yin-yang thunder submerging all. He roared in madness, knowing that this was a moment of life and death, as a vast swarm of black insects surged toward him. Mu Qing unleashed death upon them, his entire being enveloped in yin-yang lightning. The next moment, he charged into the throng of insects, each swing of his sword creating a blade of light stretching hundreds of meters, the yin-yang thunder erupting and decimating swathes of black insects. The divine artifact, the stone sword, combined with the power of yin-yang lightning, transformed Mu Qing into a being akin to a thunder god, ferocious and formidable. As he struck down numerous black insects, the sonic wave finally dissipated, and the agonizing turmoil in his mind ceased. Mu Qing breathed a sigh of relief and began to move toward the spatial gate. For time was running short before its collapse, and he needed to hasten his pace. Eli followed closely behind Mu Qing, still burdened with significant injuries. Her delicate teeth gritted as her slender form was surrounded by countless white holy feathers, battling against the insects. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying presence approached. A king-level insect charged at them, one with astonishing biting power. Buzz! Mu Qing raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, effortlessly invoking the dragon leap technique, conjuring a tempest of wind, swirling smoke, and ethereal yet sharp dragon-shaped sword energy. Blinded by fury, each wave of his sword energy and light claimed the lives of hundreds of insects. Splash! Green blood erupted skyward as the king-level insect was cleaved in two. For Mu Qing, wielding the stone sword, ordinary king-level beings posed no threat, as his strength now rivaled that of seasoned kings. Roar! Mu Qing and Eli raced toward the spatial gate, but before they could take more than a few steps, a dozen enormous insects charged forth, some with jet-black shells adept at sonic assaults, others with incredible biting force, and still others spewing venom. 3 types of insects suddenly appeared before Mu Qing and Eli. How could there be so many? Eli's fair countenance turned ashen. The insects before them were all king-level. Observing their surroundings, Eli felt her heart plummet. They were still surrounded by countless insects, with a large group of king-level insects in the distance, poised to strike at any moment. At this moment, she realized that the numerous insects she and Mu Qing had slain were merely the tip of the iceberg. Within this swarm lurked hundreds, if not thousands, of elite monarch-level creatures. Mu Qing's expression was grave, as he understood that the entirety of Mars had been overrun by these insects, which had even constructed wormholes to invade Earth. The insects before them were likely just a small fraction of the Martian horde, and the towering black creature, a supreme monarch, possessed intelligence and gazed at them with a mocking glint, intent on slowly devouring them and forcing them to experience despair. The insects Mu Qing had dispatched were insignificant to the black creature, which regarded the death of even monarch-level insects with disdain. A low growl emanated from the black creature, its scarlet eyes glinting with malevolence. For the insect race, even monarch-level creatures could be mass-produced if resources were available. Get lost. Mu Qing's muscles tensed, blood coursing from his body. With his formidable physique and the power of yin and yang thunder, he wielded his stone sword to carve a bloody path. The spatial gate teetered on the brink of collapse, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. Time was of the essence. With a single swing, he felled 2 monarch-level insects, his figure darting forth like a flash of lightning. Ignoring the attacks from several monarch-level insects, He knew that any delay would spell doom. Eli recognized Mu Qing's desperate gamble and gritted her teeth, resolutely following his lead. With a fierce exclamation, 6 wings unfurled from her back, her aura becoming a bizarre amalgamation of light and darkness. Although Eli inherently lacked dark attributes, she harnessed the power of the fallen angel Lucifer, transforming her light energy into dark power, merging 2 terrifying forces. This was a secret technique she had previously employed to defeat the Bloodline's Phyra, her last trump card. Her strength surged dramatically, even surpassing Mu Qing, as she swiftly reached the spatial gate. Eli bit down hard, aware that invoking this secret technique in her injured state would result in severe backlash. Approaching the spatial gate, she prepared to charge through, now imbued with the power of a top-tier monarch. Mu Qing was taken aback by the magnitude of Eli's unleashed power. Had it not been for the Qingguo curse that Josei placed on her, he would have stood no chance against her. The monarch-level insects that drew near Eli were utterly powerless to resist and were obliterated by the black and white divine light before they could even attack. This demonstrated the stark disparity between ordinary monarchs and top-tier monarchs. Even Mu Qing, a seasoned monarch, could effortlessly slay lesser monarchs, let alone Eli, who now wielded top-tier might. Roaring, the black creature by the spatial gate finally sprang into action, its furious cry shattering the surrounding space. A terrifying pressure, characteristic of supreme monarchs, enveloped the area, causing the ground to fracture and even crushing nearby insects underfoot. The monstrous black creature loomed with a body spanning hundreds of meters, its grotesque head adorned with 8 menacing appendages, emitting a sound that was nothing short of excruciating. With a gasp, Ellie coughed up blood, mere steps away from the portal, yet utterly devoid of strength to advance. In an instant, 8 streams of crimson erupted from her delicate form, the sonic waves inflicting grievous wounds upon her. Most devastatingly, her mental fortitude was shattered, her internal energies disrupted by the reverberations, leaving her vital organs under siege. With a thud, Ellie collapsed to the ground, drenched in her own blood. It was now your turn. The enormous black insect's eyes glimmered with a sanguine light, fixating on Mu Qing, who was immediately assaulted by 8 fearsome sonic waves. Gasping violently, Mu Qing too coughed blood as turmoil raged within his mind, his body suffering deep lacerations exposing bone. I shall not perish at the hands of this beast. Though drenched in blood, he did not falter, advancing to stand before the portal, his eyes ablaze with fierce indignation. Divine Seal. Activate.